That would
I
be
haven't seen the
interesting, though.
reviews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because you get those statistics on like YouTube.
Yeah, they do.
videos.
They do on other places, but I don't think Amazon
Oh,
does that.
dude.
Well, they will know it. It's just they're not going to make it.
Oh
public.
yeah,
So-
exactly.
They were just hyper honest about it all, and they had like 60% of viewers of people who have left the Amazon app on idle or whatever, and someone's like, "That's that terrible," and he's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
And you're like, all right,
That's
well,
pretty bad.
that's that, I suppose. It's like,
I mean, that's like a combined 1 million viewers just between us here in this call. So
we're
There you
trying to
go.
keep it alive.
yeah,
Yeah,
just have
yeah.
to check some things in between. It's like you have to
Yeah.
watch
Need
like
it
10
to
seconds of the
go.
show to be considered a viewer. It's like, oh man, I'm like
Avail.
17 viewers per episode.
Well, I mean, here we are. We're live once again. The next 2 episodes, and so people are like, "Is this one going to be double the length of last episode?" It's like, why would you say
Yes.
that?
Yes.
What in the world?
Yeah.
Crazy. But
We
on
will
the
be
note
here
of
forever.
length, I think that we should probably get started as soon as possible. For
That's
our
right, because
wonderful
boy, do we
friends
love
here
Rings of
who
Power.
would like to sleep at some point.
No.
Apparently,
no
you're
sleep,
low
only Rings of
volume
Power.
mutually, and
Yeah.
I'm loud. Oh boy.
Wait, my
We
audio
can,
is low. Is it the StreamYard's
Apparently, you're low and I'm
stream?
loud.
God
Stop
damn it!
screaming metal.
All right, there you go. I should be back to normal now.
Oh,
Perfect
you're
mix.
louder.
Now you're very
Louder
loud
for
me, though.
everybody.
Well, yeah, I'm only comparatively
Well-
louder. This is how I am
Ah.
always.
We'll just turn you down.
You probably
an hour
turn
and
me.
it's
Yeah,
all
you got to
fine.
turn me back. If ever
Oh,
I'm
God, then why does it
quieter
hurt?
than usual, you got to tell me because that means I haven't changed my audio back from StreamYards, which I
I
visit.
mean, I thought
3
it
times a
sounded the
week.
same.
Well,
Mm.
It almost is, right? It's that power setting, or whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's talk
My
rings
power setting's always at
of the
maximum.
Lord, of the power of the rings, of the ring of
Max power.
power rings.
Lord of Ring power
I need
of
guys
Yingling.
quit. You need to treat this seriously.
No,
all right,
I
a
don't
lot of
wanna-
people spend a lot of money and some amount of effort at making this show.
Oh,
So
sorry,
I just-
my
You
bad.
may
sure
have
about it.
wasted, right? Not
Seriously.
spent.
We can confirm the money. We're waiting
It
on the
took this
science team to
very-
confirm the effort.
Very
Waiting on that one.
seriously. You'll see very soon how seriously they took this. All right,
Mhm.
episode 3, the eagle
Ooh.
and the Scepter. What do
And the
those
ray.
things mean?
What
I don't
they
know.
mean?
Let's find out together.
Sweet.
Episode 3.
Yo,
We are
get
so
on.
back, baby. We are so back. And by back, I mean flashback. It's flashback time. You know, every good
Again.
Rings of Power episode begins with a flashback. Name
Obviously.
one bad Rings of Power episode that started with
All
a
of them?
flashback.
That one.
You can't. Exactly, you can't. So
Damn it.
we
Got
go
me
back
there.
in
Yeah, he's
time.
got us.
We go back. We fly through time and we fly through space back to the Southlands.
Oh,
This is
no.
this is pre-Waldrig.
the
Well, actually,
pointless
it's
era.
during Waldrig. It's during
It's a
Waldrig.
bad time.
Waldrig's still alive at this point.
It's 1 AD. goddamn.
Pre and
1
post
AD.
Waldrig
AW.
is how we look at it.
BW and AW.
Yeah.
It is currently 0 A-dubs in the timeline of the Second Age, just as Tolkien wanted it written down. Elendil is talking to one of my favorite characters, Beric, the horse.
Because he
Beric-
doesn't speak.
Beric is Isildur's horse.
Wounded,
Isildur, wait,
too.
I know that name. Wow, I love Isildur. He's great. He's a great character. He's awesome. Now Isildur knows something that a lot of us may have forgotten. It's that Beric, the Númenórean warhorse, has formed an unbreakable bond with the person that it rides into
Mhm.
battle with,
And
which
do
in
you
this case
know,
would be his son.
Do you know how? Oh, yeah, because I was going to say that's how he knows that. Elendil has completely forgotten that he taught us the lesson about the psychic horse bond. And so when he thinks he's lost his son, oh shit, his horse sure seems to want to get away somewhere though. I wonder where at once. Oh, he's dead. There's no point following the horse. Just let it go. So he just lets the
Listen,
fucking horse go.
The psychic bond is such that if you follow it, the magic's broken. All right, it's
Everyone
It
knows
works.
that, yeah.
That's the rule.
if everyone forgot that this is a thing that Númenórean warhorses have, I don't blame you because I think I probably forgot too. It's just sort of like mentioned casually, and then it's just a thing now.
I just find
And-
it weird in general that the sea folk all of a sudden have like these horse mechanics, I guess. Like
They
it
don't
feels
in the lore.
it feels very much Wish.com Rohirrim to me, because I feel like that's like a Rohirrim thing, like with all the horse things. But we started in season one, it's like, oh, the sea is always right. Now horses. It's like, wait, what?
how
In
you've
the
also
lore,
had-
they're way more like infantry based.
yeah, aren't
there's
they
a
too
bunch more
tall to ride horses, right? Because in the lore, they're massive.
Well, they do
yeah.
have special horses. Like their horses are the descendants of the horses of the Edain. So like they do have slightly special horses, but they're not like psychically special horses. But
Yeah,
the
so-
Rings of Power has established that these horses are special though, because they can be elevated on cranes and they can be flat packed into boats to like 500 to a square feet of two. Like all those mad horse mechanics that come into it. So like they've set this up very well, I think.
Yeah, like the fact, because when I watched season 1, I was kind of thinking like maybe off, because when you watch Rings of Power, you have to understand that when something happens off screen, firstly, it doesn't exist, but also when they show up with a load of horses, it's like, well, maybe important storytelling beats did in fact happen off screen. So I was kind of thinking, did they go somewhere and get these horses whilst crossing into into Mordor? And the fact that we get this scene where he's like, well, no, this horse is psychic and all the rest of it, it means that it is normal for these horses to behave in this way, which means they did come with them. So they absolutely flat packed them into the boats. The horses arrived on those three boats.
No, not the boats. I think they only had. Wait, did they have 3?
I think 2. It
So
was
it's-
initially 3, and then one exploded.
It was
No, they-
5 and
there were
3,
5,
down
there
to
were
5,
3.
and then 2 blew
Yeah,
up.
Yeah, what you said.
yeah.
So they had to pack them in there like. Well, I'm not allowed to say what on YouTube, but they packed them in there really tight to cross the ocean. So next, okay, so we have got psychic bond. We're already off to a good start. Okay,
Pretty good, yeah.
Psychic bonds with war horses. Isildur's out there, and Beric is he's set free by Elendil because Elendil's like, oh, you're just an uppity horse, and off you go. So he sets him free, and Beric runs off across the wilderness, makes a beeline for Mordor because I think he senses that Isildur might be alive.
You can smell
Hell
his
yeah.
fear.
He saw Lord of the Rings. He knows
I
that
thought you
Isildur
said-
has to be alive. He has important things to do.
I thought you were
He
about
has
to
to
say you
die in
can
a
smell his
river
feet.
later.
Also, like,
Sure.
we have to assume at this point that
Sure.
Elendil thinks that Isildur is dead, which means he has just released a Beric into Mordor to starve to
Mhm.
death, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
No, Beric can eat the orcs.
There you go.
Beric knows how to survive.
Yes.
Actually, plot twist: the orcs want to eat Beric.
Oh,
Because-
no.
Who could have seen
Because
this coming?
Beric runs into the spooky Mordor woods, and then from behind a tree, it's actually quite funny. 2 orcs just like appear as if by magic from behind
I-
this tree where they've
I got
been
you covered.
standing.
Yeah,
That
now we're
shit is
waiting.
funny.
Now we're waiting for Orpheus to come
Look at that
running
shot.
along.
They were fucking around.
They were so
Hey.
they were
Also-
just waiting. They were just waiting.
Seems like
waiting
it was a
for
bad
awards.
idea, like making Mordor if it meant that you have permanent food and security as well. You gotta wait for random horses to stroll in from elsewhere.
The orcs can say, like, I get the whole sun thing. I do. Like, okay, we burn in it, so we need that to go. But did you have to salt the earth? Like, that is that kind of
Was
thing?
it necessary?
Salt the earth?
They love
Nothing
salty
ever
food. The
grow
orcs
again?
are famous for having salty
Yeah.
food. Orcs
Now
love
I'm just
Dart.
imagining. Now I'm just imagining Homer like as an
Yeah.
orc, and then Glenn is
Walking around salting the entirety of Mordor.
Yeah.
It's like, I get
really
we're
have
evil and
salty
everything
face.
too, so we need everything dark and blah blah. But it's like, God, I can't even grow a potato, dude. Like, it's-
Just
it's
Glug
really-
talking to Adar is like, was the whole burning earth necessary? Like, really?
My mind is so poisoned by memes that I thought that this is a Trump meme that Gogre posted. I thought there's like, who is Trump talking to? What's going on here? I don't even know.
God damn it. No, that's Ar-Pharazôn and Sauron surrendering to him
That's-
after
that's-
a battle.
No, that's Trump.
No, it's
Um,
not. What?
Oh right.
It doesn't
So,
even
we
look
gotta,
remotely like
stop
Trump.
talking about Trump. We gotta stop talking about Trump.
You fucking-
So back in Mordor, we have to go to Mordor, leave Trump behind. So the orcs that pop out from behind this tree, because they're just waiting. They're just waiting for an ambush. They pop out and they say, "Oh, we're gonna eat you, horse." Actually, we're not gonna, but actually, we are gonna later. Ha ha ha.
Nah.
But it turns out that Beric is Beric's like one of those like video game horses where they're shockingly dangerous.
Yeah.
Like a horse you find in an MMO zone that's way too over leveled, and you're like, that's fine. I'm the chosen one. I'm a warrior. I'll fuck this horse up. And then you're like, oh god, holy shit, its numbers are so big and mine are not. Barrack like kicks one across the county into a tree and impales it on a limb, and he fucking runs away. It's quite harrowing.
Do
He
you like the way that
kills.
they had to one up the scene in Two Towers when Aragorn's horse is all heroic and it comes and saves him, and they looked at that and they thought, yeah, that's good, but how can we make this better? So fucking horse foo, that will do. We'll do
Horse
that.
foo.
Horse foo, he can actually fight the orcs as opposed to just running away from them.
Yeah, no twisting and gutting is involved. Just a spike.
I can
Very
picture
effective.
the nature of this, like the orcs being like, "Oh, wrap the rope around it. Oh, we'll get him." Yeah, and then it kicks one and impales him, and one of them goes, "Oh,
What?
what the?"
It's like holy shit. We were on horse duty. This was supposed to be easy. Now one of us is dead.
Like
One of
the
them-
supervisor comes in, and he's like, "How did this happen?" He's like, "I don't know."
By the way, it's very
Oh, fuck.
likely that one or two other orcs was also killed because
Damn.
what they like rope around it. They put a rope around its neck, and then the horse runs away. Probably because it's surrounded by actors wearing the most terrifying imagery possible.
Oh my god.
And then it runs away, and it drags them into a stump, and their heads explode or something. I don't know. Total carnage. Total
Yeah.
orc carnage. And what's also funny is if you want another good visual here, that when Barrack runs away and the orc's explaining to the other orc survivor, no, don't chase him. Because yeah, he might have killed like all of our friends somehow, but he's running into the Black Forest. And as we all know about the Black Forest,
The famous
nothing
Black
comes out
Forest.
of there alive.
How hilarious.
And then
How
you see in the
ins-
background the little orc, and
Oh, he's
he's
just
still
spiked,
impaled
yeah.
to the tree, he's hanging out back there. And
Yeah.
I go, oh,
It's funny. Actually.
Isn't it great how Mordor is like exists for like a week or something?
It has
They're
lore.
like, this is the Black Forest. Nobody comes out of
Yeah.
there alive. It's like, what are you talking about?
okay, yeah.
This is also
how
like right
long-
next to the village that they attacked, right?
Yeah, this
So-
is. You can see the building, or maybe this is just some random village. I don't know, but
It
probably,
could be, but
yeah, it's
Isildur
probably
is
the
like
one.
right next to this place, isn't he?
Well,
So,
maybe he gets
Pretty
Yeah,
much has to be.
Somewhat.
Barrack gallops
apparently
away.
there's
Could be
a Black Forest, and it has a
Yeah.
reputation with the orcs already, even though it's been like several days since Waldreg
Couple of
created
days.
Mordor,
At most, yes.
and already the orcs are like, "Oh, nothing comes out of the Black Forest alive." Now, like, no one mentioned the Black Forest before. None of the Southlanders were like, "Oh, that's the Black Forest. Don't go in
Ooh.
there."
Yeah.
Isn't it the
Theo,
Rick and Morty
what did the
microverse
sound-
episode when they go down and he says, well, don't stay out past nighttime because, you know, the trees will eat you. And he's like, no, that's a myth. Why are you making a myth? Like, that's basically what's going on here. I think they've just like, they've decided because they don't have any mythology of their
Yeah,
own. It's
they're
like,
making sure.
one dude went in and never came back. So that's the forest where no one comes out alive anymore.
Yeah.
They're all in their
One of them went in there yesterday.
they're all in
And
town
they come back.
meeting. They've all got to do it right. It's like the order is just some guy stands up. He's like, "So I've got the cave of forgotten destiny. If you go in, you sort of forget your purpose for a bit, and you have to fight a spider. I put a bunch of spiders in there." They're like, "Oh, that's great, Jeremy." And he's like, "Yeah, one of them's really big, actually."
Yeah. Weirdly big.
It's
Yeah, I
terrifying.
know. Random. Have you
Had to
still
get it
tried
its own
to
bucket.
catch up on the timelines? Because I started to give up. I don't know what's happening anymore in terms of timelines.
You mean how like
So-
Isildur's lifespan fits in with all of this insanity?
Oh, Isildur could be there, as far as I'm concerned, could be between 2 and 3 days or
3 years.
6 to 7 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have-
You mean like
have-
how this particular plot line, whether or not it's meant to be running concurrently with what we've been seeing up until this point? Because I don't really see how it could be.
Oh, him being in
No,
there is
yeah.
insane one way or another. I just find
Yeah.
it sometimes interesting going back. So, okay, what could possibly line up here? And the more they add to it, it's like this just doesn't work, no
I
matter
think
which
they
time.
want us to believe that it's all essentially happening at the same time, but again, I don't see how that's possible.
Yeah,
Pretty
that's not-
much.
Surely
It's
this should be set way earlier than a lot
I-
of the stuff that we've seen.
Yeah,
yeah.
I just see it as its own little individual universes, you know. You have one scene here, and then you have one scene over here, and then just have no relation to
This
each
is
other.
the Mordor universe. This is the
Every
Yeah.
Lindon
scene,
universe.
yeah.
This is
Every
the
scene is
Lindon
its
universe.
little pocket dimension.
You know, characters
where
can jump in between
adventures
universes,
happen.
but you know they have no like real connection to each other.
Like we
Yeah.
have reason
Oh.
to believe from later in it's either this episode or episode 4 that it has been weeks plural, but I don't
Yeah.
know if that's actually what the writers want us to think, which we'll get to later. But
I have no
The-
idea.
yeah, the longer it has been, the more absurd it is that Isildur is still alive. Like either way, it's really, really, really lucky that the horse finds him before he's killed. But the
But
longer it is, the more ridiculous that gets.
the more funny it is.
It's very funny.
Yeah, true. That is true.
Yeah, so Barrack walks into this spooky cave in the Black Forest from
You
which
forgot
none
Destiny.
return. Huh?
Wait, what?
It's a cave of forgotten destiny.
Oh, sorry.
There's an orc outside with a little sign that he's hitting him with a hammer.
Don't. I named it.
Been here
That's
for
the first one with a
17
sign.
generations. They're like, oh, come on now.
The Cave of Forgotten Destiny. Oh, this is such a great scene. Boy,
Yes,
love it.
very.
This scene is
Barrack
insanity.
finds Isildur, and he's all
How-
webbed up by spooky spider webs. Oh,
How
no.
in the fuck did he get here?
He
Oh,
fell.
It's he walked.
So
Now-
he was underneath a collapsing building, and then he wakes up in a cave. What?
What I think we're meant to infer, which doesn't make any sense, is he got squashed by the burning building and was obviously still alive because of how like heat and smoke works. He must have escaped very, very, very quickly. Otherwise, he's dead. Which means he wasn't knocked unconscious. By the time he gets out from under the burning building, all of the other Numenorians are gone because they just sprinted off camera and they're gone. They're out of here. They're not coming back.
You're like, quick,
Yeah.
before he wakes
Yeah.
up, let's go.
Yeah,
Totally
exactly.
works.
He
Yeah,
then
like,
totally
everyone knows
works,
he's an
yes.
asshole. He's a whiny little fucking prick. So
he then
they wanna
survives.
get
He then survives for an unspecified amount of time, which we can speculate on. Gets captured by spiders and ends up here. That's what I
I
think.
away.
we're
think
meant
the
to
Captured
do.
by spiders.
Sure.
The writers
Um,
would tell you
considered as
personally
a-
that he was unconscious there and he woke up here. That's like his
Yeah.
journey.
And he
He's
could
been
have
unconscious
been
for 5
rescued by
weeks.
Shelob. I mean, Shelob is the most misunderstood character in all of
Yeah.
the Lord of the Rings.
Hold on,
It's
yeah.
like,
Shelob nursed him
Shelob
back
actually
to health.
Shelob
Yeah.
went into
Mordred.
Mordor and looked for survivors and brought them lovingly to her cave and to
Oh,
revive
she-
them with the web of life. And
Shelob
made him
fed him
some-
spider
Yeah.
milk in the cave
The
and
web
nursed him
will-
back to
With
health.
chicken soup,
The
right?
web is soft, keeps
Hold on.
them warm.
That-
yeah.
That would mean that the building where he got squashed underneath was part of the Black Forest.
No,
Yes.
it wouldn't, because he walked a distance there, and
Oh,
so did Shelob. She took it.
Shelob dragged him into the forest, apparently.
She went out looking for people to save.
Yeah,
Even though
Shelob was out
probably
there
weighs like
with a
1/10
berry
of him.
basket, just
I
living
think-
a good life. And then she's like, "Oh dear,
We're sort of
look at
casually
you."
throwing around Shelob's name.
Shalom.
Just to be clear for everyone watching who hasn't watched this incredible TV show, if you remember in the Lord of the Rings and in the lore and stuff, there's a cave of spiders in Mordor. Well, here we are in Mordor now, so we need to have a cave full of spiders.
Obviously.
And yes, it's only been a couple days, maybe, since Waldreg created Mordor. But well, it's Mordor now, and every
These are Waldreg's
Mordor
children.
needs a
Needs a
spider. These are Waldreg's, all the
Spider
orcs
Waldron.
and the spiders are Waldreg's children.
I have to assume that fucking spider cave was there before, I guess.
We have to, because it can't.
Apparently. Right
Yeah.
next to the
Spider
fucking
cave
village.
doesn't happen in a couple days. Yeah, just no one ever mentioned. Don't go into the
Yeah.
super evil spider cave in the super evil forest called the Black
Like
Forest,
10
from which
meters
none
away from the
return.
fucking forest.
Unless Sauron walked past here with his evil wand or whatever he does and is like, spiders!
Whatever
and then
he
he walks
does.
away.
Yeah.
And we must assume that in the first season of Rings of Power, the Black Forest is not the forest that Arondir and Theo returned from when they went out looking for.
But it was still
whatever
green
and
back
they-
then, so.
Yeah, but a
Just the
green
name
Yeah, it
for
forest.
wasn't black yet.
It's just,
It's
this
very,
is the
it
green
used to be
forest.
called the
Nobody
Green
comes out of
Forest,
there
yeah,
alive.
Then Waldreg turned it to the Black Forest. We've race swapped the forest. Interesting,
Oh.
Amazon. All right.
Makes no
Isildur's all
fucking
webbed
sense.
up. He's sitting here and he's sitting there in his web. Oh no, he's been captured by spiders or saved and kept warm. We don't know yet.
It's
Um,
hard to say.
Now, when Barrack gets close, Isildur starts to kind of wake up, and it is at this point that the spiders decide, oh well, now we should consume him. We should eat his flesh at this point because he's woken up.
Yeah,
We shouldn't
yeah.
have done it during all the time that he was just sort of incapacitated. And right next to Isildur, there's another orc, and this orc is webbed up too. And Isildur takes the knife from the webbed up orc, and he
Wow, well, lucky.
and they have a
Yep.
struggle, and they cut off their little webs, and then
Damn it.
Shelob. We can only assume it's Shelob. It's a big spider. It's bigger than the rest, and it means business.
They
It
confirmed it,
jumps
right?
on the orc.
We know it's Shelob from an interview.
It's it's
Oh,
not
wait,
stated
really?
in
There
the
you go.
it's not stated in the show, but apparently it's meant
Yeah.
to be Shelob. Yeah.
They were very
All
proud
right.
of
The-
Fuck
the
themselves.
off! I
the
wasn't even
actor-
thinking about that because
Oh,
no
yeah.
way they would
Oh,
be that.
yeah.
Oh, fuck this show!
That is Shelob.
Shelob
It
It wouldn't
jumps
be,
on
it
the
wouldn't
orc
be
and
meaningful if it
crushes its
wasn't
head.
a character that you recognize. She she-lobbed all over the place. It was great.
Uh-huh,
He did
exactly.
Shelob
Shelob.
all over specifically that orc's face and head.
Mm.
Shelob jumps on the orc and like crushes or bites its skull. Doesn't insta kill. It's very unfair.
I thought it was very
Rebalance
funny.
now.
Yeah.
Well, the head exploded. That's-
This also means that, or does it? It might mean that Ongolian was in the area, and you should probably notice a fucking.
I don't know what any of those words
15-foot
mean.
spider. It's a big giant spider that ate the trees in
Yeah, but
Valinor.
they
Ate the
cut that out of
trees.
season. Yeah, in season 1 they cut Ungoliant out,
spiders
so
eat
Shelob
trees?
can't actually exist because Shelob doesn't have a mother in Rings of Power. But Ungoliant is the one who kills
You
the
take
tree,
that back.
kills the trees of Valinor. Morgoth like opens them up and then has Ungoliant, like the biggest giantest spider who ever spidered, comes in, steals the essence of the trees, and they die.
I
But
hate
then
when spiders
Ungoliant
do
gets
that.
so massively
It's so
fat on
annoying.
all the life from the trees that she attacks Morgoth later, and he has to be saved by Balrogs.
Fucking hell.
Pretty
Tolkien
much.
lore
That's a
sounds
big
really
spider.
awesome. I can't
She-
wait to read
Shelob
more of
is
this
the
incredible
child of
lore. That sounds
Ungoliant.
great. That sounds great.
When the Balrogs turn up, they're like, Morgoth, is that a spider? And he's like, I can explain. It
Spider
got out
ate
of
the
hand.
trees or
Like-
something. Listen, I'm Tolkien. It's fine. All right. All right. No, Shelob just insta kill finishers the orc. Didn't stand a chance. Get good.
We got to
Um,
pour one out for this orc because this was
pour one out.
this was Glug's. What did I say?
Friends?
What?
Is this one of Glug's friends?
No, I was going to say that this was Glug's daughter's bus driver.
Ah.
To take her to school, yeah, because
Yeah.
they have public school for the orcs where they learn how to chase horses and count to 4 and make
Make merry.
shivs. It's orc school. All of a
He
sudden,
didn't
He
want to
drives
get captured.
the man-drawn cart around and picks up all the little orc children.
Oh my
Wait a
god, we see
second.
that later in the season. They have a little cart that they carry someone around in. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Shelob jumps on Isildur, but Shelob knows that Isildur is very important to the story, so she does not crush his head, and Isildur escapes.
Those were
Oh.
a couple of things that happened very conveniently and inconveniently at the same time.
Yeah.
So apparently, what we can only assume happened is several days have passed since Waldred created Mordor. Isildur was he survived the volcanic pyroclastic flow like
Everyone else.
like everyone else. He escaped the burning building that collapsed in the village. No Numenorians found him, saw him, rescued him, and instead we can only I assume he just wandered around. Fool didn't even know that this is the Black Forest from which none return. He didn't even
What
know.
an
Obviously,
idiot.
Walked
everyone
right
knows.
into
He
the
wa-
Black Forest,
He wandered
Walked
into the
right
spider
into a
cave and fell asleep.
right into the spider cave. Maybe it looked appealing at the time, and then he got webbed up. But luckily, he was able to get out just in the nick of time because Beric
Yeah.
came by and found him.
And they made
Eric
sure to put a
is a
knife
hero.
right next to him so that he could cut his way out.
That's
'Cause-
right. Well, orcs have knives, and there was an orc there, so
Well,
and
that's
then he
just the
grabs
same
the
thing.
knife, which
There was-
loosens the web, and
Look,
then he
look.
falls over, and then he wakes up very inconveniently, so they can have a scuffle.
the
because
spiders wouldn't
intense.
have brought just one person. They would have brought everyone they could. So that would include orcs. This all makes sense. All right. There's an orc next
Why
to
did you
him.
chuckle while you
Orcs
said
have
that,
knives.
Rags?
Because
Are you not
it
believing
makes
what you're
so much
saying,
sense.
Rags?
I do. This is great. This is
Yeah.
good.
Wow. I think
We're
Rags is
so
lying
back,
to us.
baby. We're so
We're
back,
so
baby.
back.
Not
Eat fire,
only-
bro.
Not only are we so back, we are back to Numenor.
Oh,
my
fuck off.
goodness, my favorite island kingdom in Rings of Power.
It's so good.
arguably my favorite island
think
kingdom.
Just in
Really
retrospect,
good.
though, at the end of season 1, when we knew what happened to Isildur, and we were like, so how is this going to work? Because he's obviously not allowed to die. It didn't work. Is the key? Is
It didn't work.
the way he
They
just
don't
got
even run-
rescued was insane. The amount of variables that had there to protect him to stop him from dying were nuts.
You know, Molo, I was really shocked that this didn't work. I thought they were gonna hammer out some really good plot device here to have him escape, and yeah.
I'm still so confused that they decided to bait Isildur's death. Like, of any of the other characters, I know that it kind of, I mean, it goes somewhere. It goes somewhere really bad, but it does go somewhere. But they could have swapped Isildur with like any of the other unnamed characters from Numenor, just random Numenorian soldier, whoever you want.
Yeah. But we need his dad to be sad, though.
So they get the big reunite in season 3.
No, we just need him to cry.
Speaking of crying, it's a funeral.
Oh,
You can't spell funeral without fun.
That's right.
Ooh.
Or Errol.
The first of 2
So-
funerals in this episode.
Errol is
Back
the
in
name of the
Numenor, it's the
Reverend.
funeral for the King Tar Palantir. He died because he was old. And that's what happens when you get old and you're a king. You die in your tower.
Mhm.
So Elendil is there with his daughter, Aarion. You remember Aarion?
I do.
Yep.
That's right. And we love our Aarion. She's
She's been
great.
very characterized.
Yeah, she wanted to be a builder, and then she convinced her boyfriend to blow up a bunch of military boats, and that's kind of it.
Yeah,
Well, no, 'cause
interesting.
then she
the
got
way that they
promoted. So,
write
like, so
women.
she joins the Builders Guild, and we
The
see
Guilders.
her, the Guilders, that's what they're called, yeah. And we see her mopping up suds and complaining about her lowly station. And then by the end of season 1, like 2 episodes after this thing's been introduced, she's one of the apprentices who's been brought in to draft like a sculpture for the king's tomb, because like they have a really, really strong internship program and they want people to be invested. Like, you are a random intern who mops up suds. Also,
No,
you can
you're not
design the
random.
eternal tomb of the king.
Aarion isn't random. She is Elendil's daughter, and her boyfriend is the son of Pharazôn. So she's making connections. One of them was chosen for her because
She's been moved
it's
around
her
the
dad,
board,
but
right?
the other,
by Pharazôn.
she is
I don't-
strategically something happens.
I think that's what they were going for. But like in season 1, there's no real point to her moving around the board because she doesn't do anything. And it's not until like the very end of the very final episode that like she's like drawing the king's sculpture. And then, as old people do, he suddenly wakes up and says, "Oh my God, the world's going to end!" And like, unless you go upstairs and look
Come
at this
check out my
vision, but
bowl.
don't look at it too
Someone's
long.
never been around old
Look
people.
at my
All
ball.
right.
That's
got
the
something in my attic
final
for you.
scene that she has, and that's the point at which she becomes in some way useful. So
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
been
yeah.
moved around in anticipation of her later being useful before she's actually become useful, because the king wakes up and gives her all the most plot relevant information.
No,
Now,
you're
Yeah.
just to be clear for
my
for all those watching right now who are, this is an 18+ stream. This is not for children. This is Rings of Power. All right. But if you are very young, then please remember, if an old man invites you into his tower and says the world's going to end, come check out the magic orb in my attic. Don't go. Don't go in.
Come and ponder my orbs with me.
Oh,
Don't do it.
you have more than one orb, oi.
But yeah,
It is almost certainly a trap.
what gives
But it
her
might
an
be real,
edge
so,
of
yeah.
plot relevance is something that Pharazôn herself couldn't possibly have accounted for, which is her stumbling across the Palantir, you're right. But it is interesting if Pharazôn is the one that's been moving her around since the beginning, because I think it's mentioned, right, that it's like, oh, you should just resubmit. And it's like, they accepted this time. It's like, oh, that's crazy. And then she's kept in a station where she can't do anything. It's like, oh, is that? It's like putting it in a pocket sort of thing. But at the same time, you'd think that Pharazôn would focus on more important political players than someone like her.
No, he's
That's
just waiting for the
possible.
Eagles. He doesn't need to actually do politics. All of that.
Just
Uh,
cross his fingers like, please, this time, please, please.
Well, when
please."
she
I
talks
figured-
about the magic orb that was being pondered by the king, Pharazôn probably was like, what? Like, what are you even talking about? What the fuck?
Yeah, like during that scene that it happens in a few minutes, I don't think there's any reason to believe that Pharazôn even knew about the Palantir at that point.
I don't think so. No, that's what I mean. It's what Platoon was talking about. Her biggest like wedge into this story was just random luck.
Yeah, like, because in season 1, I don't think that there is any reason to believe that Pharazôn made all of this happen, hoping that she would become useful later. I was kind of figuring, because like she's barely a character, and her relationship with his son is barely a relationship. It just kind of happens off screen, and then she convinces him to blow up some boats. But yeah, I don't think that he could have known that.
But as against that, because like the world building for Numenor massively treads on itself several times over, like across seasons 1 and already in season 2,
You
because
learn to
that
tread when you're an
the
island
king,
kingdom.
yeah, but I guess you have to be careful because he might fall off. But like the king he's deposed because he was too nice to the elves. except that he isn't deposed because he is still the king, and that's why he gets this nice little funeral to him, and they all called him a king, except that he was deposed because his daughter is the queen, except that she's not the queen because she hasn't yet been coronated, except that she is the queen because that's what they all call her. And he was deposed for being nice to the elves, and yet they're all surprised in this episode when it turns out they really like the elves. And it's just like, I could never figure that out in season 1. Like what exactly is the king? Because you keep telling me he's deposed, but also he's not. And you either hate the elves or you don't, but you know this about him, and that's why you deposed him. So why is it such a shock now to find, oh my goodness, he has a giant elf testicle thing in his attic? Like, why is that surprising?
I mean, what we're told is that this is why I don't understand how the political system in Numenor works, and it might be like, oh, you don't really need to know that, but they keep kind of implying things that just contradict each other, because with a king or queen, a monarchy, you don't elect the next one. But they also directly imply in this episode that Pharazôn nearly won the previous election, which would have been against Miriel, because it can't have been against Miriel's father.
Well, you can
elect your
kings.
king. Yeah.
You can have elective monarchies,
have-
they do exist.
Yeah, they have
They
a
do?
democratic monarchy.
Okay,
Yeah,
if that's the case, fair enough. I
chose
didn't know.
they chose Miriel to replace him, but that, again, another world building cock up, because if you depose a king because he's too nice to the elves, you don't then vote for
Yeah.
his daughter who's really nice to the elves. That doesn't make very much sense.
Yeah, I assumed that happened purely because she was next in line, and they just kind of sped up the process because they didn't like him.
Yeah, like the Polish Commonwealth had the similar system,
Okay.
where the nobles basically elected the next king of the Poles.
So did
For a
Naboo,
while.
come to that. They
No.
elected
Ooh,
Amidala.
true. We got a Phantom Menace reference,
Mm.
boys. Where
got
are we?
everything
Oh
in
yeah,
this
we're
stream.
cooking with gas now. All right, bust out the moo juice.
But it was always a
So-
problem with season 1 as well, in that if you choose the queen, but Pharazôn is more popular than the queen, which we're always led to believe that he is, because he's the demagogue who controls the population, because he knows how to whip up, anti-elven immigration
That means
sentiment
only
and all
one of
that
his.
shit.
That means one of his parents was a Gog, but the other one wasn't, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Question
I was
mark?
checking. I was just checking to make it sure.
Okay. But if
need
that's
a
the
drink.
case, then why
Come
did he
back.
not become the king anyway? Because he was already more popular. Like all the stuff that's happening here should have happened ages ago, before season 1 started. It only didn't because they weren't ready for it to happen. But the rules they've established mean that it really should have done.
Yeah, because Pharazôn. I mean, do we want to jump ahead to the end of the episode? I don't want to do that unless.
No.
Hmm.
No,
You're upsetting
absolutely not.
Rags.
We can't do that.
Okay, I'm sorry, Max.
It's like you weren't here last week.
I'm sorry.
This is
So
some
excited. I mean, I'm excited to get
barbaric, lawless society where you could just skip to the end of the episode.
Yes, we're not with
We've
the
barely
Harfoots.
begun. We have so much. We have to do this chronomagically.
Yeah, we're like 5 minutes in or something.
Okay.
I'll make a note and I'll bring it up later when we get to the end. in
Please
6
make a
hours'
note.
time.
We got to tackle this one at a time. All right. So, what the fuck's happening? Oh yeah, there's a funeral of King Tar Palantir. He died in his tower because he's old. Elendil is there with his daughter Aarion, and she says, no, Elendil says, as king, he always protected the faithful. I shall miss him. Now, the faithful, someone's going to have to help me out here, because the faithful in the subtitles, it's capitalized, proper noun,
Yeah.
the faithful, like it's a group.
They
However,
are
if
a
you didn't
group.
have the have the subtitles on, the words "the faithful," nothing is implied that that's like the name of an actual group of people. Just in general, people who have the trait of faithfulness.
They shouldn't really be a thing yet, but the show is kind of all over the place with the timeline. But the faithful are basically the ones who are faithful to the elves and the gods.
Yeah, so to clarify, in season 1, there are 2 references to the faithful, and both of them, again, without book knowledge, you're just going to be like, oh, you're just referring to people who are faithful. Because the 2 lines you get are, the faithful believe that when the petals of the white tree fall, it is no idle thing, but the tears of the valor, and the way of the faithful is committing to pay the price, even if the cost cannot be known. Both of those are very generic things that you might have faith in, and like the idea that the faithful are an established political group, it just doesn't, that's not a thing.
Yeah.
We don't even see any evidence of that until I think episode 5.
Yeah.
So,
and that's like a problem, because it's integral to understanding where 5 is going and where the Numenorian story is going. So you have the faithful who are faithful to the elves, the elvish ways, and the Valar, and they uphold the ban of the Valar. They are wary of death. They don't like the fact that men have to die, but they accept, as the elves tell them, it is a gift. And so they are content to abide by the laws like do not sail too far west of Numenor, because if you
That's
do,
right.
God will smite you. As against them, you have the King's Men, which this season is going to try and make into Pharazon's faction. And these are the people who say, no, fuck the Valar, fuck the elves, we don't want to die, we don't see why we should be denied immortality that the elves have, we're special too. And they are the ones who will eventually sail west of Numenor, and then they will attack Valinor itself, and then the Valar will ask God to smite them, and he will do that. But because like episode 5, which we haven't got to yet, but that will introduce the concept as though it's already established by them looking out over and seeing this tower and just mentioning it. And it's like, that's so important that we need now already in this episode to understand exactly what is meant when the word faithful is used.
Well,
And we don't.
but they don't even do that because you wouldn't
No.
know if you didn't have the subtitles and saw that be capitalized, which even is like the first clue on this magical journey through what is supposed to be important or isn't in the lore.
Yeah. That's what I mean with the faithful shouldn't really exist yet, right? Because we don't really have the Kingsmen yet. They're not really a thing.
So I want to clarify. Sorry, the Pharazon in the source material, the Kingsmen are not Pharazon's faction.
No, they are kind of like they're faithful to the kings of Numenor and like more to him directly than the Valar. And they also get slowly They also get slowly corrupted by Sauron, who gets captured by the king of Numenor.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
It's a big conspiracy, and the men know it because the men are like, well, oh, the elves say that we're so lucky because we get to die. Isn't it great that we get to die? And yet elves aren't going around killing themselves all the time. Interesting. All I'm saying is interesting. Very interesting.
That's what's happening in the picture I sent. That's Pharazon capturing Sauron and bringing him back to...
That's Trump.
Okay, it's Trump capturing Sauron and bringing him back to Numenor to have him in
season
prison
3 is going to be
get
wild.
slowly getting corrupted, and Sauron ends up being his like closest advisor, and like turning him to like worshipping Melkor and shit.
Trump is on.
Yeah, Trump is on.
Trump is on.
Our Trump is on. God damn it.
So, Elendil says as king, he always protected the faithful. I shall miss him. And Aarion says, you speak so freely of dead kings, yet you refuse to utter your own son's name. You blame yourself, but you needn't. True blame belongs to another. And Elendil asks, what are you trying to say?
What are you saying?
Aarion is implying that there is someone else to blame.
Oh my god.
But does she mean Galadriel or Muriel?
Or the writers?
Could be both.
Yeah,
The
writers.
Or maybe the volcano.
Maybe it's the volcano. Maybe she's referring to Waldreg.
Yeah, Waldreg is the one to blame,
of it.
obviously.
This is
Dust of the old
Waldreg's
man.
fault. Aarion says Waldreg's name at the funeral, and the entire room
Gasp.
grows silent.
She says,
do not speak the name of the cursed one here. This is a time of mourning.
well, she says, like, have you noticed everything's gotten worse since his death, though?
Maybe we shouldn't have killed Waldreg.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have killed Waldreg. The warg. It was Sauron's fault. It wasn't the warg's fault. The warg was he was just doing what he was enchanted magically to do. It wasn't his fault.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good guy, really. He's just misunderstood.
Sure.
Let's see. So I think we are also supposed to believe that when she says this, when she's trying to imply that Muriel or Galadriel's to blame for sending Numenorians over to Middle Earth to get fucking killed and exploded by a volcano. This is she's leaning into this magical information she's been getting from the Palantir. Because that gives you spooky visions of weird shit.
Is that what it is?
The fall of Numenor and flower petals.
Yeah, that was what I kind of thought, but then by the time you get later in the episode, I don't know if we can say that she ever actually used it. Because
I thought she's like ideologically opposed to touching the Palantir, like in a way that gives you visions and stuff. She thinks it's like crazy elf magic and you shouldn't go anywhere near it.
She was before she even knew about the Palantir, which is kind of the problem. Is that was the problem with season 1, is that she's massively against the war, but no one ever has a clue why, because they didn't bother to give her a motive at that time. She just
That is the big problem with season 1. Aarion.
One of the many big problems with season 1. And then she spots the Palantir. I kind of assumed that she had at least looked at it once, because why wouldn't you? And that is then them sort of retroactively adding motive to the beliefs that she already had going in, which is not usually how writing works, but it is in Rings of Power.
Yeah, so if she didn't look into the Palantir, then the only reason why she wouldn't have done that is if the king explained to her what it is and that she needed to do something else with it that we will see soon, which that didn't happen unless they're retconning it. But
I thought she was just like politically poisoned, like propaganda has gotten to her.
The king did tell her to look at it in like his final
they
scene.
show the flashback, where he says, they even have a flashback here where he says, so know this, our island will fall and there is still time. And we get the king saying this to Aryan, but he didn't say this like on screen. It's the flashback sort of implies that this is something that she said to him that wasn't actually in the show, I don't think. And it shows her pulling the blanket off the Palantir and
that's her final scene of season 1, the last episode. So like, she goes to him, he says,
it's like glowing,
go upstairs.
blue.
She does do all of that in season 1. And he says, "Don't do what I did and look too long, because you'll go mad and you'll stop seeing where the future and the past and the present sort of like demarcated." But like this is why like my read of it would be that the person she blames is Galadriel, because Miriel looked into the Palantir and she saw the prophecy, which was that Galadriel would turn up and that would bring about the fall of Numenor. So that would be why she's blaming the elf as opposed to the queen. But then she also blames the queen for following the elf.
She's blaming both, right?
Is there no blame for the king here? And implied by?
No, he's dead. We don't care about him anymore.
Well, I mean, just the what are you trying to say? And then the flashback going straight to the king, and she's staring at him as well. I just wonder if we got the problem is too many things fit because she's a very underdeveloped character.
Yeah,
well,
it could be go either way.
We should hold to the old traditions and be nice to elves so that our island doesn't get consumed by a tsunami. And that's him. That is the king. That's essentially all that he is. So,
but like Aryan then ends up essentially doing the opposite. And my read on that scene was that when you touch the Palantir, you see a vision of the flooding of Numenor, because we also find out later in the series that for a very long period of time, that is the only thing the Palantir has shown. It's just whoever uses it, you just see that Numenor gets flooded. So if she walks up to the Palantir and touches it and sees, and it doesn't throw her across the room, because that's definitely not something that Palantir do in Rings of Power. And she sees the vision of Numenor getting flooded. She then works out that the reason why Miriel took her army, or took the Numenorean army that didn't exist to Middle Earth, is because she has a crystal ball that says that Numenor will flood. And she makes the connection that is why she did it. That's not an intuitive connection.
Does anyone entertain the idea that the Palantir is broken and it's repeated the scene over and over again with a DVD that's scratched? It's like a broken record.
They need to get like one of these things that just scrapes off the first layer of the Palantir, like a DVD.
Yeah.
Like one of these things.
I had repeat on. Oh, goddamn.
I think they actually say in season 1 that it is broken, because Palantir don't show you visions of the future. That's not what they do. Except for this one. And I think there is actually a line in season 1 saying that this Palantir is different, but nobody stops to ask whether different means it's definitely still working, or whether different means it's fucked, and you really should be paying no attention whatsoever. But then the king doesn't tell you until episode 8 that he's an unreliable narrator, so the entire prophecy is balked anyway. And then the queen, who makes the decision to go to war based on, well, no, she doesn't want to do that because the Palantir tells her one thing. Then some blossom falls from a tree, and she says, well, that must supersede, I guess, the Palantir, because that's how, fuck it, I don't know, that's how it works for some reason. So, like, blossom falls from tree, override Palantir, go to war, but Palantir shows Numenor dies if you follow the elf. But Palantir might be broken, and the king is mad.
They should have a bunch more of them, right? Because they bring 7 from here to Middle Earth later.
I think it's 8 in total.
Could the Valar just show up and tell us what we need to do?
No, dude, even better than that. You just get like a fucking
y'all are real.
A union worker or a trade worker to be like, there's your problem. It's not properly plugged in, you see. It's all fucking frayed. The wires. Let me sort that out for you. He's like a little hammer.
There's 7 according to Lord of the Rings fandom, at least.
It's a known bug with Palantir version 12.4.
That just won't
When was the last time you updated your Palantir?
They're basically fucking, smartphones, right? They're basically like telephones.
See, when you
Like,
switched your Wi-Fi
I
network, you
like
didn't
that,
put in the
yeah.
new password. That's why it's gone
I
to
like the
shit.
idea that he comes in on a horse that's got like a little, he's
Little
got
pack
like
of
a
tools.
sign on him. Yeah, and he's just got a little sign advertising the guy's like little business.
Yeah.
He's just like,
Plus-
yep, this is my life, just traveling the world, fixing
One of the only
Palantirs.
guys who can fix
I know.
Palantirs left,
Yeah.
It's my family business.
Yeah, it keeps me busy. It's exciting. It's fun. It's
You'd be
rewarding.
surprised how
I get
many
to meet
break.
lots of
It's
people,
crazy.
Travel the world.
When
Very
they called
delicate
him, they were like, "Oh,
instruments.
Palantir is playing the same." He's like, "Same scene over and over." Yes, we get that all the
Yeah.
time.
Don't
Dynamic
take it too
destruction of
seriously.
your
I
home.
sure hope you haven't made any crazy decisions based on looking at this thing recently. Don't go doing that, all right?
Shows the entire
Luckily-
civilization fucking drowning. He's like, "That's terrible." Totally
Oh,
temporary though. I
man.
can get that fixed right up for you. Don't worry.
But we don't know the password to the Palantir. It's like, oh, he's an old guy. It's probably like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Have you checked underneath
Oh,
there?
he's
You
right.
have
Oh,
Have
he's
you
right.
tried
You'll find that you have
password?
access to some different channels. There's some really great television on lately. Give it a look. See what
He
you like.
looks, well, the
I
people in
recommend
this
Breaking Bad.
universe,
It's a really good show. Very interesting.
when all of these people look into the Palantir, they just see Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, and it drives them mad. They're like, they can't fathom that this could be the Lord of the Rings, and so it drives them insane. They go
Yeah.
nuts.
The old worker guy makes him a remote. He's like, "You don't have to touch it anymore. You just press the buttons. But don't press them too hard, or you'll stick on a scene again. So nice and easy now. Just call me if anything goes wrong." 3-year
Bear in mind, it's a
guarantee.
universal remote, so if you got another Palantir nearby, it might turn on.
As he's
It's got
leaving, there's a
voice
civil war,
activation
and he's like,
if you're
"Oh,
across the
jeez,
room.
I think I was too late.
All right, come on, my horsey, let's get out of here.
Gotta go sort out something in Mordor."
Yeah.
See, that would be the
Just
best if he
started
turns up to see
Sandor Mordor
Sauron or
backwards.
Adar and fixes their Palantir. It's like, here's your problem. They really want to kill him, but like, fuck, you are so valuable. He's like, that's how you stay alive in the world.
Just work
Our
hard.
Palantir showed the destruction of the Southlands, but that actually happened.
Yeah, that realization where he sees that scene on repeat, he's like, oh, this isn't broken. This is just gonna happen.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
You might want to move.
By the way, who's Waldrag?
It was. He seems evil.
Some
Keep
kind
in
of
mind-
hero in these parts.
Yeah, make sure that he's okay. Make sure he's safe. Make sure he's all right.
Bit of a dick, but good
Um,
worker. Good worker.
Yeah, he loves what he does.
Also, I like the idea. Like now that I heard like the lore stuff from you guys, that they apparently sail west to Valinor. I just like the idea that they all of a sudden do that, and all people in Valinor like, "The fuck did we do? We haven't talked in like 1,000 years. Why are you coming towards us?" You zap and just die.
Basically, the first foot they set on Valinor, they all fucking instantly die and no sinks to the sea.
That's just
Dude, I want to
funny.
see that. That sounds hilarious.
All the elves are like, oh,
I think that's also the moment at which the Earth becomes round. It's a
Yes.
flat Earth until that point, and then
No,
the
that's
gods
the
get
thinking-
so
that's-
pissed off.
that's-
Or is that the first stage one?
Yeah, that's the sinking of Balerion. This is the part
Yeah.
where Valinor gets like disconnected from the entire world, and you can only get there through like some magical bullshit means.
That's insane. The lore
So,
is
yeah.
crazy. The lore sounds really crazy.
So Valinor gets removed from the globe basically, and gets put like on its own plane.
Well, because in season 1, it seemed like that was maybe already the case. Because
Yeah,
you
I
had
was about to
that,
say that.
Yeah, you had that like
It's,
portally.
similar,
Oh.
but
I
that should
also-
not be a thing yet.
I really like that basically the writers seem to just repeatedly be using like in-universe narrative devices to place ideas in the characters' heads because they're doing that. They've decided that that's what the Palantir does, and they've decided that that's what the rings do.
Mhm.
By the way, should also be mentioned. Part of the like deal with Numenor is men aren't allowed to sail as far west, so they have to like see the shore of Numenor at all times if they sail west. So they can't like go that far at all to the west. That's why the thing with the boat sailing past Numenor in the first episode
3
doesn't make
miles.
any fucking sense.
Huh.
They're never allowed to leave shore basically. And sail
Just funny
west
with the
towards
show. No
Valinor.
matter which direction you look at, it's just a bunch of nonsense.
Do you want to do
Hey.
anything in the lore? No, because some elf bullshit or whatever, some god said you can't do something, or else you'll get zapped.
No, I have a line here that could explain it a little bit.
Zap.
No, go away. Okay.
Back to the funeral.
Oh, joy! I love funerals.
Do you know
yes.
why
Funeral.
people are called the late
Funeral.
so and so?
Well, what?
Say it again.
who's the funeral, do you know why they would refer to like Tar Palantir? Do you know they would call him like the late Tar Palantir? Why someone, if they die, they're referred to the late so and so?
Because they didn't turn
Because
up.
he will never show up on time again.
Dead
True,
now.
they're dead.
No.
So Muriel, she's here with Farazan. They arrive at the funeral. She's still blind. She can't see anything. Hopefully that gets better. Elendil goes up and he stands next to her when she arrives. And she has Elendil be the one to kind of describe what's happening at the funeral because she cannot see. Her ability to perceive objects at distances is greatly diminished ever since the accident over in Middle Earth.
Yes.
So, I think that this is supposed to imply, I believe, that she doesn't really trust Farazan because even though he let her in, seems to be in like an official capacity because it's Elendil that she trusts to report what's going on in the funeral.
Well, they threaten to do political intrigue, don't they? Because they say the lords from the north have turned up, and one of them, I think, is called Belzegir, who I think is a name they've actually stolen from a king in the books. Like, he's supposed to have been like a few kings before Miriel, or before Palantir.
Yeah.
But like they threaten to do that, and it's like, oh, we're gonna get some sort of Game of Thronesy, House of the Dragon political stuff going on. Fucking no, just stand by a window and you will be king. That's all you need to do.
Elendil says that the nobles from the north are here, and it seems Lord Belzegar has come to pay his respects.
Yes, Belzegar.
Yo, Lord Belzegar. I've been waiting for him to show up. One of my
I
favorite
wonder when they're
characters
going
in
to
the
give him a
lore.
spin-off show. They've been talking about it for years.
Rings of Belzegar.
Yeah, that's
Belzegar
right.
and Waldrig. They're roommates, and they just
Well, the Waldrig prequel series is obviously on the way, but the Belzegar
Waldrig,
you know?
Lord of the Rings story.
Yeah, it was crazy because we were talking
Yes.
about the 5 seasons of the
watch
Waldrig show. They've already confirmed 10, and they said they could be as
Yeah.
many as 20.
Which I think is a really good idea. You know, like, yeah, might as well lock him in. It's
He
gonna
lived
be
a
the biggest
life.
show in
He
the
lived a
world.
life. He's
They-
the most
yeah,
important figure in Middle Earth, somewhat.
Well, they didn't show him being eaten by the warg. They want to leave the
might
door
still be
open.
That's going to be a
Yeah,
reveal,
yeah,
apparently,
yeah.
for season 5. They're going to show us the end of that scene, and then the season's going to split then going forward into the future and the past. Going to have a huge
Waldrick.
narrative.
The warg the warg's
It was-
about to jump on him and eat him, but then the warg is like, "Man, what am I doing?"
It was actually the warg screaming because Waldrick ate him.
Oh yeah, the warg's screaming. Yeah, because
show-
Waldrick fucked him up.
The show will open with a voiceover from Sauron against a black screen saying, "Do you know why I saved you?" Make the warg not eat him.
and then the follow-up line, because you saved me.
He's like he loses an arm and a leg. He's like Kazuhira Miller in the Phantom Pain, and he's just walking around with his sunglasses, and he's like, "Ugh, why are we here? Just to suffer. Snake, boss, stuff is happening. I don't know what it is because it's fucking Metal Gear Solid, but shit's going down.
It's
There's
just
a
always
lady.
happening in Metal
She
Gear
has a
Solid.
gas mask, and a guy's on fire.
Hell yeah.
What the fuck is happening?"
I would love
It's
to
called
have
Fuel
an
Rags.
interview with the creators at the end of season 2 and be like, so what will Waldrick be doing in season 3? And they're like, oh, well,
Who?
he... like they think they want to tell, and I'm just like, he's not dead. No, he's not. Why would you say that?
No.
And then they're like, yeah, I guess we don't know. It wasn't really confirmed. It's like, exactly. Have you spoken to the actor? Is he interested in coming back? I think he should, you guys, don't ruin this opportunity. And if we could get the fan base to do the Morbius thing...
It's
You can do a
Waldrick
petition,
time.
like the petition to bring back restore Waldrick. Even it would definitely beat the Acolyte one.
That board meeting where they're like, there's not much hype for Rings of Power, but there is for Waldrick. We're going to get on this. I don't know.
It's a lot of interaction with Waldrick.
Sauron played us like a damn fiddle. A woman walks up to the queen at the
Ew.
funeral,
That's so funny. I love that scene.
which is disgusting. I would say, do not approach me. Do not come anywhere near me. But the queen, on account of her being blind, doesn't really see this happen. And this woman asks, "Is this how we repay our fallen?" And she has a shell in her hand.
I guess they
so
put a shell
I
up
guess,
for every dead person. Is that how that works?
Maybe, or it's just shells are just decorative because there's a whole jar. You could see
Yeah, it's like a whole
big,
thing
big
of
old
shells, huh?
jars of shells, big old shell jars. Maybe it's just because they're an island kingdom, so they have a lot of ocean-related decor. I don't know, but she has one in her hand, so it seems to be that she is not referring to the funeral itself. It's about the fact that Numenor has lost all of these soldiers in Middle Earth when they got sent over there to deal with the orcs.
Yeah,
And a
'cause,
lot of people probably have a lot of questions about what the fuck that was.
well, okay, because yeah, we see Elendil putting one down, and I guess his daughter is like, "You didn't even say that was for Isildur. You won't even say that." That's probably what she's talking about. So I guess one shell equals one person you're mourning because they have died, and they're all over the king's coffin thing. So I guess
thought it
that
was
makes
more like just like a cultural thing they do to anyone
well, you
who
know,
dies.
like in
like,
Hot
I
D,
thought it was
lighting a
decorative
candle
too.
like
per
whoever,
person.
like
you mourn.
everyone who, yeah, everyone. No, yeah, I know what you mean. I thought it would be more like just whoever many people come to your funeral, like everyone puts like a shell on your thing.
Could be that as well. I'm not.
really.
Matter of respect. That's what I thought.
Well, the reason why I wanted to just kind of clear that up, if possible, is because that lady's really mad, and I'm not sure I understand really why.
I don't
Same.
understand what they understand.
Yeah, what's the story? Who told who
Yeah,
what?
'cause the-
Okay,
the
so
thing is
you're
Oh,
a
go ahead,
lady,
Chris.
right? You're gonna be Shell Lady. But also, it's hilarious that she goes up to the blind woman, holds out a shell, and says, "Is this how we repair a fallen?" That's fucking hilarious.
You're gonna have to be more specific. I
Now that we've
can't see.
Now that we've established this lady's a dick. All right? If you are her, if you're a random Numenorian, life is just carrying on. Things are great. We got our shells, we got our guilds, and there's no elves. And then all of a sudden, there is an elf. Apparently, this Elendil guy has picked up an elf randomly floating around in the ocean, brought her back to Numenor because he says the sea's always right. But you're not supposed to bring elves to Numenor. That's treason.
Let her
But it's
drown.
okay. He
Let
gets
her
away
drown.
with it. I guess it's whatever. He gets, maybe it's just like an old thing, whatever. But he gets away with it. Now, this elf, the entire time this elf is here, the elf is like, I don't want to be here. I want to be in Middle Earth. And I'm going to convince you to not bring your army, but to create and raise an army so that it can come with us on these 3 boats so that we can go, because she says there are orcs in the Southlands and we got to go kill them. You Numenorians, you need to come over to Middle Earth and kill the orcs in the Southlands, because this elf convinces the queen that it just so happens, by an insane coincidence, she met the king of the Southlands, who was also floating around on a little raft in the middle of the ocean. And she said, man, this guy's the king of the Southlands. We got to go kill the orcs. So the queen's like, yeah, we got to do that, or else something mystical will happen and Numenor will explode. And so we make this army, we go over there, fucking tragedy, all right? We kill like 20 orcs, and then a volcano explodes. And then, like, so many people die, so many Numenorians die from that. And then after
like
that
50.
one battle, after that one 10-minute battle in the mountain explosion, they come back. The queen is blind. A bunch of people got killed, and the king's dead. What the fuck is happening? What is going on here? I did not vote for this. Here is a shell.
Here's a
Is this
shell.
how we mourn our fallen?
Well, it sounds like you build up to explain why she's pissed, but I just don't understand why the story isn't pretty straightforward. We went there. We did save them. It was going great until an old man stuck a key in a fucking thing and a dam opened up.
Which they don't know. They don't
No,
know
they
that.
don't know that.
No one knows what Waldreg did for this world.
But like, why wouldn't the story be we went there full force and we got fucking repelled hard? It was horrifying. We're not ready for this force that's on the other side of the world. Like, why would that be seen as, well, you shouldn't have fucking got? It's like, well, we tried to help those people, the Southlanders. They're all dead now.
Well, what I want to know is, wouldn't the Numenorians consider, with what they've been sort of, illustrated to be, why wouldn't they consider the explosion of this fire mountain to be like a sign from the gods that they fucked up hardcore? They don't know anything about Waldreg and the sword, and
we need a Green Council scene with a bunch of people who have different perspectives in Numenor. One that like Elendil, who can be like, this is what happened, and it's pretty reasonable, and it's just unfortunate. And then someone who can be like the religious zealot, someone who can try and contextualize it and write a different. It'd be like, I don't think you're telling us the whole truth. I think you actually went there for other reasons, or blah blah blah. And then back and forth, political squabbling, and then implications that whispers are being moved around the kingdom. Because to just fucking throw this on me. Like her slapping the queen who got blinded saving soldiers?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Look,
At a
insane.
funeral?
Saving soldiers from a
Also,
place that she put them in, which will be the point of confusion. But like the problem is that they don't have a figurehead for the other points of view because they, for some inexplicable reason, decided that they would have Pharazôn support the war in season 1. So they don't have anyone who can sort of stand and give the case against what happened, which would make all of this understandable, because the good people and the bad people both think that that was the right thing to do, which is just a really bizarre writing choice. Why would you have that? You didn't need to do that. Like, Pharazôn could be convinced to go back later, but don't have him effectively taking away the conflict, because you kind of need the conflict to understand why people in this situation are pissed off with the queen.
You could make it more. You could make it interesting that there's just a newer character, but obviously we would want to put them way earlier, set them up. But let's say there was like a political sort of guy who's getting in the way and getting everyone to blah blah blah, and then we get the scene that you realize he's working for Pharazôn, he's getting paid by him, he doesn't actually believe in any
Lord
of it.
Belzegar, we have the character, but
they're not using.
Well. Exactly. Yeah.
It's not interesting. It's just confusing to me. I'm like, oh, I guess the whole play.
I mean,
this is the thing. Whenever they have a scene in Numenor and they just it's like the writer being like, "This is the situation now," and I'm like, oh, okay, that's the situation now. Very well, if you say so.
She says that she lost her son, right? So that's the motive.
No, but that's
she's so mad.
This is what I mean.
It's so weird because this is the king's funeral. Imagine going to someone else's funeral and being
That's
like,
what I
"How
was
come
about
you're
to
not
say.
mourning my son?"
Yeah,
because you're an
Of course,
asshole,
but-
lady.
No,
Yeah,
but
but
you guys aren't women. You don't understand.
Not true.
Thank
Have you
God.
never gone to someone's funeral and slapped their child? Like,
I do that
why
all the
would you have
time.
done
It's
that?
fantastic. It's really fun.
Absolutely.
There's that, but there's also just I
Sorry
want
to
to
hear about
know.
your dad's.
Do they actually? Because as Rag said, you can definitely have a perspective that it's like a religious moment of the particular god punishing them, whatever. But is there anyone who's like trying to argue, guys, we won, we did it, it was great, and then the fucking volcano went off? What do you want us to do about it? Like, we tried.
Yeah, that's not explode at all.
I think that's what Muriel potentially believes, although it's very, very unclear because
This
all we
is
have.
what Muriel potentially believes.
Well,
It's really well written.
Yeah, because at the end of season 7, we have the scene where Galadriel kind of shows up and she's like, "Oh, fucking hell, the queen's blind. What have I done?" And then Muriel kind of spins it on its head and says, save your tears for our enemies because they don't know what they have unleashed. So Muriel at this point, unless she's changed her mind off screen, of course, we're supposed to believe intends to go back to what is now Mordor with even more soldiers, which means
So much for
basically that she doesn't understand that the whole reason why all of that happened is because she was essentially tricked by Galadriel's claim that Halbrand was the king of the Southlands. Because, she went there to put Halbrand on the throne and unite the people, which is also, like Platoon said, what Pharazôn wanted for some reason, thinking that they'd get paid like tribute forever. And what ended up happening is they killed like 50 orcs and saved like 20 people, and then the volcano went off, and I think we're supposed to infer that somewhere around 350 Numenorians died.
There were not that many there.
Maybe.
Well, because there were 500 soldiers that were going to go, and if we assume that they crammed 500 soldiers into the 3 remaining boats, they only came back with 1 boat. So I was figuring maybe they lost somewhere around 300 to 350 people because you're not bringing 500 people back in 1 boat. Also, this doesn't really change the explanation before, but regarding the shells that the woman picks up and says, "Is this how we treat our fallen?" or whatever it is, we do see in a later episode they do a little like candle ritual where they put the candle on the shell to like pray for the lives or for the safe return of their soldiers or something. So it does have a religious, superstitious. It does have a kind of, I guess, spiritual.
Something
meaning.
is happening, is what you're saying. We have information to know something is going on there. Like,
but the shells are more than just shells. We just don't know this yet.
It's just also, as already been said, this is like the king's funeral, so the soldiers will probably get their own ceremony, probably on sea, with like a whole big ceremony, everybody yelling the sea is right or something along those lines. Maybe they throw some shells in the water, I don't know. But the way it's like portrayed here, like this hasn't happened yet, and apparently will never happen because she's so angry she slaps the queen or the queen regent or whatever.
I do love this meme, by the way.
Crazy.
Yeah, fucking best ship design in the world.
Mithril fuel, damn.
Yeah, man. High tech shit.
It goes really fast. That's why.
I like that there's like Galadriel's room.
Yeah.
And highly flammable wine because obviously the ships explode.
Yeah.
That's the turbo elevator as well in between there. It's not labeled properly, but shit gets you there. So you just made me think about something as well. Like, it would be really hilarious if there were pen pals for any given elf and, like a Numenorian. And after what's happened with Halbrand and the reveal in Lindon of who he is, like all the elves there know. Imagine they just sent like mail being like, that King of the Southlands guy, and the Numenorian's like, yeah, and he's like,
no, but they all have to go through that one area in the spooky forest though. So.
Oh no, this is email. This is different, so it's fine. Like, but like if that word got out in Numenor, like it's like we got tricked into putting literally Satan back in his throne. By the way, I feel like that would actually be much more useful to the story to subvert Miriel. But they don't use it.
Well, yeah, because it would give Pharazôn a very, very viable reason for being like, the elves are pricks. Look what this one did.
Well,
like, because
you could make
Galadriel's fault, right?
You could make him not cringe. He could be like, listen, I respect you, and I think you're a wonderful woman, but your decisions have led to the most destruction our culture has ever experienced. Maybe it's time to understand that certain roles are not meant for certain people. Like you could play it that way instead of they make him like the more the episodes go on, the more cartoony he gets.
Yeah, or like say the people will not support you after what happened.
Yeah, and he'd be like,
step down for a while.
You don't have to be queen just because like you were his daughter. That's not how you can make something meaningful out of it. You could actually make him seem like he cares about her. And then, of course, you can have it in the background. He's like Littlefinger or something. He's like, I don't actually care about her. She's a woman. I hate her.
Also, like, that just reminded me. So no one anywhere acknowledges that Halbrand is supposed to be the king of the Southlands anymore, even though really everyone should know that apart from the elves at this point. So it's not mentioned by any of the Southlanders. It's not mentioned by any of Numenor. They just the idea that Halbrand is the king of the Southlands. And he, he was injured, and is he still alive?
Random, wait, what
not
if
mentioned again?
What if everyone thinks he died because there's no way he would have survived the trip when he was injured?
Well, yeah. Where did that where did that Halbrand? First off, where is Waldrick? Is he safe? Is he all right? Where that guy you said was the king of the Southlands and was like an instrumental point in this whole catastrophe, our own personal Afghanistan. Where is he?
He got captured by the elves?
When they said like, oh god, he's super injured, he needs elf medicine, and you need to ride 7 days or whatever. I just feel like everyone there was like, oh yeah, you'll make it for sure. And then when he left, they were like, that's a pity, he's dead. Anyway, moving on.
For a king.
Just assume
but then you have like these Southlanders that have been released by Adar allegedly, so they should probably go around. The king saved us. He did a deal, and it's all awesome.
Yeah, I'll have to see what that goes.
These people around as well.
I guess they could have. They could have had like a second coffin at this funeral and just had it be like an empty coffin to symbolize the deceased king of the Southlands. Because the Numenorians would be like, yeah, there's no way he survived. This is for Halbrand. He was king for a day, quite literally. But that would have obviously been very, very funny.
Dude, it's just waiting there though to be like, first of all, not dead, and then they all go, it's like, no, that's not the shocking information. He's Sauron.
What? Guys, our intelligence was really bad.
Really bad.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently he was about to just go chill somewhere, and then this crazy elf bitch was like, no, you're the king actually, and now he's evil again.
And then they can be like, has Galadriel been punished? And they're like, no.
No, she has like a
she
crazy
got a ring of power.
She got a ring of power.
Punished with more power.
She got mega promoted, actually. Oh yeah, so the woman slaps Miriel. Because Miriel said, this is only the beginning of our mourning.
Slapping a blind person feels especially rude.
Like Elendil and the guards don't. I don't know how this woman was able to get anywhere near the queen, even like especially because she
telegraphs that hit so hard. She's like step, lift, slap, and it's like Elendil.
Yeah,
like I guess if at this funeral it would be a lot of people would want to go up to her and pay their respects, so it would be like normal for people to go up to the queen, but to slap her like that, Elendil, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Maybe he's just so I don't know. Maybe this is just so unheard of. Maybe this is just doesn't happen. But anyway, after Miriel gets slapped, which is worse, by the way, when you're blind because you don't see it coming.
I
It
do
just
have a
happens.
question about the blindness, actually, which is like, how widely known is this? Because she tries to hide
They
it
just
in
think she's
season one.
ignoring everybody.
They do. Like, she tries to hide it in season one, but then sometimes she wears a little like headband, eye band, whatever the fuck you'd call it, blindfold. That's the one. Sometimes she wears that in public, but then here she's not wearing it, and there's clearly like a rumor going around because some people say she's impaired, but I haven't got the impression that it's sort of widely known. So they might genuinely think that she's just ignoring them, because
one
why would she
mentions
not
it,
just be
as far as I
permanently
know.
wearing a blindfold?
There is a mention of
I
her
think
being
I had
blind.
that
Not very
impression, but it got
stylish.
mentioned later. Yeah, I was like, wait, did I actually know that she's blind? But I think they mention it later in the episode.
This is
Yeah,
where
but they're the conspirators, aren't they? And that's the thing that confuses me, because like they almost go to play it as a point of tension. I thought this is what they were doing when there's the later bit when Farrison presents the two colors of robe, and I thought, well, okay, this is going to be the bit where he finds out, or like he exploits the fact that she's blind because she can't tell the difference. They don't do that,
No.
but the only people who do seem to know she's blind are the people directly involved in the conspiracy, and not necessarily the they people. So I have no idea how widely acknowledged it is, given that she did try to hide it first.
I think the show is just expecting us to believe that everyone in Numenor knows it, which is why they're not mentioning it.
Yeah.
It's just a given
Yeah.
because she
Well, it's actually
someone,
a callback to earlier in this episode. This is actually a reference to the beginning of this episode, because to Muriel, all forests are black.
because she can't see.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, true.
So I was gonna say that they've always missed opportunities, and you could have Farazan be like, "I'm gonna reveal the truth to the people. I believe that she is blind," and there's all these people like, "She's not blind." And he's like, "No, she's blind," and he's gonna prove it by the big ceremony, and he gets everyone to agree: do not laugh, don't say anything. I'm gonna come in dressed as a clown, full makeup, and she's the only one that won't know I'm gonna do this. And we'll see if she reacts. And he walks right up to her, and she's just like, "Hello," and he's like, "Yeah, you fucking blind." Like, I knew it. Like, dressed as a clown, and then they could all burst out laughing. It'd be a great scene, and I just think it suits Rings of Power, but never mind.
It does.
All right. So, let's see. She says that she tells the guards and everyone not to instantly execute / jail this woman who just assaulted the queen at her father's funeral.
Yeah. The gods kind of suck for
bit
not
of a-
stopping her, by the way. But,
Oh,
what's-
Numenorian gods are ass, dude.
yeah.
Considered a mild faux pas.
Oh,
socially
sorry.
speaking.
That's someone just
Yeah.
mentioned honk honk, and I was like, that's a great payoff too. They hug, and then his nose hits her back or something, and it honks, and then she has that moment of realizing, oh no, he's dressed as a clown. I should have pointed that out. Fuck.
She feels the afro hair. Like,
When she comes in here, no one say anything.
And then as he's walking away, she's like, I know you are dressed as a clown. I did not want to embarrass you. And he's like, yeah, okay, yeah.
yeah, sure.
Um, so yeah,
I'd watch it.
we learned that the woman lost a son in now Mordor. So yeah. Anyway, Muriel should be furious with Galadriel based on what she was told and the plan that happened and what's going on with Halbrand being Sauron.
There's
what
only
a
so
mess.
angry anyone can be with
Already-
Galadriel. They just don't allow it, you know.
Kind of. Then it loops back into apathy because that's kind of where we are. We're just like, yeah, she's awful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, our bandwidth it's not there like it used to be.
So, like, as far as Muriel can be aware at this point, the reason why she is blind and hundreds of Numenorians died is a combination of Galadriel's fault and the Valar's fault. But that is not ever addressed.
Yeah.
You would think that it might change her outlook on life perhaps a little bit, but it does not.
Oh yeah, there's
So-
a few moments like that, like all the way through season 1, when she says, "There's a prophecy that my entire world is going to drown, and it's all because you came to this city." And like, she never acts as though that is actually information she has, because then she just has these nice little formal chats with Galadriel and ends up giving her an army, which is not the kind of thing you do if you think that person's about to destroy your entire world. So like,
Yeah.
none of these people ever act in accordance with the information they are supposed to have. ever.
You might have actually sent her back to Middle Earth as she requested when she arrived there.
Yeah.
Well, that was going to happen until we got the scene with the petals from the white tree, which that's why, like, I guess the whole reason why she ends up doing it is because she is so, lack of a better word, faithful.
I
She
love that
genuinely
idea.
believes
That was going to
Superstitious.
happen later, but originally she was like a prisoner in Numenor for quite some time before that.
Oh, the
And they
good
were
times.
sticking her on the boat
The
to
good
exile her, and then some wind blew and some leaves
Yep.
fell off a tree, and she's like, "Oh my god, the gods are crying. We must completely reverse course.
Me too.
Foreign
Me too.
policy decided by the fucking."
Uh-oh.
Or have you lost me?
Hello?
Oh.
Oh,
Hello,
Oh,
everyone.
okay, we're good.
We're back.
good.
Yep,
We're back.
That was terrifying. We're okay.
That was
Yeah.
terrifying.
I
But
felt
you know
alone.
what? We're okay. We're all
We're
good.
okay.
We're all good. We all made it.
We're
Which
alive.
means we get to talk about the next scene.
Hooray!
Yay.
All right. So
No,
Yeah.
goddamn color one.
we assume that later that night, Farazan goes up to Muriel's room, place, whatever, and she's feeling up the bracelet that was the key that her father used to unlock the secret Palantir room up at the top of the tower. Because I guess nobody knew about it except for the king and Muriel. I guess that there was a whole room up there and there was a special door that had a secret lock on it, and no one was like, wow, that's an odd way to secure the broom cupboard. But no, turns out I guess no one knew about it except those two.
Yeah.
So okay, sure, I guess.
Oh, she hides it behind her back, but he can fucking totally see it
This-
from where he's standing.
Yeah, this
He
is
also
pretty
doesn't know
funny.
where he's. He
Like,
also doesn't know exactly where he stands. So
well, she could also just put it
not
fucking
be
back in and be like, yeah, just
Yeah.
a bracelet,
Yeah.
whatever. Put it back in the fucking box. Close the box, idiot. God, this
My
seems
dad.
dumb. Like, the effort they try to show that she's kind of listening to him to balance where she would place the bracelet to best avoid him seeing it, when he's probably seen it already. He's got eyes.
Oh, yeah.
He does look down, like in the scene as well. Like he looks straight at it.
Well, the fact
Yeah,
is,
he's like, oh, your father's things.
He
She's
says,
like,
have you
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
of the
He already
Streisand
knows.
effect to her? And she says, the what effect? And he's
Yeah.
like, it's when you try to, make so that people can't see a thing, and then that makes the thing that much more interesting. I now wonder what that bracelet is, and I want it. Because
Yep.
you keep hiding
Bracelet,
it from
what's
me.
that? What's a bracelet? I don't know. What's a bracelet? I don't even know.
Yep.
I wouldn't
I
have
don't- I
given
don't
a
have
shit
a-
if you had just said, yeah, this is a fucking bracelet, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yep, this was my father's bracelet. Yep, he really liked it.
I really love my father,
Anyway,
so
what's
I want to keep it.
Yeah, he goes in and he's like, "Oh, you're the father's stuff," and she's like, "Yeah," and then she acts really suspicious, weirdly. And then he tells a story about when his father died. It felt odd to like not drink the wine that he had left from the night before to waste it, something like that. But whatever, it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's like this great dialogue where he does like this whole anecdote, and you're like, "Oh, are they going to engage in this conversation? Like, are you trying to tell me I should do something even though he's gone?" She's just like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" I was like, "Oh, I guess we're done
Yeah,
with it now."
like maybe in House of the Dragon or what some other show, like there would be a point to the dialogue, but no.
Once again, though, missing the comedic opportunities. If he was circling her while talking, and she kept
Be
moving
blind
the
person.
bracelet around her in a big counter circle, and the last thing he said was behind, like in front of her, so she had it behind her, and then he doesn't speak for a little bit, and then the next thing he says is directly behind her, like actually takes the bracelet off her, and she'd be
He
like,
gets
"Fuck!"
on the bed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now she quickly moves it to the front again. Like,
He just does
So,
stop trolling her, like walks silently to the other side of the room, goes, "So," and then runs over to the other side silently and goes, "What have you been doing?" And she's like, "What are you doing? Why are you doing that?"
But it's yeah, I guess Farazan's telling her about, his dead father, and she's like, "What do you want?" So guys, she doesn't really like him. I think it's implied that they are sort of political opponents. We haven't really got that much on it. They were kind of working together, but they were a little bit opposed, and he didn't want to go. But then he's like, I guess we could. It might work out to our benefit to have the Southland guys like us, and that might be neat. But then it turns out he was Sauron, so
Rip.
that didn't pan out well. But you
Farazan-
can't really blame us for that.
He only supported somewhat in an effort to get her out of here, so he could work on building people up to support him, right? Is that the idea? Like, that he wanted to go on? Because when she
Can
comes
get
back with the
something out of it.
flags and stuff, right? The big spooky ending of season 1 is like, oh god, what's going on? I thought with the flags about being loyal to him instead of her or something. I don't remember.
No one remembers who watches the show could tell you anything about the political situation of Numenor. I just don't think that much time or effort or focus was placed on it, and now it's like they're trying to do some catch-up work with, oh, we got some political intrigue with Pharazôn.
Apparently, Discord is misbehaving.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
mine keeps cutting
Singapore.
out.
all right. We should be back now. Singapore saved us. But I was saying, yeah, there seems to be this whole political Numenorian situation that's very poorly explained, elaborated on. It's hard to remember, and now they're leaning into it again, and here we are.
I think that the
And
sum
I don't.
total of it from season 1 is literally like Queenie says go to war, and Pharazôn's son and Isildur's sister say no, don't go to war. Pharazôn's son goes to Pharazôn and say we don't want to go to war. Why aren't you stopping it? And he says because betrayed roots, and I'm not going to stop it because we'll be rich. And then they go to war, and then they come back, and the king is dead. That's basically the entire thing.
I think
There's
so.
nothing
I
else.
think it's
going on.
basically
Like, he
it, yeah.
marshals. He's portrayed as more of the demagogue and the master of the opinions of poor
There
people.
is,
But like that's it.
I feel, a bit of a competition sometimes between Numenor and not Gandalf scenes for just most worthless, boring crap that you want to get through.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've made so much of discussing Numenor because all of our criticism / discussion is basically speculation. Like, what does this mean? What does this character want? Who knows? Like, why don't you run a couple of examples? It's like, all right, here we go.
Like funny what they try to do here and just compare it to like House of the Dragon or something. It's like, man, that's really embarrassing.
Yeah.
So when Muriel asks him why Pharazôn is here, and Pharazôn wants to know what she's hiding behind her back, and he'll tell her why he's here.
And she's like, nothing.
Nothing. Moves around, puts the bracelet on. See, it's nothing.
Puts it in her ass. I had nothing. Like, I told
His
you.
whole reason for being here is literally just, hey, what color do you want to wear tomorrow? And that's kind of
She
it.
should she needs to
There's
have
nothing else.
a full-time bodyguard. She needs a queen's guard that should be with her at all times.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
super trusted to be her eyes at this point. Like, more, you should probably have it anyway. But when you're blind,
That's very cynical and fucks her.
Yeah,
why not?
like Vertigo to
just-
Salazar. Very true.
you should have someone to just make sure no one's fucking with you. Like, if Pharazôn is just actually naked, he's like, you don't know. You can't see.
Just helicoptering her the whole time.
But he has the Hong Kong horn nose, the clown outfit.
Are you dressed as a clown again, Pharazôn?
No.
No.
Every time he steps, you get the little squeak. Oh, he's really booking. Wow, look at him. Not
I
looking
see
at
your
him.
ears are as healthy as they've always been.
It sounded like ducks, more like.
Well-
Like somebody was
well-
running with shoes that
You
were
have
like
duck sounds coming out of your clown shoes?
Yeah,
Ooh, all right.
it
well,
it is a fantasy world. You know, they're not as
yeah, magic.
well,
you know it's a little bit different. It's a little
nothing
bit
makes
different
sense.
back then. You know?
Is that what
Is that
means?
so
Gee.
beyond making sense? to
First
make-
off, nothing does make sense.
Yeah.
So yes,
Yeah, but
because-
that's not because it's a fantasy show. It's because it's bad.
fantasy means things don't make sense. Is what Rings of Power has taught me.
No.
Sci-fi is things that
Pharazôn
don't make
for
sense but
instance-
might one day.
For instance, right? Pharazôn asks, "Tell me what you have behind your back, and I'll tell you while I'm here." And she says nothing, and he says, "Okay."
Well,
Mhm.
So boom, there you go.
Moving on.
Yeah, he says it's time for her to choose a color for her gown for the coronation. So we have our symbolism here. Red is
It's red.
for the future, and white represents the past.
Well,
which is
bear in
odd
mind also
symbolism.
the purple prose again, because everybody speaks in purple prose in this show. They can never just speak plainly. It's so
Oh.
annoying.
Yeah, what does
Yeah.
he say about like her father stuff? It's like these are like keys to a door that will no longer open. It's something like that. Some bullshit metaphor or
Yeah.
simile.
It's
Crimson for
actually like
Numenor's
unbelievable
future
that they
or
keep
white
doing that.
Past.
Like, god damn, just talk like normal
just-
people.
Yeah.
Like this scene just drove me insane because they were just so ham-fisted with what they tell us the meaning of these two colors are, which then like visually pops up later on.
hmm
But the meanings that they assign these colors are not what they would usually be associated with. So I actually ended up looking it up, and it's like he says that white symbolizes the past, but like if anything, white symbolizes like a clean start and a new beginning.
If that's how they want Numenorian culture to be, okay, I guess, but it's not what I would have intuited from what those colors typically mean to people.
No,
It's
he
like
does say, like, white is the past because it's the one her father wore. So to break from the past is to break from her father by wearing the red instead. So like that's about as deep as it gets. But like there is a kind of explanation for it.
Yeah, because she says she remembered that her father wore this is actually quite confusing, and it will be extra confusing when we reach the end of the episode. She says, "My father wore white. That's all I can recall. That and an eagle."
Say no more. Let's keep going.
All right. Because and then he says, "It is rare for an eagle to grace a coronation," which made me go like, but if you have one on you, it's guaranteed. But I guess it's not normal that an eagle.
When saying that, it's like, right, so an eagle is going to show up then.
Yeah,
we
so
went over this.
okay, so...
There's a deleted scene where he pays off the eagle in an alleyway, so it's definitely happening.
Oh,
yeah,
see.
he says,
right.
he's... Yeah, Farazan says...
Did he give him, like, birdseed?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They leave one out there, which is considered cheating, kind of, to leave the birdseed and dead rats and things out there for them, or live rats on the little strings to lure them in. Gets considered in bad form to trick the eagle or to lure it there, because Farazan said should an eagle make an appearance at your coronation, it would be seen as an auspicious omen. So,
Except that the eagle appeared at her father's coronation, and then they deposed him anyway. So evidently, it's not that auspicious.
Well, it was good at the time.
Yeah, the Eagles,
good at the time.
They don't promise permanent good shit. They're like, we're coming to tell you. They thumb it up, and then they're like, it might not be great forever, though. Bye.
Just comes down and says, this is a good ceremony, and I'm not saying anything more than that, but the ceremony is good.
Like, what do you think, Eagle? And he's like, I don't want to get political. I like the guy. I think I just, it feels like the kind of guy you want to have a beer with, you know? And they're like, yeah, true. And he's like, yeah.
Oh my god, he's gonna fly drunk after this, isn't he? Oh, we remember what happened last time. Bumped into the King's Tower. Oof. It wasn't the King's Tower at the time, it was just a tower. An eagle has hit the second tower. Oh god.
No.
So Farazan, he's like, yo, which color? You wanna wear the crimson or the white? And she's like, yo, I'm gonna wear white. And so Farazan wants her to wear red. He says he prefers the red, that it will symbolize a new monarch for a new age, and the people want, change. And then she says the white because it is humbler. So, yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, all right. Yes, there you go. Next scene. There's a tavern. There's a tavern down there in Numenor, and Farazan and Belzegar and Kemen and Aarion are all sitting at the table, and they're drinking and eating their salad.
This scene is so bad.
No, this is great.
Which was really the good scene up to this point?
This one really sucks.
Well, the horse one where Barrack
Yes,
the horsey saving.
It's been a long time since we've had a good scene, right?
The best scene was just a horse running across a field.
But this one really sucks. Like,
yeah, this one's really great. This is a good one. So in this tavern, all of these characters they're talking that night in the old quarter. After the funeral, we learn. Now Belzegar is talking about he doesn't think Muriel's fit to rule. He says she suffered an infirmity, probably referring to the fact she's a woman. And Farazan wants him to lower his voice. He's like, don't do that. You can't say that. We have a big sort of, as you know, moment where we learn that Farazan
on episode 300.
Yes, as you know, this is bad writing. This is bad dialogue. Farazan, as you know, Farazan, you are almost named king in Muriel's place. Wow. And as you know, much of this land still believes that yours was the better claim. And after Muriel's warmongering, many are ready to raise it again.
Anything else you want to
now that we're all
remind
on
me
the same
of?
page, now that we're all on the same page as to Farazan's backstory, Farazan says that many aren't enough to get him in power. So I suppose there is indeed a sort of election or choosing process that happens. And while it's kind of assumed that Muriel will take over, it is possible, I assume, to challenge politically or contest the claim of the successor to a king. And they have a little get together, cast votes, there's a decisions, whatever made, and a new person can be chosen instead. I think that's all we kind of really know. We don't know much about the process.
You would assume that would happen before the fucking coronation, though, but
you
know,
would,
details.
But you never know. They have a
True.
flair for the dramatic, and boy,
Yeah,
I love drama. So Aarian asks, "What if there was a way to turn many into enough?" Great line.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great line.
Yeah, amazing.
They say, Arian, can you please stop talking about percentages again? And she's like, what, 30,000, 6 million, it's all bad either way. And they're like, you need to stop talking about that, please. She said she's afraid of what might happen if Farazan is made to replace the king. So she says Muriel's afraid or whatever. So yeah,
I thought she was worried about what happened to herself when she.
Yeah, what will happen to her if she supports Farazan? Yeah.
So, yeah, like or whether it would be bad, not necessarily for Farazan to take over, but what would actually happen if Muriel were to be, if you set that kind of, I guess, political precedent and you do something that doesn't normally get done, I guess.
She would have to openly like oppose the queen, and like what would happen to her if she does that?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Well,
but yeah, there's also the fact that they're
literally punch the queen and nothing gets done.
Yes,
that's also true.
He gives you a hug and you can share a cry together because that's
she pose her and she hugs you.
Numenor should change its electoral system to where it works like Wakanda. Just fight to the death.
Yes.
Oh god.
Farazan fights a blind woman.
That's what I mean. They miss their opportunities for comedy every time. Clown Farazan versus blind Muriel. That would be fucking great.
Yes, let's go.
Yeah. Oh no. So she can't see anything. So they have to nerf Farazan and say, so you have to wear these clown shoes because otherwise it's just not fair. She has to be able to hear where
you have to be riding a unicycle. You have to do the whole thing on a unicycle.
They do like Numenorian Gladiator, like a show where they have the big Q-tips and they have to hit each other with them on like pillars or whatnot. But she's blind. She has a huge disadvantage.
Yeah. I think
there's no way to actually even it out.
The line she said there was like where she's worried what happens to her if she has to oppose the queen. I think this is where my thought about the whole treason thing came up that I talked about before we went live, actually. Because obviously, because I was like, oh, you're just discussing this whole treasonous stuff here in the open between all these people. Shouldn't you like go somewhere else and not do that?
Surely you have.
Like it is insane to discuss.
Surely you
this
have
publicly.
a villa somewhere or something where you can talk about this shit, you know. But now let's talk about this in a small ass tavern when people are sitting like 2 feet away from us.
Well, and it's particularly crazy for Farazan, who's trying to hide any notion that he's trying to subvert her in any way. He's just publicly talking with people about how he wants to get rid of her. It's like, bro. All of these people
I like how he's
very fucking stupid.
He starts with, oh, that's the L speaking. Then he says one more thing. It's like, hang on, dude, say more? Like, he doesn't even try to stop him anymore. It's like, oh, there's people that like me? I like being liked.
Yeah, I get the idea of like Farazan not wanting to make it particularly public that he is wanting to oppose the queen, but without like splitting hairs here, would this count as treason if they do have an electoral system?
I guess you're allowed to.
Okay,
consider it or talk
whether
about
or
it.
not
I think depends on what image he wants to have, right? Because in all previous scenes, he has been shown to support her actions.
I was going to say there's repercussions for this, whether or not we understand it to be legal or illegal talk or whatever. It's like this is out of character for him, and it could damage him significantly in his running for. Yeah. If this is like, yeah, by the way, he's been trying to fuck her over forever. That's just what Farazan's been up to. You're like, oh, that could you know, affect his profile in some way, shape, or form. In ways that, and all of these people should be smarter than this. They're all like fucking puppeteers of politics, but they decide to have this conversation here of all places.
Well, I mean, walk past to hear it.
Yeah, like this conversation taking place, I think is probably okay as long as Farazan is not personally here.
I think I'd still take issue
Yeah,
with
yeah.
it. I'd still think these people are too
Even
smart for
then-
this.
It's
Would-
double weird because
be
the
slightly better,
because the
but yeah.
Valandiel specifies like, oh, why are you here in these poor quarters? Don't you go to your fancy things all the time?
Yeah, I was like, wait, so you
Mhm.
specifically went to a place that was actually like less inconspicuous
that you don't
Yeah.
know about at all.
to have this conversation.
It's like
What
saying,
about
yeah,
you?
would you like to come around to my house and discuss treason? No, let's do it in the pub. It's like,
Do it at the
that's
pub. I want to have a
not-
pint.
The small ass pub as well. Yeah. Oh,
It's bigger. There's more rooms. This is more than
Mhm.
you know the whole thing. This is like the
my
little
po- my
guest
point
room
is
you
more
can
that
get
there
in
are
the back.
people like right next to them. It's not a big open area with lots of noise and shit.
Well, I don't know why you would imply that nearby people can hear what they've been up to because
Why would I
Valandil
do
shows
that?
up.
Yeah.
Valandil shows up. You guys remember Valandil? He was
that
the
his name?
Afro guy. Yeah.
His name is
that's his-
Valandil, and he's probably the only competent character in Rings of Power.
So
Wow.
far.
Nah.
Am I being biased here? Because maybe it's because I was like, come on,
Well,
there's
it
got to be
just feels
one.
weird
Maybe-
that
I don't know.
like, are we all just
Lord
accepting
Galadriel.
Waldrig as a given, right?
I think
Oh,
the
no.
reason why-
Morog is
Baldur's
very
together.
competent. Yeah.
The reason why I find it interesting that you say that is essentially because this scene is this conversation happening, him going, nah, don't go doing that, leaving, and they're like, so anyway, back to the conversation that we're
Yeah.
having.
Yeah.
Throwing the queen.
I was
Like he didn't even achieve anything here.
Yeah,
well,
and he also doesn't
what
tell
I was
anyone about it.
expecting to happen afterwards is because of the way that scene ends up going. Is I was fully expecting him to just kind of hang around near the pub so that when they leave, he can corner Ar because he knows Arian. We see that in season 1.
Yeah.
He can then corner her and be like, "What the fuck are you doing with those like goblins? You need to, you can't be talking about this kind of stuff. Making these weird."
Well, we
like,
need to
preventable moves and
describe
the
what
rest of it.
actually happens here, and then we'll
Yeah.
talk about what what repercussions may or may not happen. So, Valandil's nearby. He's drinking, and he goes up to the table where all these dudes are talking and chatting about Muriel and support and whatnot. And so, he approaches the table and asks what they're doing in the old quarter, and they said that they're coming back after the funeral. And Valandil kind of says, Valar rest him and keep him, showing respect to the old king. And Kimmin and Valandil get into a little spat, little back and forth. And Kimmin says, pity members of the common soldiery weren't invited to the funeral. And Valandil says, especially considering the low class that was. And everyone's like, oh, wow, what's going down? This is crazy. Now, Kemen stands up, and he says, did you insult my father? And Valandil says, no, I insulted you. And then they get up, and they're standing right in front of each other, and the pub gets quiet, and Valandil says, I bled with the queen on the battlefield. I watched her walk into an inferno to save lives, to save her brother's life. You speak ill of the queen again, it'll be you suffers an infirmity.
Neat.
So,
Savage.
yeah.
So I would say that the normal read, like the normal way that a scene like this would progress, is that it would momentarily stop what's her name from doing anything, right? Like,
Yeah,
isn't that, like,
exactly.
the
That's
normal
what I
way?
would
'Cause
think.
she was about to start speaking. He shows up and says, "Hey, shut the fuck up." And the normal way that the scene would play out after that is she doesn't say it. Like, that speech makes her have second thoughts, right? Even if she wants to go and do whatever bullshit later, like, that's the normal way it would play out. But instead, again, they just sit back down and it's like, so anyway, tell us about how we can concoct our evil plan.
Yeah.
Get
Please
another ale
elaborate.
and tell us about your plan.
And then she says exactly what she was gonna say. So the scene is basically pointless. It's just so that guy can be like, "Hey, Queen's pretty based, yo," and then leave.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
him
then the guy
outing
goes
himself
Queen.
and having the conversation. So he
then
just paints a target on his own back, like that's
Pretty
all he
much.
does basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Valandil
Valandil
says,
doesn't
I like
even
the
do-
queen. She's great.
Yeah, and then he doesn't even do anything with the information, like, at all.
No.
Because I was expecting at the end, it's like, oh, maybe he told someone, and there's like, oh, look out, they maybe tried to
I
do
think
something.
He'd go talk to
I
Elendil
think
probably
that
because
the
he
only-
knew Isildur.
Exactly, yeah.
I think that the only point of this scene is to establish the conflict between him and other guy. I don't
Yeah.
give a fuck about their
Cam-
names.
Cameron-
Like, yeah.
whatever.
That guy, so that they can have a bit of a problem that will
I wish I would
manifest
know the
later
names,
in the
believe me.
story.
Weasley, white guy, and Afro Shad. Is what we can call them.
By the way, him eavesdropping, there's equal reason he should have just let him keep talking. He could have just
Yes.
listened
Oh, yeah.
to their
Would've been
entire
to his
fucking plan.
benefit.
Yeah,
And what's
yeah.
really funny is he's further out of earshot than about what looks to be maybe 15 people.
How loud are they talking?
Yep.
Oh yeah,
He has
all
a
can
really
hear them.
fucking good hearing.
It's just so
They're not
funny.
really
'cause
subtle about it.
if
yeah.
he could hear it, I think everyone in the
Everybody
fucking
can hear it, yeah.
tavern could hear it.
The rest of this tavern must be really fucking quiet, and if you can hear their conversation.
So yeah, Farazan through all this doesn't say or do anything here to help his son or come to his son's defense or anything like that. He just sort of lets things play out, even though Kemen kind of gets has to sort of back down. He's not willing certainly to rise to the kind of the threats that Valandil is implying here. I think it's still implied that Farazan and Kemen don't have a great relationship. They just sort of, is sort of around because I think at the season 1, Farazan was like, "Oh, Kemen's kind of a nerd."
Well, he
Kind of a
scolds him
goober,
specifically
kind of a nerd.
because
Little
Keeman
dingus.
goes and tries to stop the war from happening, and Farazan says, "No, it's good for us. Don't be a fool." And then Keeman goes and blows up the boats, and off-screen, no comeuppance from that at all. But also he's portrayed in season 1 as not being this much of a shit. Like, he has a principled objection to the war. But when he goes onto the boats and he finds that Isildur is sleeping underneath, he doesn't just set fire to them anyway and blow them up. He wakes him up, which is he's a very silly person all the way through, but he's not an evil silly person. Except
Right.
that for season 2's purposes, he really needs to be an evil silly person. So they've just kind of swapped his character at some point between seasons, and now he's just a dick.
Well, like in
That's an
season
evil
1,
face. That's why.
it wasn't. Yeah, in like season 1, I don't even think it was necessarily that he was principally opposed to the war. Like because he doesn't have a character. All that matters is that he is, I guess, romantically interested in Aarion. He just does what she says. She is very much opposed to the war, and we know a little bit more about her than we do about him. And then he just is like, "Oh, I tried talking to my dad, but like he won't listen to me because his ears don't work," or whatever the line was. His ears close up when I speak, I think it was the line.
Oh yeah, and then she says,
Yeah.
"Speak louder." That's the
Yeah,
one.
speak louder.
Oh, yeah.
And then he does.
Great line.
And then Farazan explains why, no, we're going to let this happen because we'll get really rich. And then he still is like, I'm going to blow this up because Poon.
Yeah.
Like that. I don't think it was his
Poon.
principles. I think it was that he wanted to
I
get
have blow
laid.
up because of Poon.
Yeah, he's just a simp, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, they've completely changed his personality in this season, and it gets even more insane in later episodes.
Oh yes.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
Whoa.
Woohoo.
So Aarion sounds that she says
Whoa.
Oh, I can't.
You okay?
I lost the ability
Just
to
think of
speak.
Waldreg, get back on track, you'll be fine.
Oh my god, Waldreg. Oh, sweet Waldreg, guide my
My
tongue.
boy.
All
I
right.
can only get so
Aarion says that she has found something secret and dangerous, something forbidden. And yeah, they show they show Muriel is seen discovering the Palantir is gone. And I think it's implied that Aarion has stolen the Palantir from the King's Tower, which is weird because I don't know when this could have happened. Because it's
It can't
in
have
season
done.
1.
Well, she must have done it immediately
Okay.
when the king told her, which is bullshit
Well-
because before she does that, she yells for guards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess they
Season
never
1.
arrive.
In season 1, she's like, "Oh no, guards, you need to come and help the king. He's choking or doing old stuff or whatever." And she's about
doing
she's
old
able
stuff.
to she's able to go to the secret room. I assume use the Palantir and then
Possibly, maybe.
conceal it from the king and then leave with it all before and without the guards knowing that she took the Palantir, or if the guards even know about the Palantir and the fact that there's a big secret chamber here. And we don't also know what Aarion thinks about the king's warning. We don't get what her perspective is on him being like, "Oh shit, we're gonna die."
We also don't know what she thinks about the elves, and those are the two things that
Yeah.
we need to know for her decision to make sense. Because she, in this season, she hates the elves. So just seeing the Palantir and kind of magically knowing that it's an elven thing is enough for her to say it's evil. But in season 1, she doesn't ever give the impression, I don't think, that she thinks the elves are evil.
No.
She's opposed to the war for reasons that don't exist. But again, like Kemen in this season, has at some point in between seasons been given something like a personality, albeit one with no grounding.
I think when the whole fucking they took our jobs thing happened, she looks kind of concerned. Like that's the only thing we get for that.
I can't believe that happened.
Yeah.
It was so funny,
like,
dude. This
idea
one
that she
elf
is-
on an island are taking all our jobs, man.
It's that slippery slope argument, isn't it?
Yeah, if we allow one in, they will all come here.
It can go from many into enough, or again, whatever the line is. Yeah, like we never really know why Arian is doing any of what she's doing, and part of it's because the show just doesn't let any characters finish their conversations. Because in season 1, she's having fun painting the king or making a statue or whatever it is that she's doing, and then the king says like crazy bullshit to her and opens the door, and then she goes up there, but we don't know exactly why she, what does she think about this? Because he says, you must go, because he thinks that she's Muriel at this point in time, and he says like, you must go quickly but don't look for too long. It's all very vague. I'm a crazy person and I'm going to be crazy in exactly the right way to let the story happen kind of dialogue. But then the flashback that we get at the beginning of this episode was there is still time to save our city or something, which I don't believe ever actually was spoken in season 1. So at that point in time, when she goes up to have a look at the Palantir, I think we're supposed to be thinking, well, okay, she is wanting to help the king because she's doing what he's saying and she's having a look at the Palantir. She'll be like, oh, okay, I understand kind of why you're doing what you're doing and why Muriel's doing what she's doing. But then in this episode, she's like, yeah, I got a magic elf stone. I'm going to help your political opponent now. Because the king absolutely will not have wanted her to take the Palantir.
Oh, no, yeah.
So, I mean, maybe she put it down her shirt and was like, I'm pregnant now, bye. That's what... Innocently
pregnant.
I have always had 3 boobs. Did you not notice?
Yeah.
Big fan of
How
Total
dare you
Recall.
call
way
that
bigger
boob?
than the
It's
other,
the
but don't mind
blessings
that.
of the Valar.
She's a chaos spawn or whatever.
So, welcome to Mordor.
Oh, where's Waldreg? Give me Waldreg.
Waldreg is in our hearts.
Mhm.
Waldreg's in our hearts. So,
I want to move
Glug.
the screen.
Yay,
good old Glug, my favorite orc, Glug.
Mhm.
Glug is talking about preparations for fighting with Adar. He says the preparations are nearly
comes.
complete, Lord Father, and this is oh, what a great scene, guys! What a great scene. Glug says that he doesn't want to fight, that they're safe in Mordor.
Aw.
He says, "You said Sauron. You say that Sauron was dead. We should leave him that way." And Adar's like, "Oh, if there's even a 1% chance of Sauron being alive, we have to take it as an absolute certainty. We'll never be safe."
Batman.
Yeah, he says we'll never be truly safe until we make sure that Sauron is. We're gonna stab him even harder than the last time. So
This time, step on the
yeah,
blood. Stomp it.
this time the blood thing. I don't even know if they know about it, and that be the reason why. I have no
Does he sound like that for anyone else, or was it just me?
actually.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay, I
Big
got it.
robot.
We're losing you, Rags. Come back. Rags,
no.
no.
Oh,
Discord is-
God.
Rags.
Discord, you conspire
Hello,
against
everyone.
Rags.
Hi. No. What's happening?
You
Yeah,
turned
I'm
into
just
a
gonna
A
go
robot.
robot thing.
You
Oh,
turned
okay.
into a robot, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, and
well,
then you
I am not a
disappeared.
robot. I'm flesh
glad
and
to hear that.
blood.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let's see. So yeah, Glug doesn't want to fight. They're safe in Mordor. Adar's like, nah, we got to make sure that Sauron's dead, or else we'll never be safe. And then we see Glug, and he goes over to his orc wife and his orc baby who are standing right next to him, and they're like, oh, we're taking care of our orc babies because we love our orc babies as orcs. We don't want to fight. We just want to be left to have our disgusting orc sex and make babies. And that'll and there you go.
I
This is like a whole
unironically
week worth
prefer the
of-
fucking lore of Gollum.
Discuss.
Here's a little meme I made for my video. You can play that if you
yes.
want.
Oh my
I did see that.
I don't know how to play it if it's not a. Because how do I get that into like a? I have to download it.
Oh, right. Oh, shit. Damn it.
I played it. It was really good.
You can just show an image of it and people will
Should we
realize
just
what
should we
it is.
just treat it as this is a little trailer for like you should go watch Metal's videos, guys. They're ready.
Hmm.
It's happening. The video's happening.
He's got memes in them.
Oh.
Memes.
I all the memes.
Yay.
Let me see if I can find a timestamp and so people can see what we are talking about. But go ahead. It's cringe. That's what I'm saying.
Well, there was like a whole week's worth of discourse on
Yeah.
Twitter, which basically boiled down to lots of people. I was going to say lots of people who really like this show, but that's oxymoronic. People who really like this show were like, well, Tolkien confirmed once that orcs have sex, and because we have really deracinated relationships, this means that we think they're good people. Because, like anyone that has sex must be good. So not like everything in the animal kingdom reproduces in much the same way. And this idea that you can actually present orcs as being just as kind of they're just misunderstood people. They're like they could be as good as humans, but the world is really mean to them, and actually all they want is love, life, and home.
He wants to provide
which
for the
is
family,
complete horseshit.
and he's gonna have to go off to
but
war.
the
It's really
show
sad. He's gonna get killed,
even
and
the
there's
show
tragic music
doesn't
playing.
take this seriously.
Yeah.
We're about to get a comedic beat where Mike Ehrmantroll comes in and he has like an orc's head in his hand, and they drop it for comedy.
Yeah.
And
So,
Adam
like, are we
doesn't care.
supposed to
I
take
guess
a
Adam doesn't
scene
give a
seriously?
fuck about the children dying, apparently. Like,
No. Yeah, like
Oh,
the problem that I have with this is it's just who did we
Bye,
lose?
Rags.
Rags.
Uh-oh.
Rags.
Oh
well.
I mean,
Go ahead.
Yeah, like shall I wait for Rags, or how do we want to?
well,
I mean-
I don't know what else we can say about this that hasn't been said by the whole world over and over again. This is hilarious cringe. It is some of the most concentrated.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm gonna say I ironically prefer the lore of Gollum, where orc children are like tadpoles in a big pool somewhere. And
I
they
would
just
take
like
that,
eat whatever
yeah.
gets thrown in there and each other. Yeah, I ironically like that better than this shit.
I just think it's so like blatantly manipulative. It's like the most manipulative thing that you could possibly do. And like I don't know exactly why they want us to feel empathy for the orcs, but that's the purpose of this scene. Which is that you could have had them doing like any number of other things, like show that they're intelligent, or they have like a code of honor, or anything else that makes them, to quote unquote, humanize them a little bit if you actually want us to understand them and care about them. But no, you've shown us that they will just attack and destroy. They will burn down cities. They will, enslave people. They'll beat them. They'll kill them for no reason. But also we got Glug, and he's nice. Like it's the most bare bones emotional manipulation. Yeah.
Pathetic.
Don't do this.
Pathetic. Embarrassing.
It's really dumb.
I'm just waiting for like what the payoff is going to be for this. Like, maybe I'm being
It's not
way
going to
too
be
naive.
one, I don't think.
Yeah, there may not be a payoff.
Maybe Galadriel has to slaughter orc children at some point.
Well, Sauron would have to do that. Sauron's going to have to come in and restore some order, because you've got all these independent-minded orcs who are developing values and loves and things that are not very convenient if you're a tyrant. Like, he's going to have to get rid of them all and like replace them with some more subservient orcs, because that's what orcs are. There's many different versions of orc backstory. Tolkien himself went through several, because Tolkien, being a very staunch believing Catholic, didn't like this idea that he'd accidentally, not accidentally, but he had created a race of people who seemed so bad that they were completely beyond redemption, which is kind of a heresy if you are a Catholic. You're not supposed to believe that anyone is beyond redemption. But he was also bound by the needs of the story he'd written, so he never inserted anything into it which fundamentally broke the way orcs actually function. And many of like the later essays where he was evolving his thoughts and coming up with different ideas for the backstories of the orcs, some of them were designed in a bid to take away the redemptive question by effectively denying orcs any semblance of free will. So orcs would be described as like ant-like. When Sauron isn't around to control them, they sort of spiral out of control. They have no centralized direction, but they have no centralized will either. So there are all kinds of really interesting things you could do with this premise, given that Sauron isn't around, to make the orcs seem more distinctive and less just like the unthinking, villainous automatons. But turning them into loving creatures with values is probably the worst thing you could do.
It's a little 9-to-5 orc family, as they are.
So cute. So anyway, I guess we move on to Mike Ehrmantroll, as you mentioned.
I provided the meme if you want to still show it.
Let me see here.
You can do the YouTube format, right? I think chat will enjoy it. That's why I uploaded it real quick on its own.
Only if they've seen Smiling Friends, which they should have, and if they haven't, they're dead to us.
I feel like enough people have
it's
seen
somewhat
it.
funny,
I don't really want this.
Nice and simple, very good.
Yeah.
Watch Smiling Friends Season 2, and if you haven't, you're not cultured.
Yes, you gotta watch
Good
it.
shit.
Really,
Good shit.
really good. Season 3, gimme.
Give me
Uh,
more. Yeah,
is
big cringe.
Funny it was
for sure.
mentioned, by the way, because he does toss in that head down. Do you think the rest of the orcs are like, does he actually like us, or has he just been lying? Because he seems to be playing
Does he have to eat
favorites
us?
with that guy. He could just kill any of us, huh? Isn't he? Is he no better than
Mm-hmm.
Sauron? And Adol's like, look, we need him, okay?
This doesn't work really well when you have the fucking orc family like 2 seconds earlier. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It could
I
have
feel
been
like
made
there
to
was
work
just
if you'd had like a couple of orc kids run out and go, "No, Daddy," and then they sort of cry over
Yeah.
his decapitated head like the Boba Fett in Attack of the Clones.
Adol, we have to. And he's like, we'll do something after once we beat Sauron. Fuck you, okay? We gotta get this done. And this guy's real big. He's gonna be super useful.
Mm-hmm.
They need the big
this.
men.
So something that Rings of Power, in particular in season 2, has just done repeatedly, and it is driving me insane. I'm going to go through and count how many times it does it at the end. Is cutting off mid-conversation, and what they do with this particular scene is one of the worst examples, because this troll arrives, and Adar explains to him like who he is. He like gives him a grand welcome, like you're, what's his name, Damrod, the hill troll of what you call it? You eat dragon bones and you kill giants, or something like that. So this is like some like massive legendary troll that he's recruited to do whatever he's going to go on and do. And immediately, the only thing that the troll says is, "Where is Sauron?" Which means Adar told him, "You got to come help us kill Sauron." And then we cut away.
Yep.
What the fuck answer could Adar have possibly given this troll that didn't result in him being like, "Yeah, exactly. He's here to kill Sauron." And Adar's like, "Well, I actually don't know where I don't even know if he's alive, but I met this king earlier who tried to kill me the last time I met him. But he promised me that if I freed all of his slaves before he left, all of his people, and unenslaved them before he left, then he would come back and tell me if he just so happens to bump into Sauron on his journey." Damrod the troll is going to look at him like, "Okay, well, I'm going to eat you now."
Yeah, that's when you get the comedy cut of just the fist coming down on Adar and it squashes him into just paste. It's like, you fucking wasted my time.
Mm-hmm.
It took me weeks to fucking walk here.
I'm just keeping that head in my hand this whole time.
Like, as you said, it's worse that he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't even really know anything at all. He's just sort of going off of what that guy said.
It's like,
it's
wow,
probably
this place
in that
used to be a
general
lot
area
greener.
somewhere.
What happened?
And he has no reason to trust the person that he knows to be or believes to be Halbrand. It doesn't work out. This is why I'm really waiting to pass judgment on all of the Adar stuff until we know what information he's working with. And I have a feeling
he did say to follow Halbrand to one of his orcs. So I guess he doesn't trust him, but he follows him to Oregon, I guess. And we just have to assume that orc reported back to Halbrand being in Oregon by now.
True, but he, of course, at this point, unless we find out later that this isn't the case, he believes that Halbrand is not Sauron. He has no reason to assume that he is.
Oh yeah, fuck.
But then again, where that ends up going, it's going to be some reveal. I'm guessing it might not be revealed. Who knows? But until we get that, it's difficult to say how little sense it makes. But at the moment, it doesn't seem to make much sense.
He has to assume that Halbrand actually told the truth and he's going to where Sauron is. And
yes,
didn't
took me a week to walk here.
To free his people. Yeah,
had to go all the way around the Black Forest. Because no one returns from the Black Forest.
Do you know about the Black Forest? He's like, no. What is that? It's like, it's this whole thing. Fuck, I thought I would have gotten around by now. Okay.
Glock told me about it.
That's fine. No one, they'll know. Everyone will learn. They'll pick up on
Just
it.
to make pamphlets.
The context clues of
More dwarf.
All right. So I guess you've talked about Damrod.
Mm-hmm.
What a cool guy.
What a cool dude.
Yes. Very.
Yeah. All right. So back in Eregion, we're back here. Let's deal with the elf shit.
Yay.
So back at Eregion, Durin and Diza have come here to visit Celebrimbor.
That was quick.
Yeah, it is quick.
Yeah.
Celebrimbor, speaking of quick, Celebrimbor wants to make rings for each of the powerful dwarf lords. We're there, baby.
But why?
Durin asks. Well, that's a great question.
I think I complained about this last week as well. That the dwarves are starving and they come. It's like, well, can we have, the deal you gave us last time? And he's like, no. But have you considered rings? That's not He can't
It's so
fucking eat
stupid.
those.
They get here, and Calibrimbor's like, "Yo, we can make you rings if you give us mithril. That might fix your mountain." It's like, wait, don't you want to start with, "Hey, we prepared like
It might.
tons
The
of
rings
food
of
and
power. We don't know
You
what they do.
might have you shut up. You might you no fuck. Where was I? Damn it! I was like, yelling at you.
Damn,
and
he
then I
killed him,
forgot.
for
Rex.
food.
Poor guy. He's on the
Uh-oh.
floor
Well,
bleeding.
It'll return.
No,
to
we
him.
have prepared like tons of cards for you with food. Take them with you and bring this message to your king about these rings of power. Then maybe he can consider. And if not, still keep them because you need the food right now, and we're your friends. So there you go. You don't even want anything in return. And that
So
just gives you tons of plus points already with Durin and the people of Khazad-dûm. Puts pressure on the king to take essentially the bait, I guess, because it's bait by Sauron, which they don't know about. And then we can go from there and have like something the smart
here's the
deceiver man would
conflict.
do.
The
smart
conflict
deceiver.
of this scene is that Celebrimbor, because Anatar, who is Sauron in disguise, Sauron wants the rings of power under his influence to be spread all over the place. And so he has tricked Celebrimbor into thinking that if he makes all of these powerful rings and gives them to all of the races, things will be great. It'll heal the world, and Celebrimbor will make things of beauty, and it'll be great. So they have summoned Durin and Diza here in order to get them to convince King Durin to accept these rings and to give him some mithril for the rings. They don't think that King Durin is, they think he's pretty obstinate. They think he's stubborn and he won't make deals with elves, even though he did in season 1. One of them he did, one of them he didn't. So he's, we're 50-50 on that. But he says, oh, but if I can convince you two, you can talk to him and maybe you can convince him about that. But there's some elements of this conversation that I really don't like. For instance, when they first begin talking, and Celebrimbor is like, "Hey, we want to make you some rings here, rings of power." Durin asks, "You summoned us here to barter jewelry?" Because we have to make Durin stupid, and I don't like that, and it's dumb, and I hate it.
He immediately knows what he's talking about. Even though I think they both should be like, what the fuck do you... Rings? What are you talking about?
The Celebrimbor and basically he's explained that they're rings of power, and they have probably have the power to heal your mountain. After what?
He says that afterwards. He just says like, we want to give you rings, and then after Durin says, you've come to barter jewelry, or you sent us here to barter jewelry. After that, he explains that they're magical rings.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it now. After that, rings of power isn't explained. He says it's got the power to heal your mountain because it healed the great tree of the elves.
That's a non sequitur. You somehow how did you do that?
If they heal trees, they can heal mountains. Name one thing that heals a tree that doesn't heal a mountain.
Hold on.
There is
I
didn't
think so.
I think I have the Steel Man for this, which I'm probably doing some work for the show here, but I'll just do it anyway because fuck it. So the tree went bad because there was too much evil in Middle Earth, and they currently believe that the mountain has also gone bad because there's too much evil in Middle Earth.
Too much evil in your
and
mountain.
therefore they can both be healed using mithril, which undoes evil. I think that's what.
Even though it's half evil, but yes.
Whatever. That's not even what the ring ends up doing to help them. So the idea that it draws away evil, that's not at all what happens, but fine. Yeah. I think the Simpsons meme covers this one where he's like, rings of power, no, we want food, and then it zooms into Durin's brain who says, you fool, rings of power can be exchanged for goods and services. And he's like, oh, yes.
So Durin makes the connection because that the mithril he gave Elrond and the rings that saved the elves, it's all connected. It's you use the mithril I gave to Elrond to make your rings of power. And he doesn't even know about the moon runes that were recently invented.
Oh my god.
But boy, the dwarves are gonna love those moon runes. Man, those things will fucking take off like hotcakes. Anatar is just sort of standing around, not really helping Celebrimbor explain things, which I feel he should be doing because Sauron is allegedly a master manipulator who can
They're
like
smart.
read your mind and give you what you desire and do all that stuff. And he's just kind of hanging around, letting Celebrimbor with his 10-ass charisma just sort of try and do things.
So Anatar is also just kind of standing around looking very suspicious, like he's
Yeah.
doing like evil face
Yes.
at the camera
All
kind of thing.
elves are suspicious,
And-
every single one.
Yeah.
Well, because we learn later
True.
in the scene, because he introduces himself later in the scene, which means that at this point, Durin and Disa have no clue who this guy is, and he's just standing around motionless, just looking away from them, doing an evil face, listening to their
Well,
conversation.
they can't see his evil face if he's looking away, so
Lord
I know,
Celebrimbor,
you
you
can
can man
feel
evil.
evil, right? That's the whole point of the show.
true.
You can
I know
smell
when
it.
someone's standing in a room with me, purposefully
Disa
facing
could sing at
away,
him and feel evil.
imply they have an evil
Mhm.
face. Hey,
Evil is
guess
implying.
what? The
What?
deal is mithril for rings. That's the
Oh.
deal. Celebrimbor's like, you give us mithril, we give you rings of power. Isn't that like isn't that awesome?
Yeah, we have food
yeah.
though.
I mean, like, it would be if they weren't evil, but they don't know they're evil. So, it's pretty, it seems like, not a,
I
there it
just saw
is.
this and I was
So-
like, oh no, race swapped alien.
Oh my god! I didn't.
There is there's a skull in there somewhere.
There's a lot of shots with her
Big
from
brain.
the side that looks really fucking goofy.
Well, there is a skull in there. But is there a brain? We have yet to see. There was at one point, but we'll see if it evaporates or not. Because it looks like Durin's has, unfortunately. Now, Durin and Disa, they ask, why not tell King Durin? And Celebrimbor says that King Durin is hesitant to get outside help, so it would be better to hear it from somebody close. Durin insists instantly that the king won't listen to him, and he'd be of little help. The connection between getting the Durins together and healing the mountain should be stronger. It's an opportunity for thematic parallels. They don't really, talk about it or go into it much in any way. It's just kind of implied. Disa kind of mentions it that if that if King Durin and his son, sort of make up and get back on track in terms of their relationship, the mountain will be better and the mountain will help be healed and stuff like that. But we don't really know if that's true or if there's any real connection to that, or it's just
So
sort of
the-
like floated out there as a thing.
Yeah, they're clearly trying to go for the idea of like, if you heal them, then you have healed the core of the mountain, and therefore it will kind of, I guess, mirror itself in a spiritual sense, and the mountain will be better. That's what they're trying to go with, but it's just presented as, well, you've got to make it better with your dad in order to fix the mountain. Whereas what they really could have done is said, no, you physically cannot get the mithril unless you get back on the king's good side, because he directly controls the mithril. And you have no other means by which to.
You can. Hello.
Hello.
Discord is
Okay, we're
claiming
alright,
another
just making
victim.
Yeah, they could have done something along the lines of, "Hey, Durin, we can tie in the whole a potential cure or a potential way to resolve this mountain issue. And if you're the one who brings it to the king, then maybe he'll be very grateful to you, and that'll be a way for you to sort of restore your bonds. And all this stuff can be tied together, and it's a way to convince him to do this. But it never really happens in any of those ways that might be interesting or thematically relevant. Or
What it does
no
do, though,
parallels
is
taken.
it's happened in almost exact parallel to the same beat in season one, because these writers can't come up with anything new. So, season one, you have the sort of cosmic ticking clock of the trees are dying. We need the rings to fix them. Oh no, maybe the rings are evil. And then season two comes along and it says, well, we can't. Well, what? I mean, do we have to come up with something else, or can we just do the same thing and swap the word tree for mountain? But otherwise, the exact same plot is going along. And it's the same in like every area of the show as well. They've swapped MacGuffins, but there's still the MacGuffin. They've swapped the mystery, but there's still the mystery. It's just writing by numbers all the way through. And so in this instance, it's just, rather than, oh no, all the leaves are falling off the trees, it's, oh no, the grain reserve will only last 3 months. So that's the reason that they end up doing the rings.
If we had these characters explaining their thought process more, it would get me to believe why they might think certain things. Because I think there's a way to write, hey, these rings have the power to sort of heal the world around you like it did for us. Maybe they can do that where you live in your mountain. They don't have to say this with incredible confidence. They could say, hey, it's a theory because of what it did for us. I think it's worth a shot because things are dire over there for you. You don't have anything to lose. Let's give it a try. And if it doesn't work out, then you've got these really nice rings of power, and we've established trade, and it'll be good for us anyway. Remember when we worked together to make that forge? Oh, those were good times back in season 1 when we did that. Let's go back to those days where we're cooperating. And you can tie all this together, and you can have Anatar talking and Celebrimbor talking, and everyone's like, "Oh, okay, it's a deal that we could, maybe discuss with the king." But the way that they present it makes it seem like it's just like there's nothing really going on.
Yep.
It could be a whole conversation that's written with
No.
dialogue. Speaking of
No.
dialogue,
They only have
difficulty,
1
though-
hour per episode. They can't do anything. There's like
True.
nothing
they-
to do. No
We've got to
can't
see
do
tension.
what
anything in an
happens
hour.
with the Harfords and the wizard man. We've got to have
Oh.
that. They're going to make Grim.
Well, one thing I was just going to say, by the way, is just the constant visits between Eregion and Khazad-dûm is just funny because it keeps adding to the timeline of Celebrimbor not being suspicious at all, that there's just no communication with Gil-galad, Galadriel, or Elrond. It's like, curious. All
They
right.
teleport 3 times in this episode.
It's like the most important
crazy.
people ever at the most important time in their history, or at least the living history, so to speak. Like what they're doing right now, and he's just like so weird that they haven't contacted me. Anyway.
Yeah, it adds at least a day every time they travel between Eregion and Khazad-dûm.
There's a broader lack of curiosity as well, which is like, what is evil here? Like, what is the evil? No one seems to ever want to ask that question. Like, why? What? Well, that's the funny you should say, Galadriel, because the only actual theory we were ever presented with throughout all of season 1 for what was causing this was Galadriel. That's why they sent her away. They sent her away because they thought her warmongering was going to recreate the evil she was fighting. She then she jumped off the ship, so she never actually left. And so as far as they should be aware, their theory could still be operative. It could still be her who's causing all of this, but they forgot about it because they are really, really forgetful people. But since then, no one has ever actually bothered to say, well, what's actually causing this evil thing? It's all very well saying magic rings will fix it, but maybe we should at some point figure out what the it is. But it's another thing they're just not interested in at all. But from the only information we've got, they should still believe that it could be Galadriel who is responsible for everything.
Yeah. Or
that's
the
right,
one person
especially
who
because
knows
she
that...
behaves like Sauron would behave. She's doing the checklist, and we talked about last week all the things that Sauron would want someone to do, or Sauron would do in disguise. She is doing.
She doesn't do a good job of
And the
explaining
one
herself.
person who
either.
knows... The one person who knows that Halbrand is Sauron is the one person who has been hunting Sauron obsessively for fucking ages.
Interesting. But what else is interesting is that it is at this point that Anatar starts. He becomes a participant in this conversation. Anatar says it would be a good way for Durin to get back in his father's good graces, like back into his inheritance. So, that's weird that this one random elf just sort of knows that apparently Durin has been cut out of his father's inheritance and their relationship is really bad right now.
The opposite
That's
of
really weird
tactful.
that you know that.
Like that's not.
Oh, he's
what
like
I
super aggressive
do.
towards Durin.
No, I just mean
So,
he's not playing that piece of information very well at all.
No.
Kind of showing his hand
He's
hard.
big sussers. Because what he should have done is, even though he knows it in his head, you can't just blurt that out because it makes you look mega suspicious, like you're spying on him or something. What you do is you maybe say, "Oh, Durin, you mentioned that your father wouldn't listen to you. What do you mean? Why wouldn't he listen to his son? Don't you have his ear?" And da. And Durin would have to explain, "Oh, well, we haven't been getting along lately, and that's really bad." And da. So, you brought me here to talk to him, but we're not really on speaking terms right now. And so that opens it up for, him doing all that stuff. But instead he just blurts it out. You got cut out of his inheritance. Maybe if you gave him rings, he'd let you back in.
And Durin is kind of like one of the only
show
characters we can partially enjoy, so you kind of want him to be like, "Who the fuck are you? Shut the fuck up, random idiot." And you're like, "Yeah, Durin."
Yeah, like there's three problems with that, because one is Durin basically does not respond to that. He doesn't ask, like, how do you know
How
that?
the fuck do you know that?
I mean,
Elf
the fact
scum.
that he responds as he does means that it is true, basically, because otherwise he'd be like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what? But also, Anatar is obviously Sauron. So how does Sauron know that? Or did he just guess? Because this is a
everything.
massive guess.
Sauron
Well, he doesn't.
Yeah, he just
really
knows.
powers.
It's really
It's
dumb.
funny. It's funny you should say that, because he clearly doesn't know everything, because he slips up in this scene, which is what leads to drama with Durin. So
I mean, he
knows...
does know everything. He's just an idiot.
Well, yeah,
Also-
that's possible as well. He knows everything, but he's...
Someone said, more expected Sauron to be subtle. How foolish of him. No, it's got nothing to do with subtlety. It's just using your brain. That's a piece of information you can play at any point, and you used it like that. That was fucking crap. And if anything, convinces people that you're trying to manipulate them. He's supposed to be a clever little guy.
And, you know, Sauron
Also,
should
you
absolutely
would
be subtle,
be
but you know, he isn't in this show.
Yeah, you can manipulate both subtly and overtly, but he's not.
Oh yeah,
Not doing a very
course.
good job of either.
Durin does ask who Anatar is, and Anatar says he just says he's a friend to the elves and dwarves, nothing more. Durin lets it go, which he shouldn't, because he's like, you should be asking, how do you know about the inheritance thing? Do you have spies? Yeah. This is just like the elves to spy, just like that Elrond guy.
Yeah.
But instead, he asks where Elrond is, and apparently, Celebrimbor says that Lyndon's restoration requires his full attention. He speaks of you so fondly.
That's just he's just making that shit up.
Says that, sorry.
Yeah.
He's making that shit up. It drives me nuts, because if Durin was like, wait, what do you mean? And then Celebrimbor goes, oh, well, basically, they got the rings, and then I haven't heard from them at all, and no messages have been taken or given. Like, oh, that's not good? You should probably go see it. It's like, don't worry, this guy who came out of fucking nowhere told me everything's fine. It's like, cool.
Okay.
This is what I mean about sometimes you just
sus at
need
all, no.
a character with even the basic brain cells, because Celebrimbor is so ruined. There's just nothing for him in this.
Yep.
Oh, he's barely a human or elf anymore,
retard.
rather. He's so fucking
Elves
stupid.
are barely human. So,
yeah.
Here, this annoys me, because Sauron's a moron. If someone asks, first off, you should be prepared to have to account for where Elrond is. You should have something ready to go. You should have an excuse. You should have a reason. Have one ready in the chamber to fire that off whenever anybody asks. Especially if you know about Durin and Elrond, which we have to assume that he knows about that. That's how the Mithril got here anyway. But you should be ready when Durin asks to give him an answer. And if saying that, yeah, he speaks so fondly of you, and you need to say something like Gil-galad ordered him to the thing, and and he can't make it. We need to be a bit more tactful than doing what he does, because Durin is going to ask things like, oh, well, did he leave a letter? Did he leave a message or anything like that? He says he speaks so fondly of me. Did he have anything to say about, like, what's going on and what happened with the Mithril, and did he leave me a message or anything like that? And it's like, no, I guess not. Okay, well. Durin says that Elrond never mentioned Anatar, but he doesn't know Anatar's name, so I don't know how he would know if Elrond never.
Yeah, there's lots of people Elrond
or maybe
hasn't mentioned. Well, then
maybe
again,
Elrond has never mentioned any other elf ever, which I guess technically would mean that he hadn't mentioned him.
I was about to say, like, I guess they're trying to account
later.
for, like, all the conversations that have happened off screen. They've gotten to know each other real well, Elrond and Durin, so he's like, how come he never met? Like, I get that, I guess, but you know what bugs me about all
Elrond
these?
was also gone for like 20 years, right, or something like that.
I think a relatively normal person who doesn't care as much as we do would be like, these complaints about all these little interactions with character stuff just feels a little excessive in terms of, like, you know, blah, blah, but all of this is going to lead to a huge payoff that's probably next episode that's out.
Well, and especially when...
Well, it's every line.
Everything,
exactly.
all the puzzle pieces have been put in place, like, these little nudges, they're done on very much with purpose. Like, there's so many things that would stop the story from happening, but they've got to let these things slip through, and there's like it's just a dam that's breaking over and over again. It's insane. Every little, because, like, you know, if they'd sent people to Eregion in episode 1 just straight away, like the what's gonna happen wouldn't happen. None of it would.
Yeah, nothing. No. Oh, it's so annoying.
This plot is so
none of
there's
this
a
would
lot
have
of
happened.
moving parts and none of them fit together. It's just sort of like clanking along as a plot line. Every line I have questions of why would you say that? Why aren't you asking different things? The logistics of how people got here. Nothing works. None of the parts fit together and make like a cohesive story. This story is nonsense.
Well, and of course, the consequence of this is like, well, the consequence is going to be creating all of the fucking rings that like define essentially the next, hundreds of years of this entire world.
Yeah, and it's so crap to have it all be the foundations of just people being stupid everywhere, constantly.
Yeah, like, it's always more interesting if they're smart.
Well, speaking of stupid things to say, goodbye. Go left. Speaking of those stupid things to say, Durin says Elrond never mentioned him, and Anatar claimed that Elrond says Durin was the wisest dwarf, but implies that they should be speaking with different dwarves. Anatar is basically pretty much just outright insulting Durin.
Yeah,
here.
Great idea. Very good
which
idea.
has me wondering. Sauron is stupid. Sauron is just stupid. You need and are relying heavily on Durin and Disa to speak to the king to convey this offer to them. That's your way in to this dwarf lord. And so your strategy is to call Durin a dumbass. That's your strategy. How do you think Durin's going to react to that, you idiot? You fucking moron. Sauron, you stupid idiot.
Should be happy he didn't just straight up leave. It's like, oh, you're insulting me? Okay, bye. Fuck you.
Yeah, Durin could just turn around and be like, yeah, I guess you should. Good luck. And then they just leave.
Dwarves are proud and stubborn. Like, if you insult them, especially if you're a random fucking elf he doesn't know.
Yeah.
He's sort of like, bye.
It's all backwards.
Yeah, like, I don't know you.
As was mentioned, the second he arrives, you should have Anatar should probably be the one to greet him and be like, I am this, I am here for this reason. I've heard of you, I know of you, I have great respect for the Dwarven Kingdom and
pick them up.
Yeah, all the things. Instead, it's
You're the ones who made the incredible forge and stuff. Like, oh, we have similarity.
Like, your work is known throughout the world. Yeah, just all that sort of stuff, and your graciousness, and just reference things that happened in season 1.
Yeah, thanks to you and the Mithril, we were able to do this, that, and the other thing. And Elrond speaks so highly of you. He was the one who recommended I speak to you, and blah 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 blah. And just like, dude, Sauron things.
Yeah, smart things. Normal. Yeah. Actually, not even smart things. Just greet them like normally.
If you were average, if it was just average, just the things you'd expect a guy to say to another guy, it would be better than this because it's not outright insulting and stupid.
I want to collect. I think there's like 3 or 4 of them. The little moments where Sauron does evil face and just looks off in evilness, and show them the fucking people who make this and be like, "What's the point of this?" And they'd be like, "Oh, so he's like he's kind of an evil character. He's he's getting frustrated with the nature of the situation, not going fast enough, and he's just trying to let you know, he's getting frustrated, he's angry, and he's evil." And I just feel like, hey, you think there's any other way you could do that? Like, is there any,
I think probably my favorite facial expression that we get from Anatar is when Disa says, "Can we have a moment to think?" And then he starts saying, "I'm afraid," and then Celebrimbor interrupts and he goes, "Oh yeah, of course." And Sauron's expression just changes, and he is staring fucking daggers at Celebrimbor.
Yeah.
Like, who is this asshole slowing me down? Stop it! I didn't give you
though
permission.
He's not slowing him, even though he's not slowing him down at all.
Slowing him down in this show compared to the source material is fucking hilarious. Like, this guy's on speed, and he's fucking annoyed that he's too slow.
Yeah. But the thing is, being aggressive to him here doesn't even make any sense. Forcing him to decide. He can't decide. He's not the king.
Yeah.
He has to go back one way or another. So the time spent is there, even if you're nice or not. So just be nice. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, like timeline-wise, it's the only question mark that I have in how long all of this is taking is we don't actually know how long it takes to craft the rings, but I think it's probably reasonable to assume that the dwarven rings would take slightly longer because there's more of them, and then the rings for men would take slightly longer again because there's 9 instead of 7 instead of 3. But yeah.
who the fuck knows really? But
yeah. Like in between each of the groups of rings being crafted, it very much seems like you're getting a couple of days at most, which means he really is just go, make the fucking rings, get them done in like, if it takes a weekend to make each of them, he's making them all in a month. Like it's insane.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as Random mentioned, Diza, when it's time to think, Anatar says no, Celebrimbor says yes. The dwarves, however, they have a built-in reason to be quick. They are getting desperate since the cave-ins are causing a food shortage. So it's weird that Sauron is being stupidly quick here in this way when he has, like I said, that built-in reason to be like, you know, the dwarves do too. They are kind of on the clock.
Well, and why
They're
is there
already under
no
pressure. Yeah.
like? It's like whether or
But the
not you
way
agree
that
on the
it's
rings.
framed
Like,
here.
so can we get a bit of bread just while we're here?
Yeah, can we like a card of food? Exactly. Yeah.
And then they're like, ah, no, it looks like she's good for a while. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
No,
She
that's
doesn't
just
look
her
like she's lost
hair.
much
That's
weight.
all her hair.
Oh, it's on the hair. Okay.
Oh
Can't eat
damn!
that.
Fucking hell.
So they outside, down below, Diza, after they've left the little meeting chamber here, we see our wonderful elven guards doing there, just standing around. Diza chastises Durin for being antagonistic. Diza seems a lot more trustworthy of these rings and what they can do for the mountain potentially, and what they might be able to do for the relationship of her husband and the king. Durin says that Anatar is big sussers because he assumes Elrond wouldn't say such nice things about him. Which I don't even know if it's true or not. I have no fucking clue what the relationship between Elrond and Durin is because it's all over the place and it's so poorly
No, it's
written.
not. They're good
Durin is
friends.
written to be.
They're good friends. They trust
Yeah.
each
Durin,
other.
Yeah,
well,
I don't know. I feel like the
Durin is written to be
Elrond
insanely gullible.
would
I
totally
mean,
say
yeah.
nice things about
Yeah.
Durin.
Well, even if he wouldn't, like in season 1, Durin is. I don't think this was intentional, but Durin was established as being incredibly gullible. Whereas here, it's like Sauron, the best person in Middle Earth at tricking people, can't fool Durin. It is insane. Like him fooling Disa, I could be like, oh, sorry, him failing to fool Disa, I could maybe be like, oh, okay, I guess she's just kind of smart enough. But the thing is, with Durin, we were shown in season 1 that he should not be smart enough to be to see through this.
It's two problems at once, though, right? Like it's against his character to not be taken in by this somewhat, but simultaneously the dialogue from Sauron is so shit. Like,
Yes, yeah.
So the issue being that if Durin is suspicious of this because he assumes Elrond wouldn't say such nice things about him, then how come Anatar knows about Durin being cut out of the inheritance, but doesn't know enough about the Elrond-Durin relationship to not know that saying that would be very suspicious to Durin? Because after all, I mean, he knew about Finrod when he was trying to fool Galadriel, and
I mean, in that case, in that case, he physically touched Galadriel, and we went through this before in previous episode. He has to touch, and then he can literally like fuck around with her mind, so he can see in there and know about the brother. Which
doesn't even offer
like,
to shake hands with Durin and Disa and stuff like
Yeah.
that. That could be like a whole like plot point of tension and everything where he's trying to touch people, and he's trying to shake hands. He puts a hand on the shoulder. He does something, or maybe touching an object that person is touching, to draw some sort of a connection. But they never play into that at all. Like that's something he's trying to subtly do, and socially, within social convention.
Yeah, they could have even had it where like you say, Anatar could have come out and been the one to greet Durin and Disa, and maybe Durin is not having a particularly good time as we've seen, whereas Disa is maybe a little bit more willing to put on a happy face, and she greets him with a handshake or a hug or whatever. But then Durin is just not having it. He's not interested in being nice to this elf because he has no clue who he is, and he's very, very pissed off. Which could then explain why Disa is so much more on board with this than Durin. Because Anatar wanted to, I guess, influence, quote unquote, both of them by physically touching them and then fucking around with their minds. Even to just, steer them very slightly in his direction. It doesn't have to be literal mind control like he did with Galadriel, or, mind invasion, I guess, like he did with Galadriel. But yeah, we didn't get that. So the mind games part of this doesn't factor into this scene.
Yeah. Also want to mention that Disa is just pushing really hard for the rings here, and I think we should remember that for when we meet here next week. Yeah, something might happen in the future that
Sure.
Yes.
Just
put a
so
pin in that.
magic rings seem to be strange to Durin as a concept. Like he's skeptical of the idea that there are magic rings or magic rings could exist or something like that. And Adiza, instead of talking to him about that and his concerns and his reservations about this plan, she basically just says, "Well, that's for the king to decide." But you would think that she'd really care about Durin's opinion. She does seem to love him and their relationship and everything. But here she's just like, no, it's about the king. You're arrogant and you kind of sucked in there. And I don't really care about what you think in a lot of ways. But why defer to the king when earlier it's implied that she's willing to subvert the king with the mithril mines? She's very, very quick to be like, "Oh, it's what the king says, what the king says," instead of her being like, "Oh, magic rings, you say? Well, the kind of like, how can we use this to our advantage? How can we sort of get around the king to get these rings of power ourselves? Or, oh shit, if these are for the dwarf lords, I need to make sure that Durin, my husband, becomes a dwarf lord. That's extra reason for me to try and repair the relationship because I want my husband to have a ring of power."
We also had it implied earlier when the writers, for some strange reason, decided to make Durin an idiot, but Disa knows all about magic rings, because she kind of rolls her eyes and scoffs when he says, "Did you bring us here to barter jewelry?" Which, so the implication there is that Disa is at least somewhat familiar with the concept of a magical ring. Because
For
that's
some
a
reason.
yeah, well, I mean, I don't have a problem with her knowing what one of them is necessarily. It's just the way that they handled that interaction I really didn't like. But then you come to this scene, and Durin walks out and says, "Oh, don't you find the idea of magical rings really strange?" And her response is, "That's for the king to decide." Surely it would be, "What the hell are you talking about? Magic rings exist." Like, even if she actually knew this and he didn't, she could then inform him that, "No, I've read about them in books thousands of years ago. There were magical rings and they were really cool and they did a load of bullshit." But that isn't what she says. They just drop the idea that she knows vaguely what they are,
Completely
and she doesn't
skirts
respond.
around it in his concern.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or they
I
talk about,
read
like, it was mentioned that lesser rings exist, and they'd be like, "Well, we've had lesser rings for ages, and that's not helping." And they're like, "No, these are really powerful magic rings. These are way more than those."
I
Yeah,
read
they
the
could have.
earlier
Sorry.
interaction not as being about knowledge of rings, though, as just her being sort of tired of her husband's lack of tact. That's how I read the eye roll.
Yeah,
I don't
that could be.
think she knows about magic rings. The problem the show kind of has as well, but
I'd say
doesn't
that's a bigger
realize, is
problem.
that there is no reason, based on how it shows us the rings are made, that the dwarves can't just make it themselves. Because what's the magical thing about the rings? It's the mithril, which dwarves already have. Why do they make the rings? Well, because they use alloys, but the alloys are made of lesser metals, which are not like anything magical about them. I think it was gold and silver from
Gold and
Valinor,
silver, yeah,
which was Galadriel's dagger, which they
Yeah.
melted.
Yeah.
But if the only magical thing about it is really that they are mithril in a circle with some precious gold in there, the dwarves can simply say, "Well, we've got fucking all the mithril. We're fine. We'll make them ourselves. Thank you for letting us
Everything
know.
we need.
We're
Well-
absolutely great. We will make all of the rings from now on. Goodbye."
Well, you see, a little bit, you need a very special forge in order to make them, and dwarves, as we know, are really shit at forging things.
They don't know
Well,
about
yeah.
alloys. That's their problem.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like
I mean,
they
I-
helped build this forge, right?
Yeah, that's from me.
They did build this forge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck you, we'll build our own. We have the blueprints.
We have magic rings at home.
I don't
yeah,
know.
that
I
was-
feel like we're supposed to just take from this that Celebrimbor seems to be the missing link. Like the show is treating it as though this
Yeah.
is the case. Anatar requires him in order to do his evil
You
plan.
need him as the craftsman. His skill
Yeah,
is so
exactly.
great that he's the one who's required to do it.
He,
Well,
he
really,
looks
which
at the
is the
metal as
opposite
it slides
of the
down the little
situation.
ramp thing.
Yeah, it's the
Um,
opposite arrangement from season one because season one it's very much Celebrimbor can't do anything and Sauron is the missing
Yeah.
ingredient. In season two, Celebrimbor can do everything and he's the missing ingredient because it's just literally whatever the scene demands happen. That's what's going to happen.
They've not earned that whatsoever.
Yeah, Durin is being very skeptical of this, and Diza's not making any attempt to convince him. And if he's the one who's probably going to go talk to King Durin, she should be trying. There needs to be we need to have what's called a conversation, but it just doesn't happen. These characters just don't have a conversation about this when it's really important, and there's no reason for them to just write this stilted, quick dialogue, and so they can leave and we can get to the next scene. because we need to have a talk. We need to learn about these characters. It's that terrible Rings of Power like writing element that's thick throughout the entirety of the show, where conversations end on a dramatic point so we don't learn about things just to create tension, or characters just do not talk to each other like people, and we miss out on huge amounts of opportunity to learn who they are, what they want, what they're trying to get, what they're willing to do, what they're not willing to do, how they feel about the people around them. We're just left with these near empty, these husks of characters, and the writing is often transparent, which is a shame considering that the writing is just so awful.
I think it was discussed last time, but the only time they have interesting lines is ever going to be at the end of the conversation. Like the last line might be one where you go, oh, and then that's it.
They'll use it as a crescendo, yeah.
Like, we would want it as the start of the conversation. The show always treats it as like, wasn't that great anyway? And you're like, no, wait, whoa.
Deezus says if there's a small chance that this rings thing will work, then the king should know. And if Durin doesn't tell the king, she will. This is kind of like the big ultimatum she's making for him, and this could potentially damage their relationship seriously if she's kind of like forcing him to do it without trying to convince him that it's a good idea. She's saying, if you don't tell him about this thing you think is bad, I'll tell him about this thing you think is bad, without trying to take care of the you think it's bad part. But boy, what a cliffhanger for a conversation. Anyway, back to the Forge.
Yay.
And that's the Rings of Power writing.
Pretty much.
Celebrimbor says to Anatar that there's a saying in Khazad Dûm: the slow drip splits the boulder. The famous dwarven saying. The dwarves always.
You know what else splits the boulder?
The dwarves would definitely say the slow drip splits the boulder. They would say, no, the hammer fucking smashes the boulder. Let's go. The dwarves are very, they're aggressive and they're gung-ho and they're problem solvers. They get it done. They don't just wait for things to slowly resolve themselves.
You almost want him to have said it in front of Durin or something, that he just goes, they do not.
No, it don't.
My face splits your balls.
What are you talking about?
They could have had that be the reveal that Anatar is sus. Anatar says, at Celebrimbor, there's a saying. And then Durin's like, no, there fucking isn't. What are you talking about?
What? You made that up.
He's like, yeah, I heard it. It was one of the other caves. It's one of just the ones. You wouldn't have heard of it.
Yeah, it's the Ornocani dwarves. Yeah, they say that.
Look, it all fits together. The sea's always right. The slow drip splits the boulder.
Which means
never know.
the water doesn't
like
the
water
stone.
Analogies, or
I'm slightly perplexed as to just where the knowledge comes from on Celebrimbor's part. Didn't he have to take Elrond to Khazad Dûm in season 1? Because Celebrimbor isn't welcome in Khazad Dûm. I thought, was it that other guy? I thought because Elrond was the way in, they used him as their spy.
Yeah, Elrond took him. Yes. Yeah. I thought you said it the other way. Yeah.
So Celebrimbor, isn't that familiar with the dwarves, and the show has not. In fact, the show has told us quite clearly that the dwarves and the elves don't mix very often. It's a rare thing when they do.
Does know about the dwarves,
read it,
remember?
I guess. But...
Whenever he leaves, when he leaves Durin, he knows that the dwarf sang for.
Elrond
no,
does,
it's the other way around. It's the other way around.
Elrond is friends with Durin, and that's a remarkable thing, because the general relationship between elves and dwarves seems to be very hostile, or at least indifferent and distant.
It seems to be pretty neutral.
Well, the king doesn't let them trade ever on any terms, even when his people are starving.
That's because the king being a retard.
They do the forge thing. They have that whole construction of this
the forge thing happens. That's true.
Huge, this huge collaborative project.
Which is actually an enormous project, to be fair, yeah.
It is huge.
Yeah, it's not
It is an enormous project. But then this season began with, there is the line where it is explained the king won't let them trade. I'm going with whatever the last thing Rings of Power told me is true.
That is super retarded, especially with how good their relationship should be.
Yeah.
It should be.
Which is another way you could handle the rings question, is that, once you've established this relationship between the dwarves and the elves, they've worked together, they've built this forge, the rings for the elves have been made, and the dwarves see how successful they are. You could have the dwarves come and say, well, we want some of that for ourselves, thank you very much. And
Did
that's
you make your rings with our
Sauron's
forge? the forge we worked together on? You made
Yeah.
yourself magic rings without us? Just because is that what happened? Is that what happened?
And then rather
it
than
looks like that's what
Sauron having
happened.
to go to Celebrimbor every other scene going, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, I think we should be making more rings for more people. You could have him say, well, they seem to want them, and I had nothing to do with that, so let's make them for them, which is a subtle form of manipulation, which allows him not to come across like a complete buffoon when he does try and manipulate people.
Well, also in season 1, we never... So King Durin agrees off screen to get the forge built. We don't really know why. And no payment is ever mentioned, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
I don't remember what it was.
Because the payment, all of the discussions involving payment were relating specifically later in the season to the deal to get Mithril. Yeah, the deal to actually get the dwarves to help make the forge happened off screen. We have no idea what the terms were, but there must have been payment in some form. So what they could potentially have done, which, I mean, this would have fucked around with the order a little bit, but they could have done this. Help us build this forge. Celebrimbor is shit hot at making stuff, like magical stuff. Look, here's his portfolio of magical rings that he's made before. We can almost certainly make some for you. We will owe you the biggest of favors. And then the mountain starts getting squashed because evil. And then they're like, uh-oh, time to call in a favor. You better use that forge. Throw us a bone here, that kind of thing. They could have done that, which that wouldn't involve Sauron, but that was another option.
Or just, give us food, but yeah.
Or that, yes.
Good stuff. It's really good stuff. I really like this show. It's really good. Gives you lots to think about. Anatar says that the king, like Gil-galad, the king of the elves, doesn't know that Anatar is here, so they have to be quick. He claims that the king, Gil-galad, thinks the dwarves are unworthy of the power and has forbidden more rings being made. So yeah, that's pretty suspicious.
Red flags.
Apparently this angel comes down from heaven, supposedly, and is like, yeah, what we're gonna do,
fiery heaven.
This has to be our little secret, okay? What we're doing here, because the king is like explicitly saying that we can't be doing this.
Yeah, this was the scene that just convinced me that Celebrimbor is now a puppet. Because he gets told, like, Anatar is literally saying, like, yeah, so I was sent by the Valar, and you haven't questioned any of the bullshit that I fed you last episode, or 2 episodes. No, yeah, last episode. This is number 3. And also, Gil-galad doesn't know that I'm here, and he doesn't want you to make any more of these incredibly powerful magical rings. Celebrimbor should be asking some questions, but he doesn't.
Now he gets angry at the king.
Well, Celebrimbor does ask a question. His question is, what business is it of his how I conduct myself in my own realm?
Yeah, that fucking high
bitch,
king.
He's the king. He's the king. He can show up here and be like, no. I guess Celebrimbor thinks he'll get away with all of it. He doesn't have any reservations or worries. But Celebrimbor decides right then and there that he's going to lie to Gil-galad. He's going to write him a letter that he's closing up the forge and that he'll come and join him in Linden.
It would literally be quicker if he just went himself. He could do that in a day. We've established this. Just leave. Like, we know that people move faster than letters in this universe. He could just go.
It's actually even dumber than that. Sauron says, like, nevertheless, sooner or later, Gil-galad will discover the truth. And Celebrimbor says, supposing he doesn't, and then he starts writing the letter. So he's saying, like, this will make him never realize what he's doing.
It will not be possible to hide from Gil-galad the creation of what will eventually be 16 extra rings of power. The elves have 3. He said no more. You made 6. You're planning on making 16 more. It's certainly against the spirit of the rule. No more rings. And there's no way he can get away with it. Gil-galad will know. This cannot stay hidden. Also, I don't know about the other part of the lie here. Would Gil-galad approve of the forge being closed? Because I don't know.
No.
How strange it is that Gil-galad is like, yep, I'm closing the forge.
Yeah, that's not suspicious at all.
Yeah, because the forge was not... The deal between the elves and the dwarves that, again, happened off screen was not that they were going to make this forge specifically to make the rings, to fix the tree, and then we're all good, and then we're going to turn it off. This is a massive financial investment. Even though, again, it happened off screen, so that's what they're banking on, is it's just not thinking about it.
Yeah.
Massive financial investment, and we're just going to do one thing and then turn it off and put our feet up and smoke pipe
this
weed.
thing, this forge that we used to make the rings of power and moon runes. Don't forget moon runes. I invented those last episode or whatever. I'm just gonna shut it down. So, like, what are we turning this into affordable apartment housing, or is this going to be a storage tower? What are we doing? Surely that will be a terrible move if he just closes down this insanely amazing
deal with
forge.
the cost of living crisis in Region, all right? It's hard to rent really expensive.
If people never die, you start running out of room.
I like how he finally decides to. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, just quickly.
No, it's good.
So Eregion is the home of the Elven Smiths, right? That's what its title is. It's the land of the Smiths. It's like a blacksmith city kind of thing.
The best of the Elven Smiths live there.
Yeah, so I guess the fact that this particular forge got made is because it's particularly big and fancy and extravagant, and it's really good at making cool shit. But
yes,
you're shutting that down, but you could still just go to another forge and make.
All the Smiths will love it when you shut this forge down. They're like, "Are you insane? Think of all the cool stuff we could make."
Everyone's gonna lose their jobs.
I mean, I know that he could do that, I guess, because he's the Lord of Eregion. Obviously, Gil-galad could tell him not to, but that would just destroy, like, I guess, the economy in Eregion.
Yeah, all this work and effort to make a forge, especially when we're kind of thinking we might be on the brink of war here. They're thinking about attacking Mordor, and like, don't you want forges up and running to make stuff for the war?
Weapons and armor and shit. We kind of need our best smiths to do that.
We need our shitty elf armor that looks like.
So him closing this down is incredibly fucking suspicious, and he should know that Gil-galad would not just accept this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, even if he was going to close it down, or pretend to close it down, you can see from a distance that this thing is not closed down, because it will have, I mean, I don't know too much about forges, but they're going to have smoke or some other kind of waste product, and in season 1, occasionally explosions, which means that you can tell that the forge is being used.
You'll have people going in and out all the time with all their stuff and gear and equipment and the fuel for the fires and stuff.
If Gil-galad has one loyal person in there, they should be able to tell and like could report
gets a letter back like in a day that just says, "You obviously haven't." So
yeah.
I've spoken to Frank.
What's going on, Brimby?
Also, I like he finally decides he finally decides to write a letter himself to Gil-galad. It's like, oh, you could have done that, probably like weeks ago when you didn't get any message from Gil-galad to your way.
It's not weird. It's not weird at all. The most important time in history for them right now, the rings and all that, the war, blah blah blah. Yeah, not much communication. There just never is.
And the reason they didn't make him do this is because, I sent my messengers. They just vanished because they don't just go over there and then just stay there. They come back no matter the message. So they would have noticed something is awry.
Sorry, Metal, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It was all good.
Yeah, just throwing this out for no particular reason. There's no way that letter should arrive, because obviously all of the letters are being intercepted.
There's only one way to go there, apparently.
The interceptors know the difference between riders, and they're leaving some of them alone.
Yeah. There's a very fixed small location in the way that everyone has to pass through.
We'll get there. We'll get to that. Do not you worry.
It's the dumbest part of this fucking show.
All right, Celebrimbor is completely and totally bought into the rings and Anatar's scheme. He'll question nothing. He is essentially enthralled for the purposes of any sort of character discussion.
It's so lame how easy it is.
Like, he's done. He's just this fucking incomprehensibly, like, stupid clown character.
But you get the distinct feeling that once he's allowed, like once his time is up, so to speak, he'll probably use all the references he should have used later. Like, you know what's weird is this thing and this thing, and then we'll just be like, why did you say that the fucking time? Like, what's wrong with you?
I have good news, though.
Ooh.
Welcome to Mordor!
Yay! Oh, no, that's
the Southland.
Waldrick Land.
We're returning to Mordor, the wonderful land of greatness.
Why is
we
why is
still
Isildur still here though? When we've been explicitly told it takes a day to ride out of Mordor. So why is he still
He's
in
because
He's
Mordor?
lost.
he hadn't gone there yet. He
thirsty
hadn't
for
done it yet.
Mordor
He hadn't
water.
left.
He doesn't have Poppy's song, so he's lost.
Oh,
Oh,
So Isildur is thirsty, so he finds some shitty ass water, and he's like, "All right, I need to drink this." And he is haunted by the visions of dead Numenorians in the water, because he's he doesn't know who else is alive. He thinks all of his friends may be dead. He doesn't know where everyone is. He thinks that his father's waiting for him at the camp. So yeah, he's kind of haunted by that. So that's the thing. That probably won't pop up later, but it happened. So there. So he's wandering around in the woods, and he comes across this cart that looks like it's been ambushed. There's some dead Numenorians laying around, and when Isildur goes up to this cart, he apparently doesn't notice that there's a lady in there, and the lady stabs his leg with a big fuck off knife.
I think it's hilarious after all the things he's been through uninjured. Like this one random lady just stabs him. It's like,
I
ah.
survived a volcano explosion, and then this random lady stabs me. Oh my goodness gracious.
Not that the stab wound does anything to him. In the
Oh
long
yeah,
run,
he's
No,
totally
it
fine
really
after
doesn't.
that as well.
With
He
the- well,
just
you would
can't
think-
die.
yeah. With the scene going on, I actually did wonder, like, are they gonna make this? Is it gonna be a big deal? And I was like, of course not. Of course, not. Fucking big deal.
Nope.
True. It's they just put this dirty ass cloth over it, and we're good to go. Yeah, he says it hurts. They have these weird attempts at comedy with her and with her and Isildur, this random lady under the cart, where he's like, "Oh, it doesn't hurt," and she's like, "Yes, it does." And then she pulls it out, and he's like, "No, no, no, don't pull it out. Ah, you're not supposed to pull it out." And she's like, "Oh, I'd never been stabbed before. I didn't know that." And it's very, very endearing and funny. It's very hilarious.
Yeah.
If you want to
You
see
guys
like this, it is
know-
actually very funny. Kung Fu Hustle, if anyone is familiar with that, the knife scene in that, because
Do
he
you guys
he
know
accidentally
why you're
stabs
supposed
a
to leave the
friend
knife
and
in,
then
by
puts
the
it
way?
back in.
No.
Sorry, what?
Do you guys know why you're supposed to leave the knife in, by the way? Like,
So
in modern times.
So you don't bleed out. So it keeps the wound closed would be my idea.
You're supposed to leave it in until you can get to a medical professional so they can remove it.
Oh, well yeah.
Well, yeah, but
obviously.
I assume what Mel said is
Yeah.
the truth. That if you pull it out,
Well, yeah,
it's like
because
it's
you
like
just said you're
rewounding
not- you're
yourself.
Sorry, that was just baffled.
Yeah.
You think that everybody here thought that to treat a stab wound is to leave it in there forever? What?
Well, no.
Well, that's
not
in
what
there
I'm saying,
forever.
but my point is more like, what medical professional are they gonna get to in time to remove that fucking knife?
oh well, we know, don't they? Because there was one that season 1 spent a really good long time setting up. She was a healer, and
right.
Yeah, but
And
she's
we have-
fucking
we
miles
have-
away
we
from where they are.
No,
I
They
definitely
don't really
don't
know where she is.
blame.
but we're
I
gonna see-
definitely don't blame Isildur for being like, "Don't fucking pull it out. Don't do it," because that would be like his training and what he knows, and he doesn't want this woman just yanking this knife out of his leg.
Sure,
when
but he
she's
should
just
also
some
know
random
why.
person.
If he knows to leave it in, he should also know why you're supposed to leave it in.
Well, he probably doesn't want her to do it. He'd probably rather be the one to do it.
Well, not
Because
just
this
that.
is just a
but
random
you
lady
need
who just
to-
stabbed him.
You need to
Like,
prep
also,
too.
I don't want you having this knife. You just stabbed me.
You need to prep like bandages.
Do you have any medicine
and
handy? Yeah,
fucking
you
whatever
can
have
prep. Yeah.
Yes,
Do you have
have
bandages? Do you
bandages
have
and
anything like that?
a fire ready to cauterize the wound and all that shit. But
Not
no,
just
just put a
yank it
rag
out.
over it.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong.
yeah.
Aren't they doing it the wrong way around? Like, are they using like a thin one first and then put the thick thing over it? Shouldn't it be the other
Yes.
way around?
It's really fucking stupid. He will bleed out in fucking hours.
You want to apply a lot of pressure to it, and then you
I also
especially-
want to cauterize it during these times because that would go fucking, septic and shit.
Especially because he's about to be on a horse for what we have to assume is at least a day.
You can't die on
know-
a horse. We've established this.
That's true.
Well,
you
being
did
on a
establish that
being on a
before,
horse
yeah.
is preferable to walking all the way. To be honest, if your leg is hurt, but yeah.
Be preferable to walking, sure, but even
Yeah.
so,
Well, the
This
movement's
would be-
probably
He's
gonna.
not gonna be resting. Yeah.
Yeah.
This would be
Yeah.
a way for Isildur to show that he learned some stuff in his soldier training, and that he was building up this relationship with this random girl who we'll learn about later. She's great, you'll love her. And what they're supposed to do for the leg, and maybe, like I said, opportunities. Him getting stabbed like this and their reaction to it and how they deal with this. What should be is a big injury. This is a big ass knife that went into his thigh. that could be bad news. That could be really bad news, and they need to treat it seriously.
Yes.
But it's kind of played off as a joke, and then it's just sort of gone. I think by next episode, you wouldn't have even known. So,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like the next, pretty much
also-
the next scene, and he's mostly fine.
It's probably worth mentioning at this point that her excuse for stabbing him is that she thought he was an orc. Just
Yeah, which is absolute bullshit.
well, keep
Oh,
that
this
in,
orc
keep
has
that
some
in
nice
mind because
pants.
we'll get back to it later.
Orcs should have nice pants, Metal.
No, they don't. The only one who has nice pants is Waldrak, and he's not an orc.
And Glug. Glug has great pants.
Glug.
Glug is actually black speech for nice pants.
Oh, I see. I didn't know
Ah,
that.
yeah.
Oh, is that what they named them after?
Yeah.
Nice pants.
It makes no less sense than anything else in this show. So
Yes,
it's canon in my heart.
it's on par with the level of writing. Yes.
Estrid is her name. This lady. She says the Numenorians have gone, and she went to the camp and found a map that they left behind, assumedly
Of
accidentally. So they
Yep.
now know
Mhm.
where to go.
It's
Or
so great.
Silver-
I love their
Power.
writing techniques that
Uh,
that just are random
literally is
guy
just- oh.
finds random other thing that has another random MacGuffin that brings him to the next random thing. It's
oh,
like,
wouldn't you know? It's
ooh.
exactly what I need to.
Oh, great! I
Yeah.
found
Oh,
that
that's
one.
fortunate.
So she clarifies that she went to the encampment and that it is gone, which means that because in season 1 we get told that the Numenorians are going to leave behind like one squad of soldiers. I don't know exactly how many, but the fact that they're not there anymore means that they were done looking for survivors. Obviously, didn't find Isildur, packed up all the
Mhm.
tents and left because all that was there was mud and hoof prints. Which means Isildur has accidentally bumped into Estrid, who just
Yep.
so happens to have previously gone to the encampment and found a map that the Numenorians did not mean to leave there. And on the map is circled the location that Isildur needs to go to get medical attention. That's what's just happened.
Hell yeah!
There are a few other explanations, like they could have said just fuck this and deserted. The wild men could also have attacked them and just killed them all, and that's how she has the map. But there's a few ways.
Well, I would.
Happened.
Yeah, one thing that I was thinking about is that when the Numenorians pack up their camp, they might deliberately leave a map so that way, if they missed any survivors and anyone manages to make it there late, then they can be like, oh, okay, well, they've obviously gone to Pelargir. But that isn't maybe that happened off screen, but that's not at all what's suggested by this scene.
I'm also not sure I would do that if the odds are that that map would be found by an orc as opposed to
Also
a
that,
survivor.
yeah,
Like,
true.
Wild man,
they send all the armies of Mordor after Pelargir. But I think that the simpler way of doing that would be like have Isildur go, because he would have known they would have gone to the camp. He can go to the camp. She can be there. There's no other Numenorians there. Reason well, when we sailed in, we passed Pelargir. That's the only Numenorian settlement ever around this part. So let's go there. Maybe that's where they went.
Yeah.
No
We
map
It's
also
for
the
have
context.
obvious
assume,
point to
the
go to.
timeline- The timeline seems to be such that Estrid was able to get to the camp, find it, and then wander all the way back wherever she is right now in the time that Isildur was in the cave and then walked here. I guess those things just sort of lined up and there was enough time for both of those things to happen. But it also means that, well, hold up. Yeah, if there's only, if the Numenorians would have had to go to the, if we like synchronize time in terms of the volcano exploding, the Numenorians in the camp, they were dealing with all the stuff they did in season 1 with, Bronwyn being around and Muriel and the stab wound and Halbrand and all that stuff. That all happened. And while all of that's happening, Isildur is wandering around in a spider cave. And then they pack up the camp. They leave behind some people. Those people wait. They decide they've waited long enough. Then they leave. And then during all of that time, I don't know, you'd think that would be a week minimum that would happen.
Yeah.
And then, so it's been like over a week that Isildur has been wandering around in a spider cave. What has he been drinking?
He what we said, Sheila was nursing him.
Spider milk.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
spider milk.
fair enough. Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
That-
fuck,
that
what's
solves that
happening?
problem.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking, my brain's turning to mush. Okay,
Yeah.
so the map says go to Pelargir, which is an old Numenorian settlement.
Mhm. Sure.
So the Estrid and Isildur come across another cart, and it's all ransacked. Oh
At which
no!
point, instantly, it's like, oh, so this is a trap, and
Yeah.
also that means that she's a bad guy. Instantly, like How is he not figuring this out? You know what I mean? Like, as
if
soon as
they
you
are
see this, instantly it's like, okay, so this guy's clearly set a trap for you, but also, isn't this very similar to the circumstance where you met this lady?
No.
You know?
someone waiting at a cart, and you just got
And
stabbed.
being like, oh man, I'm so tired. Come on, come here, come closer. It's like, come on, dude.
Yeah,
Maybe a
there's,
little handshake.
The guy's
there's
noticeably
this
shit in the
guy.
story too, because he's like, "What happened?" He just goes, "Orcs." It's like,
It's like you're alive. What do you mean orcs?
yeah.
Yeah, so there's a guy at this cart.
Why
that
haven't they not
that the
eaten you
two
yet?
come across? The guy's like, "Oh, we were attacked by orcs," which is, as you know, as has just been mentioned. Why would orcs leave prisoners, or not even prisoners? Or why would you just leave them lying around here? Why wouldn't you
Why
kill
would you
them?
leave food behind? That
would you
can
leave
feed
those
your whole
stuff
family for a
behind?
week.
Anyway, he
his family.
when
Yep.
when Isildur gets close, a bunch of dudes pop out and they beat him up. Oh no, we've been
It's very
ambushed.
sad.
Damn it.
Oh no. Isildur is oddly trusting of this guy, but maybe that's just part of his character. I don't know. Maybe
Just better.
I don't know. I don't know. If people are
He's been-
characterized certain ways, maybe I'd be like, yeah, that seems like Isildur is
He's
very
been, he's
thorough
been
and trusting.
consistently retarded from season 1. So
Yeah,
I think
that's the
I think it's
problem.
fair.
Is like, I think that the whole thing that they're trying to do is characterize him as like compassionate, but the problem is that in this case, it's just you're being really stupid though,
Yeah.
which is not good for you.
Well, if
He has-
Estrid and
yeah.
him had a conversation on the horse when they were approaching, all this could get resolved or explained. We have to help him, but he says they were attacked by orcs. Why would they just leave him alive? I bet it's a trap. Oh yeah, well then what is the thing you did to me? I thought you were an orc. And then they have like a conversation with words.
Ew.
No.
But that doesn't really happen because we have to have drama and because we have to reintroduce a very good friend of ours, a very wonderful, a very good friend of
If
ours
he
from
showed
season
up
1.
10 seconds, 15,
Yeah,
even 5 seconds later, Isildur would have been dead, and that
Yeah, but an elf
changes
is never
everything.
late.
No,
An elf
that's
arrives
right. He
precisely
arrives
when he
just
means
in
to.
time.
Sure,
yeah,
why
not-
not?
These Sealdoor stuff specifically is really like an and then kind of scenario going on right
Oh,
now.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then he found Estrid, and then she had a map, and then they went to Pelagir,
he-
and
we
then
got
Arondir showed
ambushed.
up.
And then they got
And then
ambushed.
they got
and the
ambushed.
horse he ran off.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
like
we went to
fucking hell.
Pelargir.
Which is a
yeah,
staple of
Arondir
Rings
shows
of
up
Power as
at the
well.
last second and
Then-
kills the wild men who
gets,
have the brand of Sauron on
Well,
them.
and he does it with his
Brand of Adar.
arrow as well. He's like slicing them up with the arrow.
He gets an intro
Yeah.
where the
Well,
show
don't
is
forget
like,
that he like
"Aren't you
spins through the
glad
cart and
that he's
explodes
here?"
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He explodes
Yeah.
the cart. Yeah.
He fucking
Arondir
sliced
is like
lips.
Arondir is a video game character where he does the little dash jump, but it does damage and it destroys it. It's like
Yeah.
like where you have all the barrels. All the barrels,
Exactly.
yeah, and you could dash through them to break them. That's what he's doing.
You see little
He dashes through
coins
the
from
cart
the
and
barrels all going up
explodes
to
and
the top right of his
destroys
HUD, like where he's collecting
Yeah.
them.
them. Yeah.
uses the card like one of these speed rings from Mario Kart. So it's like woo.
Assuming
We
that
will-
Isildur has recently, as in the last couple of hours, left Mordor, he's still like 400 miles away from Pelagir, and Arondir is out here collecting firewood from 400 miles away. Like that's a long,
Yep.
that's
This
that's
is where the good
commitment. That's a
firewood
long way to
is.
go.
Yeah,
this,
already-
this is the part where the best firewood is.
This is the good shit. This is the
It
good
has to be
shit.
that those two actually traveled, like 400 kilometers or something. But I mean, goddamn, did they not have any conversations during that
Yeah.
time?
Wait, hang on.
It's
Aren't
not-
they?
it's
They
not-
are in Pelagir already, right? Or
Well,
am I
they
missing-
they are, but the distance doesn't make sense.
Oh, so this is the area of Pelagir, but they still the settlement is still like super far away.
I don't think it's meant to be far away. I think it's meant to be really close.
Yeah.
It's
Uh.
the surrounding forest, I think, but there's a lot of surrounding forests. So I mean, they explain why Arondir is in the woods, but he's here because it's really lucky, specifically.
Oh, for
I'm
sure.
glad he didn't
yeah.
go to the Black Forest because no one comes out of the Black
No one-
Forest except for a horse.
Oh,
Well, and Isildur, right? There's the first
It's
person to
true.
ever
I
come
guess
out.
that's right.
Yeah.
The
Maybe
first
it's just the
person to
the
survive
aura of
the
the
Black
horse.
Forest. He's a
It's a
hero.
guy and his horse. Okay, so we're gonna start. We're gonna plant a seed, and we'll discuss it later once it grows and blossoms. So we are learning that because these people who ambushed Isildur and Estrid had this brand of Adar on them, that makes them wild men.
Apparently.
We'll just plant that seed and we'll let it grow as we progress through the episodes, and we'll see what blossoms and blooms from that little seed we've planted, because it's going to be important later.
We've seen in previous episodes that Adar is branding people with this, like, the slaves basically, like enforcing them to take this or die in the first episode.
Which makes you wonder how many people would have just taken it and then like run off.
We've planted the seed. We will return to
we were just watering it, Rex.
Element. Just a little tinkle, little sprinkle, sprinkle.
Yep.
Oh no, I tinkled a little bit.
So, back at Polar Gear, Braun Wynn is Braun was.
He's
fucking dead.
The reason
there's
so
one
funny.
thing. There's one thing I want to point out as well. Lemonlass says that elven memories don't dim, but apparently he forgot about the orc arrows.
Something I found funny during this scene is when they showed the flashback from like episode 1 of season 1. It's like, oh, just in case you didn't know who this is. Like I get the impression they shot it without an insert shot, and they're like, shit,
and then
don't even know who the fuck.
What if people
this
don't?
is?
What if people don't remember who this titanically important character was from the first
just
season?
put a
Who
slow
got an
motion
insane amount of
shot
screen time
of her. But yeah, this is obviously was not the plan.
Yeah.
Do you guys
so much time on her? It's honestly one of my favorite scenes in the entire show so far. Just knowing how much time, effort, money they spent bigging this character up, setting her up, and then the excuse is, oh yeah, we kind of forgot orc arrows are a little bit dirty, so she died.
No.
The elf didn't say
thought
the
she was
memory,
getting better.
Well,
and the healer didn't know about this.
Do you guys know why she's not?
I'm not coming back. I've got.
Oh, I can tell you.
I
checked why.
Oh, okay.
That's basically what it was.
Yeah.
So like while season 1 was releasing, she was like, you know what? Don't really want to come back to acting because she's doing like activism stuff in Iran or somewhere for women or something.
Oh, hey, okay.
And she was like, oh, it needs to be like a really special project for me to actually come back to acting, while they made such a big deal out of her being alive still. So I think like while
flagship massive project for Amazon, and she's like, I'm gonna go do activism in Iran instead. I'd rather go to Iran than act
so
in
fucking
your
funny.
show.
While season 1 was releasing, like I think the second to last. I think second to last episode, she was like, "Nah, I'm out."
So that makes this even funnier then, because I was thinking, essentially what has happened here is it's not like, oh, she was attacked by orcs again off screen. It's like, no, she died from her injuries from episode 6 of season 1, but she had already exactly. So having her survive for 5 more episodes off screen and do nothing and be like, yeah, she died, by the way, that makes absolutely no narrative sense.
She was fine when we left.
But like the way that you do this in order to have it actually mean something to the characters, actions have consequences and affect what the characters are going to do, is you kill her off in episode 6 of season 1. Because I don't think anyone would have expected that to happen.
Defending the town. Yeah, that would legitimately shock me. I'd be like, oh,
I guess
shit.
I guess it been that it was all done. Like they'd shot everything, and then it was after that she made the decision.
Because they made a huge effort to get her healed with the seeds and everything, and getting repaired. And
there was obviously a plan for the character. But I guess not anymore.
It was mentioned recasting would have been the way smarter decision because it's so much easier to make use of all that stuff you've done already, but then also just so much less awkward. Because what they do, I think, is maybe a sliver of a step away from she went back to her home planet and died along the way. Like that, it's that stupid.
Pretty much that. It's just that they
went to
play
Polar
sad
Gear
music.
and died.
They play sad music, and it's dark and it's night, and it's like, oh man, this is tragic. But yeah, I mean, this is just an abrupt end to a story that was clearly not finished.
Yeah, like the funeral scene
That's
itself.
what death is, Fringy. That's what death is.
I did think like the funeral scene itself was decent enough, and I think part of that is because I did really quite like the music in it. But also I realized that part of why it works is because no one says anything, which means that you don't have the scene of Arendir and Theo where Theo's saying, hey man, I know about guilt and shit. Like they're just they just don't
know.
talk.
I think Arendir's acting was fucking shit in that scene. I think he looks goofy and confused as fuck.
Well, he does, but he doesn't actually have to say anything, so it's not as bad as normal. Same for Theo, because Theo is awful.
In this situation, I would
even
also
see
be
his
highly
face.
confused
Oh, that's good
about what was
acting.
happening. Like it's an innately confusing scene. Like the other sort of casualty that comes as a result of it is that you had the entire arc when Theo and Arondir were coming closer together over the last 3-4 episodes of season 1. That they start off hostile and distant, and then I think the last scene you see them together, he's almost like taken on the stepfather role, and it ends with a hug.
Yeah,
and so like that arc is done. That they have got closer together, and then because she's dead, they've had to very hastily rearrange things. So now none of that happened. So this episode, they're back to never speak to me again, you horrible bastard. And then by the end of the episode, it's, oh, we're actually really good friends again. It's like, we've had all of this. This is just a massive waste of time. Why are you doing it again?
The flashback to her face as well. Like, I actually think it's utterly hilarious because we know. But I think that probably was the wisest choice for them because they probably do know and would remember who that was. They'd be like, which of the ladies? And then they say Bronwyn. You're like, I don't know who that is. Like,
it would be funny if they chose to recast her and still did the flashback. And then you have the scene of old Bronwyn, the old actress, with her face in the flashback, and then it fades to new actress Bronwyn. And they're like, oh, okay.
And
all right then.
Subtitles says old Broadway, new Broadway, just like Mordor, just to make sure we get it.
Yeah, Mordor.
Aaron just says orc arrows have changed her face. It's fucking weird.
It is Bronwyn no longer.
Bronwyn off.
Unfortunate comparison that the show also invites, though, which is that end of season 1 when Galadriel and Halbrand ride into a Region, and she says. Well, she looks at him when he's lying in the hospital bed at first and says, immediately, this needs elvish medicine. He's dying. And he's been stabbed through, like, the kidney by a spear. And she instantly says, right, he must be dying. Elvish medicine, off we go to a Region. Apparently, though, like, Arondir is not as good at detecting things that need elvish medicine, despite being an elf. So being stabbed by a spear is more obviously lethal than recovering from an arrow wound.
If you asked him, how did she die? And he goes, the orc arrows they got her. It's like, but she healed from that. It's like, no, there's like a lasting poison. But she's a healer. She would know. It's like, no, she didn't. She missed it. It's like, did the elf not catch it? No. You're lying to me. You killed it. You killed it.
Do we need to work on like an antidote or something in case anyone gets shot with an arrow? Yeah, we need to go. Oh, so if we're just shot with an orc arrow, we're just dead? Should we think of like an antidote or something? So they're not instant death.
They smear shit on it or something. It's very hard to recover from.
So the saving grace of this is that the writers didn't throw in that it was actually a Morgul arrow, because I would have cried if they had done that again.
Morgul shaft.
Was that a Hobbit thing?
God. That's in the Hobbit. Yeah, Keely gets shot with a Morgul shaft. Because, and the only reason why that happens is because that's how the elves end up getting involved in the rest of the story. Because if that didn't happen, they wouldn't.
I need to rewatch the Hobbit movies. They sound like a hoot.
No, you don't.
They're not good.
Oh, I don't want to watch them because they're good, just for the memes, I guess. I haven't seen them in
like
since they came out, probably.
There's some decent moments in there for sure, but they're not.
Yes.
There's some good stuff in there.
I remember
there's some gold in them there hills.
I remember the barrels.
A lot of hills though.
That was weird.
The barrels were fucking
Listen, the barrels, that's just how Tolkien envisioned it.
Yeah.
Barrel maxing.
That would be a thing, wouldn't it? If he was
barrels,
like depressed watching the whole film, but that scene comes on and Tolkien's like laughing, jumping up and down, clapping. We're like, really? Okay.
When Bombo sticks his arms out of the barrel and starts spinning around like a Beyblade. Yes. That's Tolkien's favorite bit.
Wee.
So we talked about everything that was in my notes, so we can go back to Khazad Dûm.
Hooray!
Back to the mountain and the dwarves. Let me see here. What shall we say? Things are getting desperate in the market. People are getting hungry. Food is starting to run. Food's starting to run low. People are starting to worry. And so, Narvi, who is he's the guy from the other episode we met. He's the one who's like, yeah, the mountain's fucked, yo. We've lost the connection to the mountain. We can't get to. We can't open up shafts because we don't know how to do it safely. But Narvi is going to speak with the king. He says the food merchants want to open the grain reserves, which we learn will last them about 3 months. And so, all right.
See, I'm just wondering, at this point? Did none of the merchants go outside and go trade somewhere else? Because apparently
No,
you
they
can
weren't
leave.
allowed to.
They're not
They weren't
allowed to.
Not allowed
Oh,
to.
but
Because King Durin is being assassinated with everyone else. So he's like,
Oh.
nah, better to starve than trade. Or
Yeah,
maybe
I think
that's
I
part
would-
of his character, which I don't think it is, but whatever. Seems like the opposite of what he would do based on his behavior in the first season.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Durin
Sorry,
shows up.
I just saw chat. Chat just says, "Hey guys, is Waldrick back yet?" Unfortunately,
Fingers
not.
crossed. Fingers
Fingers
crossed.
Yeah, I hope it will be.
Durin shows up to speak with King Durin and tells him about the ring offer for their mithril that Celebrimbor had given him. And obviously there's some tension in the room because they're not really seeing eye to eye on things, and Durin came here for in an official capacity to tell him about Celebrimbor's offer, but they go back to this little room here, this little dwarfy room, and they're talking together, and Durin says that I'm hard as you, not a great line. Stubborn as you, as crusted with pride, and I was wrong. I was
I thought that
wrong
was
to
a really weird
disrespect
line.
you. I'm sorry. Yeah,
I'm hard and
don't talk
crusted.
about how you're
I'm-
hard and crusted.
I'm often
It's really weird.
I'm often crusted with pride after I'm hard.
I'm hard and crusted, just like you are. Are you calling me hard and crusted? So he says, Durin says he's been bullied by the miners.
Yeah.
I don't
he
believe
doesn't
you.
trust that he doesn't trust this power in Eregion. He says that cheating death might lead to a greater catastrophe. And he refers to the thing that King Durin said at the end, because at the end of season 1, King Durin said, well, maybe this is the will of the gods that the elves aren't immortal anymore, or whatever happens to them if the tree goo gets too bad. But it says here that if Durin means that his father was right to have let the elves die, meaning that King Durin was right to deny Durin helping Elrond in particular, but also all of the elves, then I believe that this, unfortunately, is essentially the assassination of Durin as a character.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I have to
absolutely.
hope he's just taking the L willingly, even though he doesn't believe it, so they
Yeah,
can
that he's
save the
lying.
dwarves. Because
That can
because
be
if
the
not, he
way
just changed
that
his
they
mind off
get out of it.
screen, which is fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
And
the
he's
way
probably
out.
just going to change his mind back later on. He seems to flip flop a lot. During
The way out of this is that he is just saying what he thinks
Buttering
King
him up.
Durin should hear. Well, he's
Yeah.
not even necessarily buttering him up, because Durin doesn't think that the rings are a good idea because Sauron is an idiot. So he doesn't want his father to actually accept this deal, right?
Yeah.
So by saying you're so wise, what you told me about Elrond, yeah, we probably shouldn't have helped him. I should have grown some balls and let Elrond die. so as to convince his father that don't go and get these
I
rings.
think you're doing
Yeah.
too much nice work on the part of the writers. I don't think that's in there at all. I think it's
I
it's
definitely
perfectly
am,
consistent
yeah.
on this point. From this scene onwards, he genuinely does believe that there is something terribly wrong with the rings, and so by extension, there was something wrong with them helping the elves make them. I think he's flip-flopped completely between seasons.
Even though the
He's
elves said it
relatively
worked.
consistent from this point. He doesn't actually know that it has worked. That's the other thing. None of them have proof of concept. None of them have actually seen that the elven rings have done anything, except that the elves are
fact that
still
the
around.
elves have the elves have stuck around here. All the elves seem to be like, yeah, it worked. We're good, and we want to make them for you too. And there's not this, there's not like people running around being like, oh shit, we need to leave. They would have gone by now.
They've only heard it from Celebrimbor and this weird Anatar guy. So
But they would have left. They wouldn't even been
the
here.
last thing they had to do with Celebrimbor, he was using Elrond to lie to the dwarves in a bit to trick them out of their mithril. I think if I was a distrustful dwarf, I might suspect some foul play going on here.
exactly.
Well,
I don't think
and
that's
if you were to-
consistently written with Durin. I think Durin is unwittingly written to be insanely gullible. I don't think that was that's not the intention of the writers.
Yeah.
But also they could Durin could corner Celebrimbor and say, he almost does this in, I think it's episode 4. Have him corner Celebrimbor. No, sorry, never mind. Sorry, we'll get to that later. Have him corner Celebrimbor and say, how do you know that the rings actually worked? because then Celebrimbor would say, "Well, Anatar told me," and then at that point, the fucking penny the size of the moon would drop, and Durin would be like, "Oh, okay, we're into pretty deep shit." Because
The
I
angel
already
from
don't trust
heaven
that
told
motherfucker.
me that it worked. We want to make
Exactly.
the rings too.
We
I don't
don't
even know what Durin would
buy-
say. He'd be like, "The what from who?"
What now?
Yeah, I brought this up before. If
Fire
he
ring.
summarized the
These are
entire
conversations
situation,
that just don't happen.
if Celebrimbor summarized the entire situation to any random person, he would realize probably when saying it out loud how fucking insane this whole
No, he
situation
wouldn't.
has been. Well, my point is obviously
Now
if he was
this-
normal. What I was going to say about
Oh yeah.
Durin
He
is kind of the
should.
same. Is like
If we had built up,
I think Durin is supposed to
a
actually be in this
relationship
season the
between-
character that's supposed to be able to spot shit before it happens. He's supposed to have a bit of a street smart sort of like I get this, I understand this.
Yeah.
When that's like the complete opposite of what we end up with.
the
He's
I
gonna
would
go
not
build a
have
boat like Elba.
expected any of this from Durin. I would expect that if Durin would, based off season 1's characterization or its attempts, that Durin would be willing to apologize eventually to his father and all that sort of thing, but I don't think he would ever be willing to like throw Elrond under the bus. He would draw a line there, and he said he would say something along the lines of like, "That's a thing I can't cross. Elrond is my friend. That means a lot to me. You as a dwarf should know that." And appeal to that, bond
Yeah,
of
reference some
friendship.
history about some
that's not
dwarf
something-
and some other race that were good friends.
Yeah.
Or is Uncle
but-
Grisby, who was a goblin, and he was friends with him.
But that's basically the scene.
Yeah.
And like this is a huge character moment for the two of them. And it just sort of happens. I'm very disappointed in Durin, of course, for the reasons that we've just gone over. I'm also very disappointed in King Durin for just being like, huh, okay, and then kind of leaving.
Well, unfortunately, I feel like King Durin is going to be very quickly fucking obliterated.
Yep.
in the ensuing episodes.
We don't see what happens now, because this scene, of course, because it's Rings of fucking Power, it ends with a cliffhanger, and we don't get any sense for what King Durin actually thinks about this. Again. I swear, every other scene, you've got like a 60 to 70% chance of it ending halfway through a conversation.
Yeah.
So we don't know what King Durin thinks about this, and we're going to find out later. But also, because of the previous fucking cliffhanger, we have no idea why Durin actually decided to speak to his dad in the first place. Because he didn't actually need to do it. The prospect of like lying to him or getting the mithril or subverting him in some way wasn't even addressed. It was just, well, in order to make the rings, you have to speak to your father. And it was like, don't ask why, you just kind of do.
Well,
I guess
the reason why is he wants to do it instead of Disa, right? Because he wants to present it in a way that we shouldn't trust the elves.
Because Disa's on board with the idea, he isn't. And we have
True,
we have to do mega extrapolation because these are just not conversations that they decide to have. So I think that's why, and there's like a skeleton of an idea that's buried underneath all the nothing that they do with it. But like like we say, we need to be having conversations. We need to have characters talking to each other in reasonable ways, but we don't get it. So it damages the characters, and it damages our ability to understand the characters.
I think you also need
Things
to
just
pick
sort
the
of
right
happen.
character to send on the arc, because they want King Durin to be the person who exemplifies what happens to you when you wear a ring. So they wanted this change in his character from the cautious guy who won't say yes to anything to the guy who, under the influence of the ring, says yes to too much and delves too greedily and too deep, etc. That seems to me like an arc that would be way better placed for the younger Durin, like the guy who is the optimistic one, the one who wants to help the elves, the one who sees what good the rings can do, the one who goes back to his people who are in trouble and says, I've got a way out of this and our king won't allow me to do it, gains their favor, takes over effectively, and then under the influence of the ring shows the folly that the king was warning against, and the king who's now disempowered is the one who can't stop it. Yeah, rather than having both of them effectively swap positions completely off screen. You could actually have a way more compelling
for
thing.
greatness and glory and riches and to be known and famous and all that sort of stuff to provide, and it takes that and it corrupts it.
And his
then
father's
boom, Balrog.
name.
Let's
That's what he says,
see.
right?
All right, that scene's done. Yeah, it's the greatest honor for a dwarf is to earn his father's name, something like that.
You could reference that.
The name
Pretty
of it.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a special thing with the name Durin in like lore of the dwarves and shit like that, but we might not want to get into all that.
Okay, well, yeah, what a fucking catastrophe. I guess we could move on. It sucks balls.
I think part of
Yes.
why that's particularly painful is because those two characters once upon a time were like the best part of the show.
Yep.
And the longer we have spent with them, the worse they've got. And by the end of these 2 episodes, I mean, Durin at the very least is gone. I say Durin. Durin the younger is gone. Durin the older is well on his way.
He's
So,
teetering on the brink.
Yeah, I mean, Diza too. She's been quite weakened when we ended
well-
season 1 with basically her probably being the
Telling you,
strongest
man.
character.
Waldrig was the
Strongest
dam that was
character with
holding
any amount of
back
time.
the complete
Yeah.
Bat Riot.
Yeah,
It's true.
Yeah,
It's true.
totally.
I mean, from what I've seen of episode 5, I'm not done with it quite, but Disa does not come out of that episode in a good way. So, yeah, there is not much hope left.
all
Was
right.
there much to begin with?
There never
Well,
was
there's
much
some-
hope.
There wasn't much, but it was fine. Yeah, what we had was all right and interesting potentially. She wasn't inconsistent. She had a personality. She had goals, and you could believe based off of the dialogue and the acting that she was like an actual person. And then of course the gravy line, the excellent gravy line, strong gravy.
Yeah. I mean, she's
they can never
probably
take
still
that
the best
away,
actor in the
but-
show, I would think.
Probably between Durin and Diza and King Durin would
Yeah.
probably be the 3
They're all like,
contenders.
solid actors.
Everyone else is very unmemorable to fine.
Remember when
bad.
Elrond had a scene where he was
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
when he
yeah,
was
that
talking
was
about his
nice.
father.
I do
Yeah,
remember.
It feels like a
Yeah.
lifetime
and
ago.
Durin.
When he was
It could've
actually
been a
like making
lifetime ago.
sense in what he said.
All right, back in Pelargir, Isildur is getting patched up by Theo, which makes a level of sense. Theo is the son of the village healer lady, so he'd probably know a thing or two.
Mm,
You
So,
should be able
I
to do
guess-
this at least. Like this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
pretty
so-
basic.
So I suppose so. So at least they're so boom. Isildur is now okay.
yeah.
So that's
He's- wait,
and
He's
you
not
know
going to
what?
randomly die
In the-
off
on the-
screen. Are you sure? He's not going to have a funeral? This
Hey,
will be-
well, we don't know.
Yeah,
we don't know.
that
Season
wound
3.
should absolutely
check next
that wound should
episode.
absolutely be
He,
infected by now to shit. But
He might also come down
Details.
with a bad case of the actor having better things to do.
We've
Yep.
got I'd be good on Rings of Power for actually addressing the wound, so to speak. But yeah,
I mean,
it's now
yeah,
officially
yeah.
cured. But at least they remembered that he was
That's
stabbed last
funny.
scene.
Hey, at least they acknowledged it
That's-
before
that's-
they magically
Yeah.
fixed
The
it.
the
Yeah, that's
bare
Rings of
minimum,
Power's
yes.
version
It
of
is
acknowledging.
on the Rings of Power grading curve. This is pretty
That's true.
excellent.
They do a
that they
thing for it. That's
they
true.
remembered.
Yeah.
Imagine the scene was at the end of the
so-
season where he gets it dressed. We're like,
And they
okay.
just forgot about it. Yeah.
Rings of Power has like every once in a while you get like a little crayon drawing that you magnetize to the fridge to be like, oh, Rings of Power, look at
Ooh.
you. You remembered a character
Yeah.
was, wounded greatly last scene that they were in.
Good
And
for
you're-
you.
Yay.
So yeah, Arondir is here with Isildur and Theo. Arondir thinks that he failed to protect Bronwyn, which is, I guess, a thing that his character might potentially think, even though it's
You failed to
I don't know what he
remember the
could
orc
have
arrow.
done, but yeah, it's nothing he really could have done. It's just one of those things that just kind of happens. But he feels guilty about it, and that's fair for someone to feel guilty about it. What if I had got her in faster or something? So
I mean, if he has this like so perfect elven memory or whatever, he should probably remember the fucking orc arrow.
yeah, but he
No.
might be thinking, oh, I should have, maybe killed the archers before they got there, or I should have got her inside quicker,
Mm, yeah,
or
yeah.
I should have
only-
not put
maybe-
the fucking
well, he
medic on
was-
the front lines.
well, he was the one who did the medicine thing with the seeds in the
Wasn't
wound
the-
and stuff. So
and
maybe
the
he
arrows were a
thinks,
bit of a
oh, if
jump
only I
scare, right?
could have.
So like, oh god, everything.
little bit, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it was like a little
Yeah.
ambush after they kill all the people who defected to Adar.
Yes.
Also,
Yeah.
sorry, this came to me. Does no one in the Elven Kingdom like miss Arondir being around? Like, doesn't he have like a post to fill or anything? He just seems to be here now, and nobody actually cares about the Elven.
So the whole
It
that
was
is
at
never
the
mentioned.
outpost in Mordor.
Yeah, that's never mentioned
Is he assumed
after
dead?
because I remember.
yeah,
Well, that's
this
the
is what
thing
I-
is that the rest of the orcs, the rest of the elves were captured by orcs, and they are all dead now. But the fact
Yeah.
that they were recalled, presumably to Lindon by again,
Mhm.
presumably Gilgalad, and then they never showed up, you would think mean that they would know that something's up, but they
Exactly,
never
yes.
realized that something was up in season 1.
Did Galadriel ever tell him, like, so yeah, when we got there, like, there was only like one elf left, and
Yeah.
Evidently
shit, I
not.
know.
Yeah, then they're like, what happened to
Yeah,
him? It's
well,
like,
if it happens, it happens off screen. But yeah,
I mean, I can believe that she didn't say anything. She's so solipsistic that I can
Oh, yeah.
totally believe that she didn't even think, like, oh shit, that might be something to tell Gil-galad.
yeah, nah, fuck that.
But my guess then is that they do assume him to be dead because the rest of his post is dead.
I don't think
It would probably
I think
be
if you
very
told-
important for the armies to meet up with him when they actually get there. You know, the guy who's actually been there and know what the situation is.
You know,
But nah,
you
fuck
said
that.
that. But I think if you told the writers, they'd go, yeah.
Yeah, they haven't thought about
They
it.
never even thought about this.
They'd go, thank you for thinking about that.
It's like, hey, we called these people in this one post, they just never showed up. Like, none of them. Isn't
Mhm.
that weird? It's like,
I also think
no.
that if you told
No.
them that, they would then talk to each other like, isn't it so dirty? They're like, oh, what happened to that character? What do they think of this character? They're not even.
That attitude has really got to stop. This whole thing of
Yeah.
like nerds paying attention to the details. Like they don't even get paid to do that. This is your job. Like,
Yeah.
Like,
surely
look
you
at
should
these-
be paying
Yeah.
attention to these.
Look
We
at
do
these
it because
losers
you
paying
don't
attention
do
to
that.
cause and effect.
Yeah. But yeah, that should have been in the fucking planning scene when they planned to attack Mordor. She should have mentioned that there's this one elf over there was at the outpost and he survived, and we should probably like seek him out and ask him what the situation over there is.
Yeah, because right now he's just wandering around this town as like the de facto leader of the people here. It's
Mhm.
like, okay.
Why not?
I don't know why. Now I'm just thinking about that as like a problem. It's it's almost like I think it was something that Matthew Batosa said when he was talking about Dark Souls, and like his view on the writing of it. His view being that Miyazaki knew a lot more about his world than he showed, but that gives it like a sense of depth
Right.
compared to
Yeah, that the
something like
information actually does exist out there.
yeah. Well, yeah. It's like just because you don't see it doesn't mean that I don't know it, but also that knowing it and not necessarily showing it still means that it can come through in ways like you can get a sense of the depth of a world, even though the writer hasn't necessarily told you everything that they know, because all of the things that they know are informing the way that they write their story and construct their world. So like something could happen that from a viewer's perspective is just like, oh, that's just an event. But then the writer kind of imbued it with, well, yeah, but I know that this happened at this point with these characters in the world, or in the history. Whereas here, you definitely get the sense of like, well, the world doesn't exist beyond any shot that you're doing at any particular moment. The world doesn't exist beyond the confines of what you show
Like
us.
they're making it up as they go.
There's a ton of that in Game of Thrones when with like a bunch of like deep lore and like hinting at older and grander things, like the Blackstone being found at like all the different locations around the world and shit like that.
The way that we interface with the world around us is this like built-in understanding that pretty much the vast majority of things that have ever happened existed and happened before we ever were a part of it. There's a history to everything. There's a reason why everything the way that it is, and it goes back many, many, many generations, thousands of years potentially. So the moment that you have a storyteller, whether it's someone in a Dungeons and Dragons game, or whether it's a storyteller for a TV show or anything like that, the moment you get this idea where the immersion's kind of broken, when you realize that it is being made up as it goes along, there isn't any deeper thought that's put behind its construction, it automatically sort of breaks that believability with what we understand worlds to actually be, like our own world. And then all of the stakes and all of the investment that you can feel just, it's like, this isn't like a world, this is just, they're just making it up as they go. We're just going from set to set, randomly learning things. You don't feel like there is like a background story to all the stuff that's being portrayed here. For as much as they talk about history and ancient prophecies and these people going here and these people going there, at any one moment, I feel like anything's on the table to be learned or told to us just out of nowhere and without any reason to it.
All of it added together, it comes across as though it isn't a story, it's a sequence of events that it has been put together to exist on a screen in front of an audience, which is like, that's immersion shattering. It's not immersion breaking.
It's just thrown into existence. Why it be in a
it seems almost like baffling to the creators, right? It's like, how do people not like look at all of the money that we put into like creating all of these sets and props and visual effects and stuff, as
Because
though
I
like
think of
the
them as
pure
sets and props.
fidelity. Well, that it's almost this idea that the pure fidelity of the things that they've created like makes it so that it's a believable world. But like there are video games and PlayStation 1 graphics that feel more believable and real than this. Because it's not about quality, it's about like the actual substance.
When we go to Edoras, or when we go to any sort of place in the Lord of the Rings movies, and they have that, your first thought isn't, oh, this is a movie set. These are actors on a movie set. You're like, no, these are characters in a world that's ancient and old and is full of history and lineages and traditions and cultures, and everything that they do is going to be deeply steeped in that understanding and in that context. But here, it really does feel in this show, these are just actors moving around on sets of varying degrees of quality and believability
off screen, and then they all sort of go to lunch.
Yeah. Like I'm thinking more about what catering they have instead of the actual construction of the fiction that I'm trying to be immersed in.
Well, I think part of the problem as well is how much of the acting and the dialogue is like needlessly theatrical. That everybody's
too much of the meta is seeping in
rather than sort of communicating like normal people.
Yeah, there's so many just lines,
Where it's like,
they did this with camera shots.
No way a normal person just came up with that off the top of their head,
Well, I was thinking more of like direct lines that have just been ripped out of the Peter Jackson films, where it's like the wink, wink, nudge, nudge, whistle the thing because you know it. Which is, I mean, I haven't seen the film yet, but exactly what you guys were talking about with Alien Romulus, where you just throw in wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We said, get away from her, you bitch. Like, oh, okay, cool. How's that doing for your immersion now? Like,
it makes me cringe. It's what it does.
Yeah,
it's like how Come With Me If You Want to Live got fucking obliterated by the Terminator sequels, constantly doing it over and over and over again. Now,
repeating that line is one thing, but like the one that sticks out to me is still Emilia Clarke's one, which is
Genesis. Yeah,
come with me if you want to live.
Now, soldier.
Never ever do that again.
Oh my god!
Just why?
I think you've had it playing on the thing, but this is where I'm kind of on my because I'm on Amazon.com right now and I've got it pulled up. So we've it looks like a movie set. This is a movie set. This does not have. This is not how a village would look. And this is Pelargir. This is it. This is like Pallet Town in Red version. It's like it's 3 buildings, and one of them's yours, and that's the town. And but here you have a
look at it
$1
closely. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah,
I think
it's just
I believe
everything
that's the
about
widest
this
shot we ever
screen's a
get.
set. I think so. Yeah,
I think so. Yes.
this is
'Cause
it.
we get-
and I don't believe there's any more than this. This is just it. It's
Not
3
much, no.
buildings and an old wall, and that's Pelargir, the ancient Numenorian settlement.
Yeah.
This
So
is
we
it.
have-
Cost $1 billion.
Earlier on, we get a when we get the title card that says Pelargir, in case the audience doesn't have a memory. We do see Pelargir, and it is bigger than this, but obviously it's entirely CG. But what they don't do
far
is
in
with
the
the shots
distance.
like this. Yeah, what they don't do with the shots like this is they don't use digital set extensions or clever camera work to reuse the same set in multiple ways from multiple angles to give it the illusion of size, which, like, 2 examples of that from the Peter Jackson films is Shelob's, the tunnel where Shelob is, was a very small set, but they filmed it from all sorts of different angles to make it seem like a labyrinth. They did the same thing with the Nostromo in Alien. Minas Tirith, yeah.
Set design over and over
Oh,
again.
the Descent is a great example, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
whereas
make use
this,
of
it's
the
like,
lighting to this way, that way, turn it upside down, flip it. Now we're going the reverse way direction.
Yeah.
But here you don't have scenes of people sitting on the dock looking out to the ocean with a bunch of like fishing boats in the distance. You don't see people in a wide variety of interiors, or maybe Theo's gone to sit on a roof to think about, because he's sad because his mother died of sadness or whatever. You don't have people like you don't get the implication that this is a place people live.
Something busy, like nobody's just kind of like chilling. You know,
Yeah,
just like,
wouldn't
sitting there reading a book or just looking out or crying even. That would be kind of interesting if there were a couple of people just like breaking down because the whole situation's really stressful. It's like they told everybody, busy yourself with
Yeah, do
tasks.
busy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an incredibly empty world all the way through, and like that's another problem is that none of these places filled it in because we don't see anybody living in them. That's one problem. The existence of Pelagia also strains against everything that we know of Numenor or have been shown of Numenor. You know, incredibly isolationist, lives on an island, and then we're suddenly told, oh, but by the way,
There's
they
an
had
old
an old
settlement.
settlement conveniently nearby. And you
Yeah.
think, well,
How
okay,
old?
why then? How old?
Thousands of
Why
years
did they
old?
leave? If they had settlements, why aren't they still there? And did they have any others? Would they be relevant? You hear, for instance, Arondir says later, I think it's this episode or the next one, he's from the Greenwood, which invites loads of questions. You look at the map that Rings of Power itself puts out, the Greenwood is Mirkwood, or it's what Mirkwood is called before it becomes Mirkwood, where there's a whole elven realm. And so you think, well, okay, but then why are we jumping back and forth between Mordor and Lindon when there's a huge group of elves right in the middle who'd be very important? Like all these things which give you the impression that this world is actually active off screen, and they don't do it. All they do is mention things because they remember hearing it from the lore, and that's kind of it. So they throw them in where they don't belong, or they introduce them with no context or things that contradict the context we've got. And all of that adds up to, yeah, you're not doing this because you're building on a history. You are just picking and choosing and putting in place for convenience.
Well,
And,
let's keep on rolling here. Unless Gogor has
I just wanted to mention that Pelagia being a ruin makes no fucking sense in terms of the lore.
Yeah,
Like,
why
it
haven't
should-
they used the ruins? What they would repurpose the stone.
No,
from this happens throughout all
it
of
just shouldn't be
human
a
history.
ruin at all. It should either not exist at this time or it should be a massive city.
Yeah,
Like-
if it's been a settlement for a long time, it would be nice. That's good little details of world building would be. Someone might ask, what happened to the towers? And he's like, what do you think all the buildings are made out of? Because repurposing stone happens all the time throughout human civilization, where stone is used. Even to this day, they take stone from things and move it around and use it for stuff. My Eagle Scout project was doing that, using repurposed stone to build a bunch of walkways. But it's how come people aren't living in towers? How come the towers haven't been done? It's little things like that. It's just like, oh, it's an old Numenorian settlement, and if something's old, then we need to have ruins. All right.
But yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, I guess based on both the lore and based on season 1, because from what I remember, Pelagia is mentioned once, because Bronwyn says there's an old Numenorian settlement, Pelagia they called it, there's shelter and water. Any indication that people lived here and that they've kind of moved in as like refugees? Or are we supposed to believe that this place was completely abandoned?
I mean, they probably should, right? Because when it was abandoned, it would be like a great place like a good defensive place to live, probably. And it has
exactly.
like a big harbor and shit.
Yeah, if they're trying to tell us that this place just existed and was empty, then I don't believe them. If that's what we're meant to believe.
Like in terms of lore, like Pelagia was the first Numenorian settlement, I think, in Middle Earth, and it grew to be like one of the big cities of Gondor later on.
But
and it was never
until
it was
after,
never abandoned.
It's never abandoned, but it's also not existing yet. So like Pelagia is the first place they build after fleeing from the King's Men in Numenor. So like it shouldn't exist. So like the show doesn't have a lore to fall back on. So it doesn't have a people to fall back on. It just needs the place to be there. But we're expected to believe that villagers in the Southlands would rather stay where their cows piss black milk than live in a place with an aqueduct, for example, which is not believable.
But I think Pelagia actually existed before the Numenor sank. Because there were a few settlements that they built before the fall of Numenor.
Certainly it's in this show, I guess, but we
I
don't
think,
again, it's the confusing element of the time.
Pelagia, Umbar, and like Farbad, and like a few other places. I think they built before.
But if that's the case,
this has us asking more questions.
Yeah, if that's the case, then why on earth did they bother with the whole like we're going to set up a camp when we arrive and then ride over the mountains in like a day? Why not have the Numenorians arrive in Middle Earth at what would become Pelagia, and then the people who are left over, like Isildur and Arondir and Theo, and I guess not Bronwyn, they then turn it into Pelagia. They actually build it up into a functioning.
Yeah.
Why not do that?
I
are
have
the
no
people
idea.
here not of Numenorian descent then, or was it empty before the Southland refugees showed up?
I
Well,
think
that
we're
was what I was
supposed to
getting at.
believe that they all left and went back to Numenor for some fucking reason.
So what we're told in season 1 is that Pelargir is an old Numenorian settlement. Implication being that Numenorians do not live here. It's just completely empty. But we are also told that a quantity, it was a group of soldiers were going to stay and not go back to Numenor on the boat that Miriel left on, and they're going to escort the villagers to Pelargir. But the fact that they're not here anymore means that they somehow have left and gone back to Numenor or elsewhere.
Wouldn't
So-
they have constructed it to where, based on my understanding of what the show has told me about the lore, when Numenorians were given the island by the elves and the Valar or whatever because they chose the right side at the big war that happened a long time ago, wouldn't it make sense that a lot of Numenorians are like, oh, we live here in Pelargir, this is our home, this is where we live, and it's really cool, plus we fought for Middle Earth, so I think it's fair that we stay here and live here, and yeah, we'll just hang out here. Wouldn't that just make sense that you'd have people of Numenorian descent who stuck around in Middle Earth instead of all of them being given an island and all of them going there?
Yes.
I mean, God forbid it would actually be. I mean, I know we're not allowed to talk about it, but it's like God forbid, an actual reason for the immense racial diversity between groups that are the same people. It would be a bit of helpful world building, at least in that way. And then you'd have the opportunity to have the Numenorians from Numenor meeting the Numenorians who stuck around in Middle Earth, and you could have now, especially you have Isildur here. Maybe he's like, oh hey, it's different. So, oh well.
Yeah.
I guess we'll never
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
But so let's see here. Where we got sidetracked on our little discussion on all the reasons this is a great show. Okay, yeah, Isildur's getting patched up by Theo, who's the son of the healer, as we said before, and Arondir as well. Is there as well. He says he failed to protect Bronwyn. Then this is where I get the explanation that the flesh of humans couldn't handle the arrow, so she fucking died. Which means, by the way, if we see a human getting shot by an orc arrow and they don't die off screen later, I'm gonna have questions. All right, I'm gonna start to have questions. Arondir says that he's pleased to see Isildur. He said, "So few who slept in the fire made it this far, save those who took the mark of Adar. I wish I could share my relief with your father. He did not abandon you. Numenor will return. Your family will be whole again."
Do you think?
This he made me
And,
laugh.
Do you think he's
Theo
like
looks at him
give it a
when he
little
says
look
that.
over when he says that, as in like just checking for scars, see if he's got a little Adar print on him. Like, just real quick, take all your clothes off. He's like, what? He's like, no, it's not that.
This is how elves say hello to
Yeah.
it. So yeah, that seed we've planted earlier about the mark of Adar. All right, so now we're watering a little bit. We have Arondir saying that the only people who basically everyone who survived the creation of Mordor, they took the mark of Adar. There's been very few people who made it out unbranded. All right. Outside, they're carrying water together, Theo and Arondir. And Arondir's like, "Hey, the village needs a healer." And he says, Theo says, "Their healer just burned on a pyre." He's talking about
He's
his
like,
mom.
Yeah, that's why.
He's fucking dead.
I meant we need one.
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah,
I said.
there you
really.
go.
I'm just saying.
Pretty great. Pretty good stuff.
Bronwyn was the only one.
Yeah,
The
no,
only
Everyone
one.
else
And
is
now
an
they
extra.
need
don't
another.
grow on trees, okay?
It's like
Everyone
the
else
mayor,
in
you only have
Pelargir is
one.
an extra. Everyone's an extra who's just they do busy. They don't do healing. They do busy.
They do busy.
Well, it's got that terrible
Hmm.
shitty I hate when they portray like common folk in these kinds of shows and movies as just like these dirty, nasty, unskilled, sackcloth wearing losers who don't
Harfoots.
like have any joy or culture or like clothing. They just wear these potato sacks that are all different shades of brown, and they're all dirty and nasty. It's just like these aren't actually people who have professions and skills and interests, and they want to express themselves in their clothing and the things that they do and whatnot. Just big opportunity. Kind of, we're wasting here to learn more about the Southlanders as a people, the kinds of people they are, the things that they like, and maybe ways to distinguish them between other groups.
There's only those
everything,
two.
everything we need to know about them is they're poor and probably evil. That's all we need to know.
Yeah.
What else do you want?
Only these two
well,
and Waldrek mattered in the Southlands.
I was going to say we
All the
know
ones-
that these ones aren't evil. I don't know if we want to reveal why yet.
That could be like our big, I don't want to say reveal, but we could like slowly but surely build. We can treat it like it's a mystery.
Okay.
And
okay.
then
Yeah,
just
they might be evil.
Yeah, we could try and add some drama, this much needed drama to this show. Desperately trying to be dramatic.
This is actually just a description of Rings of Power. We'll treat it like a mystery and try and make it dramatic. That's all they're really doing.
Oh, they're trying to make it dramatic. They're trying really hard to make it dramatic. Arondir talks to Theo and tells him about his home realm of Beleriand, which was sunk by Morgoth a long time ago.
Yeah.
He says to Theo not to be angry, even though last scene Arondir was pretty angry, kind of at himself because he thinks he failed to protect Bronwyn. But he's telling Theo, "Don't be angry." Theo kind of spurns Arondir reaching out to him, and it seems that what they're going for here is that his mother dying is kind of what has completely undone their relationship that was being worked on in the first season.
Yeah.
So,
He also says Beleriand was an entire elf realm, and there was other races living there, so he's just a racist. There were humans and dwarves living there as well.
Damn, Arondir.
But apparently it was only elves. Yeah.
By the way, Arondir's example is retarded that he gives him because he talks about himself like, "Oh, we failed with Morgoth to hold him," and blah blah blah. But obviously, Theo has like survivor skill going on right now, and is not a trained soldier that failed his duty or something like that. So the example he gives doesn't really work with what Theo is going through. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he doesn't. Basically, my take after this scene is that Arondir is now an android who doesn't understand human emotion. Because
Just Arondir.
I know that his Arondir specifically, because he's saying like, I feel really responsible because I failed to protect Bronwyn. And but also back in my day, I used to live in Beleriand, and I felt really I felt really angry at Morgoth because he blew up Beleriand. So Theo, you shouldn't feel angry. Even though why does he think that Theo is feeling angry? Why does he think that it's okay to say don't feel angry, just feel like it's your fault? Like none of it works. Because he's saying don't be angry, but then his actions mean like, well, I failed to do something. It's like, well, but also in the example that he gave, it was his responsibility as a soldier to protect Beleriand, presumably. I mean, I think we can infer that from what he says. But it wasn't Theo's responsibility to protect Bronwyn. It was the other way around, which is why she got fucking shot with an evil arrow. So it doesn't apply at all.
I hate evil arrows so much poison damage.
Oh man.
Evil
especially the
arrows.
Rough. They get everywhere.
Is the running assessment then that you guys don't, because like the impression I got was that they have reset the relationship, but that's going to be the payoff for the season is that they'll reconnect by the end.
Haven't they already done that?
That's what I'm saying.
They do that at the end of episode. Yeah. I was expecting that at this point in time. I was thinking that, well, they're going to just kind of retread it, or potentially Arondir is going to try and reconnect, and then Theo will detach himself even more, which might then lead to further things that I guess we know are going to happen.
Let's not
But they
deny
don't do
it.
that.
We're all thinking about it. Theo's the closest thing to Waldrick's student, so I feel as though there should be a Waldrick 2, you know? And the second he takes on that role, he immediately becomes really old and grey, and he's like, "I am Waldrick 2." It's gonna be great. I'm looking forward to it. They've set it up, so
We can have old Theo played by Waldrick, the same actor.
Yes.
But yeah, I know. I think it's just weird the way they go here, because I thought when they started talking, it's like, oh, he's gonna teach him some lessons and stuff. He's gonna like grow into the stepdad role or whatever. But yeah, as we already said, they just fucking reset it here, and it's like, go away, you're not my dad. Wah.
I have a sneaky suspicion as well. They think they're done
Oh.
with this because they reset it here, and then by the end of it's either this episode or the next one, they've sort of reached that point where Arondir just decides that Theo can be Lord of Pelagia now. Goodbye.
Oh, that's so fucking retarded.
and-
Oh, why would you
I get
spoil
the
that
sense that
amazing
that's-
thing now?
Oh, well, we'll spoil it again later. You can spoil things multiple times as Rings of
But
Power
now
has
it's gonna be
proven.
less funny.
God damn it.
Oh. Anyway, what I was saying is I think they think that's the end. I don't think they have anything else in mind. I think that that might well be the last we get of the Arondir Theo stuff.
I think you're right.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
To
Anyway,
answer the chat regarding Theo's age, the actor is 19. The character is supposed to be 14.
oh my god.
Yeah.
All right. I believe it.
Sure.
Oh, it sure sucks.
I
Big
suppose
Rack's not
then
back yet.
that moves us on to the wonderful scene of more reconnect or more relationships developing, ready for the future of the scenes. What even?
Yeah.
What is this team called? What do we call these scenes?
Well,
Cringe? Bad?
these
Shit.
That's not
these
what I
two
meant.
are
And
two
you
of
know
like
it.
they're like two of the least competent characters in the show. And as soon as I saw them chatting with each other, I was like, where the hell is this going?
what-
And it goes somewhere very entertaining.
I guess, yeah, you know what, you're right. Because I was going to say, like, when it's like, oh, do you want to find out what Arondir, Theo, and Isildur are doing now? And Girl? I'd be like, not really.
No.
But then I guess, you know, it's like, well, who do you want to know what happens next? But it's like, in some ways,
Exactly.
in some ways I do
It's
sometimes
better than
want
the
to know
fucking
what's
Harpies.
happening with Galadriel, just to know what more cringe. You know, it's like it has to be done in doses, but sometimes you do be like,
Yeah.
what's she doing now that's horrible? Which, is
Oh
it this
boy,
episode or next episode?
what did the writers make you do this time? Yeah.
When does
Oh,
she do the
Galadriel's next episode.
Next
It's next
episode,
episode.
very
We don't actually get any not big
Yeah.
Galadriel stuff in this episode.
What about Gandalf? Is he on his way?
Yeah.
On pause.
That's
He-
also
he's
next
coming, yeah.
episode.
That's next
Is it?
episode.
Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, I didn't actually realize until
Oh, yeah,
like,
it is.
well after
Fuck.
watching this episode that Galadriel is not in this episode. This is the
Yeah.
first episode of the series that she's not in.
You'd have
This
thought
is
Cat
the
Base.
Orange Dwarves episode.
you'd have thought that would be a thing that like contractually she has to be at least in every episode or something like that. But, no, all right. Because a lot of shows run that way, right? Protagonists in every single one. She is
Yeah.
our protagonist, right?
Well,
we're losing her.
She gave a little bit of a narrative through line in in season 1. Like it didn't really make any sense, but she connected so many of the various plot lines. In season 2, there's like double the number of plot lines, and Galadriel's only involved in like 2 of them. Which is like why it almost seems like you're watching completely different shows whenever you cut to Rune or Numenor or Pelagia, because none of it seems to be connected.
And it makes the pacing feel horrible because at the moment, I think most of the plot lines we're on at the moment are just side quests. Because you've got these guys who are in a holding pattern. Their side quest is
Yeah.
go find a horse. And you've got Gandalf who's on a side quest, and his side quest is go find a stick. And then
Yeah.
the only thing that's actually
Gosh.
happening is like, oh, what's going on at Eregia? And we haven't heard back from Celebrimbor yet. That's like the only main thing
Yeah.
happening.
Everyone's
We're
waiting to
waiting
get
for
to
a
the
letter.
battle episode.
We're waiting
Yeah.
for a letter, yeah.
Remember, they were because didn't they
Well,
like,
and
try to
now-
promote this season with more battles, big battles? We're getting your battles as though it's like
It's all
building
barely
kind of
at any
the last
fighting.
episode.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Uh,
expecting that the battle. I mean, because there is going to be a battle. I don't think that's a spoiler to say. I'm expecting that it will probably span multiple episodes.
Oh, no.
Whether that is a good
no.
thing or a bad thing, I don't know. But I would be surprised if they kind of one shot it like they did with episode 6 in season 1, where it's just one back to front single timeline show. I don't think they'll do that. I think they will probably split it up.
There are only 3 episodes left with which to do that. I could see it taking up the
Oh,
last
God.
2.
Given the way number 5 ends, I'm expecting number 6 is going to be when it starts, and then we'll have a big dramatic cliffhanger, and then number 7 is where it will conclude, and then 8 will wrap up the season.
I don't want to.
And then we'll have to wait another 2 years before we can see the exciting development of everything. Not horrible.
That's. I want to wait longer.
Interpret that as you wish. Yeah. So I guess what's happening next would just be the notion that we're going to be getting that horse back. It's like,
yeah.
As for like what character we draw out of this scene, not much at all. They don't take opportunities.
Well, I got something that doesn't really make any sense. Is Theo says he's like complaining because the water fountain's a bit shit, and Isildur recognizes it as being like Numenorian architecture because it's like similar to what he has back in Numenor. And he explains it's not a water fountain. It's not a shitty water fountain. It's actually a broken aqueduct. Although he doesn't tell Theo that it's a broken aqueduct at this point. He fixes it later, but he doesn't tell Theo that he's doing it wrong or that he knows how to fix it.
That's true.
And then Theo is like, well, people can't make this kind of thing because he's never seen anything this good. And then Isildur says, oh, we got cool shit like this all over the place in Numenor. There's aqueducts going all over the place. And then Theo says, well, if Numenor's so amazing, why did you leave? And I was at that point was like, don't you fucking dare ask Isildur why he left, because he doesn't know. He's got about 7 different reasons. He changes his mind all the fucking time. And then he comes up with another reason in this scene where he says, well, I heard there were grander things in Middle-earth. And it's like, you know that's not the case. There's a broken aqueduct here. Yeah, that's not.
That's just him being full of shit. Like,
is that Is that the point though? Because he's like, and then Theo's
Yeah, because I think I'm gonna be more charitable to this scene because I feel like he's just trying to make some banter, a little small talk, because he knows he just lost his mother, so he's just gonna try to be a little funny. If he succeeds or not, that's the thing. I feel like he's just doing charity.
Motive at least, because like Isildur's motives for leaving have been: I want to go see West Numenor. Then I want to do something worthy of being allowed to go see West Numenor. Then on the ship on the way to Middle Earth, he's like, I just wanted to get away. And now I thought there were really good things in Middle Earth that were better than what we had at home. And it will change at some point between now and the end of the season. Even if he was making small talk, you'd think he'd at least have some consistency in the small talk.
Well, it actually, you just reminded me, changes in the next scene. Well, I say it changes. We get a little bit more context because he says that he wanted to earn what his mother did for him.
Oh, fuck, yeah, I forgot about that.
So that another reason.
Yeah, that can get laid on top of what we just said, but it's another, I guess, motivating factor, to be honest.
There's another,
it's insane.
Little bit that doesn't make sense in this scene as well. When Theo says, people can't make stuff like this aqueduct, as though he didn't spend all of last season living under the equivalent of the Hoover Dam, which is a with fucking magic key.
Yeah, when you saw what happened with that fucking volcano, were you not kind of like, holy shit? Well, then again, I guess they still don't know the mechanics of that.
Well, so the counterpoint, I think, would be that they knew or they believed, I still don't fucking know, but I think that the Osterith, the tower, was built by the elves, and he specifically says in this scene men can't build things like this, so he is very kind of, I guess, defeatist about what men are capable of.
He's a heckler of all, because especially when everything that the little Isildur's saying, he keeps having little snappy comebacks, but at least he's willing to help him get a horse. That's nice.
Yeah, and it was good for the writers, because basically, I don't know if we actually mentioned, when Arondir showed up to save them after they got caught in a very obvious trap, Arondir he wasn't actually good enough. He wasn't quite good enough, and the horse got away. They managed to steal Beric. So now it gives Isildur and Theo something to do for the end of this episode. It doesn't really lead to anything.
Problem there is, how the fuck does Theo know where the horse is?
Well, it's implied that Theo knows where all of the wild men are, which, okay.
So you're going to say it's implied Theo knows where all of the horses of the world are. It's just like, Theo knows.
With his little horse radar.
He knows. Yeah, he's the horse whisperer.
Nice special ability. Got a big cooldown, though.
Yeah.
Pushes us to the wonderful bonfire scene.
Fucking horse radar.
I thought was very
the
funny.
trauma dump scene. Yeah.
It's it really is like poetry.
Lady not feel completely forced on the story at all.
Hello, I'm Estrid. I am a character now.
Yes.
Why? I don't know.
Why are you hitting that knife? No reason. No.
Why are you hitting a knife? I wanted to.
Well, because she's about to accidentally fall on the fire. Okay. So.
Obviously.
So you need a hot knife for that, yeah.
Oh, so dumb. Remember when she stabbed him in the fucking knee with a kitchen knife? It's like, nah, thigh, whatever.
Now they're having a nice emotional bonding session where I can't remember exactly how it comes up, but he says he basically explains what happened to his mother, which until this point we didn't know. We only knew that she
Yeah, he
died.
talks about how right the sea was.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, he trauma dumps on Esther. I think she says like, "Oh, you're not as strong as you think I am." It's like, "Oh well, let me tell the story about my mother real quick." It's like, okay.
Oh, sorry, we hadn't mentioned this. So the reason why he ends up saying that is because Estrid has told Isildur that she is looking for her betrothed,
Right.
and she believed that he might potentially be in Pelargir because she couldn't find him anywhere else. And Isildur asks her in this scene, "Any word from your betrothed?" And she says, "No." And Isildur's like, "Well, if he's as strong as you, he'll make it." Is basically how we get to the trauma dump.
Well, if he's sitting in carriages stabbing random passerbys, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah, that's a great way to look for your fiance.
Are you my husband?
Are you my husband?
All right. I guess we're at the Isildur and Estrid by the fire.
Yes.
Is where we are. All right.
Yes.
Estrid says that I'm not so strong as you think. Which, all right. I guess she thinks that he thinks that, and if he does think that, I wonder why. Maybe it's, I don't know. She feels survivor's guilt, and he does too. So they're trauma bonding. So that'll end well.
He wants
we know
to
that leads
fuck
to
her.
good
It's
places.
obvious. He doesn't really have much
He's
of the
got the big
motivation.
horny.
Very into her.
Brand, no brand. You know, it's
Also because to show things, all the viewers are babies. They spell it out for you. It's like it's hard. What is being
My pee.
alive? Like, oh, thanks. I know. I'm watching the show. I think also it's hard to stay alive.
Isildur tells of his mother dying when he was 10. He swam too far out to sea, and she drowned trying to, I guess, succeeding in saving him. And he hasn't told anyone else about that part.
At what point do you think they will decide, hey, maybe we should have a scene where Isildur comes across as competent? Because like everything
Soon,
he does is shit. Every single thing, he's useless. And now when it comes to the backstory, it turns out he's even more useless than we previously thought because he got his own mum killed because he couldn't handle swimming.
He was 10.
We all killed our mums when we were 10.
Yeah.
We all
She got
did.
better though. Fine.
The guy that cut the ring of Sauron's hand is a fucking wimp faggot.
So she drowned trying to save him. Isn't that great? She wonders what it's like for her mom now that she's dead, which is a weird in heaven or Lord of the Rings heaven. I don't know what a weird thing to say. I don't know. Isildur said that he never told anybody that it was his fault that his mother drowned trying to save him.
And does that
I don't
include
think that,
Elendil? Because like you would think
that's my
that
next
would
note.
impact.
We're not,
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if Elendil knows.
Yeah.
And I don't think that
I
we're
mean, if he
led
got
to believe
told,
either way.
He'd be like, well, the sea, though, it's right. So, you know, get over
It's
it.
unclear based on the dialogue that we get in this scene, but yeah, it's either that Elendil doesn't know because obviously the mother died and Isildur was too distraught or embarrassed to tell him, or Elendil does know because I guess he maybe saw it happen. I don't know, and that maybe informs why
Cheering
he,
on the sea as he's watching it happen.
like
Yo,
well,
he's always right.
it would maybe explain why he is so devout in his "C is always right" shtick, because it allows him to not blame his idiot son for his wife's death.
Oh,
Again, I might be doing way too much work there, but that is possible based on what the scene actually gives
You know
us.
what? I
That would be a
actually
thing.
thought the same thing.
Really?
Oh my
That
god.
would kind of explain why he's a bit a dick to his son. You know, besides him being a dumbass, but you know.
But he's not that. Like that's my problem is that he's not that much of a dick to his son. He's pretty supportive all
his
the way
dick
through
is-
season one, except for the bit where
I was about to say his
Isildur
dick is a
obviously has
son
done
to
something
him.
shitty.
He's more of a his son is more of a dick to him, is what I was trying to say.
Yes.
Like his dad has had to deal with a bunch of bullshit from him all over season one.
Yeah.
He's an entitled little bitch. Like fucking ugh.
And like
He's always
Isildur's
right.
season 1 characterization is that he spends too much time thinking of himself, not of other people. Like there's a whole episode which is basically devoted to that point, which is not necessarily the character premise I'd expect to come from someone who had like whose mother sacrificed themselves to save him, kind of thing. I would expect Isildur to be characterized much more as destructively trying to please, as opposed to not paying attention to the kind of thing that gets your own parents killed.
Yeah, but
like
they didn't know
he's
about that
desperate
part of his
to-
character when.
Well, it's weird though because in the conversation he basically says like I feel like I gotta essentially earn my existence, but he doesn't really act like it.
No.
Which is
Because
exactly what
yeah,
you
he
were
really
describing,
doesn't.
that it would seem like what you would expect, especially if he outright states that this is something that he wants to do, is that he's like desperately trying his hardest to be the best at everything, maybe to the point that he exhausts himself and starts making mistakes rather than being kind of like a bumbling, hapless, kind of like impulsive person.
Well, he quits the Sea Guard
Exactly.
after only 9. He's
Yeah.
only got 9 days left until he officially becomes a member of the Sea Guard, and instead he sabotages his chances because he hears a voice in the wind that wants him to go west. Don't know if we'll ever get back to that.
Probably not.
And so I've got no connection between how he behaves and what he supposedly wants to do. His mother is not proud. She's looking down and being like, "Man, I should have just not."
Question is, are we meant to think that when the sea told Isildur his name on 2 separate occasions in season 1, that was his mother calling to him because she was taken by the sea?
Possibly.
That's what I was thinking. If he was just actually like having a
I'm gonna
brain
say it's
fart and was
Sauron
like, I
doing
can
it, though.
hear something. It's actually his mom. in
I
his
have no
brain.
idea.
Well, because it
Why
happened
would
in
she-
once. Well,
'Cause
I
if
don't.
he
We know
believed-
nothing about her, right?
Would he believe
Nope.
that it was the mother's voice? Because if he believed it, then why would he like ruin his chances to do something honorable for Numenor to honor
So-
her?
Well, I mean, yeah, because obviously he would recognize his own mum's voice. So I'm thinking maybe because it's after he hears the voice that he then decides to sabotage his own. It's not the sea trial, but it's whatever's before that.
I don't think
so-
the writers knew about him having like accidentally killed his mom when they were writing the entirety of season 1.
This is probably
I
a very
don't think
stupid
they-
question, but how does she die in the source material? If
She doesn't
does?
really exist in the source material. She's not
Yeah.
like named. I don't think she's even named, but she certainly doesn't have any kind of on-page role. I mean, she has to physically exist. Obviously, he wasn't born of a virgin,
Yeah.
but otherwise, that's
Wasn't
it.
born from Elendil.
He'd still just be like, he'd still have a mother if he was born from a virgin.
Just shot out of Elendil. Unbelievable.
Elendil, the sea is
He's
always
always
right.
right.
Oh my god, maybe he just walked out of the sea.
This is my son.
He was birthed from the sea.
This is my son.
My little,
No, like-
my little kidney stone Isildur.
No, I was thinking
Ah.
like maybe if the voice is meant to be his mother, then maybe she was really really faithful. She was one of the most faithful of the faithful, and she really wanted him to go to West Numenor, maybe for some reason. So it was her voice calling for him to stop messing around, trying to join the Sea Guard and to actually get out there and do something worthwhile. I have no idea if that's what's
Bit
intended.
of a dick move to do that when it's almost finished.
Well, there's that, yeah.
Yeah,
why,
done it when it
Mum,
started. dude,
why didn't you tell me this a year ago, Mum? I wasted so much
Just
time.
kidding.
Fun times. Let's
Sure.
see. So, okay, Theo and Isildur, they want to go on an adventure to save Beric because before they leave, Theo, he said, yeah. Oh, you passed that part. That's right. Yeah. Theo told Isildur earlier to meet him here, and so here they are at night. Theo and Isildur, they've met. That's a setup and a payoff. They said to meet, and then they did. Good on you, Rings of Power.
Good
Great
job. You did it. High five.
Amazing.
So they're going to go on
Connected
an
the dots
adventure
flawlessly.
to save Beric the horse because it ran away, and then it
No,
didn't come back.
the Wildman stole him.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
that's
Theo
right.
just knows
Yeah,
where they
now
are.
I'm done.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, Isildur knows. Sorry, Beric knows where Isildur is at all times. It seems, and yet the horse didn't like turn around.
never had a
and go-
chance. He was always tied up or something, or
Well,
maybe he
wasn't
was
tied
like,
up when
God,
they were
that
riding
guy's
him
a
away
loot."
from them.
Yeah, but he was being controlled by. He was being driven,
Sure.
and so he couldn't have.
Sauron. There.
Okay.
Yeah.
But now I don't know. Maybe Perrick was like, God, this Isildur guy's actually a loser.
I'm gonna hang out with those wild men. It's like, oh fuck,
Yeah,
there
I'm
he
gonna
is
go hang out
again.
with the wild men. Let's roll the dice with them.
Before they go off on their adventure, I just want to mention, so when Beric got taken, Isildur says to Arondir, like, I need to go and find my horse, because he would want to do that. Obviously, his horse has just saved his life, and he really does value his horse. That's one of the only things he does seem to value. And Arondir says, like, you can't, there's wild men all over the place, and then he doesn't. So, like, okay, fair enough. But then later on, when he speaks to Theo says, you really want to get your horse back? And then Isildur's response is, you know where he is? Implying that the only reason why he hadn't left yet is because he doesn't know where the horse is, and he was waiting for someone to tell him. Like, he hadn't immediately just gone out into the woods looking for him. So, yeah.
I guess if he'd have to fight all the wild men and stuff, and he wouldn't, be able to do that if it was just him alone.
I mean, Theo doesn't really help in that regard, but
maybe he's just playing the field. If some Beric related news comes up, then we'll investigate. We'll see where that leads, and if not, then I don't know.
Rest in peace, horse bro.
Nah, they would not eat Beric. Probably the orcs would.
Well, they're wild men. But the villagers of Pelagia believe that the wild men are like cannibals. They're like they would eat. They think that they would eat a horse.
Well, I wouldn't eat a horse because you could ride on a horse, and you can't ride on a person, so that's why they eat people.
Why not eat and ride? Just chew
away. Like as you go.
Yeah.
Like as you're going,
just
you
cut
just
off
have
some
a little
pieces,
nibble.
and then you'll heal.
The Mongols
like a chocolate bunny.
Why not? It'll work out perfectly.
What an interesting theory we've come up with.
A rings of power theory.
So, Theo and Isildur are two favorite characters going on an adventure.
I really want to see them team up, and here we go.
That's right. After they leave, we see that Estrid has been branded. She's got a brand on the back of her neck that her hair has been covering up. She decides at that moment that she's going to remove the mark by rebranding over it with a piece of metal. So that is insanely painful, woman. But okay, that's something that she's just decided she's going to do.
Don't worry about
it. I think it's not very smart either. Because a lot of people might think, hey, that mark is clearly not an Adar mark. It's like, yeah, but it kind of looks like a mark that's over a mark of Adar, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially
Are you saying that it's kind of suspicious she would do that? You think that's kind of suspicious?
You figured it out.
What?
You're so clever. And then, of course, it's just like, lady, why don't you just tell him? Like, yeah, they fucked me up with a mark.
Yeah, you'd have to think that this is a common occurrence. Like, there must be people, regardless of whether or not Adar has actually freed all of the Southlanders, which I think has happened, but I'm not 100% on. You would think that there would be people arriving like every few days, like, oh, finally, we found some people. We were enslaved and we got branded. Please, can we have some help? But
no, but
evidently she is embarrassed because she's doing this on her own. She didn't want Isildur to know. She doesn't want anyone else to know because she's doing this in the middle of the night on her own. She wants to cover this up and pretend that she hasn't been branded.
Yes, because Aaron, they're go around calling everyone who has the mark on them.
Yeah, because if you have been branded, you are a wildman.
Yeah,
makes sense.
You're irredeemably evil if you have the mark on, even though you're probably just a slave.
You're probably just a guy who didn't want to die in that moment, and so you got branded, turned into a slave, you escaped, and now you're like, oh, thank God, I'm out of there.
It's probably not even hard to
Arondir in particular seems to tie. Oh, if you got the brand, you're just deeply evil.
Yeah, it's probably not going to even be hard to escape, especially if he just fucking sends people into the fucking woods to be wildmen. It's like, what, are you just going to leave us here without any orcs? I'm just going to fuck off. I want to work for you. Fuck you.
Yeah, why would I worship Adar? Like, at all?
Yeah,
you're
he
shitty.
just enslaved and branded me.
That's part of why I thought of the whole sleeper agent thing that I mentioned in the previous episode is those wild men that set the trap. The fact that they are hiding in the woods near Pelagia and just ambushing passers-by is pretty strong evidence that they don't actually serve Adar, right? Because why on earth would they be doing that?
Right.
Yeah. What's Adar done for them? Nothing. He's made everything worse in every way.
Yeah. By the way, if they do actually worship him, which is not clear yet, we get this in a little bit, but if they do actually worship him, then either he put them there to attack randos on the street, or they escaped, which means that they don't worship him, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So the presence of the brand doesn't mean
Change
anything,
Yeah,
really.
it's not a deciding factor in anything.
So the only
Elf
reason
Masters,
I
you're
can
evil,
think,
those who are evil.
well, that's why this is so confusing. The correlation between Wildman and Brand is that they decided to have the first Wildman that we meet be someone who is evil and be someone who has been branded. And I feel like the only reason why they did that is for the visuals for the audience, so that they could clue the audience in on being like, uh-oh, he's been branded seconds before this happens, because Isildur doesn't know what the brand means at this point.
Yeah.
It's so stupid because again, this is like another thing they could use to make like some more interesting drama or whatever. Where I don't know, Arondir just almost kills someone with a brand, but realizes he's actually just an escapee, and then he has to realize, oh shit, that's a thing that can happen now, obviously. So we should probably
That would
put in
make him
a
so stupid.
yeah, it's like, oh, maybe we should put in a system to actually figure out if someone is, actually with Adar or if they just, escaped after they've been branded and enslaved and somehow got away
Nah.
from him and then
Kill
do
them
this.
all. Ethnic cleansing.
No,
let's
kill
go.
them all, yeah. Also, I'm not even super
The whole
convinced that
branding
all
thing
these
makes no sense. It's just the way that people interface with it just doesn't make any sense. You're branded, you're a Wildman. Like, no, I escaped. No, you're a Wildman, and all the Wildmen have brands, and they're loyal to Adar, even though they could leave whenever they want because they like him for some reason.
I just want to throw this out from Bleeders in chat. So he says, "You think Elfman would understand the idea of being forced into slavery by Adar?"
Yeah.
So that I mean, why he didn't get branded in season 1, who knows? But I guess if he had, he'd be a wild elf.
Also, I'm not even
good point.
completely I'm not completely convinced that all these Wildmen are around already anyway. Like it's been only like a week.
Well,
maybe
that's why
2.
the timeline doesn't work, and it is needlessly confusing. Like,
Yeah,
what
'cause
the
I don't think
correlation
these-
between Wildmen is, because Estrid says in the next episode that she's been looking for her betrothed for weeks, which is it either means that it's been weeks since the volcano, or it means
the thing is they're not like in Mordor anymore. They're basically in Gondor. So I assume the Wildmen were just here fucking all along.
Well, that's possible, but then they seem to be drawing a very clear parallel, not parallel, the opposite of a distinction, whatever that word would be. They're trying to suggest that the people who worship Adar...
Parallel?
Well, no. Yeah, they're trying to suggest that the people who worship Adar and the Wildmen are the same, even though that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no.
So the way they portray it is like, yeah, all these Wildmen, they were enslaved by Adar, and now they've just been spread over all of Middle-earth already in like a week. Or it's like, what?
If we can be really strict with it, it looks like the show wants us to think, if you have the scarring, you're a bad guy. But this lady, she's a little bit more complicated than that. And we're all like, what the... Why would having a scar make you a bad person? They're like, huh?
Yeah.
Like, what? No, what?
What do you mean? It's the mark of Adar.
Question.
Yeah, it's
a brand of Adar. Of course they're evil. Like,
it's a
but
mark
you
for
showed
Orcs to follow.
You showed them being coerced, or else they would die if they didn't take it.
Yeah.
And remember, very quickly
Makes
as
them
well.
evil.
It was like you had 2 seconds to say, I'm sure with this.
Yes,
Or you
exactly.
Yeah, or you get the bone treatment and you get stabbed.
just get stabbed right through the
Which
gut.
means, what if someone showed up and he either doesn't speak English, or he's deaf, or he can't understand Waldreg's accent? He's just going to get shanked.
I guess so,
Yeah.
yeah.
What?
He like falls over and accidentally deals. They're like, good. He's like, what?
Huh?
I do find it really strange, like how little of the story like has a focus on the human characters. Like the men. It feels like they're just kind of like around, but it's hard to get a grasp on like what the state of the world looks like for them.
Nobody cares about them except when we do.
Oh, okay.
Good stuff. Yeah, so that happened. There's some wild man camp in the woods. Theo somehow knows that this is where the horse is. I have no idea how he does know. He just does.
Yeah, I'd assume he's just in the settlement doing like work and stuff. I don't know why he would out here doing the things. And also the Wildmen are probably not just all in one place all the time.
This is another area with the really good firewood, so he gathered some firewood here.
So they start sneaking towards the camp. It's nighttime. They're in the woods. They're a wild man. There's a horse. Isildur tries to untie Beric, and Beric starts to make some noise, and the wild
Beric
men
says
act as if
nay.
the wild men act like a horse making a little bit of noise is like a really suspicious, weird thing instead of something that they
Someone's
just
here.
kind of do.
Yeah. Just a minor note here. I don't know a ton about horses, but I like sneaking up on one of them in the dark from behind is not a good idea because they will probably spook them to
But
fucking hell.
Beric
They have a
loves
spiritual
Isildur.
connection. Spiritual connection, yeah. They're great.
Yeah.
But there's
Beric-
other horses there.
Yeah.
And he
Beric
sneaks
would
up
tell
to
them
another
that this
one
one's
first.
cool.
Beric told
Beric
them
would
how
be
to
like,
feel.
no, he's one of the good
Yeah.
ones. This is one of the good
Told
ones.
him, yeah. Hey, I smell
one of the good
Isildur. He's cool.
He's-
Don't be scared when
yeah.
he arrives.
He's not a wild man. He's a Numenorian,
Yeah.
and the horses wouldn't say anything because they're horses. Now Theo walks out to distract them, the wild men, from discovering Isildur taking Beric the horse. And Theo walks out and says he's one of them. He worships Adar because he just assumes that they all do, which is a really dumb thing to assume.
Yes.
Because logically, most humans would absolutely despise Adar with a deep, burning passion. Because Adar sucks.
They
He's
can't even use
evil.
the excuse that they would serve Adar because they're like loyal to evil and Sauron and stuff, right? Because he's like explicitly against Sauron.
Well, we
again,
talked
the
about it with
Yeah, he's trying to
Waldron
round
as
up the
well.
orcs to
You know,
attack
like,
him.
With Waldron, it is kind of like, man, you really want to live in Mordor? It's shit. Like, you can't grow anything. There's no animals. It's just like crap. And yet, apparently, a lot of people want to live in that world.
Like this, the logical through line here relies entirely on the humans, the non people of wild, I guess we can call them. They believe that everyone who has been branded is a wildman and is therefore evil. Even though that doesn't make any logical sense, but we have to accept that Theo thinks this for some reason. So he shows up and says, "Hello, hail Adar." They're immediately going to just kill him because they've just, presumably, logically, you would expect that they've just escaped.
Yeah,
From
refugees.
Adar, right?
He destroyed our homes.
And he shows them a mark that followers of Adar wouldn't recognize anyway. So it's double.
Yeah, and he doesn't explain it because he shows them the mark that he left from the evil sword.
Yeah.
And says
We're
this is
not
proof
wild
that
men. We weren't wild a week ago. We were domestic men, and
not
now
right.
we've been forced out of our homes.
Well,
Domesticated
also,
man.
given how far away they would be from Mordor at this point, wouldn't it just be way more likely that any person you encounter is just like normal?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Nope, they
We're
must
on the
worship
other side of the river.
Adar. Yeah, Theo walks out, says he's one of them. He worships Adar. He shows them the marks from the spooky blood sword that Waldreg used to make Mordor. They don't know what that is, obviously.
Mhm.
Why would
Yeah.
they know what that is? And they're like, "What's that? What are those marks?" And I think Theo says basically like it shows I've done more for Adar than you have, or something.
And then
Which
there's
he
no
does.
Like,
And
they
a
all
lot of people
go
just
like,
tripped.
What?
talking
I don't
about.
know.
Mhm.
They
Yeah,
have
they
no
don't know.
idea what Waldreg did. They might not
Yeah.
have been told. Maybe he's humble and he kept it to himself.
Well, imagine
but
they
he
did know.
created
They were like,
Mordor.
the hero Waldreg? You're trying to take credit for what he did?
Wow.
The hero
Thank him immediately.
Well, it relies entirely, again, upon them knowing and understanding what the evil sword is, which, again, relies on
Why
them
the fuck
being
would they know that?
evil. I don't
Yeah,
I don't
he's-
know.
Well, Theo
Yeah.
Theo thinks it's proof. He says it's proof
Yeah.
I've done more for him than any of you can claim.
Yeah.
But then
Proof
the guy
doesn't mean shit,
replies.
though, if the people don't understand it.
But then, like,
Like-
the guy replies and says something like, "You'd be surprised."
Try
or like,
us.
Try us. Yeah.
He
So
says,
so
"Try
that means
us."
Yeah.
means that they do worship Adar, and yet they're just chilling in the
Yeah.
woods.
Yep.
Well, yeah,
Well, no.
they serve Adar even though they could leave, but they want to live here in the woods, and they don't want to be in Mordor. So I guess they're out here by their orders to just be wild men and
And just ambush
Yes, that-
random people who wander
yeah,
into the
cause
forest.
shenanigans.
That sounds like a sketch
They're
as
here
well.
to cut down the forest, right?
They all head to Mordor, they're captured, and then Adar's like, I'm gonna put your scar on you. He's like, no, we already have, we're loyal to you, we want to do stuff. He's like, no, you'll be my slaves. Like, no, we want to work for you. What's going on? Like, what? I thought the deal was...
What you needed,
what?
people.
We
Picturing the
like
scene where
you.
they go up
And
and say,
Adar's
how,
like,
how
"Oh."
can we serve you, my lord? And he's like, well, just go forth and be mildly irritating.
Yeah,
And that's like the
Oh, we
entire
can
plan.
do that.
be wild.
We're the best at being mild.
Ada's like, I just don't really like you. Okay, can you guys hang out over there?
Yeah, just
They're like,
go
all
out.
right, I guess.
Over
Cut
there.
down some trees in this area to the west. Okay.
Don't piss off any.
When the
Whatever could
Well,
you
when the
mean?
when the Wildmen get suspicious of Theo, which they should be because he just showed them weird marks they don't know or anything like that. They say, "Oh, he looks well fed. He must be from Polar Gear. Are you here to attack us, lad? Same as your folk done the others." Which makes me wonder, like, do you not expect that if you worship Adar and go around attacking caravans, then other people might not take kindly to that? I don't.
Yeah, like the idea they
I
go,
don't-
do you
I
know
don't-
Arandia killed several of us the other day? And it's like, do you mean when you attacked and tried to kill some people that time? He's like,
I just realized they
Jesus,
actually
quite an
they do the same.
escalation.
They pull the same bullshit sympathy card that they did with the Glugwife and the Glugling earlier. Is we see here in this when Theo reveals himself? When Theo shows up and says, "Hey, hail Adar," we see that there's a woman holding a baby in the Wildman camp.
Plug.
Yeah, they don't mention it, but the suggestion there is that we're supposed to feel sympathetic with them.
No,
Right,
kill the
it's-
baby.
Yeah, Theo says in response, "We've never attacked you." Yeah, and then he says, "You attacked 3 of our camps."
yep.
I don't know what the
Meanies.
fuck the state of anything is going on, or what.
No idea.
This is just like, I
Wait,
guess
the-
they don't like each other for reasons. I don't know what is happening.
There's no reason for
Oh,
the
that's
conversation
why
not
do
to go
people
on
think ways
with
that they do?
Theo basically saying, no, he didn't. And he goes, yeah, he did. No, he didn't. He did, though. No, did.
Well, the
No.
Wildmen seem to believe something has attacked their camps, which is going to pop up in a sec, though. And
Yes.
for some reason, they believe that this was the Pelagarians.
He needed.
Even though-
Yes, even though they'll have no reason to think that, but we can hop right into it because the little wild man guy is like, "Oh, grab Theo," and then they do, and then once they grab Theo, an axe comes flying out of the darkness and hits one of the guys and sends him flying back like 10 feet. So I guess the wild men are getting ambushed by some people. We don't actually ever see who they are.
We do,
at least not
actually.
yet.
Something incredibly strong and incredibly precise with throwing axes, because this is like, I think you see Gimli do
Right
shit like this at Ammon Hen, but the size of this axe, it's like doing this with
big.
like a battle axe.
Yeah,
it's a big
it's
axe.
a massive axe.
It's pretty
You are
big.
you are not doing that if you're just a guy. So
Oh,
whatever
yeah.
this is,
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, they're big. So the wild men
dare
get
you.
ambushed. People are like flung up into the air, and massive axes are thrown into them, and everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, we're being attacked." Whatever these are big things that throw axes made of iron. So who knows what it could be? Maybe we'll never find out, or maybe we
I
will.
mean,
Who knows?
We kind of see and hear them, to be honest.
You can hear
Like
some
in the
noises.
end of the scene. Yeah, you can kind of make them out, I think.
so you never actually see anything.
No, you don't.
You hear the thing is you hear it, but knowing what it is based on the noise that it makes relies on you having seen the Peter Jackson trilogy.
Yeah, you can recognize this golem immediately. It's just big golem.
It's a big golem.
Gollum is like, "Ugh, I hate the wild men."
Nah,
Well, so I don't know. I don't know if I was alone here.
He is not sneaking. Stealth is optional for this mission in Gollum.
I assumed for some reason that this was Damrod, the giant troll from earlier, because I figured, well, okay, they set him up earlier, and now something really big
throwing
is
axes,
attacking the
yeah.
wild men. But I mean, it's not Damrod.
No,
There's,
I mean,
there's one
my first
really
thought was the
prominent
right
shot
one.
that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist for any other reason of one of the wildmen chopping a tree. Like, and it's there and it's really obtrusive, and it's like, oh, I see where we're going with this.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So that was great, but we're gonna have to leave it there because we got to go to Numenor.
Oh, did you say what happens at the very end?
Theo gets captured by something.
Yes.
He looks up. There's something that like kind of like it's implied that it's a big tall thing captures Theo.
Yeah. But
And
we also
Isildur-
see Isildur doing very cool things because he saw Theo being basically trapped by those other guys. He looks at them
Yeah.
and then just gallops away on a horse. What was the plan here? What was
He's
the
gonna
game
go get
plan?
help. He's gonna go get help.
I think it was
Oh.
he
No,
was gonna
he just
ride
fucking
away,
leaves him.
and then Theo was gonna run away too, and just be like, "Yeah, cool, all right, awesome."
Yeah. even though Isildur's the one on the horse.
Yeah,
And he
Isildur's a cunt.
he hears
I'd leave Theo too.
like
Whiny
he
bitch.
hears Theo shouting, which means that he knows that something has happened to Theo. That's all he knows at this point.
Yeah, then
He doesn't see what happened. Is what I'm saying.
Well,
Well,
he
Stop
does.
Gollum
He
got him.
hears the noise. He hears the noise of his voice, but he doesn't move towards it, and then we cut away.
No,
It's like,
and then we're
oh,
back
what
to
a
Numenor for
okay.
another shitty scene. The Numenor
Yay.
scene suck so much in this episode.
No,
And they
this was
foreshadow
great.
It's really funny.
They really
I just-
foreshadow what is going to be the worst episode thus far of the season, which we won't be covering today.
Well, I think it's great. Muriel is wearing white at the coronation. Her coronation. Farazan is wearing red.
It's
Because earlier they said she'd wear white and he'd wear red, and then they did.
What a setup.
She wears this long flowing dress and walks downstairs while blind, and I just thought it would be funny. She doesn't, but it would be funny. She also has this like eagle embroidered on the back of her big white dress. So yeah, because
I also
eagles
feel like
are a good omen.
it needs to be noted that Elendil kind of like, it's kind of awkward. He like holds her hand with his like right hand, so he has to reach over, and then he just lets go. Like he didn't really. He just kind of did it for no reason. Like
He just gives up.
I don't know. It just looks awkward.
Well,
and then
she
he gives
takes
up.
it.
And then
She takes his hand. He holds out his hand. She is blind, and she takes his hand.
And
Like
then,
she
and
can
then
see.
Yeah, and then
Does
and
she
then
know
he
what he
lets
smells
go.
like?
Yeah, like
Because I know that
yeah,
she.
he helps her like 10 feet. Yeah.
Because we
Not
saw
even that.
in.
Like,
She
what?
seems to learn how to walk around all the different rooms by counting the steps. We saw that in season 1, and I'm guessing that makes a little bit of sense. If she's very familiar with the room, then she would know how many steps everything is. But knowing that Elendil is there, does she smell him?
maybe
He's there?
they said ahead of time, like once you get
I
to the
can
bottom,
smell
I'll be
you.
there. Just reach your hand out, and then I'll guide you for 2 seconds.
Yeah, like
and
hold
then
my
you can
hand
keep
for
going.
2 seconds. I don't understand the benefit of it, but
I mean, unless it's
Yeah,
supposed
no.
to be that he was going to take her the whole way because she is. I mean, she's disabled; she can't see. But then she kind of refuses it in order to just persevere
Oh,
and do it.
doesn't-
That's
doesn't
not what
look
they
like
do.
that, though,
No.
you know.
No, you'd think that they would focus on it if that was the thing, whereas it just
Mhm.
happens kind of in the background.
And the thing is, she knows exactly where the hand is, like exactly where it is.
Yeah.
She
Also,
doesn't
that,
like fumble or grab his arm or something like that. Yeah.
The green screen for like the exterior, you know, in the room looks pretty bad. Like the
Oh
composite,
yeah.
it really does not look like that exists at all.
Yeah, it does look pretty bad. Like this is what you're talking about, right?
They've
The
also-
image will look-
Yeah, that one, that shot.
Yeah.
Look at how great that looks.
That literally
It's
that looks
still
like a
real
Doctor
to me,
Strange
damn it.
portal. That literally
The
looks like a
lighting is
portal to another
amazing.
dimension.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Oh god.
All right. So yeah, she counts her steps. She walks up, walks to the place where I guess she takes the scepter or the symbol of Numenorian authority. It's like this little doohickey with a sun on it. But what?
So
I'm
at this
just, like,
point,
so-
she has been voted, right? Like if this is like a thing
I
they
don't-
vote for,
No,
I guess she
no.
won.
I think it's just implied that she's going to be the one because there's not really a challenger. But
So this is
there
this
is
is what
a
I was
room.
going.
But
Sorry, Regs.
No,
I
it's
was going
fine,
to
that's it.
say. Yeah, I was going to. This is what I was going to ask earlier, but I didn't want to jump ahead. I didn't want to break the rules.
good. The rules
How
are
dare you.
sacred.
There was not an election. Muriel is now the queen because the king died, who
she's
was
about
her
to be.
father, obviously. And my question was, why does Farazan have to wait until now to essentially take over?
Because
because
this
it's
is
more dramatic.
Yeah.
This is dramatic and sudden,
Yep.
and it's a dramatic shift in what you would have expected to happen, maybe.
Well, because
And
if that's
because
the
we
case,
really like Muriel and we do not like Farazan because the show is.
Do we like her?
I think
Yes,
we're
the
supposed
show
to.
tells me. Yeah, the show
She's-
tells me.
The show
she's
likes her,
blind.
yeah.
she's blind. We have to like her.
Yeah, leave her alone.
The show
Sure.
tells me, yeah, but we don't like Farazan because the show said he's bad.
As you can see.
Because
Yeah,
if that's the case, like, because we don't know that they have anything like in the US or the UK where you have like elections on a I guess consistent period of time. It's just like, well, he waited until the king was dead, at which point there would be another coronation, and now it's time to spring into action. Which also, again, if that's the case, then it is tremendously lucky that Muriel went away and fucked everything up and got a load of people killed, which then means that Farazan gains popularity. And that coincided with the death of her father. Because those
Yeah.
two things have nothing to do with each other.
That seems highly unlikely, but you know.
It's in the
implication
show
I
and how
took
it
from it
works, I guess.
was that he was waiting for whatever the most opportune moment would happen to be. And this, because of the rule of drama, happened to be the most opportune moment, made even more opportune by the sudden and random emergence of an eagle, which of course he couldn't overlook. So like elections, this is all world building that I wish the show had done, because every time I'm like using any single sentence about it, it's more world building than the show does. My assumption would be that the like elections are not commonplace for monarchs. It was a special thing that happened because the king was deposed for his unpopularity. Once they decided upon his successor, the rules of succession by a monarchy just operate. But obviously, the queen being very unpopular, Farazan is waiting until he has sufficient public support to openly challenge her, because he seemingly has a claim of his own, though I don't think the show has established that he's related to the king, so that wouldn't really work. But assuming that he is and does,
She
it's
described
just that
him as
this is the
cousin at
moment
one
he chose.
point. That's what
Yeah,
got, I think.
Oh,
he and
yeah,
Muriel are
cousins,
cousins,
yeah.
yes. Which I don't know how that works with a line of succession, because the show seems to be treating it as though he is her political opponent and nothing more. And again, prior to this episode, the show didn't even treat him as though he was her political opponent.
No,
Like if it was a case of like two people who are viable options for succeeding the now dead king, then that should have been made clear from the start, and maybe there could have actually been some kind of political back and forth between the two of them where they try and gain support, and ultimately Farazan wins because, I mean, eventually because Eagle. But you know, if he does something that maybe means that he's able to beat Muriel, whereas the way that it goes down in the show is it's going to be Muriel because it just kind of is, and then Farazan wins because Eagle.
Yeah. Aren't they married in the show?
No,
not?
not yet.
Okay.
Like they might do that in future, because like canonically, Farazan takes power and forces Muriel to marry him.
Yeah.
It was like
Because
it's normally
I thought-
forbidden because
okay.
it's cousin marriage.
Because
but
I thought she called him husband at one point, but I might be misremembering that from
I
something else.
don't think so. I could be wrong. I don't
Yeah.
remember it though.
They've only spoken to each other in one scene prior to this episode. So
Are they gonna,
Yeah,
Okay.
are they going to say the eagle was truly random, or are they going to try and argue he did some shenanigans?
Farazan summoned it.
Whoa! No spoilers.
No, I've already the eagle. Rags, the eagle got mentioned like 5 times already. I don't know if you missed it.
No spoilers.
It's been
I mean,
spoiled,
it shouldn't be
Rags, I'm
random
so
because
sorry.
It hasn't. Shut up.
It was on screen as
This
well.
is dramatic. This is dramatic.
It's
No,
on
that's
the
a different.
Rags, the eagle
That's-
is on
that's
screen.
a chick- no,
Rags.
that's
Yeah,
a
we just
chicken.
saw it on screen.
No, that's a chicken in the market. We're back in Peller gear. All right. This is not dramatic.
God damn it.
You're ruining the drama that the show's trying to create.
Where have you
Oh, the
been?
show does that
We've been
itself.
discussing all of the drama.
Yeah.
This is madness.
Eagles are supposed to be able to speak in this world, like that they are fully sentient and they have language. So it should be able to turn up and say no. Like Farazan walks up and says, "Oh, it must be choosing me," and the eagle should be able to say, "Fuck you, no, I'm not."
I mean,
Yeah,
it's quite
that's what
clear on
eagles
the eagle's
sound
body
like.
language that it's quite clear on the eagle's body language that it does not approve of Farazan. But you know, it's
It
Why
flies
is
away
it
when
that
he gets
every
too
single
close.
person misunderstands that though? Like
they're retarded.
They don't know enough about eagles.
like, geez.
They're all retarded. It always happens in these fucking shows. Everyone's retarded.
Rax is currently fuming that we're already talking about this.
Yeah.
No, I think it's great.
Wow, he just got character assassinated. Did you see it live in person?
Yeah.
There's so many problems with the eagle. I mean, do we want to? Are we on the eagle now? Have we skipped? Have we broken the
Well, no,
rule?
we still
I
got
think
like
we're
the
firmly
whole
on the
scene to
eagle.
play out.
Well,
though.
yeah.
we have the whole thing about the people yelling at her, and she gives this big speech and everything, and we can get into it if you want, or we could just move on to the fucking eagle.
Wow,
All
he got
right.
unassassinated. He's
Because we
back.
have the
Oh my God.
The writers are all over the place with this
thing.
one.
And then she says a thing, and stuff happens, and everyone's
Man,
angry, and then a
Big
bird shows up.
mad.
Big
The
man.
Palantir
Big
needs to be
mad.
mentioned, I think. The
The
Palantir
Palantir needs to be.
mentioned.
We have to talk
You
about
are
the
big mad,
Palantir.
right?
Yeah, the Palantir is actually
I don't know-
important. We need to go back to that.
Palantir.
All right. So yeah,
Tired of
quick
this
recap.
bullshit.
She walks up to be coronated, I guess. Someone says she's queen of lies, and someone else says that she's
True.
unfit to rule. And then
Lies.
she says a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, we could go in. We could. The grief of Numenor is sacred to me. Your pain, a prayer within these walls. I hear your sorrow and your anger. I share it. We have bloodied and been bloodied, but know this: we'll
Nor.
find our course. Should there be another amongst us who feels moved to speak, firstly ask yourself this: for whom do you cry out? For those who've already buried, for your kingdom, or for yourself? And then Iarian's in the back of the room.
She was waiting.
for a Isildur. And then she reveals the Palantir, and she like drops it, or she drops it, I think, and it just
She says that the queen has taken counsel from this like elven artifact or whatever.
Yeah, the queen is taking counsel from it, and
This
the
Elfstone
elf
is your
stone
queen.
is your queen.
And Elendil's like,
then
what
she
the
holds it
fuck?
up
Shut the fuck up. Silence, little girl.
She throws it down the
Why-
stairs.
You should have
she
thrown
throws
a
it down
rock
the
at
She
stairs
just
and-
lets it flop out of her hand. It's like
Yeah,
it's really
she's looking real
anticlimactic.
evil as well. She's
Yeah,
not
she does it on
looking,
purpose
like,
too.
Sinister.
Which also means she
It is.
doesn't.
She does come
didn't
across
even
quite
consider.
evil in the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
and-
Robin
Which means
was
she didn't
wicked.
even. She didn't even consider not doing this after hearing that the queen basically tried to, not basically, she did try to save her brother and got blinded for it, and she's like, no, don't care.
I just find it so bizarre that like so little of the conversation has been about, dude, like an entire portion of Middle Earth has been transformed into a desolate wasteland by orcs.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure, it has.
Super
yeah.
evil monsters running around. You guys are all mad. Like, ugh,
Like-
lame.
Yeah,
Likely story, bro.
Unfortunately, Galadriel was correct. Like she was. She actually did turn out to be right.
Yeah, just
Like,
don't talk about
Aryan in
the
this
Halbrand
scene-
stuff. Avoid that topic.
Yeah.
Aarion in this scene is like fully Team Farazon,
Yeah.
which means
Oh,
that
yeah.
essentially what happened off screen. This is why I was confused the first time I saw it, because she has connected the dots of like, I guess flooding of Numenor, vision in the Palantir ? Did she actually use it and see that, and then connect the dots herself? Of okay, so that's why Muriel went to Middle Earth. I think that's what we're meant to get from it, which I don't think that's
know.
I
intuitive.
thought she just
but I
said
think
that
that's what we're meant to get.
she
from it.
knew from
I've-
the king that they were using it to like decide shit. Her and her dad.
The king that they
Yeah, I
deposed
think
for
she-
doing exactly this sort of thing
Yeah.
before choosing
Yeah.
his daughter to succeed him, which is, yeah.
And
I
then,
think,
wow,
I think
Old
she's just
daughter
big
started
mad
doing
at
it.
Muriel for getting Isildur killed. Like she's just
Yeah,
big mad.
but-
She's gonna support our
so-
person.
Yeah, so she's very pissed off that her brother is dead at this point, essentially.
Yeah.
Which is what is meant to inform her actions. But again, I'm kind of inventing a scene that might have taken place off screen, and it would line up here possibly better than what the writers have actually done. Is that Aarion presented the Palantir to Farazon off screen, and he knew what it was and was like, "Oh fucking hell, I know exactly what's happened. She's used
Oh,
this
yeah.
thing."
This
And
is the thing our
basically,
king is after.
This is what I
Yeah.
can use to grab power or whatever.
Yeah, and he's kind of worked everything out and then told Aarion, okay, you need to say, this is what you need to say.
This is
So
what you
Aarion
need.
Aarion has no idea about the flooding of Numenor. Aarion never used the Palantir. She just spoke to Farazon, and Farazon told her to do this because it would
Yeah.
then lead to him gaining power. That's possible,
that-
but that's not in the show.
That actual part, I mean, this plan, which has to come off perfectly, otherwise it completely fails, is that they're trying to force the queen into accepting ownership of it. But if
Yeah.
the queen
Yeah.
at any point says, "No, it's not mine," or she knows that it can't actually be
What's
destroyed because you can't destroy a Palantir, then this
Yeah.
entire thing doesn't work.
What if
which
you
makes
dropped
it
it into the
mad risky.
ocean? What if you gave it to Kieran and he dropped it in the ocean?
What if when he says this is lies, the queen would never use such elf tools, blah blah, blah, setting her up to be like, no. If she just instead said, "You know why I'm
True.
blind? I fucking was desperately tearing through." Like basically just ignore this attempt at being insane from these people.
Yeah.
Just start talking about why she's a really great ruler, what happened, and the thingy, the mistrust, blah blah blah, and then be like, "I don't know what that ball is." Someone grab it, and then they go, "Wait, how do you know it's a ball?" It's like, I don't. Like,
She's got
I can hear it.
I
excuse.
assume.
I heard it
I heard it.
She has the
I heard it.
perfect
I heard it
excuse
was
in this
spherical.
scenario. She's like, "I cannot be getting visions from this stone. I am fucking blind." Like, what are they supposed to be doing?
That might work on 50% of the audience. The other half are like, I don't think that's how visions work. I think that you can see them without eyes.
It's clearly magic. You can still see it.
Yeah, this is obviously magic.
Imagine the ball fucking just shattered when she dropped it on the stairs. Like
Yeah, they didn't know that unless they tested it out on progressively more and more stairs so that they knew. Okay, so
it's a leap as well. Just very quickly, it's a leap for everyone to assume it's an elf stone.
You have no idea what's going
most
on.
Of these people have never
it
seen
doesn't
it
look
before.
like an elf's
that was why I was thinking Farazan must have told her.
It's a spooky orb. It's clearly an elf-made thing.
No, yeah, I'm willing to believe
It's
that
something
he
I
would
don't
have.
understand.
He definitely would have coached her after she told him about finding it. But like, the people in this room, they're just going with the flow. They don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
Well, this is what's about to happen. Like Rags, I don't know if you want to go through the what happened to the Lendl here.
We have to. It was so funny and confusing. All right, so Arian's like, yeah, Palantir, the queen's taking counsel from it, and it's elf bullshit, and your real queen's this elf orb. And then Farazan says, no, that's lies. The Numenor's true ruler would never take counsel from an elvish artifact. And so he says that it should be destroyed. And when he says this,
the queen was like, phew, crisis averted. Oh, I'm so glad I have Farazan.
Yeah, he'll make a great advisor to me when I'm queen. Actually, she says, no, don't destroy it. It's hers, and they need it.
That's
the worst fucking thing to say is we need it. It's like don't.
Yeah, don't say it like that, you idiot.
Elendil then reaches down to grab the Palantir, and it like shocks
him across the room,
flying back across the room. I don't know why. If anything, Elendil was the one who was trying to like protect it at her orders.
Yep.
So I have no clue why it acted aggressively.
The orb was angry from being dropped, so it's just gonna shock the first person.
Yeah, the first person. It would have been way funnier if when he grabbed it, it whacked him off and just goes. Wait, what? Why did it make that sound?
Hisses at him.
It's like the part of this I like, and then part of it I don't. Obviously, it throwing him across the room that then reveals to the crowd that it's elven bullshit, and then they get very angry. Like that's the reason why it happens. There is no one in
the crowd is just like,
even
I don't know what that means.
Elven sorcery.
Elf sorcery.
Yeah, they're like, it's elven sorcery.
Dark magic.
Like the part of it that I do like, which is I think very small, is that Muriel says we need it, and she hasn't actually given Elendil an order, but he is so like in her corner and devoted to her that he just immediately just walks up to it, looks at it, and goes to grab it. To make sure that no one does anything bad to it, purely because Muriel has said we need it. So little character moment from him that I like, but I don't like what it leads to at all.
Well, and also, what would have happened had it not exploded? What if it gave him a vision? How does the scene run then? I don't know.
I wonder if he still got the vision.
It's funny. It's funny you should say that because he does get a vision from this. They talk about it in episode 5.
Just gets a vision, not gets exploded.
Spoilers.
Oh, okay.
So like that's what I'm saying is how does the scene run if he grabs it to pick it up and then he goes whoa, and they're all like, Elendil, are you okay? And he's just like,
he just goes into a trance, his eyes roll back and he just spurts on the floor like
wow. He turns into the Lady Tenasea chick from Acolyte, and his eyes turn black and his mouth extends like the mummy.
Starts
speaking in tongues and shit.
Waldrig over and over again. No one knows what it means.
Save Waldrig!
They start chanting Farazan, but he starts chanting Waldrig, and everyone's like, "Yeah, Waldrig."
Lock balls.
And Muriel falls down the stairs because it's funny. So chaos breaks out. It flumps on him. People are like, elf sorcery, dark magic, murderer, the queen of lies, all that sort of
pandemonium.
stuff. Pandemonium takes hold. This is
they throw fire at the queen.
Yeah, one of them throws like a fireball at her.
I was smiling.
It'd be hilarious if it hit her because she's blind. And when
He's
blind
smiling
people
at
get
the-
hurt, it's extra
That
funny.
guy's wanted to throw fire at her for years. And he was like, yes, finally, here I
Yes.
go.
And then it
Like,
misses.
And he misses. No!
Also, we get another
would be-
great example of Numenorian guardsmanship. They won't let through
Oh,
their
yeah.
captain, but there's like this
Yeah.
random goober that just goes through and is about to fucking slap the queen or something.
They're keeping
'cause he
back
goes-
Elendil.
Ah, the
Elendil
royal
goes
queen
like,
slapper.
take my hand. He goes
He
like, take my
yells-
hand, and then
This blind
she
woman.
she takes someone else's hand because obviously she can't see.
That's funny.
And the
Also,
guards
why
let this
would
guy
it, why would
through.
it want to grab her into the fucking mess
Yeah.
of people? Like what?
I don't
what?
know.
Why?
Because he's not very competent as a character.
Hmm.
Apparently.
all right.
I feel like it's got to be pointed out because so many things do this. Like Farazon is there, like evil, smiling. What if someone just noticed that and was like, "Dude, I think he set this shit up." Like, to
He'll be like,
He'll
they'll never
power.
believe you. He'll say they'll never believe you. It doesn't matter.
I was
They'll
just
never believe
thinking of
you.
a joke I heard this morning. You know.
Yeah, I
Um,
was just thinking of an episode
The
of
fucking-
Simpsons. Is
Yeah,
really
you wouldn't get it.
Yeah.
The reverend guy is the one that points it out, and then Farazon's like, no, you were evil. I saw you doing it, actually, not me.
Yeah.
So you're the one who's behind all of this.
Oh fuck. And then we get the
Yeah.
best scene of the episode.
He's like, what type of sandals do frogs wear? Open toed. They won't believe you. So, I'm sorry. So Farazon and okay, so this big ass huge fucking eagle shows up.
Hell yeah.
I don't.
Yep.
So I
Well,
get, you know, we've discussed it a little bit.
It's
I
a good
mean,
omen. Why? They
it's a
told
good
us so.
I don't know why the eagle showed up. I didn't even know that eagles were here.
Do you think they'll say
I don't
Sauron
know.
did it? Like,
Sure. Why
a
not?
season down the
Why
line.
not? Yeah.
Like, yeah, it was actually
The eagle
Sauron
is
illusion.
Sauron.
Yeah.
Anyway, the eagle favors Farazon, I guess, because it lands at the
clearly
balcony
doesn't.
and he walks
He's
He walks
closest
out
to
to
the
it.
eagle.
and
But
he
it
gets
landed
close and
during. It landed
cloud
during Muriel's
chaos?
coronation.
yeah, but
But he
And
was
then-
close to it.
he's
Yeah, but
close
then,
to
like,
it, and
Lord-
people don't like Muriel now because the Palantir and the elf sorcery.
Just
Well,
yeah,
they
the
know
crowd
that
just
the-
decides that it's Farrakhan's.
Everyone goes quiet
might
to
think the
appreciate the
Palantir summons
eagle.
it.
I just wanted to hear her go like, "What's going on?" Like,
Did someone have something
hello?
happen?
Elendil, is
Yeah,
that
Did
a
everyone
real-
die?
But like when Arthurson walks up to it, it like screams and like it's clearly want him to fuck off.
Yeah. It didn't get too annoyed, so everyone's like, "Oh, okay."
I don't know
and
what
then
it's
he-
thinking.
Well, yeah, it was just
He's some
I
random
thought-
guy to walk up and be like,
It's
"Yes,
really-
and me, Farazon and Derek, Farazon and Derek." Yes.
I mean, it seems like it basically was just because that one guy who was on his side just started chanting, and then everybody's
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, I mean, I guess that means it likes
Elsagar,
him."
I think.
yeah, Belzegar's like, "For us."
And
like
then the eagle screams at the people, "No, you fucking retards!"
And that's
The
how
main
you
bit-
become king of Numenor, I guess.
Yeah.
The main bit of this
Eagle
that just
chant,
drove me fucking
boom.
nuts is like if you forget knowledge of the Lord of the Rings and you forget knowledge of the books and you're just watching this as a TV show, what meaning do eagles have in this setting? You saw there were eagles in the Morgoth battle in season 1 flashback. There was a
Mhm.
vague mention of an emblem of an eagle being worn to a coronation in this episode. Muriel wore the image of an eagle to her coronation, and then suddenly there's a giant eagle, and
Yeah.
the eagle chooses who wins.
I have no idea why that audio played. By the way, I don't know what the fuck has happened.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
okay,
think it should
here's
be
the
like
eagle.
super specific to the Numenorians, but in general they're just like really cool or whatever. Like people like them. I don't
Yeah,
think
but I
they
mean,
have
like-
any super significant.
Well, because like the sea
Iron Maiden.
being always right, that is a thing that is culturally present in Numenorian culture. So
Yeah.
like the sea will do a thing, and they'll be, oh, it was the sea that did put her in my path, whatever. Eagles, we haven't seen that at all. They don't have eagle emblems in Numenor. It's not in their architecture. They don't. It's not like figure of speech that they use. Eagles and Numenor don't have anything to do with
The
each other.
slow
Prior to this
eagle
episode.
splits the boulder.
Numenor is so weird. They're like, we are the sea folk. Anyway, we have psychic connection to our horses, and eagles are good omens. It's like, why not a
Yeah.
fucking
Just
goldfish?
a
What is
mismatch of
happening?
different
Right, it's
things.
just a better slogan.
Yes, I guess so.
They're just a bunch of traits and attributes that don't seem to be culturally connected. Though technically, that's not like necessarily an issue. A big civilization can have all sorts of stuff going on, It just feels like they just get thrown in right before
Yeah,
they're
it'd be nice
needed.
if we had more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something the show likes to
They
do
invented it for
anyway.
this
They
episode.
set something up like 1 or 2 scenes ago, and then they just pull the trigger and it's like, see, we just like in the last episode,
like a
and
Destiny.
it was like, oh, we're not gonna go through this desert, and then it's like, oh, I guess we have to go through this desert. 2 minutes later, it's like, oh okay.
Well, this
Like
episode's another very
was
good example. It's like you have a scene earlier when Farazan says eagles turning up is a really good thing, and then of course he says that because the eagle has to turn up to be a
set up
really
and
good
payoff.
thing.
That's really
I
good.
wonder
What are you
what's gonna
talking
happen
about?
in
What
the
if it was a
coronation.
crocodile that showed up? Then what would you do, Farazan?
Yo,
Flying.
a crocodile would
Flying
show up. He's
crocodile.
like,
climbs
I
up
am
the wall.
so tired. Holy fuck, I am tired right now. I guess she's queen, but fuck, I need a nap.
I need a nap.
How did I get in here?
Also, anybody who's interested, I have gold in my mouth. Here, come and get it.
Just,
Come
you
on.
have to pick it up with your mouth, though.
I brought shells, so you guys
Yeah.
like those.
Come on. Get that
Okay.
gold.
So Farazan's king, I guess.
Sure, why not?
I mean, yeah. Right.
I mean, I don't know what you.
So,
What do
like,
people?
no-
Nothing made sense, but sure.
An
Yeah.
eagle
So, like-
showed up, and now Farazan's king.
I presume
awful.
this is meant to be essentially the first thing that kicks off like the fall of Numenor. So how long has
Yeah.
Numenor got left before it gets destroyed if this gets 5 seasons?
Minutes.
2 episodes.
2 more episodes.
Maybe. I wonder. But I mean, I don't know. I suppose I'm curious. How long are they going to keep using Numenor before they destroy it?
Yeah.
Well, they are just rushing through this so quickly. Like prior to season 2, I was expecting season 2 to be dealing with the fallout from the rings, maybe end with the forging of the dwarven rings, and have the attack on Eregion in as like the big climax. And then maybe you deal with the fall of Numenor, you build up the Farazan conflict in season 3. But no, they are doing they do basically everything that I just said, apart from the battle, in episode 3 of season 2.
Yeah, which seems crazy.
It's insane.
Like,
Yeah.
the timeline.
I have no idea when the Fall of Numenor is actually gonna be. Like,
Well, and plus, they're not exactly
It's
like
After the
very-
summer of
they're not-
Numenor.
They're not very adherent to the lore anyway, so like it could
No,
happen
but
whenever.
even
that's
then,
true.
like
Yeah,
the
it could
probably the
happen
most
at any time.
natural way for the story to proceed, which is it's semi in adherence with the lore, is that Sauron is present for the attack on Eregion. The Numenorians ride in and save the day, capture Sauron. Sauron is taken back to Numenor to corrupt it, and then it falls, which
That's
is
what I thought
roughly
would be.
speaking what's supposed to happen. But it's taken the unusual route of anticipating all of that by basically making Numenor fully corrupted before it's had anything to do with him. Like Farazan is just a dick without any influence. So it's not going to be a huge shock if he turns out to be more of a dick in the next season.
Yeah, exactly. Like if they actually follow that timeline, I imagine it's gonna happen at the end of season 3. But who the fuck knows? Like, it could happen at any point.
Well then,
Well, that was fun.
final scene.
No, we're not done
We
yet.
got one last scene.
One last final scene. So, back at Eregion, at the Forge, King Durin has decided off screen to accept the Elvish offer.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember
Alright.
that cliffhanger from earlier?
I thought that
Yeah.
would be like an insanely important thing for him and Durin to
No.
discuss, but
No.
I guess not. And instead, we're just here after the decision has been made and they've
Yeah,
shown
we
up.
don't want to deal with that.
Holy fuck, what a travesty in writing this show is.
Yeah.
These things these insanely important conversations we need to hear are just done off screen, and now here we are, plot happening.
Yeah. By the way,
Um,
how many rings are they about to make here?
7.
7.
That's all the
And they
7
have a-
already.
yeah.
That seems not enough mithril for all the 7.
Yeah, it's a smaller nugget than they used for the 3 Elven
No,
rings.
but it'll be fine because
They don't
Sauron
have
is
to be
making
as
it
good.
evilness. He's making it
Oh, yeah.
evil,
Ah,
so
yes.
it's going to extend.
because
Also-
because
Also,
this
I guess
time,
this is what we are to conclude then. Like he
Yep.
didn't grab, even though he absolutely would have. Like he grabs it and then puts his evil in it and then drops
Yeah.
it. So if Celebrimbor just went, "Nah, bro, I got it," that would have
Yeah.
ruined his plan
Yep.
completely.
Yep.
it's funny because
The thing is, though,
obviously-
he grabbed the mithril in season 1 as well. Like he
Yeah,
had
but the-
grabbed that
Definitely
nugget. as
did.
well.
yeah, but hold
Yeah,
up.
true.
The difference is there was no evil music playing when you did it the last time.
True.
Oh my god, do you
Yeah,
know what
See?
this
that
means?
is less
Womp,
evil.
womp,
There's no evil
womp,
music.
womp.
This
So
means
that
the
doesn't
mo-
count.
this means that the moon runes are evil.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
I guess so.
Evil
Yeah.
rules.
Because he makes Ithildin, which eventually becomes the door of
No,
Moria,
wait,
which means that the
you-
door of Moria
you
is
stop-
evil.
No, you're spoiling the reveal.
That's such an awful
No,
scene.
no,
How
no.
dare
He
you
literally says
talk
the
about
name
it.
of it when in the previous episode he says the word
true,
Ithildin.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, so all these important things that would we have liked to hear them talk about, that happened. Here's Mithral. Go ahead.
I think I think they set up this the setting up the dwarf rings and then getting them made here is just so fast. It's crazy that the episode ended with this. I was like, oh, holy shit, I got whiplash. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
shit.
Also,
all right, well,
It's like
just
in
the mid
episode
left,
1
I
where
guess.
it's like in episode 1 where they just all wear the rings already. It's like, oh wow, that already happened. Cool.
And
I
also,
guess.
if you are planning to give dwarven rings to all of the dwarf lords, and there are 7, and only one of them is present from Khazad Doom, shouldn't you like assemble the rest to come and get them? Are they each
they're
going
they're quite
to-
far away.
Are they going to get spread out? Like he's like, hey, we're going to give them all to you. Make sure these get divvied up fairly for us, okay?
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
that
in
would
the actual
require
lore,
that-
it was Sauron who gave them out to the actual dwarves, but who
Yeah, that would
cares?
require
I
that
guess
they've set up multiple dwarven kingdoms, which they've
Mhm.
they've mentioned. Disa mentioned that there were other dwarf
Others.
lords, and we were going to rule this mountain and all others. Implication being that there's multiple dwarven realms. But the show has not
Yeah.
given us anything. There are no characters. We don't know what the state of their lives are like. If they are also undergoing similar catastrophes where they're starving, we have absolutely no idea. So basically, what's happened here is King Durin of Khazad-dûm has decided, let's make 7 dwarf rings, even though I don't actually know if anyone else needs one.
Or wants one,
Yeah.
or what they think about this, collaboration.
We have no idea. Yeah.
They just come up to the other guys like, hey, our mountain was dying. We made you rings also. And they're like, what do you mean
Well,
your mountain was dying? Did you need
what,
help?
What deal
Like,
got?
Collaboration.
That's another thing.
Anatar's
Why-
back with a brand new creation.
If Durin the
Yeah, they
Third
were-
is such a cunt, why wouldn't he try to deal with his own dwarven brethren to save the mine? Save Khazad-dûm first?
Yeah. Hey, bring message to all the other dwarven lords. They can probably help us
Yeah.
to some way. They probably even have more food for us. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I don't know if it
possibly.
specified the exact locations of the dwarven lords, like in the actual lore, where they're located.
Well,
I can think of several places, but yeah.
not that that's a shock, but
I
they
don't
make
think
their
it's
way to this show pretty fucking quickly.
Yeah.
But what's the letter like that King Durin sends? That's like, travel thousands of miles because I've got a
I've got some
ring for
rings."
you.
Yeah.
I got some swag for you.
Most of them would be like fairly close. There are a few that would be super far away, depending on like where exactly they are to be sent. But most of them would be in the somewhat close to Khazad-dûm.
Well, because the areas that I'm thinking of that are not close to Khazad-dûm is you've got the Blue Mountains, which is near Eregion, near Linden. You've got
Yes, that's
the Iron
basically in
Hill.
Linden.
Okay, are there dwarves there at this point, or is that just a silly
I
question?
don't know if they're there. There
Okay.
are dwarves that
Who
moved to
knows?
there from Khazad-dûm later, but I don't know
Okay.
if there were dwarves there to begin with or not.
And then you've got the Iron Hills, which is where Dane is from in The Hobbit.
Yeah.
And then you've got obviously Erebor, which I'm going to guess is not populated by dwarves at this point in time.
Yeah, there's also dwarves to the north of here at this point. I think around the area of Gundabad, but
Okay.
yeah, I think they're still there at this point. I don't think the dwarves have taken it over yet. It should be. And then there's also dwarves like way far to the east, like super far away. They're called the Orukarni dwarves that lives in a big mountain chain over there. So I don't know exactly like where they're all supposed to be sent.
Yeah, but like if is that because it just isn't specified in the source material?
No, I
Well,
think
I don't
it is
know if it is.
specified.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it is.
Like I just don't remember.
Fair enough. Because I mean, yeah, honestly, whether it is or isn't, like the showrunners could have just made it be somewhere that isn't lore accurate, but somewhere that
Yeah.
at least lines up. Maybe they're all in the Misty Mountains, but in different mountains, up and down the mountain range. But they don't do anything. It's just, well, I guess there must be some other dwarves somewhere around 6 other kingdoms, and I'll make rings for them that they rings for them that they don't need. Like, why would I think that they do?
I mean, I guess you could technically give them to like minor lords as well, right? But who knows?
I'm expecting that will probably end up happening, but again, we haven't had any world building for
Yeah,
anything dwarf related outside of Khazad Doom.
Yeah, just give one to Disa, why not?
Yeah.
Rings of Power. Yeah. Woo.
Yay.
Episode 3, the Eagle and the Scepter, and yeah, pretty good.
That was
Pretty
like a
good.
5 out of 10.
Yeah, 5 out of 10, maybe 6. 5 or 6 out of 10. Oh boy, what now?
Episode 4.
Episode
4, Eldest.
Oh.
Boy,
Yay!
I sure do love Rings of Power Episode 4, Eldest.
I think this
God.
might be the worst episode in the fucking entire series.
I
Yes,
think the
I
worst
agree.
episode is episode 5, honestly.
I haven't seen 5 yet, so
I haven't 5 yet, yeah.
Oh boy, it gives me something to look forward to, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Until this point, I think this episode is the worst.
Sure, I would
Interesting.
agree with that.
I think
But episode 5.
the lads on Open Boss said the next one, 5, is the best episode of both seasons.
Really?
They did
Yeah,
say that,
fun.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm
I,
still-
Oh,
We'll see.
I was
guess we
not
can't talk about
inclined
why.
to agree, but
I think it's the
Oh.
worst one of this season.
they just felt like it was the least
Damn.
damaging. That's the scale they're going with.
Oh, of course I know. I know they're
Oh.
not saying it's good. I'm just. I thought this.
I loved it. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
I started to
Sorry,
rewatch
that
four
absolutely
again.
awful.
I would probably argue that it's one of the most damaging, but I will save that for when we do it.
yeah,
I
talk
guess.
next
about
week.
it. Yeah,
Is that next week or is it 2 weeks?
that'll be next
it-
week.
Next week. Okay, yeah, no
Uh,
problem.
Yeah.
Because next week is 5 and 6 will be out, so that'll be 5 and 6.
Yes.
I don't know how much Rings of Power my body can take.
Well, you only got
Not being
3
weak, Metal.
episodes, and then and Agatha starts this week.
Well, that's not on my docket.
It was Agatha all along.
What was her all along? She didn't do anything. Wanda did it all. She didn't
Didn't
do
they change
anything.
the title again to something even more retarded?
They
like,
call
what
it
was
Agatha All Along now because that's the name of the song that
Okay.
everybody knows about. Even though it's, again,
Yeah.
she didn't do anything. What did she do all along? Wanda
don't know, I
was the
didn't
one
see
who
the show.
created the hex. She's the
It's
one who
the-
did all the mind control.
Or is the
Like-
body line? She's like, "What do you mean it was you all along? You didn't do anything."
Yeah.
Didn't I?
Oh fuck.
And
Good
of course,
lord.
it's particularly
Yeah.
awkward considering that Wanda trapped her in a mind prison for seemingly years. Like, my goodness. Oh, that
Oh,
ruined
boy.
Wanda. Anyway,
There was another name they had for the show that was even more stupid, but I will.
oh, they had a whole bunch of them. Like,
Yeah.
a lot of them.
Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
Now, something that some of you might not have it might not have entered into your minds because it didn't actually for me when I first watched episode 3. Episode 3 does not have Galadriel in it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but-
Yeah,
Oh,
we did mention that before. Yeah,
We
We
discussed that,
yes,
right?
So
we did.
yeah
so
I think
now-
Rax was one at that point.
Loser.
So now we
Yeah.
have to. I have to mention it because the first thing we get to see in episode 4 is we're right back to Galadriel.
Hooray! Yeah.
Now, and we're in Linden right now, near the Greyhaven boat places.
are.
Aregion is just under 150 leagues from Linden. I think he
Yes.
says.
Yes.
So that's weird that they give an actual distance. I'm sure that will fuck them over later. But
I gave that a
hey,
quick
already has.
Google.
Fucks them over as
I
soon
gave
as
that
they
a
say
quick
it.
Google.
Yeah,
There you go.
that was basically where I got all of the numbers that I went through last
okay.
time of travel time. So you're talking, if you're running nonstop, you're talking maybe 3 days to get there. And if
I mean,
you're riding a
running.
horse, not
Why would you run between that
Well,
kind of a
actually,
distance? That's
No, I think
insane.
that's a
You-
good.
yeah, I'm just saying
metric,
that for just a
is
point of
pointing out
point,
that
point
how
of
it would work.
reference. And if you were to ride a horse like a messenger might, then you're getting that done in 22 hours if you're not stopping, which the horses in Middle Earth apparently do not stop. So yeah, which means
They don't stop
the
coming, they don't stop coming.
the transmission of information between Linden and Eregion should take at most 3 days, because one day to get there, one day to get back, and about a day of leeway.
Well,
What was
That's
that
way
then?
faster
It's
than
wi-
what
between
I
Linden and
perceived
Eregion.
it to be.
Yeah, so I figured it was about a week because of the distance involved, but now
No, I
that
mean
they've
like even with
actually
the
told us-
numbers that we have, like I guess
It
they
has
use
to be
different
way longer,
metrics.
yeah.
Because
But
when I
yeah.
checked, because I went with like 30 miles a day, and apparently it's like 450 miles.
Yes. But we have seen because this is why it's a problem is at the end of season 1,
Oh, you
Galadriel
mean
rides
for
the
it to
horse.
make sense, they have to travel that fast, or
No, what I'm saying is that based on the information we have, they can travel that fast, and because they can travel that fast, the
Right.
timelines don't line up. Because end of season 1, Galadriel rides nonstop to get from the Southlands to Eregion, which means that that's possible because it just is, even though horses can't do that, obviously. Which means that horses can ride nonstop, and the distance that we get is about 450 miles, 150 leagues, 450 miles. To do that nonstop on a horse, not running at full pelt, you can do that in a day.
Well, doesn't this season begin by establishing that? Like the first shot of season 2 is Galadriel chasing Elrond from Eregion to Lindon in a day.
That was
again,
after 2 weeks
why
of
are
travel with day and nights where she was chasing. At nighttime, she would sleep grab at him and he would sleepwalk away.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Like, why are we accepting the show's insane logic of travel time?
Well, because we're using its own rules against it, basically.
Nothing is consistent because if she truly chased Elrond out of Lindon, or rather to Lindon, sorry, then they couldn't have stopped, right? Because she would have got him.
Yeah. I would rather just say, like, this is bullshit and the show is lying to us.
Oh, it is, but again, if we use the rules that it's laying out for itself, we can actually work out where the problem
I guess,
is.
but I'd rather not use insane logic. Like, it fucks with my brain to do that.
Fair enough.
Because I did not go with their logic. I used real logic, but I still put something on top because this is a topsy-turvy world, and it's still longer, way longer. Like,
did you come out at about a week, Metal? Because that's what I was
15 days
to get from Lindon to Eregion.
That's with the metrics. With 10 miles on top, they would do a day.
How many hours a day do you travel and like sleep and shit?
I just went with the metric. So I checked how much can an average human that's not super obese and kind of fit can do in like a day, and it's like, oh, it's like 19 miles, and then it's like, oh, I'm gonna put 10 miles on top of this, or 11, so we have 30 because they're like fantasy creature people, and then it was like, oh wait, but those are elves. How fast can elves go? And it's like, oh wait, in the trilogy, the Legolas and Aragorn, they're actually kind of the same-ish. And then I Googled quickly, and it's like, oh, they go about the same from what that's like quick Google searches.
Yeah,
so
but
like,
Aragorn
okay,
is
so
like
I put
a superhuman, though. He's not a regular human.
True.
Yeah.
Aragorn
So
is his
in any
name.
case, that's why I put like 11 miles on top of the 19 miles that I saw. And then still we have like 15 days they need to go the shortest way they tell us they might have.
Yeah, so just to be clear, like running that kind of distance or riding that kind of distance non-stop that's not happening. Traveling that kind of distance, running 450 miles is difficult. That is not something that anyone can just kind of do. Which means that, yeah, it would absolutely take time to do. But again, given that we have seen that the elves can travel without stopping, which I think is like I don't really have a problem with that. And they don't take any supplies with them. They don't have any food, which I don't know if that was an oversight or if they don't have anything like that. They don't have camp supplies, which means they are running day and night to get to Eregion because they are highly motivated to get there in time.
It's just funny because I went this direction or the other direction, and it just doesn't work in either way.
But basically, like the end of my calculation here is that if we're going to say it takes them just over 3 days to get there, which is assuming that they're running a mile every 10 minutes, which is a pretty reasonable pace. It's about average pace for a human. I figure elves would be quicker, but they're going through different terrains. So
better endurance.
If you extrapolate, yeah, they'd have better endurance, so they're not going to slow down. So I figure let's call it 4 days. This means that we're about 3 days after the rings have been forged at this point. Because the rings get forged, they ride a day nonstop to get to Lindon. Gil-galad is like, oh shit, Halbrand is Sauron, and he sends his letter, whereas later that evening, but it would be immediately. He then expects it to get there in about a day.
Like everyone, it's painful. It's always
he just sends like 2 guys. So he would expect the letter to arrive the following day, or 24 hours time. He would then expect a response about 24 hours after that, And if that response is later than a day, maybe, he's going to be like, okay, something's up, Galadriel, Elrond, go see what's up. Which means that right now, them leaving to go back to Eregion is at most 3-4 days after the forging of the Elven Rings.
The Elden Rings.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what an Elden Ring is.
Finally, we
fuck.
know to watch Rings of Power to figure it out. Finally.
Yeah. Also gonna link a very detailed map of Eredor if anyone wants to check on that later on, just to have it.
But yeah.
What if it's not an open world? Like, what if you just get to the end of the road in Lindon and hold X, and then you just appear wherever you're supposed
That's where
to be
the
going?
ice wall is. The ice wall that holds all the water so it doesn't fall off the edge. You can't go there because the U.S. Navy makes sure that you can't go and see it. So.
But yeah. In conclusion, they give us more references on how to show things, and it just still doesn't work.
Yeah, and again, the only question mark that we have at this point is how long does it actually take to forge the rings? But the time, because the two unaccounted for periods of time that we have, because we know how long it takes to get from Lindon to Eregion and vice versa. We know how long it takes Sauron to get from Eregion to the Southlands and vice versa, which he has done. Which means that unless Galadriel and Elrond are delayed by somewhere around a month in getting to Eregion, the timelines don't line up. And because I don't know what happens in episode 6, I can't say that for certain, but something tells me they're not going to be delayed by a month. Because if forging the Elven Rings and forging the Dwarven Rings, if that took a year or something insane, you still have the same amount of discrepancy, because one of them happened before Sauron left, and the other one has to happen before Galadriel arrives. So either way, there is still a discrepancy of about a month.
Oh, there we are.
Jesus,
Yeah.
my brain hurts. So
Yeah.
basically, if we use the show metrics, it's a matter of days, maybe a week or so. And if I go with what I tried, it's 15 days. And oh god, I don't even know. I'm gonna fucking.
If your numbers make sense if you're an actual person who needs to sleep and eat. And if you're not an elf, I guess. But yeah, based on what the show has told us, it's it's quicker.
Yeah, because they just don't stop, which they obviously still should be doing.
Yeah.
But we just don't do that in the show. Because I know what you're doing. I know what you're getting at, of course. It's just fucking insane. This show is stupid.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Okay, so Elrond and Galadriel are here. They're about to set off for Eregion. Because there hasn't been any communication, and that's weird. And I guess we're like, what's going on? Or something. Stuff's happening. Stuff's happening.
Man,
Things
you
are going
sound
on.
like you're half dead. You okay? Like, I know it's Rings of Power, but well, I mean,
it's just
the strongest summary would be this is absolutely nuts. They've only just decided they're finally going to fucking leave this place when they need to get there immediately if Sauron is there, which they have full reason to think is not only a big possibility, but that is their weapons maker that he's with that can corrupt and create WMD's equivalents, and they're like,
It's been weeks.
Well, hell, you've seen how long it took for Gil-galad just to send a message.
Yep.
At
He
least
waited
It took a full day to just write it. Yeah, it took a full day to just write the message.
I'll get around to it eventually. Whatever.
Elves have no perception of time. We learned this in season 1.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
This
would the Elven Messenger get to the? Well, actually, in the first place, why go on foot? I don't think that's established. Take horses. You have horses. Horses are faster. Fucking don't be a moron. But like the Elven Messenger, they did send. Did he not get to this destroyed bridge? Because I think we're there on the screen anyway.
I think that's what
the
they're
bridge,
assuming.
which is the fast route, and the bridge is destroyed. But when he got to the destroyed bridge, did he not think, "Oh shit, this is a massively important development that maybe the king should know about"? And given that I'm closer to home than I am to Eregion, it might be worth going back and letting people know.
No, it was
Well,
just a
you say
coincidence.
this, but
Remember?
we have
There
no
were two of
fucking
them.
idea where he actually is at this point. Like because this place does not exist. It shouldn't exist. It's
But like,
not even...
regardless of where it is, if it's halfway or closer to Eregion or Lindon, there are two messengers who have gone together. I don't really know why, but there are. Which means, he could have one of them could have sent the other one back to tell Gil-galad. I mean, I guess why that happened is because it wouldn't necessarily have helped, because then they would have had this discussion of, oh, do we go through the spooky forest? They would have had that before getting to the bridge, I guess.
Because if we're gonna go by the logic and they end up, like we know where they end up, they should be around the area of Bree at this time. Bree doesn't exist yet, but they should be around that area where the fucking massive gorge is with the bridge.
Oh, and also just slide this in quickly. Another way that the timeline doesn't line up is if Galadriel is correct that Sauron blew up the bridge, which given the way the rings work, I think we are supposed to believe that he did. He can't have left because Sauron left Eregion prior to the rings being crafted, which means Sauron left Eregion before Galadriel and Elrond rode to Lindon. If he blew up the bridge immediately and then went to Mordor, then they would already know that the bridge is gone.
And we're just granting that he can blow up bridges.
I'm not sure I agree with that assumption.
Well, Galadriel told us. I'm going to go with what the show has told us. So this means what this means.
Says he can blow up bridges. All right.
Yeah,
he's like
she has a magic ring. She has a magic
they actually
ring.
show on the map where they are.
They do.
Yeah, they show they zoom into the map where they are. I just noticed on the screen.
So that, I kind of want to see exactly where that is because that tells us how far out of his way Sauron had to go.
But I think it's about where the Shire is, around that area somewhere. Is where the zoom into.
I don't have anything to back this up. I just heard about it, but from what I've heard from lore heads, from third-party sources, I guess from a friendo, apparently where this big ass gorge is, there should just be a river or something. There shouldn't be.
There should be nothing there. It should just be flat.
Maybe there's a river at the bottom of the gorge.
Oh,
they can both be there together.
They just
it should be like a
back
small
in the
stream. It shouldn't
trilogy.
be a massive. No. Fuck
it
off.
was 1,000 years ago. Yes, in the Second Age, it was a massive stream. You even see the lake. There's the lake called Ninual or something up to the.
Sounds like a slur.
Ninual.
Hey, whoa!
On what random was
look
saying,
how massive this fucking landmark is. They should be on every single map.
Well, also, if you have a gorge that big, it's insane that there's only one bridge.
Yeah, that too.
That was all the lightning.
Also, I was going to say that about the timeline shenanigans. All the defense of that would be is Sauron can do that remotely at any time.
That's insane.
It is insane.
Yeah, that's insane.
So Sauron just wins.
I don't know if we are meant to
lightning.
believe that. But yeah.
Why go to all the trouble of doing what Sauron's about to do to the messengers if you can just smite people from heaven? It's the show's going to really struggle with this all the way through. It's like the idea that he was running around smashing all the individual mirrors in Moria to stop them working actually makes more sense and does less damage than the idea that Sauron is now capable of just manifesting evil at random points on the map at will. Because if he can do that, there's basically nothing he can't do, so he can't lose.
Yeah,
I
don't think the show can deal with that.
Why would he even need any army at this point? He can just fucking.
There you go. That's where the bridge is. Apparently.
Oh, so that looks close to Eregion. Then that's closer to Eregion, right?
It's like halfway in between.
Okay.
Yeah, because you see Mifflin over there. That's Lindon.
Because right after he was healed, he headed off right to Mordor once the rings were made. So he would have. That's one hell of a detour.
Yeah, so basically he can't have destroyed the bridge before, because then Galadriel and Elrond would already know that the bridge is destroyed. Which means if we say that he must have destroyed it afterwards, which means that he went to Mordor, got tortured by Adar, and then went and destroyed the bridge on his way back to Eregion. By which point we're about a month ahead of the elves plot, which means that they waited in Lindon for a month before leaving for some reason.
Did it remotely.
I see what it's actually.
Or he did it remotely. That's the only other possibility. So
it's where the Brandy Wine Bridge is. That's where this bridge is apparently.
He did that remotely.
So we have
the House of Doom stuff remotely as well. He's doing it all remotely. He's OP.
Is it ever implied that maybe this is just an effect of evil happening in Middle Earth, that the bridge collapsed, like
evil
the mountain?
Destroyed the bridge.
Well, yeah,
But wouldn't that be weird?
The tremors destroyed the tremors destroyed the mountain light, and so maybe the evilness just made the bridge collapse.
So that was my read of the map sequence with the evil black tendrils coming out in the last episode, I think it was. Sorry, 2 episodes ago, episode 2. Is that's just like evil is just doing stuff. And like whenever you come across anything in the world that's really inconvenient, you can do what Galadriel does and just say, this must be the work of Sauron.
No, that's what I do in real life.
How that could possibly be true, but it is.
3 red lights in a row, work of Sauron.
Stubbing
if
my
the
toe.
bridge is
Sauron,
destroyed
that
by evil,
bastard.
because
But-
basically I won't spoil what ends up happening, but the reason why the bridge is destroyed is because he's diverting people another way, which means that the evil spreading destroyed the bridge and made there be something the other way that is evil, which is that's not happening by accident.
Both of those are
That-
evil things, so it matches if it just does
Well,
evil stuff.
I can accept, if it makes sense logistically, which it doesn't, then I can accept that Sauron would voluntarily do both of those things. But just saying that, well, evil, so that means that Middle Earth is now the antagonist.
True.
Someone just said as well.
Like for the Khazad-dûm stuff, I see the point. I think that
In
works.
this
But for the
show,
bridge
Middle
stuff, I
Earth
don't
is
think
the
it does.
antagonist.
I don't even think the Khazad stuff works, but they said Sauron
Yeah.
destroying the bridge was a 1 in a million shot. No way he's doing that again. Just get that line in there.
No way, gonna
That
do
shot
that
was
again.
1 in a million.
By the way, this is the river that the gorge is on. By the way, apparently.
Oh,
There-
okay.
there's not cliffs
Oh,
over
okay.
every part. This is where it lowers down.
Yeah, of course.
But it's
Yeah,
That's
I
like
was
a
about to say this is where the
Brandywine-
river is. I was about to say this is where the river is high up, but this is where
Yeah.
this is different part
This
of
is
the
where the
river.
Nazguls cross the Brandywine Bridge, apparently, like further up north.
Oh, it's so bad.
Buckleberry Ferry.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
fucking hell.
So, what's happening? Oh yeah, right. They need to go to Eregion and find out what the fuck's going on because of all the aforementioned reasons why they should be scared and terrified. And this is really weird, and we got to find out what's going on. And we know about the Rings of Power and Sauron's involvement, all that good stuff. So Elrond asks Galadriel for her recommendations on some guards, an archer, and 2 swordsmen. And she's like, "Trust me. Are you certain that's wise, Commander?"
Yeah.
And he says, "At the High King's urging, I agreed to appoint you as first lieutenant. But if you deem that duty beneath you, I'll choose another." And she says, "Yeah, I can recommend some who else she would take." She's just like, God, she's such a cunt. We're so
Remember when
Really?
remember her
Also
whole
fucking-
speech about Aaron, you need to help us. We can't let him in me. And I was like, can you help me with these things? Like, oh, trusting me, huh? Oh, now you trust me. It's like, fuck you. What are we
We didn't
doing?
have her. We
Fuck
didn't
yeah,
have her for a
fucking
whole
Satan.
episode. And now the
Fucking-
new
ugh.
episode starts, and we're like 5 seconds in, and Galadriel's here being a bitch. And I'm
He's
like,
such
we're
a
right back
horrible
on track.
character.
I hate
Also,
her.
fucking.
I hate
Sa-
Galadriel.
Satan might be in the region, and we're bringing like 3 guys. Like, really? Are you serious?
Maybe they gotta be low profile or quick or
No.
There's just no reason not to send like
An
hundreds
army?
of elves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As a
Army
commander of the northern
for
armies.
everyone.
Like, what the
No,
fuck?
because then
Send a few
Sauron
of
will
them.
lightning strike them from the other side of.
Uh-huh.
That's true. You don't want to clump
You
up.
want to be a
It's
big
susceptible to
target.
AoE.
Yeah.
It's
Imagine,
so great how
imagine
we
you
see
get
all
there and
these.
fucking. Imagine you
You're
get
gonna
there and
kill
Celebrimbor
streak.
is just completely enthralled by Sauron, and he just doesn't let them in. What the fuck do you do then?
Yeah.
He's replaced all the
So
doors of moon runes.
the elves set off down the road. They're running. They're
Oh,
not
man.
taking horses. Who fucking knows? It's just what a bafflingly weird decision to make.
I thought I'd
walk.
missed something.
I just couldn't
You
believe-
run.
I thought Elrond was going to say the land is too evil for horses or something. And I'd be like, okay, there you go.
No.
No, there's like we need
The
we need
horses are
people
too
to help
stupid for
us.
land.
Okay, let's get them, and then we
Okay,
just see them walk.
You just wanted to
It's
get a
like,
hammer
what?
and just start hitting himself in the head, and he'd be like, I have to. It's Sauron.
I have
You'd be
to.
like, okay,
It's
fine.
it's because we want to reference Lord of the Rings shots with the
Yeah.
panning over them running over the hills and shit. That's the reason why they're not on horses.
So yeah, we got our
Fucking
fallen
crazy.
bridge.
It's so-
Elrond says lightning. I don't know. Lightning just is. I guess it's weird. It's like, is this typically is this what lightning normally does in their world? I don't know. He thinks so. Elrond's big smart.
Yeah,
So
how
we
thick-
have
that's pretty thick
we have our
lightning.
big choice. Oh yeah, that lightning is that
Guns.
lightning is serious business to destroy a stone
It's
bridge.
evil
to
lightning.
vaporize it.
It's fucking-
All right, so there's a guy with him. One of the guy elves. He's
Oh,
like,
guy
okay,
elf, hope he dies
why?
because he's a man.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I'm sorry.
all right. So the show's getting to you.
Yeah.
So he
Oh.
says that they
Hold
have
on.
2 options. They have to go north and add 2 weeks, or they'll have to go through the hills of Turin Gorthad. And
Bullshit.
Galadriel gets Galadriel gets this weird premonition that I think is from the ring that there's evil in them there hills.
Of course she does. Because we can't just go there and figure it out by ourselves. We need the fucking vision before this. It's like, there's evil.
Now,
Shut
I
up,
suppose what
Galadriel.
this means is that this is Sauron. Are we to believe that this is Sauron telling her to avoid that path?
No,
So-
I think that's just
No.
the ring giving her the weird vision powers that she now has for reasons that the show
Given-
made happen.
Like, given what happens later in the episode, I'll run this past you guys when we get there, but I think we have pretty good evidence that Sauron is controlling the rings.
I would have said the opposite.
Yeah,
She
me
says-
too.
She says in the scene on the bridge, she says, I think Sauron means us to go the evil route that we will go down shortly. So the ring has given her a correct premonition. They should, in fact, have avoided it.
What
if Sauron
if-
were controlling the rings, he would have told them to go that way.
What if Sauron's
Yeah.
so fucking clever that he knew that if he gets the ring to tell her that and to say that, it'll make them even more resolute. They'll be like, you know what?
Well, I
Fuck
think
your
Oh my
ring.
God.
Whoa, you
It's
say
fucking
that, Paul, but I think that
atheist.
would be out of
a
character
game
for
of
Sauron.
bluffs.
He's not that smart.
Sauron's retarded, so you have
I
to
mean,
keep that into consideration.
Just so that I'm
Um,
clear on why I think that. Later in the episode, Galadriel gets a vision, and it's not anything really meaningful. It's just a bunch of images of things that are
Yeah.
presumably going to happen later in the series. It's like it takes like
Mm.
3 seconds, and it's like 5 different quick images.
When
One of those images is Halbrand. Sauron no longer looks like Halbrand, which means that unless in the future he turns back into the form of Halbrand, and I cannot think why that would ever happen. But
He
maybe
probably
it
will, though.
It
I mean,
will,
if
to convince her.
Or if it's a vision of a flashback.
There'll be a scene. It could be a
vision of a
flashback.
flashback.
Yeah, it's a premonition of a flashback.
No, I'm sure
But
there
just-
will be
isn't
a
that just
scene
called
toward the
remembering
end of this
something?
series where like it's her and him in the room together, and he can do his whole "join me and we'll rule the galaxy as father and son" thing again, or husband and wife, or whatever the fuck it is, and he'll revert to that form because that's the one she fancies.
Yep.
So if that happens, then I will agree. Yeah, but if that doesn't happen, then I think that's the writers are basically lying to us at this point. Because if he shows up as Halbrand in her vision given to her by the ring, but doesn't ever show up as Halbrand in reality, then that means that this is not a vision of the future. It means that this is a vision that has basically been put into her head, and it is a falsehood, basically, which to me indicates that Sauron is doing this.
When I,
And therefore, Sauron wants her in Eregion, but again, until we see how that plays out, we can't say.
I
We'll-
think the
we'll
show
see.
wants you to think that that's what it is, but I think that's the show's concept of a mystery in this arc. It's, are the visions from the rings controlled by Sauron or not? That's the thing that it wants us to be dwelling on for the entirety of the thing. In the end, it will turn out they're not. It's just that they give you genuine foresight, which actually most of the elves are supposed to have in some capacity anyway. But we are all supposed to think, oh, that could be Sauron doing this, even though this very first example cannot possibly be Sauron doing it because the ring gave the correct vision.
What's funny, I think, is in universe her suggesting to use advice or information she's kind of drawing from the ring. You just need Elrond to sit her down and be like, "Sweetheart, I've explained this. That thing is evil, and you're evil."
That wouldn't work because remember, she said she knows in her heart that the rings are not corrupted.
She's got
That's
such
what a
clue,
corrupted
dude.
person
So you
would
gotta-
say.
He just knows, yeah.
That's
Oh,
what,
no,
that's what
no,
I'm saying.
here's
The whole
the
point
thing.
is like, stop giving me advice from the dumbass ring. I told you, I don't fucking
Oh,
think
she
it's
knows
good.
in her heart that it's
Don't
pure.
care.
I
Shut
don't
the
care,
fuck
yeah.
up.
But have
He
you
says to
considered
her-
that she knows in her heart?
You
that
should
it's
push her
pure?
off the little cliff.
Yeah.
See if the ring saves you
Rid
now.
the world of that evil. Then it slips from her finger into the river, and then it floats down.
know,
and then Sonic's
whenever-
great grandchildren find it one day and rule the world.
Whenever the chips are down and something bad's happening, Elrond needs to remind her every single time, this is all your fault. Every last thing, every last piece
Yeah.
of suffering is your fucking fault, you loser.
Every time we see someone die, every time there's misery or suffering, you did this. Just to be clear.
So he
Anyway.
does say, like, straight after this, he says, I will not take counsel from that ring, and neither will you. Which, like, okay, fair enough. But at the same time, why is Galadriel still wearing the ring? Why did Elrond agree to lead this mission and agree to let her keep the ring? Like, you don't even have to necessarily
off.
get rid of it or give it to Círdan and throw it in the ocean. Just at a bare fucking minimum, him leading her to Eregion should have been contingent upon her giving the ring to someone else.
Yeah.
At least not wearing it, keeping it in her pocket.
Even she, whatever. Like the notion that she is kind of corrupted by Sauron, which is still bad if the ring is pure, because that means she's the bearer and she's corrupted. You know, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
It's okay.
Sure it is.
Yeah, Elrond says they won't take advice from the ring, but even though Galadriel wants to leave, she won't because she doesn't want them to die.
Wow, how
Which
noble.
is a bit of out of character. It's out of character for her to care about the lives of anyone else, but fair enough. Oh well, yeah, it's progress of a kind.
Yeah, I
Also,
figured
of
it
course, they would all die immediately if she
Yeah,
left.
though. Like her statement is
This is
basically, "You'll all die if I'm not here," which is
Yeah,
Yeah,
basically as
exactly.
arrogant as we've
Epic
come to
and cool.
expect.
yeah.
Put a pin in that for the next scene, I think, with them lot.
Oh, yeah.
She does
Also-
mention, by the way, that the evil in the hills is ancient and full of malice. So
Yeah.
it should
that
be
seems so bad too.
like
Gollum.
well-known / implied that there's
Gollum.
really spooky bad stuff over in Turin Gorthad. So I don't know why I don't know if this
How
is
much
ever been
longer
mentioned
is
or
the
brought
long
up, or if
way?
it would cause issues. 2
Two-
weeks.
Well,
2
2
weeks,
weeks
right?
is like dramatically
Oh,
longer.
it would
Yeah.
it would add 2 weeks.
Yes.
The gorge is unlimited in both ways.
Okay,
for
just
2
get
weeks or
really
something, I
long
don't know.
planks of wood to put across.
Yeah.
Oh, if
Or,
only
or
they brought,
here's
like,
another
fucking-
idea. Climb down this side and then climb up the other. You're elves. Just use your fucking bullshit magic powers.
Well, or just bring like an adventurers pack from fucking D&D. They got ropes.
Yep.
When
Nah,
Caesar
if I-
actually
if I
scaled an
if I look
ice
at the
cliff with a
screenshot
knife.
and
That's
Well, look
true.
at
Yeah,
the
she
Yeah.
did.
if I look at the screenshot in the Discord here, there's like a path that's not that far away from each other actually.
Well, that's actually, if you factor in the distance, that's 6 miles between those 2 points on either side. So it looks close, but it's actually really, really far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I'm tired.
Anyway, back in Rune.
Oh, no. Oh god damn it! no.
Finally.
We're in
Oh,
Rune.
We have
Rune.
way too much time in this
whoa,
episode.
time for some exposition.
Boy, I hope you guys are excited to meet some fan favorites. So back in Rune, not Gandalf is looking for the Harfoots because remember they got Team Rocket blasted
They got
away
fucking
by
dead.
the
deleted.
They're
dust
dead.
tornado he
There's no
summoned.
finding.
Super dead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
dead.
they're 100% dead. Yep.
No, they're alive and he's looking for them.
Dead.
No.
So- He
They're
seems
dead.
to be. He seems to be. They're not pancakes that got splatted on the ground. They're fine, and he's looking for them. That would be sad if they died. So he's just looking around randomly.
What
He
if-
doesn't really know which way they went or where they landed. But he's got to find them. He's looking around, and he does eventually find some random guy. He finds this goat farmer, just sitting around out here in the wilderness by his little house. And so he asks this guy about the Harfoots. But the stranger is I don't know if they're going with this guy because he kind of just acts like an asshole.
He's a prick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Well,
like, oh, you haven't
and,
seen a pair of halflings
and not
come this
Gandalf.
way, but
kind of really quickly forgets about the Harfoots in this sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Harfoots? No. Okay. Those
Also,
stars.
he
are-
says-
Yeah.
He says, I was wondering if you've seen my friends. And then, do we want to reveal who this person is yet?
no.
Okay, so so the hermit, we'll call him the hermit.
Yeah.
He then responds and says, I see you found the goat. And it's like, well,
no,
that doesn't...
no. He does. That's not. He sits there. He stands up. We have a dramatic reveal of his fucking face, and then
Yeah.
he sits there smiling like an asshole for like 37 minutes, and then he says, "I see you found the goats."
Before that, he also throws some like bandages and shit in his face for no particular reason. Like you can
And he
hear him
says-
standing behind him and talking, and he just throws shit at him.
And he then
And,
says, like, not Gandalf says, like, I wasn't looking for a goat. And then the hermit says, I'm gonna try my best to do this fucking accent. He says, well, there's what you're looking for, and there's what you find now, isn't there? And it's like,
I'm there.
Oh,
Is-
cool. Fuck you.
So
I'm
you're,
It
leaving.
is
so you're
such
just
a,
an
like-
asshole. You don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want to be hearing this shit.
And then he, like, walks
I nearly
off.
died. My friends might be dead. There's people trying to kill us all the time. I nearly died of dehydration, man. Like I don't want to hear
Could,
this.
could you
like,
not be a
"Oh,
smart ass
there's-
right now? Like,
There's what you're looking for. Was like, shut the fuck up. I need help, please.
Like, look, don't. It's like just if you're not gonna help me, just let me know now so I could go off and get eaten by a tree
mhm.
because I just can't be here. You're such a jerk, and I hate you already. I don't know what they're going for here with this weird hermit guy, but I hope he doesn't turn out to be anyone important, because the less I see of him, the happier I know that I will be. He walks off and he starts singing a poem. I don't know,
Yeah, he starts
man.
mumbling a poem.
Gandalf says that there's some stars above his like hill where the little hermit is. And then the hermit's like, or stars above most hills.
I mean,
and I'm
true,
like, oh,
but fuck you.
You just want a
We're-
character to be
we're
like, is that what you do? Someone says something, you just switch the words around a bit and don't say anything. Is that your thing? Like, does that make you happy?
It makes him very happy.
All you would say
Gandalf's
back to that is
well,
like,
my
what
friends
makes you
and I were-
happy?
Oh yeah.
Gandalf says, well, my friends and I, we were looking for these stars here, and he pulls out the little map of the stars, and then it gets blown away by the wind.
And it's probably him doing
um,
that. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, maybe. And because Tom, this guy, fucking asshole, piece of shit, just
Tom
watches
Smith.
the breeze blow him away. Yeah, Tom Smith. He just watches the breeze blow the map away, and he just smiles and sings his stupid song. And yeah, it sticks on a tree, and it's a magic tree, and it sucks not Gandalf into the magic tree.
This is definitely one of them add sequences.
Yeah, before that, he sees a branch, and this looks like nothing like the staff I'm looking for. So let's jank it off this tree that this hermit is probably like using for something. But nah, okay. And then it gets
It's the
there is no
Oh, that was the pterodactyl in A Land Before Time.
Oh, this is no. Hold on, different character. I was going to say, sorry, one of the voice actors. It's a really sad story, but it's a different character. I don't want to get into it.
Right.
All right. Anyway, he gets eaten.
Gandalf gets eaten by a tree. Or sorry, definitely not Gandalf gets eaten by a tree. He gets sucked in. I hope
now that the Hogwarts and he are dead, we can go somewhere
this
else.
plot line
Never
is
return.
over. Thank God.
We did it. Hell yeah!
So,
high five all around.
So the next scene, we're still in Rune.
Oh, why?
And well, I'll tell you why. It's because we have to find out what happened with Nori and Poppy.
I really
because
don't.
they got flung into space. So
how many
they must have
bones are
landed
broken?
somewhere. Well,
broken bones and everything.
The two of them are just lying down on the ground. I guess they just landed on the ground after being flung through the atmosphere.
The hard, rocky, arid ground.
You could have done like anything. Like you could have
do anything.
Pretended like anything happened. There's this one little bush where Poppy didn't even properly land on.
Yeah, she lands next to
it. They don't land in a proper a big bushy tree. They don't land on a cow. They don't land on a river or a lake or
There's
a
no
pond.
No bouncy castle or anything. There's just nothing.
No
bouncy castles. No trampolines.
I was expecting a giant trampoline, yeah, but we can't have that.
It's just on the side of a small hill.
They didn't even try to explain it. They're just here. They were just walking around in the desert, and they set up the cameras and said, "All right, you two, go lay down." No, in the bush. Yeah, you go lay down in that bush.
But only one of you.
I mean, you think maybe they filmed this before doing the visual effects scene with them flying away?
So they made it look way worse than it really was. Well, it has to be really bad because if they're lost and Gandalf can't find them, they must be a long way away.
Yeah, they must be really far away. Yeah.
Also, they're right next to each other, which is obviously how tornadoes work.
Oh yeah.
Maybe maybe what happened was when they landed, they bent their knees so that. They were able to land and roll safely. You want to land, bend your knees and roll. Yeah, you want to keep your momentum. And then they got unconscious because it's been a long day and they were very tired.
Yeah, they were just tired. Fell asleep.
I don't think they actually drink that much when they get to the well before they get flown away. So they're probably still massively dehydrated
because they don't know how to drink from streams or water sources with their hands. No. So yeah, what's happening? Oh, so they're lost. They don't know where Gandalf is. They don't know where they are. And randomly, there's one of those trackers who's looking for him. And he's kind of close. He's looking for him. And so they decide that in order to get away from him, what they should do is jump off this cliff.
Yeah.
And
Mauler,
so
could
they-
you show at 11:30 exactly there when they're like running away? It looks really fucking goofy.
Yeah,
we
you're
have
able.
learned here that they're impervious to fall damage, though. So
yeah, it seems to be the case. They're like squirrels. They cannot die
we
from
saw
fall
before
damage.
that they're masters at hiding and like running away and shit, and then it just looks really fucking goofy when they're like lumbering away from the.
Yeah, I
horsemen.
wouldn't. If I were directing this, I would not have kept this shot where they clearly are so desperate to save themselves from, whoa, get going there. Yeah.
Sorry, I've got to point this out. Nori, the actress who plays Nori, repeatedly does this thing where she kind of sticks her tongue out into the corner of her mouth. This is the third time she's done it, and it seems to be like a tick. I don't know if if it's just something the actress does or if she's decided that Nori does this.
Where's she from?
I don't know.
Noritown.
Is
They
that
don't have a
normal?
home.
I don't care.
Maybe wherever she's from, that's just something you do. Maybe she's from a dry part of the world where you need to keep your lips.
She's
a
from
little bit wet.
Arrakis.
She's from Arrakis. It's a bad habit because the moisture is leaving her tongue.
Well, we're kind of onto something because she is from Australia, so she could have grown up in the desert. I don't know.
That's racist.
Fringy's always licking his mouth like that because
He is,
he's
yeah.
from Australia.
Yeah.
Hey, Australia's a
He's
big
always
place.
going,
Australia's a big place, and a lot of it
Yeah,
is
so why are you
desert.
saying it's all desert then, huh?
I mean,
I said a lot of it's desert.
but the vast majority of people here do not live in the desert.
Australia's not that big compared to Jupiter,
The
though.
majority of people here actually live in places where it rains a decent amount. Honestly. So yeah,
All right.
Most people
So
live
I
by the
think
coast in
that's
Australia, like
pretty-
99%.
it's a
just
silly
a little walnut
assumption
here.
to make that this is just an Australian thing. It's not.
So now that we've
Hey,
established this is
I
an
didn't say it
Australian
was an
thing.
Australian thing.
Yeah, and
Nah,
it's
not
not
even.
like
And
Australia.
it's funny to give you shit for it, though.
Well, Fringy's done licking his lips. We can proceed here.
New
So-
finger.
So they jump off a cliff. I don't know, man. That's what they. I just report the news. Okay, I don't make it. They jump off the
also-
cliff.
Oh,
They jump off the cliff. They roll, and I think it's long enough to be funny.
Yeah.
The way they roll long enough
Yeah.
for it to be funny. Not quite John Wick 4 funny, but still pretty funny.
It's close enough. I'm
This
putting this on
fucking
screen for a
guy.
while now. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
So
I lost
Oh,
my
no.
shit when I saw this the first time.
now it
Yeah.
turns out that it's actually quite fortuitous that they jumped off this cliff
Yeah.
because they land right next to this weird guy, this
This
really
fucking
weird
gnome.
looking dude, this goofy goober, and so they ask him who he is, and he says that he's nobody. And then they're like, no, but what? Sir, surely somebody calls you something or whatever. And then he says, oh, well, my mother who named me calls me Merrimack. So I guess he's a retard. I don't know.
Mhm.
That's his whole shtick.
Yeah, he's a
That's,
retard.
Yeah.
That seems to be his thing.
Yeah.
It's really funny. He's
the
very
writers
stupid.
put a character who doesn't know how social interaction works into their show so that they could waste time. That's all I've got.
Ooh
Hmm.
boy, that's probably correct.
We did that with Mel.
Hello.
Mahler, is your icon less purple than it used to be? It's more reddish now.
I got 4
That's very mean
variant
to Mel.
colors. Yes. He's this
Oh,
is a
I
bit
only
more
got
of
the
a
colors
reddy,
that I
shiny
am.
one.
Oh,
Do you
don't
change
worry. That's
colors
just
based
normal.
on your mood or like what we're covering, or can you
Nope.
swap them out if you're feeling sad, like a blue one for
There's
when
a
you're
light
sad?
in my room, and that's what's happening. It's shining off the mask. This is
Oh,
just a live
okay.
feed of
All
me.
right. Oh, okay, that's fair enough. I like your transparent room.
Yeah, I know it's great, isn't it?
It's really nice. Yeah, that's the same one that I've got. I just am really close to the camera, so you can see my whiskers. They're smaller than pixel, so you can't see them. They're implied. Speaking of implied, no, this is just stated. So Poppy threatens to turn him in for being a water thief if he doesn't take them back to his village.
So before that, he accidentally reveals that he's from a village. He's not just a wandering nomad. And then he accidentally, she's then able to use that accidental information to be like, "Oh, cool, take us there."
Oh.
So they
Or we'll
accidentally
turn
bumped in.
the fuzz.
Yeah, they accidentally bumped into
No,
this
it
guy who then accidentally
it's
was
not
like,
luck.
"We've got a village."
It was Sauron.
No.
It's
Oh,
true.
yeah,
This
yeah.
could
Sauron,
be.
yeah. He put the cliff there just so that they would know to be able to jump down off of it.
He
and roll.
sent the retard to
Flap,
find them.
He's serious.
To fuck up their
not
journey,
retarded,
I'll
he's-
just send them a retard.
Listen, Merrimack is not retarded. He's just big boned.
He's absolutely
So-
retarded.
That's
So,
all
Nori
brain under
and-
there. Super smart.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
so-
of course.
They go to the Happy Village. They go to a Happy Village inside of it's like in this gorge cliff. But it's not like this isn't like the sad evil gorge from before with Galadriel and them. This is a happy gorge with a happy village in it.
Oh.
And it turns out it's full of little people, well, halflings. I don't know if they like to be called little people. I would if I was a little person. You could call me a little guy. But yeah, we have a happy village. There's like an attempt at a joke here where before they get to the village, Merrimack's like, okay, there's like 3 rules. Don't call the gunter name. There's like a I don't know, man. It's like I just didn't write any notes for it
really
because
funny,
it was
Rex,
a shitty
because
attempt at comedy.
He says 1, B, and then 4. Do you get it? Because he's fucking retarded.
I've got it here because they're obviously the joke is that they're all going to break the rules and everyone will laugh because that's inherently funny.
Oh yeah, he says.
So he says it's 1, don't look the Gund in the eye, and the Gund is what he's introduced his village leader as. B, always stand 3 steps back. 4, don't ever call her the Gund.
Yeah.
The gun sounds like a euphemism.
Which the follow-up question is, what
count.
should we call her? Which is a follow-up question that they don't ask because this isn't like a show where characters talk to each other like people. If all you've told me is don't call them this, well, first off, now I'm thinking about it. So thanks. And second, what am I supposed to call this person?
No, not the gun.
They don't have a name?
The Gund. It's Ethan Ralph. He's the leader of the.
Okay, so yeah, they go into the gorge.
Wow.
I don't feel genocidal very often, but like if you ask me, having seen season 1, what do I least want to see more of? Harfoots is really, really high on that list, and so when I saw we were getting introduced to fucking more of them, I
thought we'd rid ourselves of them, but they've just been multiplying. We had Nori killing on like a tumor, fine, and then Poppy comes along like, ugh, and now we got a whole village again. You're like, no, we worked so hard.
To be fair, if you actually give them a place to stay with a little bit of water, they're semi-clean at least. Like they're not completely disgusting. They're still psychopaths.
I was going to say they'll reveal the cannibalism soon. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean the leader is a cunt, but yeah.
Oh god, that character drove me nuts.
Well, I mean, this is essentially her intro, right? Yeah.
It's always great when you get into a
much.
place and the first thing they threaten you with is, I should just throw you back to the people who hunt you.
It's all insanely
also
retarded,
missed,
right? This scene is treated as though it's a very isolated, just interaction. We're going to see something funny happen and maybe something surprising, which is they get captured. But this lady, the more we learn about it, the first thing she should have said to these fuckers is like, okay, where are you from? Because I actually know probably where you're from. And then who do you know? Who is your trail finder, leader, whatever the fuck? And, they would inevitably have mentioned Sadek, and then she'd be like, oh, yeah, I know that fucking idiot. That sort of thing. Like, I know exactly who you are. I know exactly where you're from. Why are you here? And then they mention Gandalf, whatever. And, you would just skip us to the next scene instead of having to go through all this rigmarole.
Yeah. And what ends up happening, without skipping ahead too much, hopefully, is they get captured because they say exactly the wrong thing.
Yeah.
And then later on, they get released because they say exactly the right thing. Which means, and then they end up doing the bit that you're referencing, Mola, is later. I'm not going to say what that is because it's too funny. We'll wait until we get there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they basically wanted to have the characters get captured and then held off screen and then released so that they could do the dramatic payoff later on to fill time.
Yeah, to fill time, exactly.
We also do like this. We also missed a super funny dialogue with the fucking "Oh, I'm nobody" that made me want to strangle someone.
That was mentioned, wasn't it?
What was it? No, I missed it then. Sorry.
Yeah, it was the I'm nobody, and then the mum. He was like, my mum gave me a name. It was just more on the pile if he's a retard.
Yeah,
there's more. He's like, oh, She talks because I think they're trying to do a thing between Poppy and the nobody guy. It's like, oh great, that's exactly what I wanted.
Yeah, that came on in like 5 seconds. It's like they've just laid eyes on each other, and she thinks, "Oh, I like what you're."
I like mentally challenged people, apparently.
Dripping wet.
Well, because they do kind of like exchange a glance, and then he smiles like a big doofus because that's the character that he is. Then she basically threatens to turn him into the Skeletor people because he stole the water from Skeletor's well. We learn. So basically, she is willing to. I mean, she's not going to do that because Skeletor's trying to kill them as well. But she's willing to threaten, essentially, to kill a mentally disabled person in order to get what she wants. But then later on, when speaking to the Gund here, she's being really rude to him, and she says, "Be nice to him." So I have no idea what they're doing there. I don't know if they think that was flirting or what, but
I don't know. When she says that, everybody around them stops and go like, "Oh, she talked back to her."
Oh yeah, it turns out that was the fourth rule. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that gave me like big Bazinga vibes, like for reals. Like, oh, that was the fourth rule, Bazinga.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's gonna go in my video.
It is like a fucking Saturday afternoon cartoon show, like for kids, basically.
Yeah.
That's gonna be in the video.
They're talking about how he's big, like their friend they're trying to find, and it's the most forced shit dialogue ever. The goober guy says, like an elf, and they say bigger than an elf, and then she's like, oh, great big grand elf. And you're like, did you
grand elf?
Ugh. Just vomit everywhere.
Kill yourself.
Yeah, and they're very proud of themselves for
There
it.
aren't any elves over here. What do they? They've probably never met an elf. Never mind a grand elf. Why are they referencing elves?
Because it's a really good bit of dialogue. Damn you! You're ruining it by
Fucking
thinking about
nuts.
It's big fun. Stop thinking.
But then they want to like cross in as like he's a wizard, and then they're like, whoa, there's only one wizard around here, and we don't like him. Tie them up. And it's like, why don't you just ask them a few more basic questions, you dumb fucks? Like,
yeah, because
even if they do that, the Nori and Poppy don't respond like, sorry, dark wizard, evil wizard, what the hell? That's not us. We've only just got it.
Yeah,
but they're not allowed to say any of that because they need to get captured.
Such a shit conversation that has to go that way because the Rise have forced it to.
They straight go to, oh, you were no wizard? We only know one other dark wizard, so they're probably friends.
So like, no, I'm not a wizard. I'm just Harry.
No, just Harry.
Oh, good. It's like a grand elf. It's a bit. Oh, but no, he's not an elf. So he's like Grand Solo. It's just like fucking.
Sorry,
and also, they should probably know about the hermit, right? Or I guess they don't.
I don't fucking know if they know.
Yeah, the stores. I mean, they can't because they only know of one wizard, and he's the evil wizard, so they can't know about the hermit apparently. But they probably should know about him.
Evil wizard.
He isn't a wizard, but yeah, they would think that he is, right?
And then he just says, "Listen to me, you fat oaf! I'm not a fucking wizard."
Oh fucking!
My goodness, what is with this language?
I'll put my fucking dick in the apple.
I'll get your beard on fire. Hagrid, you're pushing me over the fucking line. No, I'm not. You are.
No, I'm not.
I'm detecting too much joy. We have to talk about Rings of Power.
No. You'll get a magic owl. Deal with it, you twat.
I had to get up for a bit. I see everyone here is having their own coping mechanism. Mine is I've decided to get a beer, which is a depressant, and also this 5-hour energy, which is a stimulant, and I'm just gonna have them together and see what happens.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
I don't.
Gonna explode.
I should be
fine. Just gonna die of alcohol poisoning.
Also, by the way, the gun just says that she knows that they're being followed. Like she says, "Oh, we should just throw you at the people that follow." It was like, how the fuck do you know they're being followed? Why do you know this?
They
She's
have
people. Another retard to spy on them.
I guess the retard told them.
Yeah. We find this out later. But she must have been tracking them because she knows who they are.
Okay.
So but because sorry, I said that backwards. She should know who they are because she's been tracking them. Is what I meant to say.
But then she should know about the Gandalf, though.
Indeed, yes. Because she knows that quote half the devils in the desert are searching for them.
Yeah. So she
Which
should
she
know that
can't
that's not the evil wizard, that's their friend. But,
Yes,
okay.
and it also means that she should know where they came from in terms of direction, which is important soon.
Yep.
The Spear says it's best by July 29th, so it should be okay.
Yeah, sure.
I just
Also, this
there's
is not
like
a
a- there's
5-hour
some-
energy. This is a discount. This is not on. This is off-brand. This
Right,
is
so
just
you're
vitamin
drinking
energy.
like expired beer.
It's not expired.
I mean,
Pretty sure you
It
just
just
said it's
says-
expired.
It just has a date on it. It just says a date on it that has already occurred, but that doesn't mean it's expired.
I
been
mean,
in the
I have
fridge this
done
whole
that.
time.
He's gonna become even more.
I did do that
incoherent.
once in the past, and I puked immediately. So good luck.
I haven't puked immediately, but this
Yeah.
off-brand 5-hour this vitamin energy doesn't taste great. But I don't drink it for the taste. I drink it for the incredible energy that it gives me. That I'm gonna need
It
to
is great
power
though.
through.
Like,
Rings
there
of
is a
power.
level of Harvard exposure that just leads people to substance abuse, and we've hit it.
I can't I hate them. I don't know if I want to see them less or Galadriel less.
There's so much
It's
hate to be
legitimately
passed
a
around the whole
toss-up.
show.
Yeah.
Speaking of, well, this
I
this
want
seems
them
pretty
to
funny
meet
actually.
so she can kill them.
The next
Oh,
one.
yeah.
So like because we talked about this in prior episodes with the nature of these guys being like, we're gonna get him. It's like, my greatest acolytes couldn't do it. What will you do? And it's like, we're going to use the halflings against him. It's like, oh, my acolytes
We
already
have the
fucking did
greatest
that,
plan.
loser. So you're gonna have to come up with something else. And he's like, we'll do it. Rushes out, comes back. So he's like a wizard, huh? They're like, yes, that was the fucking
Way more
point.
powerful than we
He's a
thought.
fucking wizard. And they're like, well, he cast some spells, and we had trouble with it, honestly. Genius.
But like,
All right.
Yeah.
so Feminem should have told him in the previous scene, which she didn't because the characters aren't allowed to actually explain
Have
themselves.
conversations? No, they're
Yeah.
not allowed to. They're
So
literally
Skele-
not allowed to.
Skeletor should know that the three mystics like easily beat him at the end of season 1. But then they got bonked with a rock, and Nori stole the staff, gave it to not Gandalf,
Yeah.
and then
Rock
he exploded
bonk.
them into butterflies. Which
Yeah.
which means, translation basically is if he is waving a stick at you in a threatening manner, don't ride towards him on your horses with bows and arrows, which is
Or
exactly what
do a
happened.
fucking plan where you knife him at night.
Or that,
Yeah.
yes.
Just capture the heart.
You dumb fucks. What was the plan?
Fine.
We're just gonna stand in the
Wait for the
distance,
well.
wave at them until they recognize us.
Just
and then-
charge them, like, yeah.
Wait,
So
no, the
stupid.
plan was we'll put a bell on the well and then hope that they pass out next to the well. And
Hopefully they don't rip the bell off. That would fuck the whole plan up. Like,
fuck.
I'm just amused by the scene. He's like, he conjured a sandstorm, but it's just like, he is a wizard, yes. That was part of the reason this is difficult, yes.
Yeah. Wanted to mention, by the way, as well, that the gun that ties up the Harfoots, thinking that they're friends of the wizard, which is probably not a good plan. Like, they're probably gonna anger him if they.
That whole
if they
thing
find
was
out about
retarded.
this.
They should ask them way more
Yeah.
questions, but we don't get to see that, you know?
Yeah.
They would never fucking tie
Mhm.
them up if they
Yeah.
actually got to ask. Just a handful of basic ones after
Yeah.
that one. Whatever, yeah.
Yeah, we're walking through the wizard, not that wizard. We just got here. We're trying to find we're trying to find some stars and stuff. We don't know anything about it. Like things that they might say to defend themselves
They tried
from
to
this
kill us.
accusation that they're in league. Yeah.
it's just whatever.
They might eat us or something. We don't know. These people are crazy savages.
This is
Who
a
knows?
really crazy idea. I understand, but like, have they considered just asking him nicely? Because they
Asking
never
who?
do. Like asking Gandalf, like just to come with them. Like they didn't do that in season 1. They just decided
do
we're going
that
to go
if
and
you're
be
evil.
like as obviously evil as possible to put him off. And then like, but because they did that, they kind of screwed themselves. But if the Skeletor Knights of leprosy people who like they don't know are attached to the evil cultist people just went up and said, "Hey, we know a wizard and he can help you.
We don't know.
Do
if
you
they have
want to?
leprosy.
Do you want to come?" Well, they say they have a skin condition and it's
Just
bad
to be
enough
clear,
run
they
off.
could be They could be racist, and he changed them into the race that they don't like with his magic.
Oh yeah, it could be that.
So they
So I
can't look
think-
themselves in the mirror. What the-
Once we at the end of this scene, I have kind of a theory as to what the original evil plan was, but it's similar basically to what you just went through, but it gets very dumb because of what happened in season 1.
You mean, is
In
that something
season
you
1,
want
they
to talk
just
about
turn up
later?
and say,
or-
"Well,
I'll wait until after this next scene with the hermit because it reveals information that I need. I don't want to jump ahead. I don't want to break the
Right.
rules.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Yes, the rules are sacred here. Let's see. So, I did have to step out for a moment. Are you talking?
God damn it! The
about,
tree vomits up Gandalf, not Gandalf. Tom reveals his full name. It's shocking. It's terrifying. One thing we didn't mention that I kind of want to is that this scene, both the getting swallowed by the tree and getting vomited back out, is like a 100% ripoff of the extended trilogy scene. They even. Like, you know, I'm not willing to give them the whole, oh, it's a fun reference, it's homage. It's like, no. They kind of just ripped it. Like, the way that it's filmed, the way that they use the sound effects, the way that it's meant to be like a, oh, God, oh, it ate. You know, like that feeling with Merry and Pippin.
Tree should sound
and the way he delivers the lines are so shit.
Yeah, it's awful.
You should not be waking.
Yeah, which again,
it sounds like someone who works in like an old folks home just talking to someone who doesn't really understand, someone who doesn't really have a functioning brain.
To someone who isn't there.
Yeah, like
just talking aloud.
My understanding of this character, who have we actually said his name yet?
Well, I mean, we'll get it. He does the funny thing with it because Gandalf's like, "What? What's your name?" And then the camera's like, the camera looks like it's trying to be a fan of this guy. It's like, ooh, he's gonna say it. And he's like, "Wow, it's been a long time since anybody's given me a name." And you're like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" It has to be like a big thing, you know?
Just say it, you fuck.
But back in the Withywindle, folk used to call me Bombadil, and it's like, he
God!
Like, my understanding is he's supposed to be quite a jolly fellow, right?
Thomas Bombadil. This is him. This is Thomas.
Did we just do the big reveal? Okay.
Yes. This is Thomas Bombadil, Steen the Fourth.
Wow.
And boy, let me tell you, he's a fucking prick. Just like Tolkien imagined him to be. I don't know, like I don't recall him being like this, but it's been a long time since I've read the books, so maybe I've just forgotten. But I don't remember him just being this sarcastic piece of shit. But
not so much, but like he's. It depends on your perspective, because I think it is broached.
This is further than cheeky. This ain't
giving
cheeky.
him the ring at some point, and they kind of assume that Tom Bombadil is the kind of guy who would just drop the ring and leave it somewhere because he doesn't think it's important. If you think that's a dick move, then he's a dick in the book as well. But that's because he's not supposed to exist sort of in and of the world. He doesn't give a shit about the worldly concerns. And the reason he's so annoying in this show is that they've put him in an important position where he does care about stuff, but he takes the most long-winded metaphorical bullshit way of getting to the point that he's just frustrating you all the way through. Whereas at least back in his book's adaptation, he's not trying to get you to do anything. He's just this curiosity whose point is to exist outside of purpose.
Isn't he like basically like mega god or something in the universe? I don't know.
Mega god.
He's the oldest being in existence, and we don't really know exactly how powerful he is. He's just like super powerful. He is confirmed to not be the Eru Ilúvatar, the highest god. Tolkien didn't confirm that. It's not,
It's like he drops off the hobbits before they get to Bree because like he never ever leaves his own land. He has a very specific realm in Middle Earth, which is kind of around the Brandywine River, which he references in these scenes. So he's not supposed to be here. This is quite like the opposite of Tom Bombadil territory. He doesn't really belong in the Middle East, but they've put him here for reasons. Rather than like the old man willow tree, which is the thing that swallows the hobbits, it's an old man dead tree from the looks of it. And like, why is he? I think his reason for being here in this show is that he wanted to come and see rumors that it was a desert, which is
I had to see it for myself.
Always been that way. So
and I did find out, and I decided to stay here, even though it was a desert, as I had just confirmed.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I don't. Maybe he likes the climate. Maybe because I can understand that in my current modern day self with modern technology like air conditioning and irrigation and supermarkets and modern infrastructure. Back then, nah, I'm going back. I'm going back to Shireland where things are nice. Shame about the Harfoots wandering around, but you know,
we can kill all of them. It'll be fine.
Yeah, unironically, we can just kill them.
If there's any left after they've eaten each other, you know.
If there's any left after next winter, when the bees start to grow again.
Oh, not the bees.
Okay, so yeah, Thomas Bombadil.
He's introduced. He's in the show for seemingly, well, it's the kind of thing that I think Source readers are absolutely baffled by. Like, what the fuck is this? What's going on here? Not just the way he's characterized, but what the hell he's doing here, of all places.
Yeah.
I hate the actor. I hate him so much.
He's
like
just
not him
horrendously
personally, but
miscast.
like his performance.
I know him from a couple things.
He's in the Imitation Game is the one I know him from.
He's
best.
in that. He was in a couple of Bond films, the recent Daniel Craig ones. I can't remember what his role was. He was like some guy who helped out Bond. He wasn't any of the significant characters. He was in that Men film semi-recently. He was the main
still not seen that
creature that was like all of the men or whatever. He's got some weird roles under his belt. I don't know his name. I just sort of recognize him here and there. And of course, yes, because this is the thing. I don't know as much as some of you guys, if not all of you guys, know about him from the source material, but there is reference to a lady of some kind, and that's something we were all expecting the show is going to be making great use of, because they bait her almost next up.
That's Goldberry. Yep. Goldberry is supposed to be his kind of wife, who is in the books implied to be like a river spirit. She pulled him by the beard under the water as a joke, and he fell in love with her. And so he rescues the hobbits from the Barrow-wights, which I mentioned for nothing to do with this show at all. He rescues them from the Barrow-wights, and then he steals a little brooch to take it back to her. And that's one of the reasons he never ever leaves home, is because he's very much in love with her. Whereas here she's like disembodied, and he doesn't actually acknowledge her existence for some reason.
I think she's the goat.
The goat. Yeah,
she is the goat.
So that's the.
I didn't know about the connection to what was her name? Willow something.
Goldberry.
Old Man Willow.
Goldberry. No. I'm getting confused now.
Waldrick.
Yeah, because I didn't know about that connection, and I was just thinking the show is just wasting my time with something that isn't funny, and it thinks that it's hilarious because we, as the audience, hear that he's singing and there's like a woman's voice singing in the next room, and then Gandalf is like, "Oh, can you hear?" Like, do you want to go through it?
Yeah, I hate Thomas Bombadil. So they're back at his house, and Gandalf's in a tub taking a bath, and Tom is like, "Yeah, here I tried to clean your filthy robe. Here's some soap. Wash up, and then join me by the fire." Now this whole time, he kind of heard this like woman's voice, sort of like talking with him or whatever, and he couldn't quite hear. So not Gandalf asks, "Is there somebody out there with you? I thought I heard a woman singing." And Thomas says, "Woman? What woman?" And Gandalf asks, "Well, is there no one else here with you?" And Thomas says, "You're here. That is, I think you are. Are you?" And then Gandalf says, "Yes." And then Thomas just like laughs and walks away. And I just like, why can't you?
I was watching this. I was watching this, like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to make of this. I just find this incredibly annoying and hard to focus on.
Pretty much.
Well, the impression I got first time around was they're kind of trying to do Yoda. They're trying to be like, look, he's a wacky, nonsense, crazy little guy. You don't need to care about him. Oh, he's actually your master for learning about everything that's important about the world. And he has your quest that is going to be to say, I'm just like, ew. Just ew. Everything about it. Go away. Never would have thought he would be the Tom Bombadil, master wizard that's going to teach Gandalf how to Gandalf. Whoa.
Whoa. Amazing.
He turns his map into bread.
Well,
whoa.
I also wanted to say fucking having a fire in the middle of the day in the desert is a huge fucking
He's a wizard.
Resources.
It's not hot. It's a cold fire.
It's evil fire. No. It's evil.
Sauron was here.
But this does eat up a lot of time, these scenes, and there's not much to gain from them.
Yeah,
it's basically just a huge exposition dump. It's like,
Tom
here,
just
I'm this
about
character.
The stars that were mentioned earlier, and he says we learned that Tom's really, really old. He was here before rivers and trees, and he remembers the first raindrop and acorns. And we essentially learn that like not Gandalf wants to know if he can get top magic by Tom. And Tom kind of implies that he sort of can, but in his weird roundabout assholey way of avoiding answers and things. But Tom says he has to prove himself worthy of learning magic and getting like a staff and everything. And so that's kind of what happens.
Yeah, but it takes like
Thomas is just a weird guy,
7 or 8
but it
minutes.
takes forever.
It takes like
Yeah.
10 minutes, 7, 8, 10. I don't know. I'm sure, but yeah.
By the way, someone
They
said
hear horses in the.
it being a desert is not necessary about what temperature it is. This one's a hot one. I don't know if we needed to point that out.
Yeah, I mean, technically that's true, but you know what we mean because we're looking at it and we're
I just
all
didn't
here
think we needed to
talking
mention
about
this
it.
one is in this world, ruined
Yes.
this area. It's a hot place. It's not a cold place.
Yes, it technically is based off of precipitation, but we can tell by the visuals they're not in the Antarctic, so we can imply that it's pretty hot and shitty. So yeah, they hear some horses in the distance, and not Gandalf asks who these people are that are chasing them. Why are they hunting him? And Tom says that there was actually another Istar who came by earlier, and that is revealed that that's the Dark Wizard who we've been calling Rasputin on account of the way that
Did you think he called himself Dark Wizard when he introduced himself to
Dark
Bombadil? Hello, I'm the Dark Wizard. It's like, get out of
Are
my
you
house.
a nice wizard?
The
Well,
reigning theory I've
call me the
seen
Dark Wizard.
The only reason he's called the Dark Wizard is because they want to do a reveal for him too, where exact same camera shot where Gandalf's like, "What's your name?" and then he's like Waldrig, and you're like, "Oh,
Saruman or something." Yeah.
let's go!" They gotta save it all for everybody to be shocked. But yes, it feels that way, and my bet is they haven't even fully decided who they're gonna make the Dark Wizard, if anybody, because I saw someone suggest he could be the Witch King. I was like, that wouldn't. But then again, would they?
Why not?
No.
Everything's on the table.
It
Why
wouldn't.
not?
But then again, would they?
Yeah.
What? Oh, I don't know.
The
I
Witch
mean,
King
look
is
at what they've already
mentioned to be
done.
like, or some of the Nazgul are mentioned to be like sorcerers, right?
Well, so that's what I'm saying is like they fuck everything up so much. Is like, what if they subvert? You,
But
you thought
he's
you might
on
have been a Saruman,
he's on
but
Istari though, so yeah.
Whatever.
Because he's one of the
They can do
Istar,
whatever they
he can
want.
only be like Saruman, Radagast, or one of the Blue Wizards.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Radagast because like it's just wrong. I think it is mentioned in the appendices, to which they do have the rights that Saruman did travel in the East at some point. So it's not impossible that they will actually turn him into Saruman, and he's actually become evil long before he's supposed to.
There's not really anyone else. That's the thing, because I think people saying Witch King is just desperate. It's like, what else can we fit him in? It's like there isn't really anything else.
It's probably gonna be
the only other thing would be he gets fucking killed, and it's just like, yep, that's just he was that, whatever that was.
Well, I mean, it could be their own
mentioned.
creation. There's a wizard out here, and we're gonna have this little mini plot. I guess it's the plot for the Harfoot stuff, the rune stuff, where Gandalf has to defeat the wizard, and he becomes super powerful by the end of it, and that's his quest.
It would be funny if they said, we know a spell to stop the Dark Wizard. It won't kill him, but it will make him small, brown, and crazy. You're like, what? It'll also force him to refer to
really
himself
like
as
animals.
Radagast. Right, well, okay.
The riders
He
outside
loves-
also disappear.
I have an
just after
unusual
the-
fondness for hedgehogs.
So-
All right.
The I wanted to go through just just the insane evil plan. Have you revealed what Tom Bombadil says that Rasputin's plan is, or what he wants to do?
Not yet. We're right on the verge of that. Essentially,
Okay.
when he tells not Gandalf that he's not the first Istar who came by here, that the first one was Rasputin, the Dark Wizard, not Gandalf asks what became of him. And apparently he sought to control magic. Now he controls rune, but he hungers for even more. He seeks an ally more powerful than himself. And if the two combine forces, there will be no end to the burning until all of Middle-earth is ashes. And the plan is that the Dark Wizard was searching for Sauron to join forces with him. And then there'll be a dynamic duo that rule the world or something.
And if they can't do it now, maybe they'll do it in 3 films later.
True. Now,
what I
So
found
that's
cringe
the-
about
he's
that
not
was
a warrior.
it really felt like we've so drifted far away from Lord of the Rings into just copying other movies. Like, you bumped into an old master whose enemy you have to fight, who is an old student. I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what is this?
It's rings.
Lord of the Rings
I
has its
don't know,
own
it's-
identity, man. What the fuck are you doing? Gross.
So that
yeah.
that reveal basically kind of informs everything that Rasputin and the Mystics have been doing, but with extra information that we've had previously in this episode, what their original evil plan was doesn't seem to make any sense, because the constellation that not Gandalf spawned with is of something called the Hermit's Hat. That the Mystics, they know that it's called the Hermit's Hat. They're familiar with it, and they also knew that he was going to have that in his head, because they have their little dinner plate. with it on when they meet him, and they show him, and they're like, "Yeah, we know where that is. It's the Hermit's Hat." So, but they obviously thought that he was Sauron, and the
Yes.
Hermit's Hat is directly above Tom Bombadil's house. So, what I think, unless the writers are just like, I don't fucking know, just you make it up, is Morgoth gets defeated. Rasputin then wants to team up with Sauron because he wouldn't. I think we have to assume this happened after Morgoth. Sauron then gets killed and he disappears, which then delays Rasputin's plan. Rasputin then sees the meteor head towards the lands in the west, and he's like, okay, that's probably Sauron. So he sends out the mystics to go and find whoever's there. And the plan was that he was going to take Sauron to see Tom Bombadil, so that Tom Bombadil could accidentally train him into being like a really powerful wizard, so that he could then team up with him. That's what the show has basically told us.
Well,
I suppose so, because all of the other stuff that's in the air is things like, why would it's all based on how do they know that he has the visions of the stars? How do they know that? Why do they think that Sauron is reborn as a meteor? Do they not know that Sauron was died and he exploded in ice? Like a lot of questions that we have to ask, and it's like, I guess this is just how it went, I suppose. And they know the things they need to know so that the plot can be the thing that they wrote it to be. There's no connective tissue between all the things, you know?
Was it episode 2 they talked about the whole like you lifted the veil on the wrong person, is how they phrased it?
We discussed that. I don't think that's ever actually stated in the show.
No, they don't say that, but we assume that's what happened.
Well, what we said was that
in the last season.
they referred to it as they were lifting the veil, but they thought it was Sauron.
Yes.
Turned out to be Gandalf.
Yeah.
And we went over how like if you know all of this, then you never would have done the plan as you did it. You wouldn't risk lifting the veil on a wizard that's going to kill you all. You
on a 50-50, yeah. If they even
yeah.
Well, yeah, because they even said they knew by saying he's not Sauron, he's the Istar. So they knew from the beginning that it could have been someone else. It wasn't like, oh, we didn't even think it was possible that it couldn't be Sauron. So
yeah, the fact that risk was there means that their actions make absolutely no sense.
Yeah, just bring back the weird guy and then check him out when he gets to Rune.
And like the fact that they're walking around with a dinner plate with the constellation above Tom Bombadil's house.
That's really cool, though.
It's almost like they just forgot that they wrote that in season 1, because what are we supposed to make of that? Other than that they wanted to take Sauron to see Tom Bombadil.
Yeah, I guess like they knew ahead of time that the place where, and I guess it's called the Hermit's Hat because does the constellation actually look like it could be a Hermit's Hat, or do they just call it that because Tom Bombadil is living beneath it?
Well, it's both. The constellation on the dinner plate looks a little bit like kind of a top hat, which is weird because Tom Bombadil doesn't wear a hat in this. Even though I take it he does.
Yeah, but we in the audience, we know what Wizard's hat looks like because of Gandalf.
Yeah.
So there you go.
But also, like the idea of something being the hat, meaning that it's on top of, so they could call it the Hermit's Hat because they know that he's the Hermit, because they literally refer to him as the Hermit in this episode. So Rasputin and Skeletor and everyone, they all know. I mean, I guess they might not know that he's Tom Bombadil, but they know that this incredibly powerful dude called the Hermit lives underneath the constellation. That's what they know.
Well, I mean...
All right, so now that we've made sense of everything,
Tom,
essentially the conversation ends and the scene ends when Tom says he's not a warrior. He can't stop Rasputin. And he basically says Tom is like, no, this is your destiny to fight Sauron and Rasputin and stop the fire. That's your destiny or whatever.
Remember the two friends that you cared about, Gandalf?
No.
Yeah, he doesn't mention them. He mentions them once in the scene. He says,
he's completely taken away
really
with the notion that he's special and he's a fighter and all this shit. It's just like, bro.
He's been begging for an excuse.
It's because since the show has revealed that they're okay, then Gandalf acts as though
Mm.
they're okay, even though he
Yep,
has no
true.
reason to believe they're okay. Common ailment of bad
He should
stories.
assume that they're
Yeah.
dead.
He ought to assume that they're,
He
I mean,
absolutely
after what
should.
happened,
Dead or,
Well, that's the thing.
dead or
my
either
God.
dead or maimed. Like
His dialogue is certainly not reflective of it. His attitude
Oh.
wasn't when he did care. He was like, "Have you seen my friend?" It should be like, "Oh God,"
Yeah.
you should be stressed out, sweating like hell, like
Exactly.
the way
Yeah.
they could be
Yeah.
over. Oh God.
Desperately pleading, like,
Yeah.
do you know where they are? Can you help me?
And there's like 4 different reasons why he should believe that they are quite possibly dead, because
Yeah.
you've got tornado fall impact, you've got I don't have any food or water, you've got it's really fucking hot, and you've got I'm being hunted by Skeletor. Like any of
Exactly.
them.
Dead. He's like, they're probably dead.
Yeah, it's
If
They're-
one
fine.
didn't get him,
they're-
the other 3 will.
they should be either dead or like lying in the
But-
desert, dying slowly with broken bones and shit. Like
Yeah.
78 broken bones, and they're gonna die.
Yeah.
And they're lying there
It's like,
saying, "Don't worry, he'll
why
save
get
us.
out
He's looking for
why?"
us. He'll save
Yeah.
us. He'll heal us
But
back
also
with
he
his
says-
medicine."
He says in this scene, like Tom Bombadil says, "Why are you here? Why did you follow my constellation or whatever it is?" And he says, "I was hoping to find my friends." And it's like, that's not actually why you're here.
yeah, that's a lie.
We'll skip past that. But like the fact that he says that, I think, is meant to be that he was hoping that if Nori and Poppy survived, they would continue following the constellation, and that they would also be here.
You're once again being quite
Is there
kind
another-
to the film.
Which is
show.
Yeah.
something he could have said.
Yeah.
He could have.
Yeah, he
that's one of those
absolutely
things that he
could
could have said. He's sort of like, well, I have no idea where they are. They were thrown away by a tornado that just it just happened for no reason. But if they're alive, they'll come this way, and I don't even know where to begin. Or he could have just been more frantic with Tom, like, please help me find them. Do you have a spell, or do you have a
Yeah.
bloodhound or something I can use to find them?
Yeah, he's obviously a magic man, so you could ask him then, like, could you help me find my friends? But no, fuck
Yeah. Cast to detect the halfling.
that. Detect that.
Roll to 1.
All right, so now let's take a break from Thomas and Rune and all that good stuff out there, and let's return to our other favorite characters, Elrond, Galadriel, and company. They have. We can assume it's nighttime now. They've been wandering towards the Tiryn Gorthad, which, as we learn,
Evil
is called
cloud
the
mountain.
Barrow Downs.
Just one more thing on
that
Tom
shouldn't
Bombadil.
exist yet.
No, go for
He
it.
cares significantly clearly about all of this, and is going to be so pivotal. Like, he's going to teach Gandalf shit apparently, and is very much invested in the events of how these things will unfold. Interesting choice for adapting that character. That's all I was going to say.
Oh, and he turns a map into bread.
Yeah, we needed that map, I thought, but it's bread now. And
That would be
Gandalf
like, what
ate
the
it.
fuck? I guess he doesn't because he's here, right? He doesn't need the map anymore because they've arrived at the destination.
I guess so. Yeah.
So now you can eat it. You can turn it into bread and eat it. I think if you crush up a map, you can technically make bread out of it, but please don't do
You
this
could.
at home.
I guess.
Not gonna taste good, but he could.
Yeah, so it's nighttime. They're in a spooky forest, Elrond and company. This is, as we
Uh-huh.
learned, this is called the Barrow Downs. There's it's spooky mist and spooky voices in the wind. And one of the elves, well, he's the guy with the knives, Mr. Knives, Elf Knife
Oh,
Man.
he's my
Yeah.
favorite.
They're looking
Mr.
around.
Badass.
There's all. He's very badass. They're all not as
Yeah.
badass as Galadriel, though. Oh,
I love
she's
I
the
love how
badass
we
He's
of them
dual wielding
all.
knives, Rags. He's a cool fucking RPG character.
He's very cool.
isn't it
He's
kind
a
of great
rogue.
how they I was like, hey, Galadriel, do we have like some trusty elves we can guess? Like, yeah, sure. And none of them have like an introduction. They're like
They're
there.
pretty
They're not
much
characters.
I realized that
Just
it's
throw away.
basically like the characters from Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, in that they're just they're suggested
Yeah.
like let's just have them, and let's just maybe
There's
imply
a
that
woman who has bows for arms.
Well, you literally have you have women with bow, you have man with knives, man with sword who's wearing a red shirt, and then you also have map man. And that's it.
Well, and you almost want them to be like Elrod's like, before we head out, what's your thing? And he's like, my dad died in the war. I've always wanted to prove to him that I was worthy of his love. And they're like, okay, next. It's like, all my family are dead. I've been alone my whole life. I'm trying to prove myself. Okay, cool. You? And he's like, I'm actually generally pretty happy, but a bit selfish. I'm going to betray you all. It's like, oh, okay, you?
Everyone is like, I grew up surrounded by grain, but then everything changed when the Imperium attacked.
Okay, yeah, great. Let's go. It's just
All
like,
right.
no.
So
Move out.
We've assembled the Avengers and the Elf Avengers.
Elf Avengers.
Oh,
It is
God.
that embarrassing. It is. They do the event like it's in the trailer, so you guys have
They
seen
do
it.
the big
But
sweeping shot.
yeah, the Avengers shot. It's just a complete
But
ripoff.
they're just randos. They're just completely.
We don't even
rando
know
elves.
anything.
Yeah.
Isn't
And the
that
only
great?
two that we know
In the
do
trailer,
it.
in the trailer, you're like, "Oh, this must be some kind of elf assassin squad, and that they're a part of it." Cool. It's like, nope, you got exactly the same information we did in the trailer.
Do they even
like
have names that we don't have to learn in the credits? Or
We only get
are
them
they
from the
just named as-
subtitles. They are never named, or at least they are not named prior to this scene. I think the map guy is named later in the episode, but none of them. I don't know the name of the elf lady, and the guy with the sword.
Well,
Yeah,
don't
two of them are
they-
named, two of them are not, but none of them prior to this scene.
don't they name Map Man at the bridge? Everyone asks him something.
Yes, you're
I
right. He
can't-
says his name is Camnair, but he says like Camnair. What,
Have you
what
guys-
now?
Cam Newton's nuts.
Have you guys seen?
Oh,
Have you guys seen Galaxy
I
Quest?
love Knife Man
Smaller.
in this scene. Look at
Galaxy
his
Quest.
movements, man.
Yeah, have you
I
seen?
am so cool.
Have you seen Galaxy Quest?
It's
Yes.
been a while, but
No.
yes.
Yes, a long
I
time
don't
ago.
think
When I
have.
first saw it, obviously one of my favorite fucking jokes was Sam Rockwell as the red shirt. They all call him by his surname, right? And then when they realize the mission they're on is dangerous, he goes, "Wait a minute. Do any of you know my first name? Do any of you know my first name?" Like, they're all like, "What?" And he's like, "My first name. Tell me my first name." Yeah, because they keep calling him Guy. Yeah, because that's. Fuck, I need to rewatch that movie. But yeah, this feels like
It's
the
so
same
good.
thing. Where it's like, have we got full names for everyone here? And it's like, oh god, I'm gonna die.
Oh shit. Also, the Baradans shouldn't exist yet. The fucking Kings of Numenor or fucking Arnor that doesn't exist yet. And this is also like a very small fixed location that they apparently have to walk into. There was no other way to get the fucking Regrian.
Yep.
Yeah,
They could've
you
gone
can't
around
just
it.
run
So
through on
fucking
a
stupid.
horse either.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
can't go you can't go like slightly to the right of this location. No, that's
No,
impossible.
if you're a messenger and you
Impossible.
have another messenger with you and you're delivering
Yeah.
a very important message and you're on horses, you can't just bolt straight through that shit and be like, "Ah, bye, we're too quick." No.
Yep.
Especially with it's weird considering how the guy. Well, I guess we'll just sort of set the scene, but there's glowing eyes in the darkness, and Nelf is like, "Oh my gosh, I think I hear voices," which I would have mentioned the glowing eyes. They're just sort
Well,
of
to be fair,
dallying
that's not what he
around.
says. He says the fucking elf thing. It's like, it's like memories of a song. It's like, shut the fuck up. Tell him there's someone in the fucking cave,
Listen,
you moron.
I saw
Jeremy, just
glowing
tell me what you
eyes in that
see.
cave. I saw glowing blue eyes. We should.
What
Yeah.
do your elf eyes see? It's like, well, I have this tale about when I was guilty. No, you fuck. Like, what did you see in the cave?
Well, we're gonna call this. We're gonna call it what the elves do. We're gonna call it danger dallying, where they just sort of like hang around and are
Yeah.
spooked
Yeah.
instead of leaving. They just sort of
Yep.
danger dally. They don't stay on the road and keep going, but they do come across the messengers who were killed. So now the mystery is solved. The what we learn are the
Yes.
Barrow Whites, the spooky ghosts, have killed the
Yep.
messengers.
Mhm.
So I was part of Sauron's plan to destroy the bridge with lightning, so that the messengers would have to take a detour through the spooky Barrow Downs, where they can get killed by ghosts, so that the
So
message
dumb.
doesn't reach the.
Which
So it
means
name one part of that doesn't make sense.
Everything.
it, it means that like what Sauron did, what he didn't do is line up some bandits to be like, okay, guys, there's going to be some very important letters. I need you to keep an eye out and just like kill anyone who comes past. What he did instead is he eviled the Barrow Whites into being there. He kind of reanimated them, and they're here now in the woods.
Even
And
though
he figured-
Galadriel said it's an ancient evil.
Well, yeah, but then they say after this scene that, oh, well, something must have awoken them. So I don't think the writers know when this happened.
Well, they
But
are ancient
I think.
and evil, but they weren't alive last week. Okay,
I mean, I guess so.
they were still ancient and evil.
But,
But
like-
just, you know,
Listen,
If-
Sauron had
if
us.
They were
the
dead,
evil
but
is
not
there,
undead.
but
Sauron
if the
was
evil
walking-
is just asleep the whole time, then is it really evil? Because it's not doing anything bad. It's
Evil
just
never sleeps.
it's
Isn't
just
that
an
something from
ancient thing.
something?
probably
Sure.
from
Let
something.
me Google that.
Evil.
Evil
Oh
never
no,
sleeps.
dude, Rags! It's literally a line from Rings of Power. Evil does not sleep, Elrond. It waits.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my god, there we go.
Yeah. hilarious.
Evil never
well.
sleeps. There's a lot
So
of things.
basically, Sauron has been walking around with the evil wand or whatever. And it's like, there's monsters here, and there's a broken bridge over there, and
There's
do
Khazad-dûm's
this.
mirrors going down there.
Yeah, pew pew pew. Just shoot
Uh,
evil
like-
magic in every direction. See what happens.
At this
So
point, it just feels a
Sauron,
little
like,
unfair,
regardless
doesn't
of
it?
when
Yeah.
regardless of when the Barrow-wights came back, his plan was that like they'll take care of it. If a letter goes vaguely near them, then they'll grab it. I guess.
They grab it.
No
They
one will
hate
go
ladders.
slightly to the
Yeah.
left of this location. I'm sure it will be fine.
We hate the transmission of information in all of its forms. Even though I'm speaking
Imagine
to you, it's
Someone
a
gets
given.
past, gets into Eregion, has the message, and fucking Sauron's like, you didn't encounter any? And he's like, kind of what? And he's like, nothing. You didn't see anything crazy? And they were like, oh, there's a bunch of zombie ghosts. He's like, okay, yeah. So you...
Unkillable undead zombie ghosts that flew around, and they like sucked the guy into the grave and split his bones. But like,
It's
other
like
than
Dark
that-
Souls though, because he would be like, "Oh, how did you get past?" It's like you just gotta use their own weapons. They just drop one, you can use that. It's easy. You're like, oh, okay, damn.
Go into
Also,
the
should-
graves, take their own
You
weapons.
have to make
and-
something else next
Shouldn't
time.
you have to use?
What an embarrassing
Shouldn't you have to
event of
use the
chain
specific
of
weapon on
events.
the specific battle wife? If that
Nah,
makes sense?
they're a collective. They're a collective. They all
Yeah,
fight.
okay, okay.
Collectively, yeah. If you use
Yeah,
one
it's
of
a-
theirs,
it's
it
a
works
class
on
thing,
all of
yeah.
them.
Yeah.
All right. I got. Let's. Nothing interesting happens. Basically, there's a bunch of ghost zombies rise up. They're the Barrow-wights, and one of the elves gets sucked into one of the graves, and you can hear his bones crunching. And
Yeah,
I
I
guess
guess
he's
like,
fucking dead.
something.
That guy's
They
dead.
killed the black
They
guy
didn't hear this
first.
coming.
Meh.
They have really good hearing, but they didn't hear it coming.
Yeah.
Elrond orders the elves to attack, and they do, but the Barrow-wights are impervious to the weapons.
Gotta
Yeah,
highlight
so-
this.
They do a little
So,
trolling. They just don't kill them for some
Yeah,
reason.
Elrond.
Yeah.
They sort of
That's
just
dramatic,
stand there
though.
and they're like, "Lol, we could get you any time, but we won't." It's like, okay.
And
Because when you think
Galadriel
about
knew
it-
what they were, but apparently she didn't know about this.
Also, Elrond knows how to kill these things. Yeah, so
Yes,
Galadriel knows what these
exactly.
things are, but she evidently does not know how to kill them, which I think is a little bit weird.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but Elrond does.
Elrond does know how to kill them, but
he
he
doesn't
orders
tell
them.
them.
Yeah, he orders
Yeah.
them to attack, and then so that the audience can see that actually they regenerate,
Such a
and
fucking
then he can
dick.
demonstrate that he knows how to kill them.
And it's like,
What-
damn,
it's
man,
hilarious
you
when
you-
volunteered
but, you know,
that information way sooner. Maybe that one guy.
Yeah,
was
like
not
You know,
on.
elven memories don't dim except when they do. Apparently.
Like, what should have happened here is Galadriel should have said, "Oh fuck, these are Barrow-wights." Then everyone is like, "Oh, okay, cool. I know how to deal with them. Let's go to this
Mhm.
crypt quickly while they're all bursting out of their graves. Grab their weapons and just pop them like whack-a-moles as they come up." Like,
They're like,
While I
Elrond,
do this,
we,
be careful not to be grabbed by any chains, okay?
Elrond,
This
we
is
don't
the
have
only thing you
the-
gotta do.
we don't have the time to grab the weapons. It's like, no, they're doing intro animations. There's like spawn animations. We'll be fine. They do this whole thing where they slowly come up and slowly wiggle
Yeah.
the chains before. We got plenty of time to worry about it.
Yeah, but when Elrond goes to one of the fucking tombs, the raves just fucking disappear. Like they're not there anymore. He just like
Yeah, they're not-
walks straight through it.
you would think they might maybe be guarding the tomb.
Hmm.
I mean,
Nah.
Then we wouldn't
No.
have our scene.
that's
True.
that's true. Yeah.
And boy, what a great scene it is. It's
Yeah.
action packed and dramatic, and there's a lot of tension. And
it's really-
they kill the Barrow-wights with their own weapons, and they carry on.
Woohoo.
I have to mention
Mhm.
this one really specific stupid scene that stood out to me. You know, except all the other things that are also stupid. the fucking bow lady is about to shoot, and Galadriel's like, "No, don't shoot." And everything, oh, probably because it doesn't work.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
no, apparently Galadriel figured out. Oh no, if you shoot now, it goes exactly into the other elf that's behind her. The fucking white.
that guy is a fucking arrow magnet, dude.
Like, how the
Yeah,
fuck?
there's
First
there's
of
the
all, what a
weird-
fucking what a limp ass shot. What was that he just fucking released? That it just goes down immediately. And then Elrond's like, "Oh, no worries, I can just cut it in half, and then everything is fine." It's like, what
Elrond's
was that?
the politician.
It
who is
almost
not
hit
a
him in the face.
soldier.
Yeah.
He has quick enough reflexes to deflect an arrow with his sword with basically no notice. Like he hears Galadriel say no, and then I guess
everyone
maybe he
learns
hears
that
the
in
arrow
law
get fired.
school.
I guess so.
Yeah, it's like a fucking Jedi when he fucking cuts the arrow.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like Jedi level
Yeah.
reflexes from Elrond, who
Yeah,
until
it's
this
not a
scene,
warrior.
we have never seen him fight, and honestly, he doesn't really fight in this scene, apart
Yeah.
from deflecting that arrow.
They also
Mhm.
do the fucking thing where Elrond gives them the weapons, like, use this to stab them. Then the stab's like, oh, wow, how did that happen? And then it gives the explanation immediately. I always hate when they do this. Like, get the job done, and then after this, you can still talk. It's like, oh wait, why did this work? Like some urgency in fights. They're pretty nice. You normally don't have time to
It just felt like
talk
they needed a
about
fight
random
scene.
shit. Oh, for
Yeah,
sure.
'cause it's a
Yeah,
long
of
fight
course.
scene and it
We have
sucks
a
and the
quota for
logistics
fight
are
scenes.
weird.
I'm not fond of how the Barrow-Whites look either. They're just CG things that kind of bore me.
It's CG slop, really. It looks pretty bad.
They could have made them like really creepy zombies that like shuffle towards you and
I like the
they
blue
look...
eyes. That's
I don't
something.
know. The blue eyes are all right. Yeah.
I think they look pretty cool, but it's just they spawn because action scene and then they're gone and that's it.
I actually
there
think
is
if they were
sense for them to be here.
physical with a lot of smoke, they probably could look cooler than they do. I distinctly
Yeah.
got an impression of like CG monsters cool.
Yeah.
Because from all the predictions or the ideas I had, what could have stopped the messengers in the end with the attacks. This was not on my
This was
bingo
what I was
card,
thinking about
'cause I
last
was-
week when you were talking
This
about
was
it. I
one of the-
yeah.
Yeah.
This was one of the most retarded things they could have done. Like, unironically. There's so many
So
other
stupid.
like okay options they could have gone with. Ugh.
Well, yeah, they defeat the Barrow-Whites, and it's really bad, and the action sucks. Galadriel almost dies, but unfortunately, Elrond saves her.
Yeah.
Stuff happens. One of the elves is dead.
The name.
Moving on, I guess, unless anyone has anything else to say about the Barrow-Whites in this
I
sequence.
hate them. And
There's
they
a
shouldn't be
completely
here.
fucked edit in there. I don't know if we want to go through it.
Oh, the one with Elrond?
Oh yeah,
who,
yeah.
like,
Elrond fucking
turns into
yeah,
the guy
morphs.
when the other guy's running.
The,
Yeah,
the
it's
knife
weird.
guy, we see the knife guy running, and then in the next shot, it's actually Elrond because surprise, Elrond's the one that was actually there saving you when it wasn't. It was the guy with the knives. But yeah,
Great editing.
Yeah, I think I know.
I
exactly
need to
what that was
rewatch
weird
that. I
one.
didn't even catch
That
that.
was a weird one. It's weird.
yeah,
You're
they
just in, like,
it feels
fight
like
mode.
they slapped it together.
You're watching like a really poorly executed fight scene, and so you just kind of your mind goes into this weird malaise of like apathy
Yeah.
and like nothing matters that you're actually watching. It's just about what the plot wants to have happen, and that's what happens. But
It's got to
All right.
feel like you're watching things happen, even though it doesn't really make any sense. But yeah,
okay, Isildur.
yay!
Well, yeah, we're back to Isildur and Arondir. We're looking for. He went back to Pelargir to get a search party to look for Theo, I suppose. And so Arondir and him are at the Wild Man camp where they got ambushed. Now Arondir, they're looking around, and Arondir says that wild men wouldn't have left their weapons. That an axe head to a wild man is worth more than gold. Which, like, I suppose that an axe head is really, an axe head is really valuable if you live out in the woods and you're wild and stuff.
But you can buy axe heads with
to
gold.
do the meme again and be like,
Well-
gold? What am I going to do with that? Gold can be exchanged for goods and services.
I mean, they might not be able to buy things. I guess they could buy things from each other.
They're
but,
banned
there's
from the
not, like,
market on account of their unruly behavior. So
There might
Yeah,
not be markets. We know where
It's
they
all
are.
of
they
you
send
guys
him to go to the
assume
market
that
on their
wild men know how
behalf.
to
They have
use
to
money.
like shave and give a bath, and he's like, they gotta do this, otherwise they won't trade with us.
So they're looking around, looking for Theo, and they can't find Theo. And Arondir says, "Don't worry, Theo has survived far worse." I don't know what is being referred to by this. I don't know what far
The-
worse
the
thing.
Maybe
well
him,
inside-
probably him
survived.
surviving
doesn't-
in with the
Especially
orcs.
considering
and stuff.
Arondir doesn't know what the hell's going on.
That's
Yeah,
true.
he doesn't know what happened. All he knows from what Isildur could have possibly told him is that Theo's been captured / killed. Theo's been
Or
attacked
he ran
by
off
something.
and he's lost.
Yeah.
That's all
Yeah.
we know. He's been attacked
I
by
left him
something.
with the Wildman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Theo
so-
could literally have just run away and hasn't come back yet, and he got lost. We don't actually know.
Yeah.
In his defense, though, like most bad things fall below volcanic explosion, don't they? Like he survived a volcano going off in his face,
That is
so
true.
it's reasonable
I
to
guess
assume
he
that
had that-
bravery
he had
survived
that
He
in the
fight.
first
survived that
place.
explosion.
With the orc in season one of his earliest scenes. Then he had the thing in the well. Remember when he stayed in a well for like a whole day because he was retarded?
Oh yeah.
He hid in the well.
Yeah, you know,
He stayed in the
had
well
an-
for a day.
He's had some adventures.
But I've like Arondir should be really fucking pissed with Isildur at this point. They went off to find a horse, and then he just left him with the Wildman.
yeah,
Yeah.
he should. You're right. You should be like, this was an
Yeah.
insanely
Yes.
stupid plan, and then you also just left him. You fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you fucking asshole. Like,
But
what the
Arondir
fuck?
has like no
All for a
urgency.
horse.
Yeah. he says just, "Oh, don't blame yourself, dude. It's fine." Like, what?
I think the only one who
to-
shows less
I think this is
emotion than Arondir
Son,
is.
like, what the fuck?
I think he just tells
Thank you.
everybody that all the time. That's his standard advice. Just don't blame yourself. Somebody's like,
Except
maybe,
if they're branded, though, then they're gonna kill him.
yeah. It's like maybe blame yourself sometimes, bro. Sometimes. All right.
Yeah, it's like, man, I don't know. Like, Arondir, do you have a better jacket? It's like really cold tonight. And Arondir's like, listen. He puts his hand on his shoulder. Don't blame yourself. All right, you can't be angry at yourself all the time. You just have to let it go. You know, it's not your fault.
Then you like axe
they look
murder a whole
around.
family, and he's like, "It's not your fault."
Not your fault, man. It was Sauron. Arondir sees a torch in the woods, and he goes to check it out, and it's a severed arm and a ripped up wild man who's been like crushed by something we don't know.
Which is
spiked up.
absolutely see with its fucking elf eyes, but no.
No.
He just calls out to him. "Ah, dude, we're
Well,
going this way."
the consistency of elf senses is
Yeah.
well, it isn't consistent. It's
Yeah,
super
exactly.
inconsistent with what they're able to see and what they're able to hear.
Mhm.
They go through the trouble of telling us that elves have incredible senses, and then there's a lot of the
Except
time
when
they
they
just don't have it.
They just
So
don't.
And good memories, except when they don't. It's whatever the plot needs to happen.
So yeah, I guess they give up, and the next morning, back at Pelargir, they're talking about Arondir's talking about what he thinks he saw. It's kind of vague, and the people want to attack the wild men because they think the wild men are a big problem. Well, the people at Pelargir, they're like, yeah, we should go attack them. And Estrid says that they should go look north because there are wild men there, and worse.
Oh.
Yeah, so no one asked. I don't know if anything becomes of that. Probably not. Isildur and Estrid are sort of implied to have this blossoming romance. They're over by the little well by the
Well, he's a
wall.
simp and she's a thought, so.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And the
Damn.
what was mentioned previously about her having a betrothed, I don't believe that is actually mentioned in this scene. And I think at this point the implication is that she might have been lying.
I thought it was just that they assumed he's dead.
If that's the case, she's moved on fucking quick.
Yeah, because there's a later scene which gives the truth of that matter. Like, I think it's the end of this episode, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Let me see. So they're chatting. Isildur and Estrid are chatting. Oh, I have a jar. It's got water. Hey, do you know what aqueducts are? I came. I don't know why I said I came. I actually don't know why I said
The
that.
scene took a turn.
The scene did. So
Talk about aqueducts again for me.
From witness to witness.
So we have them chatting back and forth, blossoming romance. Don't think about the fiance that I mentioned or whatever. And Arondir shows up, and Arondir, he wants to know, hey,
He's
Estrid,
obsessed.
how much time did you spend around the Wildmen since you mentioned them up in the north? And she says, well, I was hiding up there from them, but that's when Arondir notices, or says he noticed, the wound on the back of her neck, which is fresh. Where she like burned over her burn. She rebranded the brand. Her neck must hurt.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Infected.
Yeah,
you gotta think having all that
painful as
hair on it
hell.
is not
All
good.
the hair on it, yeah.
Yeah,
But they
and
never
We'll
do
probably
that.
like merge with
moving her neck at all will give her pain constantly. Like it's just.
Well,
Yeah.
they never do that.
Well,
where
the thing is
someone
when
gets a terrible branding burn and people just act like, oh, this will hurt for 10 minutes and then it'll be gone. Like, no,
Oh, yeah.
that bitch will hurt for
Really?
days.
I haven't seen Jackass 2 where it was shown
Oh,
that the
Oh
brand
god, yeah.
fucking hurts a lot, obviously,
Yep.
and
And-
that it looks really, really bad after a couple of weeks. Really
And the
bad.
thing is, the
There's a
wound will
reference.
heal like over the hair as well and get caught in it, and it will be fucking
Yeah,
awful.
it's actually worse than what would have happened in that because that was on his ass. This one is
Yeah.
in like a place
That was
where
the dick brand, right? Where they
Yeah,
just-
yes.
the dick brand that I put on them.
And he kept doing it wrong, and then he had to, I think he ended
so
up
he
with
had,
like 6
five-
partial
he had about,
days.
yeah,
Oh.
he had like 3. He had like a main one, but then a couple of like sort of smaller
Shitty
ones,
ones
and then a
where
set of balls. Just a set of balls on his ass, and yeah, it didn't look good. It was
Oh,
like
those
hyper
movies.
infected, and that was not
Mhm.
medieval times. That was
For
only
real.
20 years ago.
So
From her perspective,
let
though, I
me
mean, it's just a
see.
dumb and why would you not turn up and say, "Oh, I was captured by the wild men and they branded me, but I escaped. And that's such a believable
easiest
story.
lie
Rather than
say.
waiting for an
Yeah.
elf to turn up and say, "Oh, I noticed you've been setting fire to your own head." Like, that's not.
It's
as
because the
dumb as
elfman
fuck,
will
it's
kill
the-
you instantly if you seize the brand.
It's the obvious
yeah, it's
lie.
because
They
everyone
threatened to kill
knows-
me. I knelt. They branded me, and I didn't like. That's a brand now. I've got it. It sucks. I don't want it.
Elfman doesn't give a fuck though. He will just fucking cull you.
Do you see the way that he grabs it? By the way, it's like they're in a fucking dance, like a
Yeah.
musical.
Yeah, it's like, woo.
Yeah,
Why is she
the
spinning like
12.
that? Like,
Well,
you have to cooperate to do that. This is silly.
So
Oh.
Arendis says, what is it that he says? He says, so he basically knows at this point that something's up with her, and he's wanting to give her the opportunity to come clean. And he says, we all do foolish things sometimes, especially in moments of hopelessness. So, like, what he's referring to there is presumably
Becoming evil from his
her-
perspective.
well, her kneeling before Adar in order to save her own life because she was in
Yeah,
a moment of hopelessness.
Specifically because we know him. He's saying it's like, you've chosen to be evil. You chose to serve Adar when you should have just let him fucking kill you. And it's like, no.
Yeah, exactly. What?
Yes.
I want to live, then escape.
Like I did, and now I got you fucking
I
trying to
did.
kill me as well.
We also missed the explanation for the mark there, right? Or does that come later?
Oh, we did
That's
make fun
about
of
to
it.
happen now.
We did make
Yeah,
fun of it
yeah.
earlier as well, but yes, she does try to cover it up by saying she fell asleep by the fire and thus burned her fucking neck.
And it melted her
My
brand
hair is
off,
fine
you
though.
know?
Yeah.
Like,
My
it's
hair
the
is totally
dumbest
fine,
lie.
but my
Yeah.
neck got burned.
It's like a lie that a 6-year-old would tell their
Yeah.
parents when they got caught
Dumb as
doing
shit.
something
I mean,
clearly
and
bad.
the entire audience is sitting there with like the way better lie. And it's just like, why is she so stupid? You know,
Mhm.
Like, you
Well-
can't deny the brand. Like, you can't deny that. It's there.
Well, also
Yeah.
she says that and figures that neither Arendir or Isildur are going to want to be like, oh shit, can we like just make sure you're okay? Can I see that? Like, because
By the way-
the only reason why we can think that she wouldn't want to say, I got branded, I'm not evil or a wildman, can I have some help, please? Is because when you are branded, everyone just thinks that you are evil, which is insane. But that's the logic that's required for this to make sense.
And on top of that, she attacks. What is your plan,
Yes.
woman?
Yeah.
She thinks she can outrun him.
An elf.
Yeah,
Yep.
sucker punch
Stupid,
him. Oh, that
like-
didn't work. Run.
God damn. And you'd be like, well, she's desperate. It's like, yeah, but even
Yeah,
this
but
is-
now this makes you look way worse because now it makes it harder for you to sell the story that
Yep.
like, ah, man, I ran
Yeah.
away.
it's like she punches him.
Shit.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
you hit it and you fought back. Like, yeah, it's not looking great.
Also, like
One-
that he's the one who spots it when, like, he's the one who is now most famous for not noticing when people are actually dying. But minor wounds on the neck, he spots that straight away.
Superficial.
It's them.
The
It's them
arrows and
selective
poisons.
elf eyes. I
Stinky
guess.
orc arrows. Not so much.
Yeah, that was in her liver, and you can't see that from the outside. So it just happened. It's like in a burst appendix or something. You know,
Sure.
I don't know if you can see that. Actually, I'm not a doctor. I
She was
haven't
shot
even
on the
played one on
shoulder,
TV.
right?
I think so.
I think it was the shoulder.
I can't remember. A non-fatal place, or so we were led to believe.
What one?
And then the actress was like, "Nope."
Nope, I'm out of
Oh,
here. I'm going to Iran.
sorry, Bronwyn, it was through her shoulder. Bronwyn,
Fuck, I
it
just
was the
realized,
shoulder,
by the way,
definitely.
because he even mentions this. Like, he's not even got a limp, is he, Isildur? He's just...
No, he's
Nope.
just walking around.
He's fine now.
No,
He
Theo
he
treated it.
barely
We
had
the
a limp
scene
in the
where
Good,
next
Theo
scene.
really
treated
good
it.
with medicine.
Fucking hell. You can't get
Yeah.
anything
He
right.
was-
Not
No.
anything at all.
Like he
They-
was.
They
He was
resolved
barely
it.
limping
Theo
in the next
fixed
scene.
him.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
also
exactly. Fine now.
I don't know if we skipped it, but the Arendir says that the act of covering up the brand is something that the wild men are known to do.
Yeah, he's
Mhm.
evil. That's
Yep.
just
Which-
an evil thing to
which-
say at this point. It just makes
Well,
it so
it's-
all these...
It is.
so-
Yes.
Like, on the one hand, no, that is not what we have seen, because the only reference that we have for that is a guy who didn't do that.
Yeah,
It's
he
true,
reached
yeah.
up at the cart before he ambushed
yeah.
it, and it was on his arm. Yeah,
Uh,
clear as day.
Two is that basically if she's doing that, then she's replacing one identifiable mark with another, which means
Yeah.
it's not going to serve the purpose. And given what we learn later in the episode,
You know-
she would absolutely know that that's a thing that they're known to do. Yeah, it's there's a third point, but I've forgotten it.
If you put on pants, you no longer.
You
have
could at
pants.
least make it
That's
a
how
bit more
works.
brutal that anyone who does kneel to Adar gets the brand, but they only get it once they've proven themselves, and that involves having to kill someone who refuses to kneel. So at least you could be
that's
like,
a good idea. Yeah.
oh,
Yeah,
so anyone who
something like
has
that,
the
yeah.
brand did the deed then, anyway, and you know you could at least have that guilt level to it as well. But yeah, what he says is insane. It's all the ones that escaped, which fuck them, I guess.
He's just lawful evil at this point, you know. Just kill everyone who's you know, even associated with Adar.
Yeah, and they just
if you get
figure
branded, you're just evil.
they figure that she is evil not because she has been branded with the mark of Adar, but because she tried to cover it up. So she's a wildman, so she's evil. It's just it's completely nonsensical.
No.
And he says like to Isildur, like we would have caught her if she hadn't come in with you. Is that what it is?
Something
It's
like
implied.
that,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something along that is implied with. He is the reason that she got in. They didn't check because, well, she's with the Isildur, so we wouldn't have checked her.
She's obviously fine, yes.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Even though if they believe that the mark means what it means, meaning you are evil, then they would absolutely check both of them. I'm thinking of like The Last of Us, you know, checking someone for zombie bites before they come into your settlement. You're absolutely doing that. And
yeah, you check the neck and the arms, like in the obvious spots. Yeah.
And like the only reason why, I mean, we didn't see a scene of them arriving in Pelagia because it happened off screen when we cut from the forest to the Bronwyn funeral scene. And I guess the reason why we didn't see that is so that they could reveal later that she's been branded. That's all I can think. So it happened off screen. We just have to accept that they didn't get searched.
If it happens enough that it's like a cultural thing he's commenting on, then we rewind time and some wild men maybe came in and they were like, we're good people, and then they trick them, and then it's like, damn, we should have known because you had the scars. And then the wild men are like, shit, we're gonna have to start, you know, accounting for that because now they figured out all of us are evil from our little brandings, which doesn't make any sense anyway. And so they start over branding them, and then coming in and being like, I'm not an Adar person, that's just a random brand of nothing. Don't worry about that. Like, none of this.
I fell into the fire.
Yeah, none of this makes sense at any level. And the fact that it's been going on long enough that it's a thing Arondir like is using to sniff people out, I was just like, all of that was insane. And you could have written a way better scene of them realizing she has the mark. We all think she's super evil. Then she makes her case, and they don't trust her anyway. You could have just been that.
Yep.
There's no reason not
Nice
to do
and
it that
simple.
way. She's like, I was a prisoner, and it's like, we don't know you were a prisoner. We don't know that you were fucking Waldreg levels of loyal, okay? He was legendary in these parts. We gotta be careful. You could be the next one.
The next Waldreg.
I belong to a cattle rustler named Alameda Slim. This is what he put on all of us. All right, we've got
Theo wakes up
Theo
in a tree.
is
That's
Theo
the
wakes
scene.
up in a
Moving on.
tree. There's some wild men there. Whatever. Theo's alive. It's just to let us know that Theo's alive because we were really worried about him.
Remember how they prepared to move out, but now only those three are going, and they don't even have any provisions with them, even though he told them to get provisions.
I want to mention it's really stupid that whatever creatures are, you know, behind this actually capturing people, and they can easily they can easily get out of the holes in the fucking game as well.
And we already know that whoever it is that has captured these people, they are absolutely willing to kill people. We have multiple references for it in this episode and the previous.
God, there's so many. You see the shot. There's so many ways to get out. It's insane. Like, it's actually. You almost want to prove it. You're like, let me in. I'll show you. There's so many ways out. You dumb fucks. You know, some of them they just rested. Like, I'm just comfy.
The holes are like way bigger than they are. Yeah.
This is much tree chair. It's a tree house. It's a pretty neat one.
Why would you keep them alive? Like, what is the point of not
yeah, like why
there is no reason. There is literally no reason.
Later.
It's because the writers want the narrative to pay off at the end of the episode.
It's like having a bunch of rats and he tortures one per night and just keeps them all alive.
They need to water the trees with their blood.
It's like Ursula and all the little shrimp things that she eats.
Next scene.
Did we talk about the whole? I guess. Did we talk about the whole? Oh, you wish that I died in Mordor thing that Estrid asks Isildur.
Yeah, wish you
did we
died.
talk about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Theo's trapped in a tree. Okay. Arondir and Isildur fall into quicksand mud. I don't know how he managed to do this. We
I
just
hated
like the
this
camera
scene.
turns and he's stuck in
It's
mud.
hilarious.
I hate
He's
most
just
scenes.
vertically
Teleports into the
plunked
middle of it.
in.
But this was such a like, oh, for fuck's sake, you guys can't make drama properly. You just have to generate it, like fucking poof it into existence. Sorry, I'm in the squelchy
so he-
floor.
So Isildur is like it's absurdly quick. This quicksand, quick mud, whatever it is.
Wow.
So much so that Arondir can't even pull him out because they both basically fall in and they get sucked into the mud, leaving Estrid there to be like, "Oh no, I guess they went into the mud. That's bad," and she looks worried and everything.
Estrid's hands are cuffed, by the way. That's important just to mention.
Yep.
So she goes and gets a stick, and
no,
then
but they play it as if she's gonna run away when obviously she's not. Like they kind of like shoot it as
I don't
like,
understand.
she's abandoning them.
But like,
Gandalf
run the
question
scenario.
mark
You
kind
like,
of stick.
this will prove is she a good or is she a bad? And it's like, but if she was a bad, she'd still do this, wouldn't she?
Exactly, because she's cuffed. What's she gonna do? How's she gonna break out of her cuffs?
You could find the wildman and break it with an axe or something.
But there's so little benefit, I feel, and so much risk of being killed. Especially if, you know, who knows what the wild men... Maybe... We don't know what her relationship with the wild men would have been had she... I'm saying this, it doesn't work because she's not evil, but if she were... In any case, the fucking shoving the fucking branch in there, I was so struck by how stupid and useless that would be, because... She's a twig. What are you gonna do? Pull two grown men out of there? I don't think so.
It's just if he couldn't pull out Isildur, what chance has she got?
Exactly.
She's gonna pull out both of them.
She's got a stick. That helps. Why would that even mean anything? And yes, then it spawns a giant fucking monster.
Like a video gamer.
Yeah, this is why I was not expecting to have like a Kong Skull Island creepy serpent bug monster. But apparently, turns out they got eaten by this evil serpent. And
look at this thing's mouth.
Astrid.
Yeah, you should pause on the mouth.
Yeah. So this thing
it
was
ate 'em.
basically this thing was chewing on Isildur's leg, and it slowly yanked them into the thing because Isildur was getting kind of slowly pulled down for a little bit, and then suddenly, bang, they both go under. Which means it was probably holding on to him for a little while, and its mouth looks like this.
Yeah,
Maybe he was taking
absolutely
advantage of the actual quicksand.
Oh my god!
I don't.
How does that swallow you and you are fine? How?
It happened off screen. Is how.
Maybe it opens
Yeah,
up.
exactly.
Like
Did the people who designed this creature
portal.
get told what it did? Do you think?
Probably not.
Probably not, right? They were probably
maybe
told
after they've
design a
done it.
swamp, snake, snail, massive, horrible monster thing.
Worm thing.
You're like, what is it for? It's like, we have no idea. We'll figure it out later. You just design it.
Yeah, what this needed to be was something like a sandworm from Dune. Giant
Big
open hole.
mouth. That's
Yeah, you need to not make
hole.
it. It looks like you can't even get a leg through there without it getting fucking blended. I don't buy it at all. It's such a goofy fucking payoff. It's like, look, you stabbed it through the.
It should have just been quicksand.
Yes.
If it was just quicksand, then they could go bloom, 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 and then she could leave. But instead, she comes back and saves them, and that accomplishes what they're trying to do, except it actually makes sense because there's no way they could have known that she poked this thing's head with a stick.
Yeah, that was my big thing
We
from
need
this
the
scene. I was
reference,
like,
though, for,
they fucked up the one goal of this scene, which is to prove that she's not as evil as they thought, but they couldn't have known. They wouldn't know anything that she did.
We need a reference for like unable things living down in the deep darkness or whatever. So that's why we had this in.
That was the really frustrating thing watching this, is like knowing all of the time we've spent getting to this point was principally there so they could throw in a reference, and that's it. Like all that time, what have we achieved? A minor character thing in proving that What's-Her-Name is kind of good after all.
That was only for us, though.
A reference.
Because remember, the following scene is when they considered releasing it, but why? There's nothing. They haven't learned anything at all from their POV that would make them think anything about it.
No.
Well, the writers
They didn't
think
see
she
what she
saved
did.
them, so they know
No, but
that. Apparently,
they didn't see that.
They didn't see it.
I know
Yeah.
that's
At all.
Yeah, I'm trying to say it's
They
good.
all they see is that she's still there. That's all they see.
Also, worth asking the question at this point, but where are the rest of the peasants? Because by the
as
end,
I said
by the
earlier,
way, that would have solved the
whole
problem.
point of all of this.
If you had even one of them to say, by the way, she didn't run, you know, that sort of
Yeah.
thing.
fucking stupid because they make this whole deal. It's like, we're gonna go north. We hate all those cannibal fucking wildmen, and then only those three go and don't even have the provisions they talked about. It's like, okay.
I mean,
And
I was
also
thinking,
they're-
like, bring Beric. Where's the horse? Use the horse to pull them out of the swamp.
Nah, fuck that. And also they are down there for quite some time, and they're really good at holding their breath under stress.
I like this image.
They
as the
seem okay with
representative
this.
of the whole show, by the way.
Yeah.
Why was that? Yeah.
Oh no, because this is past tense and we're still experiencing it in our lives.
Yeah, he's still experiencing it. This scene, it's not over, but he's still asking the questions.
What was that? Yeah.
No, he's got spat out. They're fine. They're all good. No trauma.
Rags, I wanted to tell you, Isildur's got a lot left, probably even all 5 seasons actually, so they can't kill him.
No, he's good.
Yep.
He's all set.
I wonder how many more
I mean,
times
yeah,
they'll
they
bait
can't
his
kill him.
death.
Apparently, how many times will they bait his death though? That's up for the air.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Speaking of, I don't know, but let's move on.
Nice
Oh,
segue.
we have Arondir says like a little joke.
Yay! Except not really.
He says there are nameless things that lurk in the world, and this one we're gonna call supper.
I don't know if I want to eat that.
I don't know if I want to eat that either.
I wouldn't. It's covered in mud, and I don't know if you could. This
Could be
creature's edible.
poisonous, yeah.
Maybe he knows that you can eat it.
Well, you
yeah,
said
it
you
could, that
didn't
could be
even know
like
what it
the
was.
venom gland.
Could be
Yeah.
He's also
Sauron.
cracking a
That
joke.
could be the
when
poison sac.
They're trying to find Theo, and he's cracking jokes.
Odd place
Like,
to
as
have
far
a
as he
one.
knows.
Yeah,
humorous
which is honestly
Arondir
out of
thing.
character for him anyway. He doesn't fucking do that ever.
No, he has never done that once. This is the only time he has smiled in the entire series.
Yeah.
You would
Yeah, it's the same
expect him to do
expression in
that
every
like,
other scene.
after they've done something, and there's not like they don't have something to do that requires their attention. There's like not here. If you want to have him lightening up at certain parts, that's one thing, but not here like this. It just seems out of place.
Well,
Also, deep places of the world sort of traditionally means down in the depths of mountain mines. It doesn't mean under like 5 foot of mud. That's not quite.
Oh, that's where the darkest,
In a forest
deepest
right next to Polar
creatures
Gear.
live.
Yeah.
Yeah. The water in the water is one of those creatures as well, though. So they like occasionally make their way to the surface, but it's very, very fucking rare.
Mm.
Like, yeah.
Well, it's lucky they crossed paths with this one, so that way she could
Yeah.
prove that she's not that bad.
To nobody but us.
Well,
Which doesn't
speaking
help
of,
in universe. Whatever.
I have no segue. Let's go back to Rune and visit the Harfoots.
No.
No.
Yes. Don't worry, we're getting there. We're almost there. So close. Back with the Harfoots, the store leader, this chick, Gundabale.
Gundabad.
The big G. She says that they have to be cast out in the morning to be safe.
Because they're still psychopaths, even though they're not super hard.
All halflings are evil, is what I've
They're
been
just all
convinced
fucking
of by this
crazy.
show.
Yeah, pretty much.
All halflings are not even like foolishly generous and nice, which is something, but they're just bad, and I hate them. Yeah. So Gundabale recognizes this. Nori randomly mentions Sadok, and Gundabale recognizes that reference to that name. How incredibly fortuitous!
Like, oh, I watched season
So
1.
she
Why did you say
she
that?
unties Nori and takes her to a mural. And Gundabale tells Nori about a story about how in the ancient days there was a Stour dreamer who dreamed of a nicer place with water and soft ground. And this is implied to be this is Sadok's ancestor. His last name's Burrows. And I don't know if they're trying to imply that the Shire appeared to a Stour in a dream, and that was a magical destined place for all hobbits to one day live in peace and harmony or whatever.
That's
I'm
what
not
it
sure
That is
sounds
what
like.
they're
exactly,
trying to
but
imply, yes.
That's
She
explicit as
mentions
far
you
as I
can
know.
dig a hole and live in it. Yeah.
Because the only part of it that isn't explicit is that they don't call it the Shire, but they call it the Suzad, which is, I mean, it's similar enough. And given that the description is exactly what we see from the Shire, and I don't know exactly how it's described.
I thought the
but in
translation of
Peter
that
Jackson's
was the
one.
Shire.
Oh, if it literally translates, then yeah, it is. But they've decided basically to do with the Shire what they've done with the Harfoots. They've just amped them up in importance because they figure, well, the audience needs to, everyone likes the Shire, so let's make it really important. It was the prophesized Holy Land that appeared to
for
us
all the
in
little
his
people.
dream.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking
but it
Jerusalem.
also means that Sadok's ancestor was the guy that went off to Orgal, I guess. What was it? Roramas.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's it.
Roramas.
Yeah, I don't know what gender that word is, but went off into the west to try and find this prophesized Holy Land, and then just didn't go far enough west. And then eventually they just started wandering around and became the Harfoot that we know and hate today.
Yeah,
pretty much.
and it's implied that Poppy's walking song is supposed to be like the proof that Harfoots all kind of come out of the Stewards who are in Rune. That's like their origin, as far as we know.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, makes it really weird that there's again, it's really weird to see super multiracial groups like this when they're all. It's like shown here that they're all from the desert. They should all have like brownish kind of skin and like a Middle Eastern like sort of complexion because they're from the desert. But they're all running around, and we've got every shade imaginable, and it's just really weird to see that.
That was one thing that
multicultural every single time.
Well, yeah, like the priority it seems was multiculturalism rather than diversity, because you could absolutely have done diversity and had it be accurate to the source material. Not that they care, but correct me if I'm wrong. The Harfoots are described in the source material as being browner of skin.
I think so. Yeah.
Whether that
the
literally
Harfoots
means
the
Harfoots.
It basically means like Mediterranean kind of skin color.
Yeah, so whether that literally means black people, I don't know. But I mean, if they did that, then it would be like, okay, well, they're all portrayed by black actors. Like, okay, fine. But my theory as to why they didn't do that is because they knew that the Harfoots weren't going to be appearing after season 1. So they didn't want to have the faction portrayed by the quote unquote diverse actors and then have them just not be in the series after season 1.
Which is weird. You could have changed it up a bit in a way that makes sense, where the Harfoots themselves are a lot more fairer in complexion because they have been out of the desert for a long time. And then when they get to the Stewards, the originals back in the desert, they have much more, brownish Mediterranean, sort of complexion because they're from that climate. And then it's like, oh, hey, look how we've changed. We've been separated for so long. And, we kind of look a little bit different because we've lived in a different part. And that would be like, oh, hey, like, one group meets another group and they look a little bit different. And it's like, oh, that's some world building right
would
there.
Make it a bit more distinct as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to be like, look how we've changed over time, but we're like your like ancestors sort of in a way. But
even they could just change their clothing because when they first meet, whatever his name was, nobody, Simple Jack,
Merrimack,
I can't remember what his actual name was. Yeah, when they first meet him, they mistake him for a Harfoot, and he's like, "What's a Harfoot?" So they look so similar that they even think that he is literally one of them. Like, what are Harfoots doing out here in Rune?
I assume they think all little people are Harfoots, which I guess would be a fair thing to say. If
I figured it was because of his clothing, but yeah, you might be right there. Yeah,
it's probably just because he's a little guy. But
yeah,
why? How come he's tied up with the other two?
Because
he's
a
retard. Okay, well, maybe
they just tie the retard up every night anyway.
They just tie him up.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I live here. They tie him up as, this is my room. I live here.
So, also something that I think it was Mauler earlier said is that based on the revelation that we get with this scene, Gundabel knows that her ancestors went west, to try and find the prophesized Holy Land. She also has evidently been keeping an eye on these two halflings. She doesn't know what they are, but that she knows that they're little people. And they have come here from the west. And she's been keeping an eye on them because she knows that they're being hunted by all the devils in the desert. They then get brought to her village. She knows what a Harfoot is. I think it's suggested because she says, "Oh, we're not Harfoots, we're Stores." So she seems to know what a Harfoot is. And she doesn't immediately say, "Have you come to lead us to the Holy Land?" And the reason why she doesn't say that is because they wanted to wait until the end of the episode to give us that reveal.
Also because she's a cat.
The scene where they meet was like it's so bizarre in terms of like when you pair it with this one, a lot of what she's like a completely different character.
Yeah. Yeah, she's completely
just
fucking
super
changes.
mean, and she's just really nasty and mean, and like, why though? Why would anyone follow you? Or
well, Rags,
you're just such an asshole to everybody.
You're in luck if you think she's a horrible person.
Oh yeah. She also says, by the way, that they're looking for a place where you have streams of endless cold water. Like that's not very hard to find outside of the desert.
True.
In the desert, the streams are cold. Just to be generally, even in the desert, the streams are pretty cold. But But yeah, Rorimus never found the Suzat, and the Harfoots kept wandering in their yearly loop, and she even cries and says that the Harfoots don't have a home.
Oh no, she
Which is
cries so
bizarre
much
for
in the
Nori to
show.
say, because they do have a home. It's wherever they are together.
Right.
That's their
Yeah.
home. If you're a nomadic people, when you say home, that's what you mean. You're not going to say a location. You're going to say wherever it is your family and your friends are. That's where home is.
You get what's
in our
happening
home,
though, right?
we move around.
They do it, and it's almost like they think they're doing a thing of like she's almost crying thinking about the Shire and how awesome it is and how that's going to be their home. Oh my god, don't have that. But it's like, yeah, but from her POV, she would probably enjoy the nature of her people moving their home, so to speak, regularly. It's part of like the whole cycle of their seasons, and it's where they find all kinds of meaning culturally and just with. Obviously, they eat each other whenever blah blah blah. She seems to be on board with that. Point being, you are completely correct. She would be like, well, our home is wherever we are. And then you could have a conversation that's like, well, what if you had a place you never needed to leave? Which to a nomadic people might be like scary in a way. A little bit like,
kind of, yeah.
It might be.
Never
There's a lot of
leave.
there's a risk either way. If you're nomadic, then the risk is, what if you go like moving it around takes a lot of energy and time and space, and you can't settle down and set roots and stuff, and you're kind of beholden to the land in a different way than people who actually do sit down, a place in a town and rely on agriculture and things. That's its own risk, but it seems that that's in general less risky. But each of them would. Well, if you have Nori, right? You have Gundabale, who's like, oh no, you never found the one promised land place and everything. And Nori's like, no, we're not tied to one location. We move around from place to place. Home isn't a place. Home is wherever all of your friends and family are that you love. And that's just a difference in perspectives that she might be able to share that they don't do. Instead, they do the opposite, which makes me wonder what they want me to think about Nori and her bizarre outlook on life.
Yeah, rather than having her challenge the idea of a home, they basically have her simultaneously hold two different perceptions of what a home is.
Home's not a place, you silly goose. Home is wherever your family is.
Yeah, they
and you move
absolutely
around.
should have done that. Yeah.
And Gundabale's like the opposite. Like, no, home is a location, and we want to go to a good place, even though this place seems pretty nice, all things considered. But, let's see. Riders are spotted nearby. The people looking for him, the little spooky Skeletor man. So when the Skeletor people arrive, one of them slaps Gundabale, and then offers to help her up, which is not a great way to get on people's good side to have them give you information. This is just transparently being like, yeah, this guy's bad because he slapped the lady. And I don't know, I'm kind of on his side. She's kind of a cunt.
It was my favorite scene for all of 2 seconds until he helped her up afterwards. Just fucking leave her on the floor and do it again.
Close.
Fuck it, why not?
Yeah,
it would be
kick her while she's
someone's
down.
making that
Literally
edit.
kick her while she's down.
Someone's made the edit where he picks her up and slaps her again, then picks her up and slaps her again.
But also, why? Why would you slap someone to the ground and then pick them up? What does that actually accomplish for him?
It's dominance.
If the element is to totally intimidate her, then why help her up, right? It's the worst of both worlds. It does neither.
I guess it's good cop, bad cop, but where you're both.
But he's the only cop.
Bipolar
cop. It's like I'm crazy nuts.
He goes back.
You never know what I'll do, so you better tell me.
Goes back to the Dark Wizard. He's like, I did the good cop, bad cop thing you told me. And he's like, with who? And he's like, what do you mean with who?
What do you mean?
God damn it! You did it on your own again. That's the one thing I told you not to do.
Holy fuck! She's a fat fuck. Jesus Christ! I noticed how fucking chunky she was. Holy shit!
Also,
her and Diesel are like, oh.
The fact that Skeletor has shown up here means that he is aware of the store's village, which to me was a surprise because it seemed like they were at least trying to hide it. Because they've also got
maybe that's just a good place to live.
I mean, maybe, but
I don't know, man.
I don't believe that Skeletor would know where this place is and not constantly be raiding it for food and water because they have this magical little paradise land.
If it was the payment, that could be like payment for if you're living in Rasputin's land, you have to give food and whatever it is every year or month or whatnot, and you got to make your payments.
That's possible, but the other problem with it, narratively speaking, is that he shows up here and says he refers to them as Harfoots. He says, "Where are the Harfoots?" That's why he's here because Skeletor sent Rasputin sent him to find the Harfoots. But he shouldn't know that they're Harfoots because he was tracking them and he saw two halflings walking around with a wizard.
Oh, they're
should put in
both
their
fucked in that
stewards.
situation because the store woman says the only halflings here are stewards, which entails that she knows about
Knows a
the
Harfoot is a
concept of
halfling.
others,
Sure.
right? So like she
Well,
must
yeah.
have encountered them.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, sorry, is that if Skeletor sees two short people walking around the desert with a wizard, he would assume that they are stores, right? Because he knows about
Yeah.
the store village, which means he must have come here before. Which
He's
means
here
they must have had
now.
this. Yeah, they
I
must.
guess.
Yeah, they know where this is. Yeah.
Yeah, but
They're-
he's only here because Skeletor told him to go and find the missing halflings.
Harfoots.
Whereas you would think that he would have come here previously, believing them to be stores. I'm talking like in episode 2 to find out what the
yeah.
hell's going on. They
Yeah.
should have had exactly this conversation previously, but they didn't.
Mhm.
Yeah, which one of the two of you are with the Gandalf person? Did they say where they were
Yeah.
going? Tell me what you
Yeah.
know. Or I'm gonna slap you, but this time I won't help you up. I'll just slap you. I'll just be bad cop. And also, when Gundabale responds with the only halflings around here are stewards, then that's like, oh, so you know that a Harfoot's a halfling. Interesting. Why would you know
Yeah.
that? Anyway, back to
Yeah.
Galadriel and Elrond.
Woo!
They're
Well,
mourning.
he says he'll leave, right, and bring the wizard.
He says
Oh,
so.
Yeah. He threatens to. He says he basically says you need to cooperate, otherwise I'm going to go and get Rasputin, and he'll rain down an unholy goddamn firestorm or whatever that line is. I can't remember.
He will lightning your bridges to death.
Yeah,
Is it like, do you know why we wear masks or something like that? It's like the implicit threat is that like he will give you leprosy too if you don't play the game.
He'll give you.
We used
I
to
will
be
infect
nice.
you.
We used to be nice
But,
people,
like-
and then leprosy does. Do you want him to do that to you?
Yeah, I'm loyal to him, and he gave me leprosy, so he'll give you that if you're.
Mhm.
Well, being loyal to him apparently doesn't protect you from that, but you should tell us where the Harfoots are.
He's
I
trying to think of like
also
the more
really like the idea
creative
that-
punishment he might give. That he just goes, he'll kill you, I guess. So
I
that's
love
pretty
the idea
bad.
that he's basically said, Rasputin has given Skeletor this job to go and find the halflings. And he's going to then threaten, he said that he's going to go back and speak to Rasputin and say, yeah, I think they might be in this village.
Yeah,
I don't know that, but they might be. Can you go and like encourage them and like scare them? He's going to say, no, because his whole deal is like, because he's not going to say like, I'm not going to heal the curse on your flesh as a reward for me doing what I asked you to do.
Little people are being mean to me, even though I have the scary
Yeah.
mask on.
They-
I even
they obviously
slapped one of
know.
them.
They obviously know more than what they're saying, so just start fucking torturing them until you,
Yeah,
get
he's like-
the information.
He would
He's
line
like
them up.
randomly say that one right there. I'm gonna cut the arms and legs off of that child. If
I mean,
you
you
don't
don't
tell me
even-
where the Harfoots
Yeah.
are.
I mean, they're all
Mhm.
fucking tiny compared to them. Just fucking walk around. What are you gonna do to stop
Well,
you?
and he was
Fucking
absolutely
nothing.
willing
They'll
to do
stab him in
exactly
the
this.
thigh.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was willing
Then
to
they'll be
threaten to
fine.
kill the Harfoots in order
Yeah.
to get not Gandalf to cooperate. He should absolutely be doing
Mhm.
this.
The one
Yeah,
guy had the
just-
big evil.
Well,
Nah, he
shows-
just fucks off again.
Do you remember? There's only one show as of recent of the selection of awful ones that had torturing done right, and it was fucking Secret Invasion. One time. Was that
Oh
movie?
yeah, that's
Huh.
right. The finger.
Right.
Immediately chops it off, and then she gives him an injection that causes like your blood to boil. It was just like
It's like-
that's the way to
yeah,
do
it's
it.
like
That is the way to
acid
do it. It's so annoying in all these
David.
shows where they have the power to threaten or to abuse to a level that they obviously would character-wise, but then they just don't.
Yeah, he can torture as he pleases with no repercussions because he's in a position of complete and total dominance and power over them. And instead of going like, I'm just gonna start cutting off fingers and limbs until you tell me, or until I'm satisfied with your answers. And I'll bet you the first time he picks up a kid, he's like, all right, we're gonna do leg or arm. They're gonna be like, okay, we know where they are. We know where they are. We didn't know you were looking for them. We just thought they were travelers.
We didn't know
They're
you were
over there. Boom.
serious because these people
Yeah,
in
we
these
didn't know
shows are
you were
never
fucking
fucking
serious,
serious about anything.
Rather than going back to Galadriel and Co,
ooh,
can we just
Andor,
carry
yeah,
on
someone else mentioned
fantasizing
Andor.
about how like horrible we can be to Harfoots? I would really like to keep doing that.
We just want to see Harfoots in misery.
Yeah,
even
suffering.
though
Just suffering, that's
They
all.
don't need
about their legs.
I'm gonna put you on a rack and I'm gonna stretch you till you're normal person size, and then we'll see how you like it.
They just turn really lanky like spaghetti people because they've been
Slender
stretched
Man.
out.
Uh,
Anyway, well, let's now that we've cheered ourselves up, let's return to Rings of Power and
Ooh,
Galadriel
damn
and Elrond. One thing I actually do like, which I'm surprised of, the 3 scouts that are along with them.
Honoring
They're
a
mourning
dead.
the loss of their guy. They're honoring their little
That
dead
is
guy, and I'm like, oh,
crazy that a TV show
I'm
this
shocked.
bad would remember to do that. Good for
The,
you.
the thing is though, there's no fucking grave there. They just stuck a fucking sword in the ground, so they didn't bother to get this body out of the cursed tomb.
Man,
It's
I don't
just
know.
a
I don't know.
puddle.
Based on
It's
what
just
they
a
heard about
puddle.
that body, I don't know
Yeah.
if you want to go in
They
there
get
and
a
look at what he
sponge.
looks like, man.
I mean, if
You know
they,
what?
A bucket.
they could bury him properly, just not leave him in the cursed
Look,
fucking
he's
tomb.
Why?
in a
He died in a tomb. You can't be more
Yeah,
efficient than
he's
that.
set.
He's already
He's
where
ready
he
to
needs to
go.
be.
Sake.
They don't want to
It's
remember him
cursed,
looking
though.
like. They don't want to remember him looking like that. Just remember what he used to look like. Trust me,
His
you'll be
soul
glad.
is gonna be tortured for eternity in there. Like,
No,
what the
he
f-
dead. Nah.
He's dead.
And
And
besides,
bones
well, he-
crunching and everything.
Oh.
He's dead.
if they have his sword here in this grave, then it means that it can't be used to kill him. So the next person, if he haunts somebody and
Ah.
tries to kill him,
He's
Oh,
gonna be
no.
they're
invincible.
fucked over.
That would be funny as fuck.
I went
On
to the
their,
tomb. I couldn't find his sword. Where is it?
on their way back, he fucking pops up like,
Oh.
"Ooh, oh guys, no way!
Oh, it's me, yo.
I'm one of them now. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
fuck.
have no clue if that's what happens, but it's funny to think about.
That feels like
yeah.
a world-breaking mechanic, though. Like Sauron can just create whites and steal all of their swords, and then just set them on anyone he wants,
throws
and
their
no one
swords
can
into
stop
Mount
him.
Doom,
He's got his
so
own
they're
army of dead.
irretrievable.
No, he didn't read the same books as Elrond. He doesn't know how they work. Because if he knew that they had a weakness, then he wouldn't have relied on them to get the letter people.
The only way to kill a barrow white is to throw them into Mount Doom.
That's annoying.
Or to punch them really hard in the nuts.
What if they're a lady barrow white? Punch her in the dick.
Punch them even harder.
24, be inclusive.
What happens
yeah.
if you take part of them and then you just sort of run away? Because you can chop their arm off and then run away with it.
Maybe you get
Uh,
two.
Maybe the
crumbles.
arm will grow a new barrow white, or
Oh, now we're
Oh,
reaching
God,
levels
no.
of duplication. This is.
Oh my god.
Sauron's like, is
man.
it true?
I don't
Can
know.
this power be harnessed? It's like, yes.
this shit's crazy, man. I don't know what's going on with
As
these
soon as he
curses.
reaches 100 of them, the world starts to lag. And he's like, what's going on?
Oh,
Oh,
God.
no.
Uh-oh.
I need to download more RAM.
Sauron's evil has lowered the frames per second of Middle Earth, and everyone's suffering.
Amazon.
That's why that
Back,
explains the time difference.
Oh yeah, everyone's at different FPS, and the plot is tied to your frames. So
It's 'cause
that's
Lyndon-
why it's
Lyndon
happening.
has
Figure that
lag.
out.
Yes.
Lyndon
did
has
it.
lag.
Galadriel says that she knows that Elrond thinks the ring is tricking her, but she says, "I believe it is guiding me, and that following it may be our only path to victory." Of course,
Oh,
the
that's the
obvious
same
I
response
like how
being,
she says that.
It's
Yeah.
based on
Yeah,
Not
it's-
at all. It's not
It's like-
compelling. Like it's like
Earlier
okay,
on.
you would say that. I
It's the
think
same
that it's evil,
argument.
though.
It's the same argument than before. It's like,
Yeah, like,
but I
yeah, I
believe
think
I
them.
know
It's
in
like,
my heart,
I
I know
think
in
she's
my
being a
heart that
bitch.
they're not. It's
I
not
think she's
evil.
being a bitch here. Because she basically warned Elrond and
It's
said,
kinda
if we
funny.
go this way, there's a bunch of like spooky shit. And he was like, now we're going to go that way anyway. And now this dude is dead. And she's reminding him that it's his fault. If only you
But
trusted the
she,
ring, Elrond.
But the ring is trying to actively get people to trust it. So it would
Oh.
give them good information here and there so that it would get them to trust the
Exactly.
ring.
Yes,
I
this is
hate the
exactly
fact-
what
But
the
they
ring
should
would be
know that
doing.
shit.
When you're
They should just
told,
be like, we're not even going to listen to it. We're going to make all of our decision making completely independent of anything that the ring has, to the point where I need you to take that shit off and put it in your pocket.
Why does she still have it? Why isn't it in Lyndon?
I don't get it. I don't get
Yeah.
Elrond's point of view. If
I
he's
don't
so
know.
willing to not listen to his advice, but he's still willing to allow it on her finger and have her around. Okay.
Chop
Remember,
the
he
fucking
said
finger
he
off.
considers her a collaborator with Sauron for as long as she's wearing that.
Yeah.
It should have been a stipulation of him doing this thing. Is like, Galad,
Yeah.
listen, you got to tell her to take the ring off. We know that it's infected by Sauron, or that we have a reason to believe it. So we've got to do as much as we can, completely independent of these rings. If you need it to keep the elves alive or whatever, but surely 2 out of 3 rings on elves is going to keep us around for a while, right? Or does it have to be all 3? Have we discussed this? No, because we don't have
No,
conversations
we
about these
never
things.
had this conversation. We didn't test. We didn't check. We
just-
didn't prove of concept anything. we just send her away with the ring, and then I guess that just works still. Do we even
In
need the rings
season
anymore?
one-
Is the fucking
Are we set? Yeah,
tree
is it onesies and
fine?
dunsies? I don't
Which is
know.
sort of another problem with this is that from Gil-galad's perspective, he thinks that these rings are like the only way to save Middle Earth, and he's just sent Galadriel possibly to
Yeah.
Sauron.
Yeah.
Here,
Doesn't
take
make
this
sense.
And
ring.
surely you
Sauron.
want the ring to stay in Linden, surely, if you are
Well, she was
Gil-galad.
convincing.
Absolutely.
Okay, she
What
said
if
it feels
Barrowite
good.
got
It
the
feels
ring?
real good. The ring feels good. Everything's feeling great. It's feeling good. I'm not
sure it's
corrupted.
good.
Also, Gil-galad is wearing one
I can take it
himself.
off
I mean, he's
anytime I
just
want, I
as
just don't want
compromised
to.
as she is. If Gil-galad accepts
True,
the
yeah.
premise that that Galadriel can't wear one because it's corrupting, then he has to take his off. I don't know that they actually need any of them though, because like their fate was tied to the death of the trees in season 1, but we know that just a chunk of mithril can reverse that. So why don't they just stick them on a tree, which saves the tree, and then they can't die, and then they're fine.
The
Like, you don't
ring on a
actually need to
branch,
wear
yeah.
them.
But then the ring, the tree will be corrupt, and then the tree will give them bad advice.
Then you're like,
tree starts
tree,
speaking.
you must give up the ring. And the tree's like, well, I feel quite good about the ring. I don't think
I
I need to
like
give it
it.
up.
Sure.
I'm not
Completely
corrupted. I
bad
feel
action.
good.
Ah,
Yeah.
how
I
about
should
you
make
leave
more
me
rings.
alone?
Ah.
Oh, we're having fun. Get away. Go away, please.
There is a
I'm
nice
not
little dynamic in this scene that's playing
Where is
out
that
though,
sound
because
coming
like
from?
Elrond says, I'm not taking any advice from anyone who's wearing that ring. And Galadriel says, yeah, but, if it comes to it, and the ring tells me this as well, you're going to have to promise me that you will stop Sauron even if you have to kill me. And he says, yep, okay, that's
All right,
fine.
then, yeah.
Those
Yep,
are
no
terms I
worries.
can get
Well,
on board with. Like,
I'll
no
kill you.
argument there at all. I will happily kill you first. That's great.
You missed a step.
Well,
you missed a step
yeah,
though,
yeah,
because he says, I need to get the exact dialogue. Hold on.
Yeah, he says, "I will not follow the advice of that ring, but sure, I will do exactly what you just said." Basically.
I'll do what you want
Look,
for my own reasons.
If
or my
anyone,
own
and I
will
mean
or something.
anyone, has show Galadriel offering to kill her, you take it. You're like, yes, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Good, I agree.
Yes, please. Can I do it now?
And she's like, no, not yet. You're like,
Actually, I think
fuck.
you're now evil.
Fine.
Just stabs her immediately.
defeating Sauron.
Oh god, I hate rings of power.
He's too dangerous to be careful.
So yeah, Elrond's perspective, blah blah blah. So Elrond says that his father foresaw that one day Celebrimbor's life would be in his hands, and I think Celebrimbor mentioned this in the first season. That Elrond's father's son, which is him, Elrond. Elrond's father's
Yeah.
son is himself.
Nice.
But he said, I think Celebrimbor had mentioned that his life would, or his fate would be in Elrond's father's son's hand. But
That happens in
Elrond
season
mentions
1,
that
yeah.
here, and he's going to take the best path to do that, to protect Celebrimbor or make sure that his life's in his hands. Galadriel says that protecting lives is all of elves' duty, and that it's one that is not
It says-
complete.
She says everything that is fragile, so she's basically calling Celebrimbor a weak little bitch.
He is. It's true.
Well, it's like she seems to believe that Celebrimbor needs to be protected. She doesn't seem to
Yeah.
acknowledge that it's her fault. That
Yeah,
that's why
she
that's
put
the case.
him in incredible danger by not telling him that Halbrand, he's actually Sauron.
No, she's responsible for everything. Every single thing
Because
here is
we
her
can't
fault. And
acknowledge that.
it goes back to
We
even
can't
the
acknowledge
beginning,
her
though.
flaws or her terrible decisions.
It's rich hearing from her that, yeah, it's our responsibility to protect all living things when, yes, A, she didn't tell Celebrimbor the most important information in the world, but also, beginning of season 1, she was told, we're sending you away to save all life on Middle-earth, and she jumped off the boat to come back. Like, she's the most selfish.
Yep.
She doesn't give a fuck about life in Middle-earth. She only gives a fuck about herself, always.
Specifically, having it be Celebrimbor is important because Elrond is like, yeah, I think I'm destined to save Celebrimbor from a thing that you put him in danger to. So, thanks a lot, Galadriel.
Yeah.
She
Also,
gets
you
a
don't have to
vision.
face the consequences.
She gets a vision of Eregion being destroyed, of statues being toppled, of Elrond being captured, of Halbrand. She sees Halbrand in this vision that as far as we're led to believe, the ring is giving her. So, I guess she thinks of Sauron that way, or Sauron is choosing to show her that he is still Halbrand, or
That was
Something
what
like
I
that.
was
I don't-
thinking, but it is possible because we mentioned it earlier. Is that it's possible that he will change back into that form later in the season.
For some
Until we
reason.
know, until we know whether he does that or not, it's difficult to say what this means.
Yeah. Let's see. She wants Elrond to promise her that he will oppose Sauron over everything, even her life. And Elrond says, "I will make no promise whose asking is born of that ring."
But yes.
Mm-hmm.
But
So,
I'll
yeah.
totally kill
Yeah.
you if I have to.
Very strange. I do not understand why they wrote this.
So the first bit is that like he says he says like we need to protect Celebrimbor, and then she says, yeah, it's our duty to protect those who need saving. And then like
Fragile.
5 fucking seconds later, she says, fuck that, we need to kill Sauron at all costs. And he doesn't notice that she's just changed, she's just flipped on a dime. Like maybe that's happened as a result of the vision. It made her change her mind. But Elrond doesn't react as if that's just happened. They don't seem to acknowledge that this is a complete 180 in her values. And then, yeah, what is it? So Elrond refuses to promise to put opposing Sauron above all other considerations because Galadriel is wearing the ring and he doesn't trust the ring. But then he says, he says, however, I will swear that defeating Sauron will come first, even before you. Which means he said, I'm not going to promise the thing that you said, but actually I will, as long as I'm the one who gets to say it.
Yep.
Like the only
I'll do it,
explanation,
but not for the reasons you gave, basically.
That's pretty much it. Like he's unwilling to agree to any promise that comes from a person who is wearing one of the rings of power because he doesn't fundamentally trust. So like the example that I gave in my video is if she had said, Elrond, can you go to the store and get some milk? He would say no. However, I of my own volition will go to the store and get some milk. That's the only explanation that I got for this.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what happened. Yeah.
It's either that or that the writers literally had Elrond forget the thing that happened 5 seconds previously, and I don't.
That's also
I don't
believable.
know. Oh yeah, that's happened
They
before.
do that
Could be true.
frequently.
Yeah. Both of them could be true.
There's also the slight potential for foreshadowing here is as you say this comes about after she's seen the vision of Halbrand, and if those things are connected, that's because in her mind, having seen the vision, she thinks I'm not going to be able to kill him, so you're going to have to do it for me, including taking me with him, if that's what it comes to, because she just can't quit him. He might be Satan, but she can fix him. Absolutely, she can.
She needs that D though. It's too tempting.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
just
how else
love
to-
the idea that she just says she imagines this and it's like, no shit, Elrond, no, we can't be saving the ones who are really fragile. We have to kill this fucker.
It feels like they keep going like back and forth on like how much conviction Elrond has in terms of being opposed to the existence of or use of the ring. He'll make it's like the most worthless one. He voices his dissatisfaction and disapproval, but basically does exactly like he complies. He just allows its influence to have an impact on their mission. It's so
He just whines about it a bit.
What happened to Chad Elrond from episode 1? What happened?
He's gone. He's not coming back.
He's long gone.
I feel like like if you're Elrond, if we try and turn this into some coherent character, which I know that's kind of impossible, he accepts that the elves have to 3 elves have to be wearing like 1 ring each. You've got to have 3 of the rings have to be being worn at this point in time, because otherwise the tree will die and then you've got to leave.
Wear 3 rings?
That never established. I don't know.
That would not have balance and can't do that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but like, so if he thinks that you got to have 3 elves wearing 1 ring each, otherwise that just has to be the case. Otherwise, the elves have to leave Middle Earth. So that should not have any overlap with his current mission with Galadriel, which means that this scene shouldn't be happening because someone else should have the ring right now.
Yeah, someone that they can monitor, someone they can keep an eye on.
Yeah,
there's got to be many trusted, wise, respected elves in Middle Earth that you can go to.
So pick
name
3
one.
elves and put them in house arrest. Just guard them all fucking day and night.
There aren't any. There's no one. There are no other characters in Lindon.
The elves are so shit that there's just no one else that they respect.
Well, we haven't been introduced to any other characters in Lindon.
Correct. The show sucks. We just invented. We just Círdan just kind of came out of nowhere in the 2nd season. So we'll do it once. They'll do it again. They'll invent elves. So yeah, one of the elves goes up to Galadriel and Elrond and says, "Oh, we heard drums." End scene.
Cliffhanger.
Arondir and Isildur and Estrid are in the woods.
Wow.
This isn't a setup to a funny joke. Instead, that's just a description of what's happening. Arondir sets down the key to her manacles because he wants Isildur to be the one to decide whether or not she is or isn't freed. Because I guess they trust her now for reasons that don't make sense, but the writers are, telling us that they did. In any event, Isildur, he undoes her shackles, and he's an idiot for doing it because her story doesn't make sense, and there's too many inconsistencies, and she's not acting or behaving like one would if she was innocent. There's a lot of stuff she doesn't deny. They have no idea that she helped rescue them. They should not trust her. So, yeah, I think the writers want us to think that she's a wildman, but she isn't evil at this point, even though we're led to think she might have killed Isildur when they met. It's very confusing, and they do a very bad job at sort of portraying this as being, like, oh, she's not like the other girls, but she doesn't act and behave like she should. She says to Isildur, "Sooner or later they'll cast me out. You know they will." And she's confrontational with him. She takes his sword once her manacles are unshackled. She takes away his sword. Which is not a great move, considering that Arondir is nearby.
It's fucking retarded.
Why is Arondir just fucking killing her right away?
They were fucking gonna let her go, and she just fucking fucks herself for no reason.
Yeah.
Well, also,
what if I take your sword?
This shows us that her objective is to leave. She wants to just run off and be a wild person in the woods. So she probably should have done that earlier. She could have just left earlier.
She wants to be a Harfoot.
Isildur was gonna let her go.
Oh no!
Was gonna fucking release her.
There's no reason to think she can't still do that while not threatening him with a sword. And also, this whole there's no path forward for people like me, folk like me. It's like there are barely any folk like you. You've had a very unique.
You were
recent
invented
history.
last week.
Yeah, you've been a wild person for 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, I assume that for 99% of your life, you were just like a normal Southlander living a normal Southland life.
What do you think's gonna happen? People
Yeah,
are
just
like,
if she wanna go live with the wild men, she certainly can. Like he was gonna free her, she could just fuck off.
He's a dumbass.
I mean, it makes no sense whatsoever.
The whole shit with the Glug orc that they did in the previous episode is really making me think that maybe they're trying to go for this moral ambiguity angle here, where she is wrongfully oppressed, and we get a little bit more of this in later in this particular episode in about 5 minutes time. It's like, oh well, you might think that they're wild men, but they're actually not evil, and it's like, why would I think they are evil? It doesn't make any sense.
This is what you said, Joe.
Yeah, you just said they have evil brands, so no, they're all evil. Yeah. Har har har. It's like, no, that's not
crazy,
how it works.
This is the scene she gets killed. We don't have it for that long, but she's...
I believe. Yeah.
Backhanded.
So yeah, Arondir foolishly doesn't just fucking kill her right on the spot. Big L, massive L.
Massive L.
She's like, oh, they'll cast me out. You know they will. And Isildur's like, no, I won't let them. I'll protect you. Blah blah blah. It's bullshit. Anyway, an Ent shows up and kills her.
Oh, good lord.
That's unfortunate that she
Bye.
dies like that. Yeah, kicks her and she bonks right against a big old boulder.
She's 100% fucked.
She is absolutely
dead.
She is
so fucking dead. You might survive. Maybe, but it doesn't
get a magic wheelchair.
That's fine.
Her skull is fucking crushed.
Skull and the spine are dead.
Now dust.
It is dust.
You are pretty rough. Pretty rough.
The fucking Ent hits her straight in the face, dude. She's so fucked.
It's quite the swing as well. It's doesn't look good for her.
Yeah.
There's something weird looking just about the shot on screen at the moment. The way the branch stays very close to our field of view and she teleports away. It's like the branch is itself the screen effect, but it's overlaid.
Yeah.
And it looks bizarre.
Yeah, it looks a bit off, doesn't it? Just at the end of the shot there.
Can you slow that down more? Because I can't quite tell where it almost seems like the visual effect of the tree stays the same.
It could just be weird in the cut between the two scenes. That's why it looks weird.
Possibly, but it almost looks kind of like a screen wipe effect. I can't. It's a little bit quick.
One sec.
Yeah.
And slow it down.
Slow it down.
Oh,
Please don't slow anything down.
Oof. Ow.
Maybe I'll go even slower.
Ow.
Feeling pretty crazy.
Yeah, because
today.
it looks like the animation, the CG arm of the tree, branch of the tree.
I know what you're saying. It's like it carries on into the shot where it shouldn't, or is it just?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
that's how it would look, but it looks like it carries on. Yeah.
Mm.
well, because
It
the
looks
camera,
like it looks like
the
it
camera
gets
moves
big
way back.
in shots.
I think they're
Like
okay.
it gets bigger in the second shot.
I think it's a bit different.
Yeah, like see that and then that. It's fine.
Oh no, sorry, that and then that is what I meant.
Yeah, but the thing is, like in the
It's like
second
it
shot, it's
zooms
a
back.
bit bigger than it should be compared to the first shot.
Probably, yeah.
Really, I just
might
wanted
be
Trees
to
do
see it
grow.
get smacked in slow motion is really my reason for calling this out. But just the more times we get to see her basically die, the better. I don't need more pointless characters in this show.
It was all a clever
Yeah,
ruse.
he's,
But
really
Platoon,
shitty
it
character.
doesn't
Well, you are the
kill
famous
her.
sadist man on the internet, so you know it makes sense that you would like this a lot.
Is it not hilarious
Also,
that every
trees-
person, all of us watching this, we were like, she's fine. Nothing's gonna happen to her.
Well, of course.
She's gonna survive.
It's Rings of Power. We know what fucking happened with Isildur in, like, was that last episode? Yeah, it was, when he got stabbed in his upper thigh by an
He's fine.
8-inch knife, and he's totally fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Mhm.
Theo took care of it. All right, we were there. We were all there in the little
It was a great
village hut.
scene.
Okay, he went to the doctor. He got fixed. What do you want? Oh my god, you guys just hate everything.
Yes.
Yes.
They work so hard, and you just poop all over it.
Everything is awful.
Anyway, so yeah, another Ent appears after Arondir introduces himself as Arondir of the Greenwood. And this Ent sees the sword, Isildur's sword, lying on the ground. And it asks, what's that sword? What's that sword for? You ain't been cutting down trees and stuff with that sword, have
Well-
you been? Which is not what a sword is for. A sword is almost like specifically designed for doing one thing, and that's killing people. But I
yeah.
guess the Ent wouldn't really know that. It sees steel and it's a weapon. So it's like, yeah, you ain't been cutting down trees without, have you? What?
Well, no, with
Arondir's like, no, it's not for felling. You know, it's not for felling Ents or wood.
Wait, when
It's
does
been
he say?
for
But it
felling
also-
orcs.
Does he
You,
reference the sword?
you
He
missed the
says-
part with the axe, though.
calls it an axe, doesn't he? He says, "Have you ever touched axe to
No,
wood?"
it's two different.
Oh,
it's two
two
different
Yeah,
lines.
it's two different
Oh,
things,
okay.
First, he asked, "Hast
Well-
thou ever touched axe to wood in life?" And I fucking lost my shit when I heard that.
It is funny,
Yeah,
but
it-
obviously, I'm assuming everyone was saying this. I was like, oh, because the big gay ass tree.
Yeah,
in the first
because he
season,
had to
right.
cut down the tree in
Yeah,
season
season
one.
one.
But
One
that-
of the tree that they
He
didn't get
could have
rid of.
just said like, "Nah, bro, I haven't cut
yeah,
down any
if
trees."
that
Yeah.
if that were the
Yeah,
only
you would
time,
say, of course
just
we
say
haven't,
no.
because no, we haven't. We would never cut down a living tree. We just burn the dead stuff that's around it. That's what burns. You know, that's all we do. We just pick up the stuff. We don't cut down that.
Stupid.
Also, I'm an elf, and we're chill. We live in harmony with nature. Because I
mean,
guess
the-
the Ents aren't aware of elves and what they do. I'm not sure.
The only reason that Ents can speak is that elves taught them language. Like, that's the reason elves have consciousness, even, is that the elves taught them to speak. So they should very much be aware of the elves.
Well, how come the mold in my
It's
kitchen
just-
doesn't speak then?
Yeah, well,
It's
Do you
just funny
spend
that
much
that's
time talking to it?
yeah. How much time have you spent
Yeah.
teaching it? Be honest.
I mean, at this point, it's been years.
Not enough.
Slowly.
Yeah,
Every
maybe my
decades.
mold's just dumb. I need to get a
It's
cactus
just funny
around
that that's the first thing that the ants ask him. Like, have you ever chopped a tree down with an axe, dude?
Well, it also,
Oh no,
they
I
seem-
have.
The Ents seem to behave like predators, as in like from the film, because Arondir. So it immediately runs towards Estrid because she's holding the sword, and it's like, fuck swords. Like, the swords or I guess weapons are used to chop down Ents. And Arondir seems to know that this is the case, because just before the Ent sneaks up out of nowhere, because Ents are notoriously quiet, he says like, "No, drop the sword," because he knows what's about to happen. It's about to kill her because she's holding a weapon.
Fucking ninja ants.
He wanted her to die.
It's
Yeah,
a mind.
probably-
Is there also a contradiction, because we had the earlier scene with Arondir and Theo, where Arondir is saying, "Hey, I know your mum just died off screen horribly, but I lost my home when I lived in Beleriand, which is now flooded." And here he's telling the Ent that he's from the Greenwood, which is notably not in Beleriand, because it's actually east of the Misty Mountains. And we've only ever seen him living in the Southlands. So which of
Yeah.
these is actually his origin story? Is he just lying?
mean,
Has he
he's the Joker.
forgotten? Or is it just...
He could be born in
He's an-
Valerian, then moved to
an
the
idea.
Greenwood, and then got sent to the post he was at.
Yeah,
So
because
possible.
he says in
Yeah.
season 1 to Adar that he is from Beleriand, which you wouldn't say if you are Arendir of the Greenwood, because they're not the same place.
Maybe he's
Valerian
of-
sank beneath the sea, so he kind of needed a new home after that, so he probably moved to the
he's been
Greenwood.
alive a long time. Maybe he's lived so long in the Greenwood, he considers himself a Greenwoodian
Yeah,
because he's
like
been there for so
that's-
long. Like, yeah, I
that's
was
where he
born
lives
here,
now.
but I moved here and I've been there for so long. I consider myself of the Greenwood.
Or maybe he's like in with the Ent
I like
gangs
that
of the
shot.
Greenwood, and so that's how he thinks he'll sort of make friends with these people. Like if the Ents have the Crips version and they live in the Greenwood, and he's like, no, I know them. Don't kill me.
I like the silhouettes. Like the one thing.
Yeah.
The silhouettes are neat.
I mean,
yeah.
they look pretty good.
I
They
do
look
like the
slightly goofy, but they
silhouettes,
look good.
especially if they stuck their hands up like trees, and then you could see them slowly but surely moving them down a bit to a more
Yeah, there's
hominid
like a
shape.
cool idea here of them blending in with the forest in a silhouette style.
Yeah, I do like
They
that.
look good.
It's not it's a little creepy,
Hmm.
but neat at the same time.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, God, where are we? Winterbloom is upset. She says that these people are no different than the orcs, and Ents hate
Racist.
orcs because the boy tree is like, yeah, they
The
came
boy
in, those
tree.
orcs. There was an army of them. They were burning and everything, and we fucking hate orcs because they kill us. So
Might be
they heard
worth,
about the orc destruction in the Southlands, and so they wanted to see what was up.
Yeah. It might be worth pointing out that, yeah, there is actually a female, there's an Ent wife in this scene. Like, that's supposed to be a big thing. Because the only time we've ever encountered Ents up until this point is that, the Ents are always searching for the Ent wives because the Ent wives left. And like Tolkien says, it's never actually in anything he wrote, but he sort of said his theory for why they disappeared is that Sauron actually just burned them all alive. But they're not really supposed to be together because the Ent wives like farming and agriculture, and so they move away to stay in one place. While the Ents, who never, ever, ever lived in this part of the world, I don't think, keep going over to the west and tending the big trees because they're more interested by those. So actually, seeing an Ent wife is supposed to be a massive deal. And I saw a few people on Twitter saying, oh, this is like the most Tolkien thing ever. We finally got Ent wives on screen. But it's sort of not. And it's because they can't even make the Ents speak much like Ents. They speak very quickly. There's a weird vocal effect on them. There's nothing massively impactful.
Oh, they have a built-in
about
reason
them.
to waste time, and they don't take it. Instead, we
Yeah.
fuck around in the desert for ages.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Morons.
Fool of a
Oh yeah,
tree.
so Winterbloom is the name of the Ent wife, the girl tree. She says that, oh, you're no different than the orcs, which is weird. I think she's just upset because of all the destruction the orcs have caused. Which is weird. I guess the Ents don't know about elves, as I mentioned. It's strange that there's an elf here who's speaking Sindarin, and they even pause when they hear it. But I guess they don't know that elves are really chill about that sort of thing, and they're clearly not orcs because you could tell by the way that they look and talk and act.
I think that's a mistake they've made
Arondir
because Treebeard doesn't know the
We need
difference between
tension.
hobbits and orcs.
It
I see.
might just be because hobbits are actually they wouldn't have no idea what hobbits are,
No,
but I
no,
feel like
no,
the Ents
no.
should know
No,
who
no,
elves
no.
are.
I'm saying, do you think they'd made this mistake as writers because Lord of the Rings does that with hobbits and
Unironically,
orcs?
maybe.
Yes.
It
Like,
could be
they
to
felt
copy
like
that
a-
misunderstanding.
Yeah,
Whereas Treebeard's misunderstanding was like understandable in a way.
his makes sense. Theirs does
This
not.
isn't. Like, he's clearly an elf. You should know what an elf is. But yeah. Arondir says that they would seek forgiveness for the injury they have done, but I don't know what injury he's referring to. If he is referencing cutting down the tree in season 1 in the orc like tunnel or the orc crevice that he was digging out, I don't know why you'd mention it to these guys, honestly. That would be really difficult to explain, and it's a long story, and it's probably not something you want to tell them. It's like, yeah, I had to cut down this big ass ancient tree that had been there so long, and I cut it down, but I was justified because they just killed one of my friends, the orcs. Okay, so the orcs had us dig this tunnel. Okay, I gotta go back further, and it's just a really complicated thing. I don't think
There's
that's
a
what
key,
he's referencing
there's a
here.
dam. It's a really difficult
Yeah,
story to try and sum up.
It's really
At some point, he's just like, you know
he
what? I
It's
didn't actually. I
unbelievable.
didn't cut anything down. Nothing to explain.
I
We're
was
good.
mistaken.
I think that's actually absolutely what he's referencing here, because the writers knew, we can reference this bit in this show here, and the elves, the Ents are gonna be mad at him for cutting down a tree. Ooh, drama.
But Arondir, I don't know why he says, like, he essentially admits, yeah, we've done bad stuff, but we're sorry for doing the bad stuff that you really hate. We're really sorry about it.
Because
Why
he's not
didn't
a
he just
liar,
lie?
apparently.
Why didn't he lie? Why didn't he just say
He's an elf.
You
Elves
can't
don't
lie.
lie.
Yeah, because I don't know what he's referring to. What has
What I
Arondir
think-
done that's so bad from the elves' perspective, other than
Now-
that one specific thing?
Yeah, cutting down the tree.
But I don't, is that what he's referring to?
Yes.
That
That's
one
the only
tree,
thing
that
that
one
he
time, in that one
specifically has
place where he
done,
was
yeah.
forced to?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
That's
Yes.
what he's referring to
That's-
when he's saying that
That's what he's talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
Winterbloom says forgiveness takes an age, which is something a vindictive asshole says. I mean, that's an interesting thing to say. Arondir was, by the way, from the first season, we know that Arondir specifically was a grower. He grew things. He knew about the seeds, and he told Bronwyn about trees and seeds and how he would, grow things as you do if you're a grower. And I think it would have been interesting if he would have used that to appeal to Winterbloom, who is referenced to be someone who grows and tends to the sprouts of her own. And that could be like something that they share. Oh, I grow things too, and you grow things, and we both grow things. And isn't that great that it's something that we both do together?
I'm
but
3,000
that
years
doesn't
old. I
happen,
might
but-
have planted you for all you know.
Yeah, that would have been.
I'm your
that would have
dad,
been neat,
actually.
But they don't play into his past and appealing to Winterbloom. So
He
there you
he
go.
also
No,
promises to take care of the forest and make sure that everyone leaves the forest alone. And that promise will not be kept, because the Gondorians are gonna be here and cut down all the trees to make ships later on,
Yay.
because it's right next to the
Oopsie.
big fucking harbor city.
But like
You
that whole idea of
promised.
Arondir wanting to go off and like save the forest is they draw that out of, they basically draw it out of bullshit. Like Reg said, they could have gone with like, well, he's a grower and he has this deep emotional connection to nature, which we saw in season 1. And they the bit previously with the giant mud snake, that there were a whole load of like trees that had been chopped down because this is where the orc army has gone. We didn't have any kind of like emotional response there where he was like traumatized by, holy shit, this is like really bad. I can't believe they've done this to the natural beauty of what will become Gondor, I guess. And then he is kind of overwhelmed with grief here, and then he says to the Ents, like, okay, I've got to put this right for you because I feel so bad that this has happened. Like, there's something that you can do there, but what they've done instead is it seems to be that he didn't recognize that any of that happened, and he's now telling the Ents, I will put this right. Please don't tread on my friends. Like, it's very much a short term, like, please don't kill us. I'll go on and save the forest kind of thing.
Yeah. Also, as Shat points out, he has wooden armor as well.
Yeah, true.
Oh, that's true.
and his bow and arrows, presumably, right?
Yeah, of course.
Many of your arrows were my friends.
I hope the one that killed Bronwyn was one of my relatives.
The armor starts to talk. Just kill me, kill me.
Fuck.
So they go to Theo's cage and he's reunited, and she talks about knowing peace, and yeah. So that it just kind of happens in this weird edit where she's talking about like knowing what peace is and finding it, and then they go through the woods and they're with Theo now, and he's free. They get him out of the tree. I don't know what's gonna happen to the other guys in the cage. I guess they could leave whenever they want, but
They go out, and one of them goes to Estrad.
One of them very implausibly turns out to be the
that's
one
right.
person
Oh, yeah,
who
that's
actually
right.
means
Yeah, yeah,
something
yeah.
to her.
The likelihood
she
there is
indeed did have a fiance.
Yeah,
That wasn't a lie. She truly did have a fiance, Hagen. He's right there.
She was about to make out with Isildur.
Estrid was right about to kiss Isildur, and he just shows up at that moment.
Yeah.
So I guess her
Get
plan
fucked,
to sort
Isildur.
of
Yeah, he
go
finally
with
got.
Isildur and
He
go to
paid for that 3-month membership, top tier level thing. He was like, finally. And then she's like, nah, my actual
And he
husband
gets
is
what he
here.
fucking deserves.
I also
That's
think it would
right.
have been funny
This
if
Hagen guy
when he.
is the guy that said in. Sorry, go on, Mola, go
I
on.
was just gonna say quickly, when he straightens her up at her head, you just hear like bones cracking, and so it's like, "Oh, we did it!" Just like, I'm fine.
I can't feel my legs.
I was going to say that this Hagen guy is the guy who seemed to be in charge of the wildlings, and wild men,
Wildly.
and he kind of heavily implied that he is absolutely loyal to Adar. Because
Yeah.
he says that's not Adar's brand, and then Theo says it's proof I've done more for him, and he's like, whatever he says afterwards, it's like try us or something. Like,
Yeah.
This person is supposedly a follower of Adar, but actually no, because misdirection, the script writers fucking lie to us.
I mean, he might still be. We don't know.
Well, it'd be really
I
funny,
mean, it
right?
could
They
be, but-
reunite, everything's happy, and then Arondia's like, "So
Let's go burn some villages
It
together.
was like,
Yay!
you guys ate our people?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's
So-
like, "Sorry," and aims his arrows.
He shoots them all.
I know you've been through a lot, but I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I gotta kill you though.
I can't believe you're here. Yeah, me neither.
Yeah,
and
so
well,
I guess
and you're supposed to be feeling along with Isildur, like, oh, that unrequited love. When I'm sitting
No.
like, bro, she's a disaster. Have you seen everything in the past
This
few
is
episodes?
awful. She is
Crazy, man.
awful. What
She's
a
trying to kill you like 3
terrible
times.
Yeah,
Let
like the
it
fact
go,
that
bro.
because this gives us extra context to what happened in the previous episode when she attacked him and claimed that shit, I thought you were an orc or whatever. No, she was actually trying to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Then she noticed he was a Numenorian, and she's like,
Well,
"Oh, this is my ticket
I
out
thought
of
she
Middle
just
Earth?"
failed.
or
Like she tried to
what?
kill him and failed.
Yeah.
So that's
Yep.
what she claims, but she decided not to kill him before learning that he was a Numenorian. So what I think was probably happening there is that she's a wild person who's trying to find her fiance. She sees a dude roll up on a horse, is like, okay, I'm going to stab this guy and then take his horse. And then she finds out that he's a Numenorian after deciding not to kill him for some reason, and then figures, oh, okay, well, I can, I guess, escape to Numenor.
Do you think the writers
then
want
she
us to
has the
think
fiancé,
she
it doesn't-
actually thought he was an orc? Because that's so
Well, I think
stupid
that
that
they're-
like I've thrown it out as potential, but I'm like, oh shit, the writers might want us to think that.
They're back and forthing
I
it
don't
in order
know.
to try and misdirect us. I don't know exactly what we're supposed to think.
But the
at
thing
any
is, she
given
already
time.
knows that the
Maybe
Numenorians
they
all
don't know.
left, right? Like she already knows they cleared the ridge line, right? So I don't. What would he do? I guess just
Maybe the
stick
writers
around
don't-
until they
Grey
maybe
Orc.
come back for more people.
Yeah, it's possible the writers don't even know if she thinks he was an orc or not. They just, this is what she says. All right, let's move on.
Well, because also, sorry, the trap, quote unquote trap, where he finds Estrid, and the later trap with the wagon with the guy with the mark on him, they're pretty much the same. Like she's hiding in there to lure someone in order to, I mean, I
Stabby,
figure get
stabby.
his horse,
Mm-hmm.
or yeah, at the very least, mug him and take his food and his wallet. You know.
Yeah, Estrid's a cheating bitch, and I fucking hate her. Hope she dies.
Yeah, I
it's a
don't know if we're
miracle
going to
she
see her
didn't-
again.
Well, she
yeah,
didn't-
I don't think so either.
It's just not very well portrayed because like even if she thought he was dead, it doesn't feel that like the way. It feels like that she's just doing whatever, and he's back. She's like,
Mhm.
okay,
Got over that quick.
And you
First
get the
Numenorian she meets.
yeah, you get the most generic sort of hello, Theo, hello. You saved me. I did save you. I said I would. It's like thank you for saving
Yeah.
me.
Ah, thanks.
It's such a you could
That's like the blueprint, and
Yeah,
then later
it's-
you draft it to be like, what would humans say? This is just the basic information for reference, what we're trying to
Yeah.
get off for this scene. Now, what would a human say?
they didn't change the
It's like,
script
hey,
notes,
thanks
yeah.
for keeping
No, it
your
slips through the
promise,
cracks.
but now I have to keep another one, and I'm gonna leave. You're now the Lord of fucking Pelagir.
No, you're not. Fuck off, show.
Like what?
Yeah, that's right. Arondir says he has to follow the orcs, and maybe he has to confront Adar himself. And he
Dude.
says, "Hey, Theo, you can come with me." And Theo says, "No, I have to be the Lord of Pelargir." And I guess
So
because
dumb.
you see, Bronwyn was the leader of the Southlander people because she just was
Yep.
for no reason.
Yep.
And so
Declared
now
herself
he's
to
in
be.
charge.
You need him to go back.
No one else would want to lead or be in charge.
You need him to
Well,
go
they're
back
gonna
and
go
announce
back-
famously
this,
something
and
people
then you
don't
just
want.
get someone in the crowd be like, I didn't vote for him. What's going
I
on?
didn't vote for the last one.
Why we're making
they
a
co-
child the fucking leader?
Yeah,
It's
again,
quite funny
in
to think
universe,
that, like, the
he's meant to be
absolute
14.
monarchy of Numenor is actually more democratic than this situation right here. Like, they've had more of a say over who is their king or queen than these random villagers have.
Oh.
I think
But
coming back to
also-
14-year-old is
Pelagia.
going to be our leader now. Okay.
All of these characters, all of the peasants in Pelagia, and including Theo and Arendir, they should all believe that the king of the Southlands was critically wounded and he was getting healed a little while ago. Is he coming back? No one has mentioned that.
Forget about
No.
that.
Shut up.
I mean, yeah, the show has revealed to us that he's obviously Sauron instead. So it's like, why would we waste time with what the characters know? It's just,
I don't know. Maybe
Mhm.
maybe they can tell
They all
Pelagier
forgot
people.
about him.
Maybe they can tell the Pelagier people that the eagle talked to Theo. And it's like, you cool, you're the Lord now, and they're like, okay, cool.
Big Eagle just
tired.
shows up whenever someone needs to be in charge, and Eagle just shows up and like, you right
you.
there, yeah, you.
Mhm.
Why you? And it leaves.
And Waldrick shows up and walks towards the eagle and an ore shield for him, you know.
Hell yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
fellas.
We're
One
so
scene
hungry.
left. We're nearly there.
We can taste it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
We can
Yeah,
fucking
so
taste it.
done.
Done
Okay,
with
Funny.
so
Can I briefly
Orcs.
just delay us very quickly from getting there
no.
because
Yes,
I
you
like
can.
doing this to people. Just had a
Yes.
like a faintly horrifying thought, which is Isildur's wife in canon. I don't think is ever named. Obviously, he seems to be shacking up with this Estrid woman. Aragorn is a descendant of Isildur. So are we potentially seeing, like several generations back, the origin story for Aragorn in this terrifically
Please
romantic
don't.
story we're seeing unfold
No,
right
Are
now?
you saying that Aragorn?
Aragon is not. Aragon is not fucking mixed blood, right?
Aragon is a different series. All right. We have to stop this. It hurts. All right. Aragon was one good book. You know what? I'm not even going to give it that. Aragorn. Not
You realize
Aragon.
now that you've done this, I'm going to be pointing out every time you pronounce a fucking word
Yeah.
wrong in Lord of the Rings, which you do all the time.
That's fine. That's fine. It'll keep me sharp. It's one thing to mispronounce. It's another to say someone else's name. Now, Galadriel and Elrond are they're in company. They're marching around and they see a bunch of orcs who are in elven territory and they're kind of going towards Eregion. They
Whoa.
suspect that Sauron and Adar may be in league, or maybe they're not. We don't know.
On
You mean
that,
Adar?
on that line.
Adar? Like radar.
When he asks that question, which is a
I'm just
very
being a-
fucking pertinent question, dumbass responds, well, we're all at war anyway. Like, bro, yes,
okay.
obviously. I'm just trying to point out that it's really bad if these two armies are aligned, okay? God, I hate
Yeah,
it.
have the Italians joined Hitler? Wherever's
We're
the war
all at
going on,
war.
don't worry about it. It's all a war. The Japanese, it's
It's
just matters. War is war.
It's
I
Whatever.
mean, the Italians are
man.
more of a hindrance to the Germans, to be honest. But
Whoa.
So like
Orc
a massive
treachery.
unanswered question, which I am just waiting to see how on earth they explain it, is why has Adar marched his army here? Because what does he know from Halbrand, the king of the Southlands? Has Sauron posing as Anatar communicated with him? Did he call down a lightning bolt into Mordor and give him a sign from the gods or something?
This is a good question.
Don't
man.
know.
We don't know because
know.
Sauron is obviously in Eregion, but as
Yep.
far as I can tell, there is no possible way that Adar could know that.
No,
Unless-
Well,
he knows that Halbrand is there probably, but more than
well,
that, he doesn't.
Best case
It feels
scenario,
like-
if Halbrand allowed himself to be followed, because we know that Adar told one of his orcs to follow him. Halbrand is Sauron, so that orc is not following him unless Sauron wants himself to be followed.
Yes.
Dude, wouldn't it be
means-
hilarious if that orc just went back to Adar and it's like, dude, he just fucking transformed into another person. Like, we
I
need
think
to
he
go
might be
there
He was
right
in
now.
the room. He snuck
Wait till I
into
tell-
Eregion.
Wait till I tell you what he did to this bridge. You'll never believe it. It's
Crazy,
fucking
dude.
nuts, man. We don't
I
stand
had
a
to go through
chance.
this. I had to go through the spooky forest. There was like ghosts. It was fucking insane.
Yeah, I'm gonna transition to like the mess hall or something because this is
I
fucking
mean,
nuts. I ain't going out there.
if he sees him fucking destroy the bridge and all that shit, he's probably gonna assume that it's, not some normal fucking king from the Southlands.
We wouldn't see him destroy
Yeah,
it
yeah.
because he did it remotely, baby. A lightning strike.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's at random. True, my joke doesn't make any
Hell
sense
yeah.
at all. So the elves see all these orcs marching around. We came in search of Sauron, and instead we find Adar. could be that they're in league with each other, or maybe they're not. I don't know. They still don't know what's going on between Sauron and Adar. Oh my gosh, maybe they'll never find out. Maybe they will. I don't care. The important thing that happens is that orcs. Okay, I'll just tell you what happens. Orcs are randomly shooting at some horses, and then one of the arrows.
Funny. It's so
one
fucking
of the
funny.
arrows randomly hits one of the elves in their party.
It's the same guy who almost got shot earlier. Yeah.
That's just like I'm not going insane. That's what happens in the scene, right?
That's what happens in that
It is
scene.
It's
so
a
bad.
total random accident.
Yeah,
I think when I watched it,
there.
I think I didn't even realize the first time I watched it. I was like, wait, hang on, did he get hit by a arrow?
So stupid.
And they're really proud of their
suddenly
shot
and
too, because they're
weirdly.
like, look, it's in the foreground, and then in the background, rack focus, boom, and he gets hit by one too. And you're like, what the? Why? And you'd think like, oh, time for a fight.
It's
They've been
so
spotted. It's like,
weird.
no, just random. You know, random arrows.
The elf, so much for that elf sight and elf hearing that is
Yep.
so insanely selective. It's wild. They're just like, what do we need to have happen? Because the orcs could just be like, oh, elves, let's shoot at them. But no, it's just it's an actual random coincidence.
This guy was just
That-
destined to be hit by an arrow and fucking.
He was just in the woods at the wrong place while the orcs
Oh my
were
God.
randomly hunting horses. I don't know, man. That's just what they wrote. So yeah.
Look how
One of
far
the
away
elf,
that
the map
arrow.
guy elf.
Both arrows away from that horse, by the way. Embarrassing.
They're really shit. Well, they weren't shit when they killed the one guy last season. They were really good shooting him. They were like 3
Oh,
for
yeah.
3.
Yeah.
The
But
watch
it's really hard to take those scenes
Yeah.
seriously because season 1 also gave us that slow motion shot of Arondir catching an arrow mid-flight
Yeah.
and firing it back. Like once you've seen elves can do that, I don't think they have any excuse getting shot. They can only be retarded if they get shot because they can catch them.
They can hear it, they can see it, they can catch it. Yeah, I don't know.
I can accept that Map Guy would not be able to do that, but Galadriel should absolutely be able to do that if Arondir can.
Um,
Elrond can do
Map
it.
Guy
Yeah,
is not a
Elrond
soldier.
smacks it right out of the air. Elrond's
Yeah,
really
that's
good.
true, yeah.
I love the
Maybe
he
it's
gets
like-
shot, but he knows that they know he can't speak, so he's got to wait until we're done editing wise, looking at where the orcs were, them expecting, like, oh, they don't know where we are. They were just shooting the horse. Show the horse. They do all of this like almost logistically, and then they allow this guy to recognize the situation. You know, like he has this expression of. Can I? Do I matter now? They're like, yeah, you can matter now. Yeah, it's okay.
Is the camera pointing at me
Upset
again?
that
Can I
no one's
emote?
noticed or paid any attention to him, and so he's like, "Well, fucking guys, I've been shot.
I have been hit with an
I've
arrow.
been
I'll
shot."
probably die. Like, can you help?
How about if you're gonna make this retarded scene? How about you make the arrow go into the darkness and then you hear a noise? But no.
Oh well.
Well, we need to establish something else. That's why.
Well,
we're
I hope
doing
he
this.
I hope he's okay because
Yeah.
he seems like a nice guy. So we're gonna have to discuss what happens next because it's kind of a big deal and it's sort of important. Our poor elf guy, he gets shot and they have to be like, oh, quiet, we can't let you know that you've been randomly shot by this random arrow that they shot. So they hide behind a boulder and Galadriel's putting pressure on the wound and she's got her hands down on him. And oh no, the orcs might have heard us. Oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? It's very tense. And then they discover that Galadriel's ring has healed him of his arrow wound. The arrow just falls out of him.
Falls
did,
out. Yeah.
Mandalorian season 1, we did it.
Which I was not expecting, honestly. That was a bit of a surprise.
Caught me by surprise. I'm glad he's okay, but what the fuck?
I mean, that's the only reason why it all played out the way that it did anyway, was essentially to show this, because I guess this is meant to be for, like, Elrond of, oh, you know what? Maybe the ring's not so bad after all, or something, even though it
The
doesn't
thing is-
mean anything about
yeah.
whether or not it's good or bad that it can heal you. That doesn't tell you anything about its morality.
Fucking force healing.
After this scene, if you're Elrond, you should absolutely be like, I am never trusting this thing. It is very, very clearly trying to trick me.
Also, the
'Cause he,
power
like,
level is insane. We have no idea what this thing can do.
Yeah.
Yes, and I am totally expecting that my bet is on episode 7. I think that by episode 7, some injury will have been inflicted that could have been fixed by this ring, and it will not be.
That many?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, I'm
That's
saying
definitely gonna happen.
Because establishing this in this setting is insane, and all of them now know that it can do this.
So, do you think the only reason this happens is not to set up the way that they have to heal an injury, but simply a way to try and convince Elrond that the ring can be trusted?
That's what I think.
I think that's part of it, but I also think that Elrond should be aware of that.
I agree too. Yeah, he should be like, oh, this ring is good, because we don't talk about the conflict of, oh, the ring very well might have a reason to be tricking me into thinking that it is trustworthy and good.
Yes.
I might be wrong in the sense that, oh, maybe it is just an okay ring and it isn't actually corrupt, but he has no way of knowing. And if you don't have any way of knowing, you have to suspect it.
Well, to be clear, like part of why I think that he should be highly suspicious is because of the very next thing Galadriel does.
Did the ring also
Galadriel,
make the arrow hit the map man, or no?
I don't think it has that power.
Sure, why not?
I don't think
It
so.
has healing powers.
I don't think so. It has healing powers. I think it's just an actual coincidence that this one guy got hit by the arrow. But that's a writing narrative reason to give an excuse.
I think
for
it's
the ring
funny
to
either way, but
well, that's just
funny.
a typical Rings of Power writing technique. And then this happens, so we can do another thing.
Yeah, but don't worry, we can take care of that problem.
Yeah.
Galadriel decides she's going to go off to fight this little group of orcs that's approaching, and she tells them to go off. But before she goes, so they can make their escape, she takes off the ring and gives it to Elrond.
Oh, you can do that? So did all the elves just die?
So the surprises, we just keep racking up those surprises.
So
she takes it off.
Why don't they all just leave?
Yeah, all of them leave.
Very good question.
Yeah, I don't understand.
You know that elves are way slower than orcs.
And also, where did everybody think that they were going at this point?
Well, they were supposed to be going to Eregion, right?
Yep.
That's where they're supposed to be going. But at this point, I was like, dude, they're going back to Linden, aren't they? That was what I thought.
Yeah, there's an army of orcs marching to Eregion, yeah.
There was a line from Elrond where he says that we have to inform the High King before our fleet sails for Mordor, because that was set up in episode 2. So yeah.
By the way, what a fucking stupid ass plan. Let's just send everything we have to this one place so we can get infiltrated from any other place.
Well, I mean,
while we are, have Sauron possibly in one of our cities.
We have to warn the High King or whatever, and it's like, what about the other catastrophic existential disaster we're dealing with? What about that? It's like, no.
You really gotta get.
You could split up here.
Well, yeah, what they could have done is they could have had Galadriel say, I will go to Eregion, you go back and inform the High King, and maybe have the party split in half.
Exactly.
Yeah, they could have done that, but they don't. The plan here is Galadriel is going to buy them time by fighting an army of orcs, a legion of orcs. It's referred to as in the next episode.
Because it's badass.
I know that we don't see a legion, but they're all here.
That's why she knows that she's going to get captured instead of killed.
I mean, yeah. But so the fact that she does this is also, this should convince Elrond that Galadriel has been convinced by the ring to lay down her life to protect it. Because she has just handed over the ring and jumped into what any reasonable person would call certain death. It's a legion of orcs that could take Eregion.
Absolute suicide.
Elrond should be like, okay, so this ring has just told my friend to go and kill herself.
Yeah.
Well, wait. Would you consider it suicide if she has napalm lanterns?
I mean, I didn't consider that
the
option.
shot where she takes the napalm lantern from the orc is so funny because he's just kind of standing there looking the other way, just like holding his lantern. Like, oh wait, give that back. No.
Oh, that whole quote unquote
the shittiest action scenes I've ever seen in my life.
It's
and that is a high bar.
You have 30, 40, 50 orcs just standing around and looking at her, killing whoever decides to go up first.
Absolutely surrounded by orcs, and some of them have bows, and some of them are so good with their bow that they hit people by accident.
They're also standing around waiting while they're having the conversation before as well. Like they're just like waiting there. They're not approaching or anything.
Yeah, it's one of the things that you can go back to about the first John Wick, the good one. About how you can believe by the way that he's portrayed and moves around and acts and behaves and plans ahead. You could believe that this guy is serious business. He is super deadly. You do not want to cross paths with him. The way that Galadriel acts in this action scene makes no sense. She's not making use of cover, knowing that they have
No.
arrows. She's closing the distance while using her melee weapons.
Using the
She has plenty of arrows, and she's moving closer as she's using her arrows. She's not like she just approaches them.
She mostly
and she
uses
doesn't
her arrows
like
in
start
this
shooting
fight.
them from a distance.
It's kind of nuts. It's like you want to. There are so.
Well, she runs like in between a whole bunch
do-
of them, and she hops on a horse and just stands there. And
What
Yeah,
with the
she's died
Galadriel
many,
horse
many
stunts
times.
all the time? Those fucking stunts look so
I guess she
stupid every
hopes to
single
escape
time.
on the horse, but like it felt so odd.
Yeah.
Watching
Well, she
her do
runs right
acrobatics
to
on it.
him.
Yep.
When she gets on the horse, she charges right at all of the orcs before she gets chained grabbed by Adar. But like, what was the plan? Is it just to like she acts like someone who knows they're way over leveled?
Yeah,
and
she
their
knew.
evasion skill is so high
She knew
that
the
she
plot
just
was gonna
cannot
help
get
her
hit.
out.
She doesn't do anything.
It almost did.
So,
Oh
like,
yeah, she knows.
The
She knows she can
comparison
do whatever
that-
she wants. The plot will protect her. She does not behave like I would expect an incredibly skilled warrior to behave. They are not selling the idea that she is this deadly and dangerous, combatant.
You know how you have in Fellowship, especially when you have context for almost anything. You've lost Gandalf, and then you get to Amon Hen. That scene is among everything else. It's a fucking amazing scene. It's pretty tense in terms of like the more and more the Uruk-hai, especially for Boromir, because he's the most likely person that's not going to make it. But like a scene like this, you'll be fine, you bitch. Like nothing's gonna happen to you. Nobody's worried for you. You'll be absolutely. And you'll be like, oh yeah, because you know that she. And I'm like, no, it's not to do with the fact that she's Galadriel. It's. Well, it is to do with the fact that she is this Galadriel in this show.
Yeah.
My God, like it just sucks. She could assault 1 billion orcs, and I'd be like, she'll be fine. She's gonna be fine.
Yeah, there's no connection between what we're actually seeing and what we would expect. It's all just what does the plot want to happen? That's what's going to happen. What we actually see in terms of logistics, positioning, combat, none of that matters. It just doesn't matter.
So yeah, the only thing that could possibly stop her is the sudden appearance of the big bad. And the only thing that could possibly result in her coming out of this alive is the sudden appearance of the big bad, who's the only one with any motive to not kill her. But she doesn't know he's there. So I can read and be charitable and say that I think she gives the ring over because topmost of her mind is that she does not want the ring to fall into the hands of the enemy. That seems sane and sensible, but it does mean she has to expect to die. And that is not how she acts at all.
Yeah.
You would expect to die. I just don't know why they just didn't leave. They can outrun orcs. They're elves. This confrontation doesn't have to happen.
If they'd bought their own horses, they'd have been fine. But they didn't because they're idiots.
That too, yeah. They would have already been there at this point if they brought horses.
She said, "Go back to the shadow." Do you remember when?
Fuck off!
Oh, there's so many of those. But why does she hesitate to shoot Adar? What's the idea there?
I don't know.
She probably wants to fuck him as well.
Fuck him as well. That's it, right?
That's it.
Let's see. No, there's one more thing I have in my notes.
Oh.
There's one last thing. The ending credit song is really crazy.
Yes, I have that too. Yeah.
Oh, I never listen to the ending songs. I click it off as soon as I can.
It's the tone shift is so fucking sudden and weird, and it reminded me of an episode in Game of Thrones when they cut to the bear in the Maiden Fair after Jaime's hand gets chopped off.
Yep.
Yeah. What is this?
Yeah.
It's so fucking weird. I just stopped, but like I'm just listening to it. What the hell is after that ending?
Now I need to know.
Yeah.
It's a very like this is the song.
Looking at the subtitles, it looks like it's kind of half sing-song, happy clappy lyrics. Is that what it is?
No, it's just like the song. It's a guy singing. This guy is singing like this happy, cheerful song, and I'm like, what? But she just got captured by Adar and everything.
Yeah, it's
and
not right.
Then there's this guy being like, "Oh, we're having a great time, and nature is love."
Nature is love.
How can you get
He's singing about Tom Bombadil because he was in the episode.
Well, we should probably pay attention to it because, like, the way this show works, season 4, episode 9, this will become a plot point, like the Hobbit song did earlier. So, like, I probably really should go and listen to this.
I didn't realize, by the way, the trees were Jim Broadbent and Olivia Williams. Both of them I quite like as actors.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well.
All right.
Those are the two. Those two have to be by far the two biggest name actors that have been in Rings of Power.
It does feel kind of around about
because the only other actor whose name I knew previously was the guy from Game of Thrones who played old. Oh yeah, I knew Lenny Henry's name. Yeah, that's true. I guess it was probably him then, right?
Well, Jim Broadbent is probably the biggest name out of all of them then.
Yep. Well, yeah. Like who else is there? You've got the guy from Game of Thrones and Lenny Henry. Like that's it. Everyone else is a TV actor.
He fucking dead. He out of here. He got stabbed.
He was also Caesar in Rome, which is a very good performance as well.
Oh god. So, episode 4, Eldest. We got trees. We got Thomas Bombadil. We got
no Waldreg.
Gundabale. We got no Waldreg. He's still
bad news.
He's still missing in action. Remember,
it's just like
Spartans never die. Waldregs never die. They're only.
It's just like Otto in Hot D, you know. Like when's he coming back?
Yeah.
Waldreg will be in a prison.
That would be hilarious if at the end of an episode,
he's gonna be captured off screen.
He'll turn his head when he sees someone approaching the prison he's in. Maybe he'll be in one of the little ant cages with the wood.
Yes, maybe, of course.
But he has osteoporosis and he can't get out without hurting himself, so he has to wait there.
Give us Waldreg.
Dude, where's Waldreg? He was so happy. Welcome to Mordor.
Yeah.
So yeah. I suppose it was mentioned before that is arguably the worst episode of all of them. How do we
so
how
far?
are we feeling?
Pretty fucking awful.
Episode 5, I feel, is worse.
I'll tell you about that next week.
They blend a bit for me.
Do you not?
I kind of think they're all awful. You know, like there's no.
Yeah.
Yes, but I got more mad at this episode than I have at the other ones.
Yeah.
Were you madder at this episode than episode 1?
Yes.
Episode 1 it bungles the ending of season 1, and it also spends so much time just doing the whole ring thing in a completely nonsensical manner. Whereas this episode feels like you're watching filler with bullshit that doesn't need to happen.
I was slightly happy at episode 1 with Chad Elron and all that shit.
But the thing is, season 1 in terms of its episode 1 in terms of its consequences is catastrophic.
True.
In a way that might be hard for any episode to challenge.
That's why I'm kind of thinking episode 1 of season 2 is still the worst of them all. But we're kind of at the point where they're all so terrible in their own way. It's basically like it's like when terrible movies come out and we're like comparing 1s and 2s or 2s and 3s. Like, you know, it's tough to kind of separate them. But
really, because like it's just such a. I find it so miserable watching this show. Like it is so. It's like intensely boring and also very frustrating.
Yeah,
it's
all
like,
of the moving parts are bad.
There's no episode where I'm like, oh wow, that's kind of like surprising in a good way.
Hope?
Never.
Nothing gives you hope. Yeah, there's never anything that happens where you're like, oh, we got it. Ever like you get like that twinkling, like, oh hey, Elrond did something that is kind of good. Oh, he's ruined. Oh hey, maybe during nope, they're ruining those two. All right.
Yep.
I think it was said when we were covering. I think it was said when we were covering season 1 that because season 2 was entering into production so quickly after season 1 that like it wouldn't essentially be any of the criticism. Yeah, exactly. But I don't think it will ever change ever. At this point, I don't know. I don't know if they'll ever change the way that they're doing things on this show.
You would think that just the simple fact that they've planned 5 seasons. We're not even through the 2nd season. Viewership is on a dire trend already. It's already bad and it's on a dire trend. There's got to be someone who goes like we gotta do something.
It's
in a world that made sense, yes, but this world doesn't make sense.
They might just plow ahead, I guess.
It is an imperfect metric to judge how successful or popular something is, but when House of the Dragon was coming out, people were talking about it. Like, just by and large, it was being discussed in, you know, obviously the longer it went on, the more that it started to get negative. But it's like any buzz at all. Whereas with this show, it feels like it's kind of a vacuum, right? It's only it's only negative coverage. But in terms of like,
pretty much
of just people on Twitter being like, oh man, this really cool thing that happened, it's just non-existent.
Like
So
there are a few like bot accounts and shit like that. But,
Sure.
yeah.
But
Do
there's
you
almost
guys
a question
know
to
anyone
ask is,
personally?
sorry, after you.
I was going to say, do you guys know anyone personally outside of like the YouTube, Twitter, internet sphere who is actually watching Rings of Power?
I
No.
haven't talked to
I know-
anyone
I
since
know
that came
one
out
person.
that's outside of the sphere.
I
Yeah,
know one
I-
person who is watching it
Yeah.
like unironically,
Yeah.
and he's also watching like content on it on YouTube. So he knows it's not good, but he's watching it anyway.
I know one person who liked the season 1.
Yeah, I
The
don't
hot
know
D
anyone. I don't.
comparison is kind of an instructive one, right? And I'm conscious this is going to seem like an ironic statement given we've spent 8 hours talking about it, but what is there to talk about in Rings of Power? Like in this episode, if you're not breaking it down beat by beat, every single aspect, and actually, pointing out all of the many things it does wrong. If you compare it to House of the Dragon, where a lot of the negativity comes around certain choices that are made, but choices have been made and the show has gone somewhere, like most of the time, that is progressing, and it's progressing at a reasonable rate. Even season 2, which is criticized for being slow at times, things are still happening. It's a dense show. But like the last episode we've just done, what's actually occurred in the third of the runtime of the extended edition of Fellowship of the Ring? What's happened? We've got
Side quests.
they went to rescue Theo because they went to rescue a horse, and they got him. And a guy got shot by an arrow accidentally, and then Galadriel got captured. And like, is there anything else?
They set up,
Nori.
It's
yeah, they
interesting.
set up
Thing.
Shire and they set up Bombadil. That's it.
You know,
It's set up. It's, yeah.
It's interesting to say that though, because at the same time, it in some ways it races through events that should have taken place over
Yeah.
a much lengthier amount of time, like the creation of the rings,
They
all
sure
of the
do that a
changes
lot.
that are happening in Numenor, just even characters moving from point A to point B. It's like it's simultaneously
Actually
backwards in terms of
nonsense,
the
yeah.
amount of content that's being
quite
relayed,
crazy.
but at the same time, it's really quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
We will
weird because
simultaneously waste. Go ahead.
as I started my rewatch of season 1 while Hot D season 2 was coming out, and I think I watched an episode of season 1 and then watched Hot D after the new episode, and I was like, holy shit! Like when I
and
thought
night.
when I thought I was like done with the Hot D episode, it's like, oh man, so much has happened, man. Damn, this is gonna be over soon, right? And then I moved my mouse, and it's like, oh, there's like half the episode left.
Yeah, you don't want
What-
those episodes to end, and this is like, Jesus Christ, just be done already. I want to go.
do
do anything
something else. Yeah.
Yeah, the difference in what they do in an hour between those two shows specifically is insane. I was like, man, you did so many things in an hour in Hot D, and here you did like I don't know, like 5 things maybe that you
I
could
do
have done.
find it like very
quicker.
funny as well that in episode 3, because they did episodes 1, 2, and 3 all released simultaneously to, I guess, artificially inflate view time. But arguably the two big kind of dramatic cliffhangers that it builds into is Pharazon's taken over Numenor and the dwarves are getting their rings made. Tune in for episode 4 when none of that's in this episode. The dwarves, Eregion, Celebrimbor, Numenor, none of that is in this episode, which I think is partly why this episode in particular feels like a complete waste of time.
Yeah.
We will
'Cause
fuck around in the desert doing bullshit, and that will take up a huge chunk of time. But then we will completely skip past incredibly important conversations like Durin and the king,
Yep.
and their reconciliation, potentially, and the decision to accept the elves' offer and all the thought process that went into that. These monumentally important character decisions and conversations that just they get zero time. It happens off screen.
It's not just fucking around in the desert either. It's the fact that they had a set of characters who were going to be fucking around in the desert, and then they split them up. So now we've got 2 plot lines of fucking around in the desert. They need extra stuff.
That was rude of them.
They can't even expediently keep them together to waste time as one unit.
Fucking hell, that's so
we have
true.
to split up to waste time. Now we have Thomas Bombadil, and we have the Stour village. With the way plotline is forked.
I also feel like this episode fucked more with the lore than the previous episodes in this season, at least. I get that feeling.
Bombadil in particular, right? That for book fans, that's going to be a big hit.
You had Bombadil, you had fucking weird crevasses in the middle of Eregion for some reason, and then you have what more? Well, fuck, I'm too tired.
Well, I was
Me
actually
too.
saying,
Yeah, that-
on that note, I was going to try and we got outros soon, but we'll start with random because he can exit then at will. He's gonna have to get up pretty soon after he goes to sleep. So, what are you up to? Are you doing anything that people who listen to this might be interested in? Maybe some kind of Rings of Power related thing.
Quite possibly, I might be doing. I made the silly decision to do what I did a couple of years ago when my channel didn't really exist, and to go through season 2 of Rings of Power, like episode by episode, and make videos on each one. So I've got the first 4 out. 5 I'm kind of partway through working on. Probably get 5 out next week, and then we got 6, 7, and 8 where I don't know how long those videos are going to be though, because honestly, they might be blue balling the hell out of us, but I'm expecting that it's going to be go, 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 and there's going to be quite a lot that happens in the final 3 episodes, I think. But we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, apart from that, that's kind of all I'm doing at the moment. It's Rings of Power all day, every day.
Wonderful. I'm sure your brain is still okay, good to go. You just got to survive past that finale, and then you can rest another few years, probably.
Well, pretty much. I'm going on holiday in the middle of October for 2 weeks, so my intention is to get them finished before then.
That's where you choose
But
to
where
have a holiday?
will you be home for Halloween?
What date is Halloween?
31st, I believe.
Yeah, typically.
No, I never pay attention to Halloween. So I know you guys have the whole Christmas Halloween thing. I don't know.
I'm always triggered.
I'm not
Yeah, to you,
hurt.
that's like saying what date is Christmas, I guess. No, I'm going to be in Florida for Halloween, so I won't be here for Halloween, unfortunately.
Florida.
Yeah.
What's in Florida?
A whole
Halloween?
bunch of
Halloween is in Florida.
I'm told I can find Halloweens in Florida. Yes.
I was in Florida a few weeks ago, so we could have met up, but we didn't organize it properly. So I guess we'll never see each other. We could have watched Rings of Power in person. We could have finally meet to watch Rings of Power together.
That's what you're gonna do if you meet up. What fuck?
Watch Rings of Power.
Yeah, we of course we have to watch Rings of Power together in person.
It's either
But
that
we
or
have to do a
Glass
drunk
Onion.
stream of it.
It's a tradition.
Heavily and watch Rings of Power.
Hell yeah.
Well, we incredibly appreciate your time, sir. Thank you so much. And yeah, for anybody who's not subscribed to Random Film Talk, you're probably going to enjoy his stuff, especially if you enjoy listening to this podcast. And thank you so much for joining us.
Yay, thank you. And
You are now
thank you for having me.
free.
As always.
You may escape like a bird from a cage, like Rain from Alien Romulus.
Yes. I would stay to for the wind up, but or wind down. But yeah, I've got to be up in about 5 hours because I've got a day of Warhammer Crusade to do tomorrow. It's like my day off out of editing. So yeah.
Well, like I said, we very much appreciate it. You go have yourself a fine sleep, maybe a long, short one, but it's fine. Yeah, just go. You go get it done. So thank you so much.
Bye. Deep sleep.
I will do my best. Thank you, guys. I'll see you later.
Goodbye.
See you. Bye. See ya. Toodaloo.
Little Platoon. How are you doing on the Rings
I did
of Power
not go to Disney World
coverage? What can people find about you since last week? What's the newest update? Have you got 7 videos out?
No, but I'm still doing season 1, so otherwise it's the same answer.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that should hopefully be out next weekend, like 7 days for copyright because it's going to get hit. So my hope is, so not next weekend, the weekend after next weekend. Yeah. Then hopefully it'll be free of copyright and done.
Make people very aware of that. The work, the style of work, the way that a lot of us edit is. It's so like, you'll be like, "What took so long?" You're just like, "I just went through a portion that's not going to mean anything to anybody. I just re-edited like 1 billion times over the course of 2 weeks for no reason. Like it could have happened day one, but instead it yeah. I figure that's happening to everybody who does.
I've actually left Streamlabs on record for the entire edit process from writing till the finished thing, just for one of the episodes of the big season 1 video. So I'm kind of tempted to throw that together as a kind of like, this is how it's done. And also, this is how much fucking time it takes for like 1/8 of the entire video. And then I might
link it every time someone's like, "Where's the next video? What's going on?"
Take fucking ages.
Nightmare. But
yeah,
it'll be fun. Thank you as well, sir, for joining us for so very long. And yeah, your videos will be plenty enjoyable for those who enjoyed this podcast, Rings of Power coverage. And I mean, who in chat doesn't know who Little Platoon is at this point? Let's be honest. You guys should be subscribed by now. I guess Metal. What are you up to? You haven't released any videos, have you, related to Rings of Power? Have you?
I mean, actually, I've already did 3 of them. Yes, I know. I said it last week already. I think this might be a surprise still to people. Like, I'm actually making videos right now. Like, it's been 4 years since the John Wick 3 video.
Are you
Thought it'd be
allowed to
time
do that?
do something. So yeah, there's like I've got 3 episodes of Rings of Power season 2 out. Go check them out. I'm a wage slave, so I can only work as fast as I can right now. So I'm not at 4 yet. I'm catching up quite slowly, I should say. So yeah, there's actual content on my channel now besides the forges. Go check it out. I've been working tirelessly on these ones, and yeah, good memes, good schleams. I opted to use some kind of copyright protection because copyright has been kicking my ass, basically. Odin made me some a copyright commander, I guess. That's on episode 3.
Yeah, that cursed fucking image.
I think it's fun. I like it. And that seems to work quite well to protect me from the evil copyright overlords.
Yes.
So yeah, go check those out. I've been having fun editing those, but it's also been a lot of work. And
it's
also for me, it's been
from being able to stream more Star Wars Outlaws. Isn't that horrendous?
That's true, because my breaks are currently when I stream, and I stream Star Wars Outlaws still. I'm going to be finishing that. That's probably like going to be 1 or 2 more streams. So yeah, I stop my cringe with more cringe. Yeah, but also, of course, the Forge is still running. We're doing a Forge tomorrow. We're doing a Weep Forge, actually. We're talking about Chainsaw Man tomorrow. I think we got Mark planned this one mostly, so I think we got Weekend Warrior on, we got Disparu on, we got Hyperbolic Ninja on, and someone else I forgot. Sorry who that was, but yeah, Mark got all the guests this time. So yeah, should be good fun. It could be a longer one actually, because it's like 12 episodes, like 4 hours of content. I don't know. I hope it's not gonna be too long because I'm still tired and I need to do more Rings of Power.
It is worth mentioning that Mel is currently on 9.11k subscribers, and he has since years ago, I know, right? Promised that if he hits 10k, he will do a complete playthrough once again, including the DLCs of Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. I'm very specific about that because I opted to essentially join him whenever that happens. Now, I'm not saying you can exploit this in any way, shape, or form, but he is intending to visit in, how long is this? 3 months now? 4 months? Time is fleeting. And
not even that long anymore.
It's like not even that
3
long.
months-ish.
So, of course, the way it would probably work if we hot seat the idea and have drinks and play through the game together, it would probably be this year if he hit that number. But if he doesn't, oh well, it'll just have to be next year, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
The further away from DS2, the better for me. But I think, I'm just saying, who knows if that happens? That would be crazy.
It might be entertaining for the peeps.
But, alas, it's not going to happen unless that number ticks up to that 10.0. So we should be safe. We should be fine.
Big 10.
Like, why would anyone subscribe to this channel discussing media?
But yes.
What kind of long form as well? Are you stupid? Why would you do that?
Gay.
Very.
But yeah, tons of stuff coming your way. I'm just doing all kinds of things, all kinds of content. Go just scribbles and stuff. So.
Noises.
I did it.
Someone just said DS2 is underrated. That's just stop it.
Unsubbed.
Ban.
Stop that right now.
Have you considered not?
Well, Goga, thank you as well.
Yeah.
As a Metal, of course, for joining us for the. How long has it been? Nearly 9 hours. God damn it! I said this one would likely be faster.
I didn't believe
every time you say that, it's gonna be longer.
Do you think I should start?
It's gonna be almost exactly the same time as the first one.
Oh really? Damn.
I think I should start saying it'll be slower so I can curse us in reverse. The time
Yes.
gods
Yeah.
would be like, excuse me.
Yeah, tell him we'll be here for, I mean, ages.
We're going to
really.
be here for 10 billion years. And then we literally go through one episode in 10 minutes. We're like, okay,
Oh.
what? Like, what's going
what
on here?
happened?
But
we
yeah,
have
thank you for inviting me. It's been a lot of fun once again. The War arc is coming out, of course. The next one is going to be Braveheart. And if you haven't seen In the Name of the King yet, I recommend watching that. Spent a lot of time on the What You Bring Me at the end, so definitely go watch that at least.
Definitely go watch that at least.
Yeah.
I'm sure
That's
they
a lot
will.
of fun. Yeah.
It's kind of funny that you mentioned What You Bring Me when I did the when the Rings of Power episode 1 thing I put out. I think the first thing someone said when it ended, "Where's the What You Bring Me at the end?"
You have to do it as well now.
I was like, "That's not my thing. That's an EFAP thing."
Yeah, the EFAP. EFAP TV and EFAP movies we
got to keep it going long enough that even our own fans start to forget. Like, where did that come from?
It's very fun to have, like, you know, have your creative ideas flowing in a little bit at the end there. Always fun to come up with some different ideas for shit.
Fringo, Regolius, is there anything you guys want to mention before we wrap up?
Should have something out soonish, but I've kind of been a little under the weather the last week or so. I got back from this trip and I caught some bug, and it has just sort of been lingering. But I'm feeling a lot better now. But yeah,
that's good.
Working on stuff. Hopefully soonish. It will be out.
Dungeon. I'm in the dungeon.
The dungeon.
The dungeon.
That's all. For now.
And well, as for myself, completed the streams of Outlaws. If you want to see the full playthrough, it's filled with hilarious moments because that game is a broken button piece of shit mess.
I've finished it as well. Fuck that game. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I'm not quite
that game
done.
is miserable.
Did you get the same ending, Fringy, as Smaller did?
He did.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I was about to say it, but maybe
No,
I
don't
should
say.
I should keep it to myself.
Just you don't specify what it is. Just if you get the same.
I got it, and it was hilarious. Very amusing.
Yeah,
I saw an EFAP highlight thing pop up that I think might give an inkling what might happen. So maybe I'm not sure if that was the clip. I didn't watch it. So.
It'll be fun to watch you suffer through the rest of Outlaws. We'll try and catch bits and bombs.
Yeah.
I, on the other hand, did I think 6 hours of Astrobot. I loved it. It's a game that's an easy recommendation to basically everybody if you just want to have charming, wholesome, platforming, collectible fun. The game's primary goal for any player is to have you have fun. That's all it wants. It just wants you to have fun. That's it. It's not.
Mark actually played.
Very cute, charming game.
Yes, charming is the word. I will try and get the other half of it done, I guess, in I don't know what day it'll happen. But recently we're completing work on the Halloween arc. The trailer is almost constructed fully, and you got your 9-film arc is coming. They're not even fully completed yet. We're getting close, but a lot of them are shaping up. I think you guys are gonna like it. You're gonna have some fun, and then some other projects. There's like 4 or 5 major ones that I'm trying to work with, and by major I just mean they are significant in whatever way that I decide what that means. I just realized, like, wait, I don't want to imply any particular thing. Okay, so things are being worked on, all right, and they're tough, but they're coming along, and I'm excited. Yeah, that's that. I think that is about that. The only other thing I want to mention is a friend of the stream, friend of the channel. Good old Theo, you guys may remember, finally released his controversial, his hated video, because it probably would end up being hated, where he criticizes the Elden Ring DLC. Oh my god. He gave it such a sensational fucking title as well. The clickbait little asshole. He called it Shadow of the Erd Tree Critique.
Wow.
That's crazy. He's gonna get so many hate clicks. He knew exactly what he was doing. But, yes, I've not even been able to watch the full thing yet because I've been swamped. But I am going to, and he's going to talk about all the things that he was...
Like a Isildur?
Yes. This will be an expanded, edited, well beyond your expectations, written, gorgeous video for you to check out. I've seen a lot of it. It's Theo just blasting you with information, okay? And think this one is up to like 20,000 views already. He's getting into that. He's going to be. I haven't spoken to him about it yet, but I assume it's been shared on a subreddit that doesn't like him. That's always the first step. People are like, I don't know about this, but he is. This is quite a hot take. So hopefully you guys give it a shot. See what you think. He's who knows what's next for him and hot takes. That's what I assume the channel will be filled with. I hope so.
Maybe hot cakes.
Well,
hot cakes.
On that note, I think we shall be jumping out. So, good
Yeah,
night, everyone.
we'll see everybody
Thank you so
later
much.
on.
Bye.
We shall see you in the future.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
Bye.
Oh yeah, the name of the channel is Theo T Tree. Fuck. And
I think James put links in chat.
James linked in chat.
James
Yeah.
puts
I'll link.
Yeah.
Because this will be on the re-upload. I'll link it at the top. The video will be very clickable. It'll be right there. You go check it out. Okay, bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
see you.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.